Tian continent, in a super desolate forbidden zone. At this moment, standing on top of a towering mountain was a devil. He was being besieged by countless righteous cultivators. Countless righteous cultivators roared in unison, "Chu Lioma, you've spent your entire life bullying men and dominating women, doing all sorts of evil deeds. Did you ever think today you'd lose your life at Return to Soul Slope? Chu Lioma, you deceived my elder sister's body, causing her to die a tragic and beautiful death. Today I will chop you into 100 pieces. After chasing you for 3 years, you've finally run out of road, haven't you? This venerable one will today avenge my poor disciple." A bolt of lightning struck down, accompanied by the curses of the crowd. Appearing before our eyes is a young man with bloodshot eyes, his whole body drenched in blood, a cold expression on his face as he stood atop the mountain, looking down at them. Let me introduce him. His name is Chu Xiu, the male lead of this story. The sword blade he held in his hand had drops of blood continuously dripping down. Suddenly from behind, a voice made him turn his head. What came into his sight at this moment was a peerless beauty flying towards him on her sword. "Devilhead Chu, you've fallen into this situation today. Do you have any regrets?" This beauty with a big heart and flawless legs was none other than Mengdie, sect master of Cloudstream Peak of the Grand Primordial Holy Land. Hearing these words, Chu Xiu immediately looked up to the sky and burst into mad laughter. "Ha, regret, Chu Xiu. I've cultivated for less than 100 years. My entire life has been a battle. In this generation, apart from this seat, who dares to call themselves invincible? Who dares to admit to being undefeated? This seat only regrets that time is merciless. If I were given another 1,000 years, who under this heaven would dare to disobey my orders?" Hearing this, Mengdie's face darkened, her eyes blazed, and she looked at Chu Xiu with disgust. She clasped her hands together, summoning a great sword. "If you are so unrepentant, then don't blame this seat for being merciless." As the sword came forth, immediately the crowd below rushed up to attack together, aiming to take his life. Chu Xiu on this side, seeing this, didn't waver at all. He quickly formed hand seals. After a series of hand seal movements, he pointed his finger downwards. A strange light appeared, and waves of dark energy also began to erupt. The crowd, seeing this, panicked. "Not good, the devil wants to use his trump card. Quick, stop him." Just as he finished speaking, 3 enormous celestial dharma aspects conjured by cultivators using Ling Qi surrounded Chu Xiu from all directions. Not stopping there, the 3 dharma aspects immediately and powerfully unleashed palm strikes towards him. 3,000 worlds seemed to be crushed by the 3 gigantic palm prints. Yet, not only was he unafraid, but on the contrary, Chu Xiu burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, breaking the immortal longevity, seeking great emperor's regret, but I don't." Gathering all his remaining Ling Qi into his inner core, Chu Xiu suddenly erupted with an immense energy. With a resounding crash, he shattered all 3 dharma aspects, and then soared straight into the sky, creating an incredibly terrifying phenomenon. A moment later, when the anomaly had subsided, on the ground where he stood, only a tattered sword remained. On this side, the righteous cultivators, after taking the full force of Chu Xiu's self-detonation, were all covered in wounds. "Chu Lioma has completely disappeared." The old man among them spoke up. If he had gone to the heavenly abyss Great Wall to kill Yao, he would definitely have become a valiant warrior of our human race in the future. What a pity. What a pity. Just like that, they each went their separate ways home to continue their own path of cultivation. A month later, at Cloudstream Peak, a streak of red aura flew into the cave residence of a personal disciple. Lying on the bed, chuckling slyly at this moment was Chu Xiu. Hey, Chu Lioma is back. That's right, this is Chu Lioma who just possessed this body. For better or worse, before transmigrating, I, Chu Xiu, was also a university student. For my resurrection today, this seat had already prepared 37,781 backup plans, 121 resurrection methods. With such thorough preparations, how could I easily bite the dust? Chu Lioma then got up and looked around. "This place is Tai Su Holy Land. Seems like yours truly is really destined for this place." Suddenly, a system panel popped up with a notification. "Detected host has been revived. System functions have changed. Please choose one of the 2 options below. Option 1, Villainous Fate. As long as you keep doing bad things, the system will reward you. Option 2, Stealthy Cultivation Villain. You've already died once, been through the pain, decided to secretly get stronger, and then go back to doing bad things." After reading the notification, Chu Xiu thought, "In the last world, I chose Villainous Fate, did countless bad things, it was so exhilarating. But being beaten and cursed like rats on the street was really not pleasant at all. So in this world, I'll choose Stealthy Cultivation, that should be much more fun." Thinking it over, Chu Xiu grinned smugly. "Haha, secretly getting stronger, and then causing chaos under the heavens. Isn't that a beautiful dream? If I could become the Tai Su Holy Land Saint Child then, Chu Xiu started fantasizing about being served and caressed by hot babes with long legs, and he couldn't stop grinning. Haha, let's just go with that decision. Then he pointed and shouted, I choose the stealthy cultivation system. Choice successful. Successfully join the system. Displaying personal panel. Let's see whose body I'm using in this world. Personal panel. Host possesses identity. Yunha Peak's direct disciple. Cultivation realm. None. State. Cultivation crippled. Own. Yunha Peak's direct disciple. Aptitude. 17 mortal. Cultivation method. Because host's soul is too strong and forcefully body snatched, it has been deleted. Mortal aptitude. Wait a minute, is my luck that bad? Luck points. Minus 18 points. Breakthrough. Impossible. Comprehensive combat power evaluation. Host is 1 level stronger than a spirit chicken. Living is not as good as a spirit chicken. Reading his personal information made Chu Xiu's face darker than a pot bottom. He cursed inwardly. Before I got here, what the hell did the owner of this body do? 10 days ago, Chu Xiu's tool person and a direct disciple of Tianjian Peak, because of fighting over a woman, dragged each other to the life and death arena. On the life and death arena, tool person Chu Xiu was defeated in 1 move, extremely humiliated, and in the end, his Lun Hai was shattered, cultivation crippled. Looking back at this body's memories, he could only hold his head and sigh. So tragic. Then, he went back to bed, stretched out his arms, took a deep breath, and declared matter-of-factly, Consider yourself my tool person. From now on, your enemies are my enemies. You just watch how yours truly becomes invincible. As he spoke, he sat cross-legged on the bed with great momentum to circulate Q for cultivation. Half an hour later, not a single bit of progress. At this point, he could only force a smile, and thought to himself, this body is too trash. Poor aptitude, serious injuries. But Chu Xiu smirked meaningfully. However, I still have a way. Scene changed to somewhere in Yunha Peak. At this time, in front, there was a group of men whispering to each other. Have you guys heard? Peak Lord went to hunt down Xianxia and returned 3 days ago. Has that Devil Chu been killed yet, I wonder? Haha, Devil Chu claimed to be invincible in his generation, but he's only in the lesser saint realm. Surrounded and killed by more than 10 great saints, how could he survive? Good riddance? A devil like that? Everyone on the righteous path wants to kill him. Hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping on the group, Chu Lioma looked angry but thought in his heart, you guys definitely wouldn't even dream that not only am I not dead, but I've even joined your ranks. If you can't beat them, join them. HMPH, I'll play with you guys. Thinking this, Chu Xiu slowly walked towards the group, not forgetting to cough a few times to attract attention. Senior brother, Chu Xiu, eldest senior brother. Is your injury better? No problem. After speaking, Chu Xiu quickly walked past the group and continued on his way. At this moment, the group suddenly realized, wait, senior brother Chu Xiu has the same surname as Devil Chu. He and Devil Chu probably don't have any secret connection, right? You're overthinking it. If he had even a bit of Chu Laoma's cultivation talent, he wouldn't have been beaten to the point of having his cultivation crippled. 6 is right. At this time, Chu Laoma was heading to Qi Mengdie's Dongfu, Yunha Peak Lord. Standing in front of Qi Mengdie's grand entrance, Chu Xiu loudly and clearly called out, Shifu, disciple has a matter to request an audience. Then, he leisurely and slowly walked inside the Dongfu. Chu Xiu looked towards the high seat. At this time it was the sight of Qi Mengdie, lying lazily, propping her chin with her hand. Chu Xiu, 10 days ago you fought with someone and got injured. Now you come to see me wanting Shifu to teach you cultivation. Kneeling on one knee on the ground, Chu Xiu explained, begging his Shifu for help. Hearing this, she just closed her eyes and replied indifferently. Your cultivation is low. Yet you like to fight ruthlessly. Now that your cultivation is crippled, it serves you right. I can't help you. You should go back. Hearing these heartless words, Chu Xiu stood up unresignedly and said unhappily, Shifu, you don't know the reason why my cultivation is low. No cultivation resources. How can I get stronger? You give cultivation resources to second junior brother, third junior sister, fourth junior brother, fifth junior sister. You don't say anything to me. How can I get stronger? Hearing these words, Qi Mengdie angrily slammed her hand on the table. Her face darkening, she roared loudly. Preposterous! Your aptitude is stupidly low, and you don't even try to cultivate diligently. Now you come here to blame your Shifu. Clueless. Seeing that, Chu Xiu crossed his arms, not scared at all, and even grinned evilly. Ha ha! Isn't the reason they don't give me cultivation resources because I have the same name as that? Chu Lioma, You getting mad at me for that? Isn't that kinda lame?" Hearing these words, Mengdie just gave Chu Xiu a death stare. Then she slowly flew in front of Chu Xiu, put a hand on his forehead and sighed. "Shifu's never been mad at you. You head back first. When Shifu finds some heavenly treasures that can heal your wounds, I'll definitely show you the ropes of cultivation." Chu Xiu smirked wickedly. No, Shifu, you can help me right now," Mengdie, being confused, asked. "Why do you say that? Disciple heard that Shifu has the heavenly fragrance physique. If I can dual cultivate with you, Disciple can not only heal all injuries but also boost cultivation." While saying this, he leaned in real close to Mengdie. After hearing these words, Mengdie's eyes went dark. "What are you talking about?" Chu Xiu kissed Mengdie's soft white hand. "Ahem. Disciple is saying please Shifu, dual cultivate with Disciple." Hearing this, Mengdie's face turned beet red, angrily slapped towards Chu Xiu, and shouted, "Rebellious Disciple, you wanna die? How dare you talk such crap in front of your Shifu?" Suddenly, her voice turned cold, waved her hand to create a sword and said, "Today, I will definitely break you and expel you from the sect." Chu Xiu was not afraid at all, just sneered, then raised his hand to his mouth and chanted an incantation. Red characters flew around. In an instant, the massive sword in front of him shattered into pieces. At the same moment, Mengdie's legs, for some unknown reason, lost all strength, and she buckled. She fell to the ground, lying in a very sexy pose, eyes wide, mouth agape in astonishment. "What's going on? I am a Saint Realm cultivator, why can't I resist?" Seeing his Shifu's epic expression, Chu Laoma approached with a creepy smile. "Shifu, excuse me for being rude." At this point, she finally realized she was in deep trouble. "Rebellious Disciple, what do you want to do?" "Shifu," Chu Xiu moved his wandering hands towards Mengdie's ample breasts, he said. "Please, enlighten Disciple, and impart your teachings." Haha, Mengdie was sweating buckets all over her body, looked at Chu Xiu's evil grin in front of her. "Rebellious Disciple, what have you done to Shifu? Why has my power disappeared, making me weak as a kitten at this moment?" Chu Xiu pressed his face against Mengdie, thinking to himself, "What did I do? Of course, I sealed your powers." Chu Xiu reached out and stroked his Shifu's chin, causing her to grit her teeth, and she glared at him with daggers. "That day when I was hunted down by a dozen or so saint-level masters, I secretly cast the Reincarnation Heavenly Weeping Mother-Child seal on you. This is the treasure the system bestowed upon me. Item: Reincarnation Heavenly Weeping Mother-Child Seal. Tool Type: Seal Grade Divine. Effect: Seals the cultivation of a designated female cultivator without making a sound. Controlling the seal can completely seal all of the opponent's cultivation. Yoke. 1. Reusable, as long as I have the will to activate it. Female cultivators below the Emperor realm who are hit by this seal are at my mercy." Staring at Mengdie's flushed face, Chu Laoma eyes widened, and he blurted out, "Shifu, you're thousands of years old and your skin is still as baby-soft. Rebellious Disciple, you dare to get fresh with me, you think I won't kill you?" Chu Xiu laughed heartily. "Haha, then Shifu, hurry up and kill Disciple, stop just talking tough." Hearing this, Mengdie could only grit her teeth in anger and stare in the other direction. Chu Xiu leaned close to Mengdie's ear and whispered, "Shifu, if I tell Liu Shu, the Heavenly Sword Peak Lord, about you losing your cultivation, guess what she'll do? Remember back then when you killed her father with one sword? Can the hatred of killing her father be left unavenged?" Hearing these words, Mengdie's face changed in fear. "No, absolutely, can't let Liu Shu know about this. She will kill me for sure. Ah, that woman is a psycho." After thinking about it, Mengdie turned to Chu Xiu in panic and said, "Rebellious Disciple, rare treasures or cultivation stuff. Shifu will give you everything, you can choose anything you want." Just before she could finish speaking, Chu Xiu suddenly gripped Mengdie by the shoulders and said, No. What Disciple wants is not just all that stuff. Disciple wants something more. Shifu, you understand what Disciple wants, right?" After saying this, Chu Xiu began undressing Shifu. Mengdie, seeing this, panicked and kept yelling, "No, absolutely not. Don't come here. I can never give you that. Ugh. Damn it, a great saint powerhouse. For crying out loud, how can I give my body to a punk like you?" Chu Xiu smirked wickedly. "I have no beef with your Kaisu Holy Land, but you guys participated in chasing after me. Now pay the piper for that action." "Shifu, you're scared now, huh, Shifu? Pretty please." While saying this, Chu Laoma waved his hand and worked his magic, and a golden book appeared in front of him. Chu Xiu pleaded, "Disciple has an ancient technique that's perfect for arranging shapes. Take your time reading, folks." Looking at the cultivation manual, Mengdie couldn't help but exclaim in shock. You rebellious disciple, where did you get this miraculous cultivation manual? This manual is actually compatible with the heavenly Dao, definitely not some ordinary stuff. Shifu, how do you find it? Is this cultivation manual okay? Chu Xiu asked. Get lost. This old lady doesn't need your jigsaw puzzle manual, Mengdie retorted. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Xiu pounced on Mengdie and laughed maniacally. Shifu, let your disciple in, you rebellious disciple. Next, Chu Xiu and Mengdie were going to shoot an adult film. Chu Xiu continuously unleashed ultimate techniques like Luhan pushing the cart, carrying the plow across the mountain, old immortal planting radishes, riding a horse watching flowers, and finally, God embracing Guanyin. Mengdie never expected Chu Xiu to be so skilled in pole dancing and mortar pounding. Judging by Mengdie's blissful expression, you could tell how amazing Chu Xiu's skills were. At this moment, the system popped up a crazy notification. Host has become a useless rebellious disciple again, daring to make a move on your Shifu, huh? As expected of a major villain, system rewards host with 1,000 breakthrough points. An hour later, the scene was Mengdie drenched in sweat, panting heavily, moaning, like some Japanese actresses. It seemed the movie-making process was extremely painful, forcing Mengdie Xianxia to just grit her teeth and endure. Ding! Host has dual-cultivated with Mengdie Xianxia. Injuries fully recovered. Cultivation aptitude enhanced. Ding! Host's aptitude plus 100. Host's aptitude plus 100. Mengdie groaned in pain, her hands clutching the bedsheets tightly. Ding! Host's aptitude plus 100. Host's aptitude reaches 317. Heaven grade cultivation speed increased by 20 times. Host and Mengdie Xianxia acted in an adult film. Host's cultivation level advanced from Foundation Establishment 2nd level to Foundation Establishment 9th level. A few hours later, after some adult film acting with his Shifu, Chu Xiu put on his clothes and tidied up his attire, while Mengdie Xianxia was lying exhausted on the bed with a white cloth covering her captivating body. Chu Xiu turned his face back, smirked, and said to Mengdie, "Thank you, Shifu, for imparting your experience to Disciple. Disciple will take his leave first. See you next time." Suddenly, Mengdie's voice came. "Rebellious disciple." Mengdie's cheeks flushed red, she curled up, feeling wronged, and continued in a low voice. You, I've given you what you wanted. Can you lift the seal for me?" Chu Xiu's face bloomed like a flower, and he smiled so much his eyes narrowed as he replied, "Of course, absolutely not. Rebellious disciple, do you want to kill your Shifu? If you don't want others to know your cultivation level is sealed, then you should hide it properly." Chu Xiu stretched out his hand, and a crystal ball appeared in his palm. He said with a smug laugh, "Hey, you probably know the function of the memory crystal in your disciple's hand, right?" When she saw the crystal ball, Mengdie was shocked to her core. She clenched her fists, eyes wide and mouth agape, and exclaimed in panic, "What? You recorded the whole puzzle-making process?" Devil horns appeared on Chu Xiu's head, one hand holding the memory stone, the other waving dismissively. He replied with an innocent face, "Ha, don't get worked up. Don't get worked up, just kept it as a souvenir. For our deep friendship, Disciple reminds you, don't even think about removing the seal. In this entire heavenly sky continent, no one but Disciple can lift the seal. Unless an ancient great emperor is reborn. But, Shifu, right? There are no more great emperors in this world. If Disciple dies, then you will just be a mortal living to old age and then dying in this lifetime. If you don't believe me, just try it. Also, if Disciple dies, the images in the crystal ball will be spread out. By then, what will everyone in the heavenly sky continent think of you, Shifu? You must have thought about the consequences, right? Alright, enough talk. Disciple is leaving. See you next time." As he spoke, Chu Xiu leisurely walked out with the crystal ball. Mengdie looked at Chu Xiu's back view and was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and cursed, "Chu Xiu, you damn rebellious disciple. When I break free from the seal, I will definitely chop you into 100 pieces, imprison your soul, and make you suffer for 10,000 years before killing you. HMPH, a tiny ant who hasn't even entered the Dao Palace realm. How could he seal this old lady's cultivation?" Stepping outside, looking up at the starry sky, Chu Laoma was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, it's still bright. Even at this hour, it must be bright moon azure sky when I get back, huh? Thanks to Shifu's help, I finally reached Foundation Establishment 9th level. If I want to break through to the Wheel C realm, I can only wait for next time. If the Wheel C realm is said to be a wooden barrel for water, then the Foundation Establishment realm is the process of accumulating wood pieces to make the barrel. The stronger the foundation, the more solid it will be when opening the Wuxia realm. The path of cultivation will naturally be longer. The failure in my previous life was precisely because I skipped the foundational realm when increasing my cultivation level, leading to an unstable foundation. So this time, with rebirth through body snatching and cultivation again, I must build a truly solid foundation to forge the supreme foundation. By then, I won't be afraid of encountering cultivators with higher realms and can easily kill them. I wonder if the foundation establishment resources I hid in the canyon back then are still there. But even if they are still there, how do I leave the holy land of the great ancestor? While hesitating, not knowing what to do, he suddenly stopped at a shop with a sign that read, Flying Boat Shuttle Shop. Immediately, ideas started popping up in his head. Chu Xiu revealed a triumphant smile. Isn't this opportunity knocking? A while later, Chu Xiu had already bought a flying boat and flew to the canyon where he had hidden his foundation establishment resources back then. Chu Xiu clasped his hands behind his back, riding the flying boat alone, soaring in the sky. Then, he casually strolled into the dark cave. After flying for a bit, Chu Xiu started slowing down his flying boat and headed towards a rocky ledge. Looks like there's still some foundation establishment goodies here. With that, Chu Xiu walked over to the only black rock there. Chu Xiu immediately stuck his thumb in his mouth and bit it till it bled. Then, he used the blood from his finger to draw a 5-pointed array formation on the rock, kinda like the Vietnamese flag. The seal broke, and Chu Xiu tossed the rock to the side. Underneath the rock, a treasure chest was revealed, along with some small bags scattered around. Chu Xiu looked at the chest and grinned smugly. Ha ha ha, foundation establishment treasures are still here after all. Just wait till I, Chu Xiu, get strong again and reclaim my former glory. But, unexpectedly, a mocking voice came from behind Chu Xiu. Chu Trash, didn't expect to run into you here. Mengdie stood up. Behind him was a flying boat, way bigger than his. There were 3 people on the boat, heading straight for Mengdie. One guy was standing right at the front of the boat, hands behind his back, with a huge sword strapped on. He had a long scar running down his face. From his forehead to his cheek, he sneered. Well, if it isn't Chu Trash. Thought you'd kicked the bucket already. Didn't expect you to still be kicking after 10 days. Looks like the Cloudstream Peak Lord isn't too bad to his top disciple, even willing to let you use rare stuff to fix your Lunhai. Let me introduce everyone, this is Zhang Meng, a direct disciple from Skysword Peak. Killing intent flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. Recalling the memories of the body's previous owner, he remembered that this was the guy who humiliated him and crippled his cultivation 10 days ago. This scum. He messed me up when I was just starting out in Shi refining, and he still dares to swagger around and insult me. He hopped onto his small wooden flying boat. Mengdie spoke up. I'll settle accounts with you later. 10 days later, life and death arena. We'll settle this then. Zhang Meng put his hand to his ear, pretending to listen hard. He turned to the 2 guys with him and asked, What did that little punk just say? Did I hear him right? The 2 guys with Zhang Meng clutched their stomachs and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this good-for-nothing dares to challenge Senior Brother Zhang. Ha ha ha, he said he wants to meet Senior Brother Zhang at the life and death arena. A moment later, Zhang Meng moved out of the ravine and flew up high to use a 1,000-mile sound transmission secret technique. He said, Chu Trash, 10 days ago I spared you out of respect for the Cloudstream Peak Lord. If you're itching for a fight to the death, fine. 10 days later at the life and death arena, don't blame me for being brutal. Zhang Meng's voice, amplified by the sound transmission technique, echoed all over Cloudstream Peak. The disciples there were either sneering or surprised. They started gossiping. That Chu Xiu dares to go to the life and death arena? Is his brain fried? Isn't his Lunhai crippled already? What's he gonna fight late-stage Lunhai Zhang Meng with? Well, 10 days later, we've got a good show. Scene change. We're now outside Shi Mengdie's Dongfu. Chu Xiu has arrived on his flying boat. Stepping up to the big doors, he pondered. Shifu's Dongfu is packed with spiritual qi. Might as well cultivate here tonight. Shifu probably won't even notice. After all, what's mine is mine, and Shifu is mine too. Every little bit. Stepping into the Dongfu, Mengdie struck a b-boy pose and announced, Yo, Shifu, your disciple's here to visit again. Shi Mengdie, who was sitting on a huge lotus seat above, replied, You rebellious brat, it's so late, what are you doing here again? What do you want now? Gotta admit, Shi Mengdie's figure is seriously smoking hot, right guys? Walking closer, Mengdie asked, What do you want me to do, Shifu? Mengdie, seeing this, leaned back a bit and snapped, Don't you go too far. Stroking his chin, Mengdie said with an amused look, Ha ha, your disciple can be way more excessive than that. Want to see? With that, Mengdie put 2 fingers of his right hand together in front of him and muttered something. Instantly, tons of red talismans appeared, floating around him. He pointed his finger towards the big courtyard outside and yelled, "Flying array, activate!" Instantly, those talismans lined up and flew out. Then, they formed a barrier, isolating Qi Mengdie's Dongfu from the outside world. Seeing this, Mengdie was super shocked. She exclaimed, "This array formation technique of yours, could it be from the ancient array Dao?" Mengdie closed his eyes slightly and replied smugly, "Shifu, you have a good eye, want to learn it, what are you going to trade for it?" Mengdie angrily crossed her arms, shook her head and replied, "Not interested," Mengdie said. "All right then. If that's the case, your disciple can cultivate in peace now." Taking out an apple from the bag Chu Xiu gave him, he narrowed his eyes, grinned, and said, "Oh right, if Shifu's hungry, eat these, you're immortal now, can't skip meals." Mengdie turned her face away, looking annoyed, and replied, "Isn't this all because of you, you rebellious brat? One day I'm gonna kill you." Right as she finished talking, Mengdie got a smack on her butt from Chu Xiu, sending her stumbling, and she landed butt first right on the bed. Mengdie, pissed, turned around to glare daggers at Mengdie, while Chu, being the shameless dude he is, just turned his face away and said, "Shifu, you're being naughty again." Then he turned to leave, and continued, "Your disciple has laid down a killer formation in the back hall, so you better not try sneaking in. Your disciple still needs you to boost my cultivation talent, you know? If you kick the bucket, your disciple will be super bummed." Mengdie, now even more pissed, roared, "Chu Xiu, one day I, this venerable self, will chop you into 1,000,000 pieces, you rebellious brat." Scene changed to the back hall of the Dongfu. Mengdie was there, holding a book in his hand, silently studying it, one hand pointing at the cultivation technique book, the other holding up a Xianxia fruit. Mengdie was thinking, reputedly, from ancient times till now, the strongest cultivation technique under heaven, the divine grade Dao scripture, combined with the Xianxia fruit, plus the system's help. From now on in this Tianqiang continent, is there even going to be a cultivator with a more solid foundation than yours truly? Let me give you guys a bit of background info on this Xianxia fruit, alright? It's ranked as a heaven and earth treasure, immortal grade quality, and its use? Saint grade foundation building. After a cultivator chows it down, they can build a super solid foundation. Even regular Joes who eat this thing can reach the beyond realm, and their lifespan gets a 1,000-year bump. This fruit grows at the bottom of the Tianquo demon abyss, and only produces 3 fruits every 10,000 years. Legend has it that a saint lord from some holy sanctuary once took out 3 sets of heaven-grade cultivation techniques, 2 immortal-grade cultivation technique sets, just to trade for this creation life fruit, all to help his cherished juniors build a rock-solid foundation. Mengdie grabbed the Xianxia fruit, brought it to his mouth, and just bit and swallowed it to absorb all that goodness. Once it was inside him, it settled right in his stomach, and that's where the energy started to blaze. Mengdie tapped into the knowledge from that cultivation technique book and started channeling the Dao scripture. To remake his foundation establishment stage, the system popped up a message. Host's cultivation level is dropping. 8th level of foundation establishment, 6th level, 3rd level. Host's cultivation level has now reached the mortal stage. Once he hit the mortal stage, Chu Xiu's eyes snapped wide open. Just then, the system threw up a prompt. Host, want a breakthrough right now? No hesitation. Mengdie, of course, picked yes. The system then showed more info. Info verified. Host is cultivating the strongest foundation establishment technique, the Dao scripture. Increasing breakthrough point consumption is expected once per month, costing 100 breakthrough points per month. First month. Munch on the Xianxia fruit. Circulate the foundation establishment Dao scripture. Breakthrough to the first level of foundation establishment. Second month. Gobble down the Xianxia fruit. Circulate the foundation establishment Dao scripture. Breakthrough to the second level of foundation establishment. And so, month after month, Chu Xiu would level up one stage of foundation establishment. Lost in closed-door cultivation, he didn't even realize how many canth hours flew by. And now, intense Ling Qi was pouring out of Mengdie. Mengdie's eyes flashed open, bright as stars. Mengdie mused, "People often say life is all about destiny, that limits just know how to walk the path laid out by others, not realizing that smashing limits is the real path to a bright future. Danger hides opportunity. Destroy and rebuild. Between life and death lies immense terror, but also immense opportunity." One round of closed-door cultivation later, boom, 7 days had passed. Mengdie shot to his feet, and Ling Qi flooded the entire room. The system chimed in with a notification. Breakthrough sesh over. Host successfully hit level 10 of foundation establishment. Total breakthrough time, 10 months. Cost, 1,000 points. Host's current breakthrough points, nada. Just then, on top of the tower where Chu Xiu was doing his closed-door thing, a massive black tornado showed up. With golden lightning crackling around it, Mengdie yelled out excitedly. He broke through. Up in the sky above Yunha Peak, some crazy breakthrough phenomenon was going down. Black clouds were going nuts, swirling around, and thunder and lightning were booming all over the place. Totally epic. Sword Grief Peak. Right now, in a little pavilion on the mountaintop, a gorgeous lady was frowning at the weird phenomenon, thinking to herself, "This spiritual chi tide is crazy strong. Could it be that wench Chi Mengdie actually broke through? This girl is the peak lord of Heavenly Sword Peak, Liu Shui. Let's get back to Chu Xiu. He's still sitting there, quietly cultivating. Today's the day. My physical body and primordial chi accumulation maxes out. Today, I gotta use the peak foundation establishment realm to bust through these shackles. Ting. Detecting host realm breakthrough. Using peak foundation establishment level 10 to break through to the Wheel C realm, HMPH. Reward trigger mechanism, that's all it takes. Bring it on. Let me, this venerable one, see what kind of reward we're talking about." Right after saying that, he spun around once in the air and then unleashed a powerful punch into thin air, creating a terrifying shockwave that blew away the whole layer of pumice rock that was lying around below. Host has nailed the reward trigger mechanism. Congrats, host. You've got yourself the desolate, ancient sacred body. Reading the system notification, Chu Xiu just blanked out. WTF, what's this? Huanggu Holy Body. Heads up. Huanggu Holy Body requires a massive amount of resources. Holy Body fusing with host. Oog, you're loud. Fusion successful. Crap, I already broke through my cultivation limit. Leveling up already costs a ton, and now you throw in a Huanggu Holy Body. You sneaky system, what the heck are you trying to do? System explains. The upside of the Huanggu Holy Body is, back in the ancient times, it was invincible. Like, totally unbeatable at the same level. It's the human race's top-tier battle physique. The downside of the Huanggu Holy Body is, after ancient times, the rules of heaven and earth changed. Cultivating this thing is a resource black hole. Even if you squeezed a whole Holy Land dry, it's still super hard to succeed and can easily stall your cultivation. Bottom line, the Huanggu Holy Body is basically trash now. But hey, don't worry about it, just go for it. No resources? So what? Then go rob. If you can't rob the old guys, rob the young ones. Kill until no one dares to claim to be the boss anymore. Just convert resources into breakthrough points, and you'll definitely become a holy body. After reading the system's notification, Chu Xiu just scoffed. Dream on. Who knows how many points I'll even need to break through next time. Personal panel summary. Overall combat power assessment. 19 times stronger than cultivators at the same level. Well, since I've already fused with the Huanggu Holy Body, guess I'll just have to suck it up and keep cultivating. After deciding, he stroked his chin and smiled mischievously. Lucky for me, I've got my precious Shifu. Right after that, he ended his closed-door cultivation and stepped out of the back hall. In the front hall, sitting on the lotus-shaped main seat, Fairy Mengdie was chilling, eating an apple, looking super cute. Just then, Chu Xiu spoke up and asked, "How is it?" She kinda absent-mindedly replied, "Delicious." But then she snapped out of it and instantly changed her tune, glaring angrily. "Hey!" puffed. "You rebellious disciple!" puffed. Before she could finish, Chu Xiu was already all over her, hugging her tight, and said, "Shifu, not seeing you for a few days feels like ages." And then, he didn't forget to give her a gentle kiss on the shoulder. After the kiss, he casually dropped, "Shifu, haven't showered in a few days," which instantly made her face go dark. "Isn't it because you've been hogging the back hall? I wanted to shower, but couldn't." Truly, it's all this disciple's fault. If that's the case, let this disciple personally serve you with your bath, okay? Rest assured, Shifu, I won't dislike you. As he spoke, he grabbed her hand and dragged her towards the bathroom. Being dragged along, Fairy Mengdie could only helplessly cry out, "Rebellious disciple, what are you trying to do now?" A moment later, they were already in the bathroom. Chu Xiu, the rogue, pinned both her hands down on a stone slab and said, "As expected of the heavenly fragrance physique, the rumors are true. Even without showering for days, your body is still as clean as ever, fair, smooth, pure, and elegant." Hearing this, Fairy Mengdie just blushed shyly and stammered back, You rebellious disciple Shifu. Thanks you for that," she said sarcastically. "My disciple's aptitude is really too lacking. Let me personally scrub your back for you, okay?" "You really are a rebellious disciple," she said, turning her face away, panting, and just letting Chu Xiu do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, she froze, completely stunned. Someone's outside. Just then, a man's voice came from outside the hall. He looked like a scholar, standing outside the Dongfu door, asking into the room, "Junior Sister Mengdie, Have you finished your closed-door cultivation? This guy was the peak master of Heavenly Sword Peak. Tianxing, inside, Fairy Mengdie, who was trembling because Chu Xiu was scrubbing her back, stammered a reply. Senior brother Tianxing, please understand, something came up during my cultivation. I can't come out to see you today. System notification popped up. Damn, host, you're really evil, going this far with your Shifu. Special reward activated, profound weapon, Baisu sword. Outside, the Heavenly Sword Peak Master, holding a gourd bottle with intricate patterns, said, Junior sister, I have grade 7 healing pills specially made by junior brother Feng Dian. They can help you recover. Inside, Chu Xiu, as if doing it on purpose, scrubbed even faster and harder, making Fairy Mengdie pant and carefully choose her words to reply, No. No need, I'll be fine after a few days of rest. System notification popped up again. Essence refinement with Heavenly Fragrance Physique. Cultivation aptitude plus 100. Essence refinement with Heavenly Fragrance Physique. Cultivation aptitude plus 100. Hearing the rejection, the Heavenly Sword Peak Master looked disappointed, sighed, and said, All right then. Hey, junior martial sister, did you know that your disciple Chu Xiu declared a life and death duel with Zhang Meng from Tianjian Peak? I heard that disciple of yours is totally useless, talentless, and his cultivation is super weak. If he loses, Yunha Peak's reputation is going to take a hit, you know. Yeah, I know about it, but I can't be bothered to manage him. Whatever. Host's aptitude reached 617. Heaven grade, cultivation speed increased by 25 times. Well, alright, I'm sure you have your reasons, junior martial sister. I'm just being nosy. This tune, called Feng Chu Huang, I created it while moongazing these past few days, and today I'm gifting it to you. And just like that, the two Shifu and disciple were all cozy together, swaying to the melodious tune of the flute played by the Tianjian Peak Lord. Mengdie Xianxia was so embarrassed her face turned beet red, saying, You rebellious disciple? Thinking back to that embarrassing scene just now, Mengdie Xianxia was so ashamed she couldn't even look at anyone. Just now, I was actually chatting with senior martial brother Tianxing. Yeah, Chu Xiu chimed in, teasing her. Shifu, martial uncle Tianxing played so well, this disciple couldn't help but praise him. Hearing that, Mengdie Xianxia just replied with a single word, Scram. He then put on an even more sly grin, and continued, Shifu, based on our intimate relationship right now, it's totally cool if this disciple borrows some more of your cultivation resources, right? One fish, eaten twice, using one thing but getting double the benefits. Damn, host is savage. Actually planning to eat one fish twice. Host is taking and playing at the same time. Truly a scumbag. Rewarded with 500 breakthrough points. Mengdie Xianxia, pinned down by him, could only stare at him, with question marks all over her face. Is he planning to massage my back too? A moment later, Mengdie Xianxia, wrapped in a piece of cloth, was sitting cross-legged, cultivating in front of Chu Xiu. Looks like she rejected his request for more cultivation resources, but what's here are all grade 4 and grade 5 medicinal pills, pitifully few. Hearing that, she coldly replied, There's none left. Moreover, unless you break the seal for me, only then can I take out other heavenly treasures from my storage ring. Hearing that, he just waved his hand dismissively and slung a large bag of cultivation resources over his shoulder, leaving, Whatever, there are still 8,000 high-grade spirit stones. Better than nothing, I guess. Many thanks, Shifu. As Chu Xiu left, she thought to herself, Should I go ask Holy Master for help? Maybe she can help me break the seal. No, what if she can't break it? That rebellious disciple will sense the danger and run away. Thinking of this, her face paled in fear, and then she could only angrily slam her hand on the floor. Then wouldn't this seat have to be a mortal for life, eventually dying of old age? No, that's not the life of Mengdie. Right after, she reached into her chest and pulled out a mask. Luckily, before that rebellious disciple helped me break the seal, I secretly hid away a treasure. Good thing he didn't search my body, otherwise this bronze mask would definitely have been snatched away by him. Even though there's no way to recover my cultivation level right now, wearing it can still conceal the aura of a cultivator. As long as I don't come into contact with others, then no one will know my cultivation level is sealed. At least this way, I won't be chased and killed by enemies. Speaking of which, this mask seems to be the one Chu Lioma dropped when he was being hunted down, right? Sigh, what a pity that Chu Lioma only cultivated for a mere 100 years and could already be revered as a master. If he had cultivated the righteous path, why would he have ended up in such a situation? She then slowly put the mask on. Forget it, what's done is done. I should still think of a way to escape from the confinement of that rebellious disciple sooner, otherwise this world will all be under his control. Over on Chu Xiu's side, he seemed to sense that Mengdie had put on the mask, and let out an "oh" sound. Chu Xiu's Dongfu. He sat there stroking his chin, thinking to himself, Shifu finally put on the bronze mask, huh? All this disciple's hard work and effort wasn't for nothing. Wear it, wear it. Otherwise, how can this seat be at ease to develop myself in Kaisu Holy Land, my good Shifu? Thinking of Mengdie's alluring figure, he then pulled out the sword, gifted by the system, to take a look. The Bishu sword, rewarded by the system, even if it's not top grade, it's not too bad either. Mysterious weapon Bishu sword. From now until the life and death arena battle, there are only 3 days left. Time is tight. If I cultivate seriously, I can use it. Thinking it over, he formed a hand seal and circulated his sword cultivation method. Immediately after, a wisp of his spirit emerged from between his eyebrows, riding his flying sword and soaring away. The system then popped up a notification, "Congratulations, host, for comprehending Intent Realm. Intent seeking initiated." Just like that, Chu Xiu rode his flying sword, speeding away at full throttle. The further he went, the more intent he gained. Following that, system notifications kept popping up. 800 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, ding, 1,000 meters. Reaching this point, he suddenly changed direction, riding his sword straight up into the sky, piercing through layers of clouds. Ding! 9,999 meters. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. His eyes glowed, and inside, 2 concentric circles could be seen, and around him, strange phenomena arose unceasingly. Pillars of multicolored mysterious chi surrounded him. This is sword intent. Reaching out his hand in front of him, forming a hand seal, comprehend sword intent. A spirit then flew out from between his eyebrows, entering inside the ancient chi pillar. He's comprehending sword intent. Immediately after, he abruptly opened his eyes. A talisman symbol just flashed right between his eyebrows. Sword intent comprehension success. Boom! The notification board shows up. Congrats, host! You've successfully grasped the intent and snagged one of the primordial 5 great sword intents. The Heaven Slaughter sword intent. Heaven Slaughter sword intent type. Attributes. Defense. He read through the info and just grinned. Heaven Slaughter sword intent. Not bad, not bad. This sword intent is totally my style. Sweet. Back to my Dongfu. Gotta try using the system to level up this sword intent. After I level up this sword intent, I'm gonna wipe the floor with everyone in that deathmatch arena. Kaisu Holy Land, Kaisu Peak. A girl in next to nothing strolled out, like someone in the Holy Land was getting sword intent just now. Ooh, interesting. The Holy Master of Kaisu Holy Land suddenly spotted some weird stuff happening in the distance, and it freaked her out. Wait, that person actually comprehended 9,999 meters. No freaking way. 30,000 years ago, only that quasi-emperor sword god from Wuxia sword domain could even get close to that. Could it be that our Kaisu Holy Land is going to get a sword god too? Tianxing Peak, Life and Death Arena. At this point, a huge crowd of hot young cultivators had gathered there. Man, it's a real party here today. This dude sleepwalking over here is Zhang Lingyun, Tianxing Peak's top disciple Zhang Meng, who was standing right next to him, piped up, "Senior brother Lingyun, heard you've been in seclusion and made some big moves, breaking through to the Divine Ability Realm. Congrats, man." Divine Ability Realm? Pluffed, whatever. Nothing to write home about. Zhang Lingyun finally noticed her and turned his head. "Oh hey, junior sister Shu. Didn't expect to see you here. Thought you were too cool for school for boring events like this." Shu Tianjian, Tianjian Peak's star disciple, shot back coldly. "I'm the reason this whole thing is happening. Duh, of course I'm gonna watch. Chu Xiu and I are kinda know each other, I guess. I'd rather he didn't die here." Hearing that, he scowled, totally pissed. Seriously, what's so special about that loser Chu Xiu that junior sister Shu was even bothering to defend him? Zhang Meng chimed in. "Like, senior sister, you can't save a guy who's got a death wish, you know?" Haha, Chu Xiu's such a weakling, and he still dares to mess with senior brother Zhang Meng. Dude's got a death wish for sure. One of the suck-ups piped up, then the other suck-up started chiming in too. Totally. Where is he? Is he chickening out or what? Seriously though, how could anyone from Xianxia Peak even stand having such a loser as their head disciple? Suddenly, out of nowhere, this girl with a major attitude, totally cold as ice, yelled, "Sucking up to the big guys and kicking down at the little guys, getting your jollies from making fun of people." Turns out, this girl was Tao Yao, Xianxia Peak's 5th senior sister. "Is that what your peak master taught you losers?" The crowd behind her suddenly recognized her and yelled, "Whoa, it's Xianxia Peak's 5th senior sister, Tao Yao." She actually came to see this. Then everyone started chanting, "Senior sister Tao Yao, senior sister Tao Yao." Suddenly, one of those guys looked up at the sky, saw something, and shouted, "Chu Xiao's here." And from the other direction, Chu Xiu shows up, face like stone, all cool and collected. Slowly cruising in on his little flying boat, Tao Yao saw him and bolted over, yelling, "Big brother! Your little junior sister is here too!" "Big brother? With your junior sister here, no one's gonna touch a single hair on your head." Chu Xiu patted her head and said, "Relax, I've got this. I'm good, won't get a scratch. Hey, about 20 days ago when you went into seclusion, it totally broke my heart, you know? You were so worried about me. I get it, I don't blame ya." After saying that, Chu Xiu shot a side-eye at that tough girl Shu Tianzhen. She's the goddess all those simps are drooling over. She's alright, I guess, but her cultivation is kinda meh, right? Seeing Chu Xiao giving her this weird look, she thought to herself, wait, why does Chu Xiao seem like a totally different dude now? Meanwhile, two sneaky bastards were huddled together, scheming, "Bro, Tao Yao's here, should we just off him later? Deathmatch arena, who cares if he dies? Does that Tao Yao chick think she can just wave her hand and stop us? Don't sweat it, bro. I'm gonna give him a real welcome." After they finished plotting, he hopped onto the arena, spread his arms like he owned the place, and yelled, "Yo, Chu Xiu, if you're here, let's get this show on the road. Gotta beat you down quick. I've got cultivation to get back to." Chu Xiao heard that and just snickered like, "Whoa there, buddy. Hold your horses. I've got something to say first." Then, right there in front of everyone, he pulls out this green bottle, holds it up, and says all loud and clear, "Hey, junior brothers and sisters, you guys didn't just stroll over here to watch this throwdown, right? Can't let you leave empty-handed. So check it out, I got a bottle of 7th grade Heaven Profound pills here, 6 of them, top-notch stuff. How about we make things a little interesting with a bet?" Right as Chu Xiu finished talking, bam, system notification pops up, host is seriously sneaky. Playing dumb to trick the strong and steal their stuff, gained 300 system breakthrough points. Chu Xiu read that and just broke into this totally evil grin. And over in the crowd, they totally lost it when they heard Chu Xiu mention 7th grade pills. Wait, is that the legendary 7th grade Heaven Profound pill? Dude, I heard that pill can supercharge your divine ability learning speed, and there's a good chance for top-tier divine ability realm guys to even jump to the minor saint realm. Seriously, that strong? Standing way off, that sword dude Ling Yun sniffed out something good and was all polite asking, "How do you want to bet?" But in his head, the sneaky bastard was thinking, "Perfect timing! I just broke through to the spirit severing realm a few days ago and I'm desperate for pills." Who knew that Chu Xiu, the good-for-nothing, would actually bring this divine medicine right to my doorstep? Standing next to Chu Xiu, Tao Yao was all worried, trying to talk him out of it. "Senior Marshal brother, if Shifu finds out about this huge bet you're making, he's totally gonna punish you." Hearing that sword guy, Ling Yun, ask, Chu Xiu stroked his chin and looked at the bottle in his hand with this sly look, saying, "The value of 6 top-notch level 7 heaven mystery pills is probably something you guys haven't quite grasped yet. This elder from the Tianxing Peak here definitely knows, right?" When Chu Xiu suddenly asked him, that Tianxing Peak elder was completely dumbfounded, like he didn't get a single thing, and just stared at him before blurting out, "Huh." Realizing he'd just made a fool of himself, the old dude faked a cough and then announced loudly, "This medicinal pill is priceless. If we were to auction it, each one would fetch at least 1 million top-grade spirit stones, so 6 of them would be 6 million top-grade spirit stones." Hearing that price, everyone got all itchy, knowing level 7 pills were expensive, but not this crazy expensive. Where the heck would we get that many top-grade spirit stones? Just like the rest of the crowd, that sword guy Ling Yun was also deep in thought, his face all serious. What should I bet? What could possibly be worth that many top-grade spirit stones? Meanwhile, Chu Xiu stood in the middle of the arena, arms wide like some cheesy salesman, trying to rope everyone in. "Hey, no need to get all tense. If one person can't afford it, you can all chip in together. After the match, you can just split the loot based on how much each of you contributed. Easy peasy." Hearing what Chu Xiu said, everyone's faces lit up and they looked at each other, all happy. "Right? We can totally pool our resources? Yeah, that's a brilliant idea." No sooner said than done. Everyone started pulling out every spirit stone and precious treasure they had on them and throwing it down as bets. "I'm in. Me too. I bet Senior Marshal brother Chu Xiu loses." "Same here. Chu Xiu's gonna lose." Hold on, everyone. Just chill and sit down." Looking at the mountain of treasures and spirit stones in front of him, Chu Xiu couldn't stop grinning like a Cheshire cat. "Just as I predicted, everyone's betting on me to lose. This time, I'm gonna make a killing." Standing beside him, the elder stared at the pile of goodies, his eyes practically glued to them. "Man, this is all good stuff." Then, Chu Xiao stood up, all cheerful, and told the crowd, "All right, I declare the betting agreement officially set. We've got the elder from the Tianxing department here to oversee it, so no one's gonna try any funny business. Hearing Chu Xiu, the elder nodded in agreement. With that, he stomped his foot and leaped onto the life and death arena, ready to rumble with that Zhang Meng dude. Seeing Chu Xiu jump onto the stage, Zhang Meng crossed his arms, a mocking grin on his face. Heh, Chu Xiu, you good for nothing. Your luck has finally run out. Hearing that, Chu Xiu shot back with a cold, bloodthirsty gaze. Bring it on! Since we're on the life and death arena, let's not talk about walking away alive. Right after, the elder announced, I declare the life and death battle begins. Instantly, a golden barrier sprang up, mainly to stop the fighters from running away, and to prevent anyone outside from jumping in to help. Over on the side, after seeing the barrier go up, that sword guy Ling Yun couldn't help but smile smugly, all pleased with himself. The show's about to start. Back on the arena, Zhang Meng lowered his body, a sinister smile on his face as he continuously unleashed lightning Q. I'm at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm now. Beating a 4th level Qi refining trash like Chu Xiu is as easy as squashing an ant, don't you think? With that, he stomped his foot down hard, cracking the arena floor. Then he leaped up and shot towards Chu Xiu like a rocket. A kick accompanied by lightning was launched, aiming straight for Chu Xiu's temple. But out of nowhere, Chu Xiu just leaned back gently and dodged that deadly strike. Then he stomped his foot on the ground and kept jumping backward to create some distance. Seeing this, Zhang Meng was a bit surprised, but he still acted tough, saying, heh, not bad speed. But how about this? As he spoke, he gathered his strength, accumulating lightning Qi in his palm, shaping it into swords. Then, with a powerful swing, he hurled them towards Chu Xiu, not forgetting to yell, see how you dodge this? Facing the 3 swords that were flying towards him like lightning bolts, Chu Xiu just glanced at them nonchalantly. Then he leaned back again, easily dodging all of them. Just like that, the 3 swords went straight into the arena floor. Lightning erupted like crazy, screaming loud enough to make your ears bleed. The onlookers outside had all sorts of reactions, mostly just being amazed by Zhang Meng's power. Please heavens, let my senior martial brother be okay. Zhang Meng's attacks are so brutal. Every move is a decisive strike. If you just defend, you're bound to lose. Even if Chu Xiu's movement technique is fast, there's no way he can beat his opponent. Chu Xiu's definitely done for. Back on the arena, Zhang Meng suddenly went berserk and charged in for an attack, gathering lightning into his fist strikes. But Chu Xiu dodged them all with incredible ease, so effortlessly. He even stuck his tongue out to taunt his opponent. Come on and hit me. Seeing Chu Xiu like that, Zhang Meng gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, this damn guy is like an eel, so slippery I can't get a hold of him. Can't let this drag on. Thinking this, he channeled lightning into the great sword behind him, and slowly pulled it out. Quick battle, quick victory, that's the plan right now. Right away, swinging the great sword, he dashed forward, summoning a layer of black mist to surround, blocking all of Chu Xiu's escape routes. Like this, just one full-power lightning strike should end this fight instantly. Chu Xiu on his side, the old fox, just glanced and saw through his plan. He wants to use sword Kui to block me. Perfect timing to test out my new weapon's feel. Thinking this, Chu Xiu slowly drew the azure blood sword from its sheath, lightly swinging his sword. Unexpectedly, that black mist layer surrounding him was like paper, tearing wherever the azure blood sword went. Not bad. After easily destroying the black mist, Chu Xiu quickly jumped out, exposing his unguarded back to that Zhang Meng dude. Seizing the opportunity, HMPH waste, finally showing an opening, go die. That trash Zhang Meng tossed aside his bulky great sword, and while shouting he rushed towards Chu Xiu and immediately unleashed a full-force kick straight for his face, without another word. Raising his hand to block Zhang Meng's kick, Chu Xiu sinisterly grinned. Gotcha, I am the ancient desolate holy body. Although it's not yet mastered, in close combat I'm basically invincible in the same realm. Immediately swinging the azure blood sword, as fast as lightning, a sharp slash like a blood dragon drinking water sliced across Zhang Meng's neck, making him blank out, stunned, and fall backwards. How could this be? How is this possible? With a thud, his body powerlessly fell to the arena floor at the same time as his great sword clattered down. The entire spectator area went silent. Everyone was deathly still, stunned in disbelief. Zhang Meng was actually killed by Chu Xiu just like that. As for that sword freak Ling Yun, his face twisted like a walnut, cursing angrily in his heart. Damn it. After a life-or-death battle with Zhang Meng, Chu Xiu actually killed him. The protective formation also slowly started to lower. The crowd watching started to chatter in shock. How is this possible? Zhang Meng actually lost. How could a Qi refining stage 4th level like Chu Xiu dominate and kill a Qi refining peak? Wasn't Chu Xiu's cultivation crippled just 20 days ago? How the heck did this happen today? At this moment, on the arena, The elder of Tianxing Peak held a scroll and loudly announced, "I declare, life or death arena. Chu Xiu wins." As soon as the announcement finished, the disciples below all wailed, clutching their heads. "Ah, my 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. I lost a mysterious grade weapon. Damn it, never betting again." Unexpectedly, on this side, Chu Xiu dramatically spat out a mouthful of blood, acting deep. That Tao Yao junior sister saw this and anxiously ran over. Senior brother, are you okay? Junior sister will help you to the true disciple seats. Senior brother, cough. If you want to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, you have to act more convincingly. Can't let them see any openings. Cough. Hey. Sorry everyone, junior brothers and sisters, your mysterious grade weapons, medicinal pills, natural treasures, spirit stones, are all this big brothers now. Standing nearby and seeing Tao Yao help Chu Xiu walk away, that sword freak Ling Yun evilly thought in his head, HMPH, Chu Xiu's injuries are not light, huh? Don't rush, you beat me today, but I'll make you spit it all out. Having thought up his plan, he turned to instruct the guy beside him, Chen Linfei. You go up for the next match? Yes. This guy's name is Chen Linfei, a core disciple of Tianjian Peak. Following that guy's instructions, he flew over on his sword, going to challenge Chu Xiu. Hold on, brother Chu, dare to fight me one round. Tao Yao saw him being so unreasonable and got angry. Don't you see senior brother Chu Xiu is injured? Asking for a rematch now, what are you even thinking? Hearing this, that sword freak Ling Yun interjected, Junior sister Tao Yao, those words are a bit much. Since it's a life-or-death arena, it's inevitable to be challenged by experts from all sides. Not to mention, Chu Xiu just won so many resources from everyone in one match, it's bound to be a bit of luck. Saying that, everyone is bound to be a little unconvinced. Right now everyone's hyped up, why not let Chu Xiu and Chen Linfei have a match? As for betting, it's still the same. If Chu Xiu wins again, everyone will be truly convinced of their loss. Let's see how you dodge this. So do you dare to bet or not? The senior brother of Yunha Peak isn't going to chicken out, is he? Looking at him like that, Chu Xiu felt like he was looking at an idiot. This kid is picking a fight, but this kind of fight is exactly what I want. Good job, bro. After praising him in his mind, Chu Xiu spoke up. Right now I'm injured, and I'm only Qi. Refining stage 4th level, fighting a spirit bridge stage 1st level is very dangerous, so the stakes have to be increased by at least 30%. System notification pops up, holy moly. Host, you are truly cunning, sinister, sly, and greedy. System reward, 200 breakthrough points. Jian Yunling was thrilled to bits hearing Chu Xiu's words. Good. As expected, greed without strength is the root of all evil. If you want to die, don't come crying to me. Xu Tianzhen, hearing this, wearily sighed to himself. Doesn't this Chu Xiu guy know when to quit while he's ahead? Immediately, Chu Xiu excitedly banged the gong. Hey, come on over here. Chu Xiu's life and death arena rematch. Want to recoup your losses? Want to make a comeback? Another round for a chance to strike it rich? Seeing this, the crowd went wild and rushed to bet, hoping to win back everything and then some. This time they upped their bets by several times more than before. Chu Xiu's taking on a Divine Bridge Realm cultivator this time. No chance he wins. Right, he just had a major battle, he's weakened. Bet the house on Chu Xiu losing. While wiping blood off, Chu Xiao smirked and said, He folks, my riches, it's all thanks to you guys. Right after, the Tianxing Peak elder waved his hand and declared loudly, Life and death duel, Chu Xiu vs Chen Linfei, officially begins. The moment he finished speaking, the protective formation went live. Standing outside, Tao Yao nervously pressed her hands together and asked Chu Xiu, Senior martial brother, you sure about this? Hearing this, he confidently smirked and replied, Chill out. On the arena, Chen Linfei started speaking now. I didn't want to fight you to begin with, but I've got my own issues. Oh, what's the issue? Thinking of his junior martial sister who's sick at home, he said. My junior martial sister was seriously injured on a mission, and she needs a really rare and precious treasure to save her life, but senior martial brother Ling Yun has that treasure. For my junior martial sister's sake, I have to fight for Ling Yun. So all I can do is apologize. Blades have no eyes. If you die, don't hold it against me. That's a really touching story, but, sorry, since we're in the life and death arena, life and death are out the window. Right after saying that, Chu Xiu used his lightning-fast movement technique after images zipped around the arena, creating 7 of them. Before Chen Linfei could figure out what was happening, clang! A slash packed with terrifying power came flying. He barely managed to block it. Shocked by Chu Xiu's insane power, he spun around in panic and screamed, You actually pulled a sneak attack. I'll look after your junior martial sister for ya, rest easy. Blown away by Chu Xiao's speed, before he could even react, thunk! Chu Xiu had already run him through. He wasn't done yet. Chu Xiu instantly gathered spiritual power in his hand. He launched a palm strike, smashing his bones and sending him flying into the protective barrier. The crowd watching went wild, their hearts pounding in their chests. What? From inside the protective formation, Chu Xiu sneered. You gotta remember, villains die because they talk too much, so I don't like to yap. As he spoke, Chu Xiu sheathed his sword, turned to face the crowd's reaction. Right now, everyone was white as a ghost. How is this possible? Chu Xiu's just at Qi refining level 4. How does it seem like he's totally dominating Chen Linfei, and the other guy can't even fight back? That move Chu Xiu just used, Xuan grade movement technique Shadow Stream, mastering 7 afterimages. That's already great perfection. I lost again. This time I'm completely cleaned out. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bet. I just borrowed 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and it's all gone just like that? Damn it. What's the point of living? Might as well just end it all. Those were all my hard-earned treasures. Unlike the crowd who were losing their shirts and crying for their moms, meanwhile, Chu Xiu was happily bragging to his junior martial sister, senior martial brother, "You're amazing, haha, just so-so, no biggie, not bad, what a perfect day. Oops, my storage ring's full. Hey, junior martial sister, you got a minute? Help me carry this stuff back." "Sure thing, senior martial brother, leave it to me." "Alright, thanks a lot, junior martial sister." When Chu Xiu offered her a bag of spirit stones, Tao Yao immediately declined. "Senior brother, you keep it. It's nothing. Top-tier heavenly Shuan pill. Smells incredible. Don't you guys want to sniff?" Right after Chu Xiu said that, someone got so pissed they almost coughed up blood. Just be human already. You didn't come for a fight, you came for a shopping spree. Alright then, if that's the case, this senior brother of yours can scram now, right? Having said his piece, he moseyed on over to his little boat. Ding. System notification. Host, you're seriously both wicked and convenient. Truly a born villain. Rewarding you with 200 breakthrough points. Watching Chu Xiu leave, Tao Yao couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry in her heart. Da Shixiong, you've offended Jian Langyun today. That guy's got a deep game, you absolutely gotta be careful, can't underestimate him at all. Back in Chu Xiu's Dongfu, he spread all his loot and spirit stones from the bed on the floor, muttering to himself, "This time I won a total of 16 million spirit stones worth of stuff. Wonder how many breakthrough points I can get for this." Thinking it over, Chu Xiu grabbed a saber and offered it to the system for conversion. Low-grade saber of inferior quality being exchanged immediately. The notification popped up, and Chu Xiu almost coughed up blood reading it. Consumed low-grade saber of inferior quality. Gained 1 breakthrough point. Only 1 point. Seriously, system, are you bugging out? Last time I used some trash equipment, I got 5 breakthrough points. Why the heck did it drop to 1 this time? The system then dropped 3 more notifications to explain. As the host's cultivation level increases, the quality of items needed for breakthrough points will also increase. However, breakthrough points also have quality distinctions. Host using low-quality items to accumulate breakthrough points. Well, gotta say sorry about that. Also, spirit stones cannot be directly exchanged for breakthrough points. Don't ask. Asking means I don't want to calculate the ratio. After reading the notifications, Chu Xiu cursed under his breath. You damn dog thing, if that's how it is, then I'll pick out some cheap junk, sell it at Zhubao Feng, then buy high-quality stuff to exchange. Only that way can I maximize the profit. Just as he was mulling this over, Chu Xiu sensed something and let out a surprised, "Huh." Across the way, there's a sense of connection. Is Shizun talking to someone? Over at Kai Su Feng, "Holy Lord, are you saying Chu Xiu went into the deepest part of the initial origin ground and found the legendary initial sword intent? How is that possible? My disciple's aptitude is trash. Forget finding the initial sword intent. Just him being able to enter the initial origin ground is already super difficult." Hearing this, the Holy Lord said with absolute certainty, "That night, this old one personally witnessed it right here. Mengdie, has your disciple's temperament shown any changes recently, Holy Lord? Are you suspecting he's been body snatched?" This old one initially thought so too, but then quickly dismissed it. For you to be able to perform soul departure and body snatching, you'd need at least the Lesser Saint Realm cultivation. To cultivate to the Lesser Saint Realm, one would naturally have their own will. The initial origin ground can only be entered once in a lifetime. Even someone who's body snatched can't go against the supreme rules, so this old one isn't suspecting Chu Xiu of being body snatched. Then if my disciple wasn't body snatched, how did he get to the deepest part of the initial origin ground? Hearing this, the Holy Lord said gravely, "Perhaps he obtained some heaven-defying opportunity. Mengdie, you must nurture this disciple well. In the future, our Kai-Su Holy Land might just have one more quasi-emperor-level sword god. I understand. Mengdie said this with her mouth, but her thoughts were different. Nurture him well. How am I even supposed to nurture him? I'm practically being turned into that rebellious brat's cultivation experience cheat. At a corner on the other side, Chu Xiu had overheard their entire conversation, chuckling to himself. My good Shizun, since Kai Suzy has spoken up, then please, let's have another deep exchange. At this moment, Chu Xiu was inside Mengdie's Cloud Dream Butterfly abode, looking at his Shizun wearing a mask and lying seductively on her main seat. He spoke up. Shizun, this disciple has come to seek your guidance again. Hearing this, Mengdie Immortal just snorted coldly and asked unhappily, Rebellious disciple, why did you deceive your teacher? Isn't it obvious what matter this disciple is hiding from Shizun? It's naturally about you finding the sword intent. Suddenly lunging forward, he wrapped his arms around her waist. Chu Xiu let out a surprised, Oh, Shizun, how did you know? While trying to pry Chu Xiu's hands off, Mengdie Immortal said, The Holy Lord is a Holy King Realm overlord who controls the laws of space. When you found the intent, the fluctuations naturally couldn't escape his notice. So that's how it is, then what? Is the Holy Land going to heavily nurture this peerless genius? Avoiding his gaze, she slowly replied, In the Kai-Su Holy Land, there are no free resources. Even if you were the ancient great emperor reborn, you'd still have to rely on your own strength to fight and snatch them. Flowers grown in a greenhouse can't withstand the wind and rain. This disciple understands. Suddenly, Chu Xiu made a bold move, sitting up and lifting her chin. So, isn't this relying on my own strength to obtain resources? Knowing what he was definitely going to do, Mengdie Immortal said with a frightened look. Rebellious disciple, no. Not today. I'm already here. And I don't have anything else to do anyway. Please, Shizun, help this disciple improve his aptitude. Mengdie Immortal was so angry her head was practically steaming. Damn it! You act like I have a choice in this. Following that, what had to come, came. Chu Xiu leaned down and planted one on her. Ding! Immediate notification. Host is truly wicked, even going as far as dual cultivation with Shizun, triggering a special reward once again. 1 bottle of 6th grade crane crest poison fluid. Cultivation aptitude plus 100. Following that, Mengdie was completely under Chu Xiu's control, pressed face down onto the bed, her unwilling hands clenching the bedsheets tightly, her mouth panting uncontrollably. Ding! Cultivation aptitude plus 100. Cultivation aptitude plus 100. Cultivation aptitude plus 100. 3 hours later, by now, Chu Xiu had finished his business, getting dressed to leave, while Mengdie was still dazed, not having fully recovered. Host's aptitude has reached 917, heaven grade. Cultivation speed increased by 31 times. Host's cultivation is only half a step away from the 5th layer of the Wheel C realm. Please continue to improve and persevere. Heh. Reading the notification, Chu Xiu mused. The effect is getting worse and worse, huh? The heavenly fragrance physique shouldn't be this useless. Could it be because Shizun's cultivation is sealed? Maybe next time I'll try again after the seal is lifted? Thinking of this, Chu Xiu suddenly shook his head. Nah, that's way too dangerous. Following that, Chu Xiu turned around, clasped his hands in a bow. Shizun has worked hard today. This disciple will take his leave first. Hearing this, she remained silent, without any expression, but in her heart she was seething. Rebellious disciple. There will be a day this old one will chop you into 1,000 pieces. Late at night, at Jubao Pavilion. As soon as Chu Xiu stepped inside, 2 guards noticed him, whispering amongst themselves, Isn't that the direct disciple of Yun Haifeng? Chu Xiu. Heard he won 2 consecutive matches in the life and death arena today. I heard that rumor too. At this moment, from inside the pavilion, a charming young woman walked out with small steps, greeting him. Inner disciple of Zhu Baofeng, Chu Xiaoran greets senior brother Chu Xiu. Senior brother Chu has come to sell items, correct? Lifting her chin slightly, Chu Xiu let out an, oh. How did junior sister know this senior brother came to sell items? Could it be that junior sister knows mind-reading techniques? Today, senior brother displayed divine might in the life and death arena, winning countless treasures and spirit stones. This news has spread throughout the entire Holy Land. Now that you've come to Jubao Pavilion, it's naturally easy to guess that you're here to sell those items. Extending her hand, Xiao Ran said, Please follow me inside, senior brother. Looking at her from behind, Chu Xiu thought to himself, I just arrived at Jubao Pavilion, and this woman proactively appeared and invited me in, deliberately trying to get close to me. What exactly is her intention? A moment later. At this time, Chu Xiu was carefully selecting the treasures he needed. Xiao Ran stood behind him, watching with continuous doubt. Strange, after entering Jubao Pavilion, senior brother Chu only picked up ordinary items to play with. He hasn't bought anything, and I have no idea what he's thinking. On the other side, Chu Xiu stared intently at a medicinal herb, thinking, a mundane weapon is worth 50 high-grade spirit stones and can be exchanged for 2 breakthrough points. A mundane spirit herb of the same value can be exchanged for 10 points. A second-grade yuan qi pill can be exchanged for 15. Could it be that the higher the concentration of yuan qi in an item, the more breakthrough points it can be exchanged for? Then what would happen if I use something with the most concentrated yuan qi in the world, like those human cultivators exchanged with the system? Wouldn't that give me the maximum breakthrough points? Ding. Immediate notification. Holy crap, host is a genius. You actually figured out such a sneaky thing. Truly a villain of destiny. Receive system reward. Earth-grade profound silver flying shuttle. Such a bold idea, but unfortunately, living beings cannot be exchanged for breakthrough points. Alright? It seems I misjudged. Why did I feel like there was a flash of light in his eyes just now? Suddenly, Chu Xiu turned to look at her and said, Junior Sister Chu, I want to buy medicinal pills, the kind that restores true essence yuan qi. Get me 15 million high-grade spirit stones worth. Hearing this, she was taken aback. What does he need so many yuan qi recovery pills for? Is he planning to bathe in yuan qi? Alright, it's just worthless stuff anyway. If senior brother Chu likes it, then please take it. Placing a bag of spirit stones in her hand, Chu Xiu said, Here are 100 high-grade spirit stones. You take them. I don't like owing anyone. Let's go downstairs to check the goods. Wait, senior brother Chu, junior sister Chu, is there something else? At this moment she looked hesitant and embarrassed, not daring to meet Chu Xiu's eyes, and said, I have something I'd like to ask senior brother to help with. The old fox Chu Xiu saw through it instantly. Sure enough, she has something she wants from me. A moment later, Xiao Ran was serving Chu Xiu, massaging his shoulders. Seeing her like this, he said, Junior sister, what is it you wanted from me? If it's too complicated, then no need to say it. Hearing these words, she forced a smile and mumbled an mum. Senior brother, do you know about the Kaisu Divine Pagoda? Of course I know. That Taisu Divine Pagoda was the natal emperor weapon of the Taisu Emperor Lord back in the day. It was both offensive and defensive, capable of encompassing all things. After the Emperor Lord passed away, he placed it atop Taisu Peak. It's not just the supreme treasure protecting the Taisu Holy Land, but also the best place for disciples of all generations to train. The Divine Pagoda tests and refines disciples' combat strength, talent, power, willpower, and Dao heart. The higher you climb, the more valuable the rewards you obtain. The matter I want to ask for senior brother's help with this time just so happens to be related to the Taisu Divine Pagoda. Senior brother probably knows that one of the 3 great secret realms of the Taisu Holy Land, the Desolate Yao Secret Realm, is opening in less than a month. Recently, I've been busy cultivating and haven't paid attention to anything else, but I've heard that the Desolate Yao Secret Realm is a good place to find treasures. Senior brother, if you want to enter the Desolate Yao Secret Realm, you have to go to the Taisu Divine Pagoda and participate in its trials. In the trials, the top 300 disciples in the Wheel Sea Realm and the top 100 disciples in the Divine Bridge Realm will obtain the qualifications to enter the Secret Realm. Senior brother has very few opponents of the same level. If you enter the Taisu Divine Pagoda, you will definitely be able to rank within the top 300, and what Xiao Ran wants to ask. Saying this, she paused, then leaned closer to Chu Xiu's ear and continued seductively, Can senior brother help me? Hearing this, Chu Xiu looked at her and replied, Of course. At Chu Xiu's Dongfu, a massive energy vortex suddenly appeared on the rooftop, accompanied by flickering lightning, and spiritual qi from all directions was being drawn towards it. The system displayed notifications. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 5th layer of the Wheel Sea Realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 6th layer of the Wheel Sea Realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 7th layer of the Wheel Sea Realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea Realm. Chu Xiu asked the system coldly, What are the conditions for me to break through to the 10th layer extreme of the Wheel Sea Realms? The system replied, The treasure needed to break through to the 10th layer of the Wheel Sea Realm has not yet been found on the host. Unfortunately, the host's breakthrough has failed. Please collect the Myriad Medicine Spirit Nectar, the Bodhi Divine Flower, and the Soul Infant Yao Fruit. These are the 3 rare treasures needed for the breakthrough. Chu Xiu immediately facepalmed in frustration, thinking to himself, These 3 things are all rare and hard to find treasures in the world. They're all immortal grade. All the kind that are discovered but never found. And there's nowhere to buy them. Even if someone was willing to sell, the price would be astronomical. I simply don't have the money to buy them, and I can't just go and rob them either. But without them, I have no way to break through further, and without that power, when will I ever be able to get my revenge? At this moment, something Chu Xiu suddenly remembered was what Chu Xiaoran had said before. Senior brother Chu. Many years ago, a disciple of our Holy Land brought out a half-rotten soul infant Yao fruit from inside the desolate Yao secret realm. Then I have no choice but to go to the Taisu Divine Pagoda and see. 3 days later, the sound of a bell echoed atop Taisu Peak. Disciples from all 28 peaks flocked over, all busily riding flying boats straight towards the Taisu Divine Pagoda, as crowded as a festival. At this moment, standing in front of the Taisu Divine Pagoda were 2 people talking to each other. Once every 30 years, the grand gathering is truly lively. I wonder if any disciples will break any records this time. At this moment, appearing on the stone tablet was Su Shui, an inner disciple of Dao Yun Peak, ascending the Wheel C tablet, 78th level, ranking 7th on the Wheel C tablet. Aptitude: Middle Immortal, Comprehension; Upper Immortal, Strength; Lower Immortal, Temperament; Upper Heaven, Combat Strength. Heaven grade. Oh, another Wheel C realm disciple ranked in the top 10 already. Elder Huang continued. Old man, who do you think looks promising? I think Ye Fan is quite good. This child has extremely high potential, a solid foundation, and his talent, strength, and luck are all excellent. In the future, he will surely become a regional powerhouse, glorifying our Taisu Holy Land. This old man was an elder of Taisu Peak, also known as Old Man Huang, and the beautiful woman beside him was also an elder of Taisu Peak. Mo Fei Yan of Nandao, her eyes full of anticipation as she looked at the crowd of disciples standing below, said, Ye Fan, huh? To be praised so highly by Old Man Huang, that's rare indeed. Truly something to look forward to. At this moment, in the sky above Taisu Peak, thousands of flying boats of various colors were gathering in front of the Taisu Divine Pagoda, and among them, a flying boat emitting a blood-colored light flashed past all the other flying boats in a whoosh, heading straight for the pagoda's entrance. Such speed immediately caught Mo Fei Yan's attention, and she asked, Old Man Huang, that's so fast. Who is that? That's the direct disciple of Yun Haifeng, Chu Xiu, I believe. And Chu Xiu, holding the azure blood sword, looking cool and aloof, a cold-blooded boy, slowly appeared and arrived at the landing in a flash. Chu Xiu jumped off the flying boat and walked towards the gathering area. Brother Chu was immediately startled when he saw 2 women talking to each other on the other side. You've done very well, my disciple. This teacher is very proud of you. Shifu, I did it! This girl in the green dress was Su Shu, the direct disciple of Dao Yun Peak, and the one whose name had appeared on the Taisu Divine Pagoda's stone tablet earlier. And the woman in the white dress was Su Shu's Shifu, Elder Yang of Dao Yun Peak. The people around them happily congratulated Su Shu on her achievement. Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations, Elder Yang! And this is Yen Fan, the direct disciple of Tianjian Peak, the young man praised highly by Old Man Huang of Taisu Peak. He looked extremely excited at seeing Su Shu's achievement. I must also advance to the Divine Bridge realm. I must be determined to get into the top 10 so that the Taisu Divine Pagoda will ring the golden bell for me. But the person Chu Xiu had been paying attention to all this time was Ye Fan, not Su Shui. Chu Xiu suddenly appeared behind Ye Fan and asked, Who are you, startling Ye Fan? He then hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed to Chu Xiu, saying, So it's senior brother of Yun Haifeng. This junior is Ye Fan. Chu Xiu looked at Ye Fan, thinking to himself, This guy's name really screams main character. And not only that, his luck is ridiculously heaven-defying. Could this guy really be the protagonist? Chu Xiu immediately put on a welcoming act. Yay bro, super glad to meet you. But, how did you know about me? That's cause everyone's talking about how you won a ton of spirit stones at Tianxing Peak. Plus, you're taking down dudes way above your level in fight after fight. Your name is ringing like a bell. Oh, you flatter me. It's nothing, really, nothing to write home about. Nothing to write home about? Yi Fan was kinda surprised by Chu Xiu's easygoing personality, his approachability, and his modesty. He was quietly pretty pleased, thinking, This Chu Xiu Shixiong is so chill, perfect for being buddies. And Chu Xiu was all smiles too, thinking, This Ye Fan bro is straightforward, a good guy to be friends with. Gonna suck all his luck dry. See folks? Can't judge a book by its cover. Someone smiles at you but could be plotting against you. Trusting folks too easily is just asking for trouble. Just then, the stone tablet lit up with a notification. Xianxia Peak, true disciple, possesses Lun-Hai 9th layer peak cultivation. First layer assessment begins. Getting the notification, Chu Xiu immediately turned to Ye Fan, cupping his fist in a respectful bow. Ye bro, it's my turn for the assessment. Maybe we'll meet again if fate allows. Chu bro for sure. Definitely passed the assessment with flying colors. Saying goodbye to Ye Fan, Chu Xiu casually strolled up the stone steps, heading straight for the Kai Suzi Divine Pagoda. The huge doors opened automatically for Chu Xiu, then slammed shut behind him. Pitch black inside. This was the first layer of the Kai Suzi Divine Pagoda. Chu Xiu had barely walked a bit when he saw a bunch of glowing red eyes staring right at him. Seemed like a pack of wild wolves. And yep, there they were. A pack of nasty wolves with pointy teeth, snarling and ready to pounce on Chu Xiu and chomp him good. Get rid of the hunger? Chu Xiu smirked, calmly pulling out the azure blood sword. Sounding a little disappointed, he said, "Oh, just a bunch of mutts here to greet me, huh?" As soon as he finished talking, the mutts, the wild wolves, came charging at Chu Xiu, ready to attack. Chu Xiu moved instantly, as fast as lightning. All you saw was the azure blood sword flashing left and right, and 3 big wolves went flying, heads separated from bodies. Talk about easy. These little doggies are no match for bro Chu. Face full of confidence, smirking to himself. Just a bunch of Lun-Hai realm beasts. Next floor, bring it on. Time flew by. 3 days later, Chu Xiu had already climbed to the 67th floor of the Kai Suzi Divine Pagoda. Here, he ran into a hot, seductive babe who was trying to lure him in, trying to get him to drown in pleasure and fail the level. "Stay here with me, handsome. Let's have some fun." Looking at Chu's emotionless face and that extreme ecstasy, it seemed this beauty was not enough to arouse his interest. Chu Xiu said no way. He straight up chopped her head off with one sword strike. HMPH. "You think you can seduce me? You're way too green. If it were my Shifu, I might actually think twice." Then Chu Xiu continued on to the 68th floor of the Kai Suzi Divine Pagoda. Here he met 4 people. An old guy with white hair, hiding a long sword behind his back, a middle-aged dude with a shaved head and a beard like a tiger, muscles bulging all over, and carrying a huge battle axe on his shoulder. Definitely someone from the Heyo Heaven sect. Next, a gorgeous woman with a killer body, holding a sharp, long spear. And finally, a skinny teenager with a pair of twin swords in his hands. Chu Xiu looked at the 4 of them with excitement, exclaiming, "All 4 of you are Lun-Hai Peak. Interesting. Originally, these 4 were there for Chu Xiu to pick one to challenge. If he won, he could pass. But Chu Xiu was overflowing with fighting spirit and didn't care about any of that. Before the Divine Pagoda could even give a reminder, Chu Xiu was already moving. Whoosh! Chu Xiu flashed past with a single move, wiping out all 4 peak Lun-Hai 9th layer cultivators. 2 days later, Chu Xiu successfully climbed to the 98th floor of the Kai Suzi Divine Pagoda. It was a sea of blood-red spider lilies here, with a bloody sunset on the horizon. Even the moon was blood-red. The scenery was super desolate and bleak. Over there, far away, stood a woman holding an ice crystal longsword, waiting for Chu Xiu. This woman was actually Kai Suzi herself, during her peak Lun-Hai 9th layer days. Chu Xiu was pretty shocked that the illusion showed Kai Suzi. He thought to himself, "Same cultivation level as me, only Lun-Hai 9th layer peak. But her strength is so deep that people can't see through. Could it be?" Chu Xiu immediately teased and asked out loud, "You wouldn't happen to be Kaisu Emperor, would you?" And those words made the woman's expression change a little. Chu Xiu grinned excitedly and said, "It really is an ancient great emperor, huh? Great emperor, take this." As soon as he finished talking, Chu Xiu swung the azure blood sword, charging towards Kaisu Emperor full of power. But Chu Xiu's sword was easily blocked by Kaisu Emperor, who casually caught it with one hand. A light shockwave from the impact blasted outwards, making the spider lily petals fly everywhere. "Die," Chu Xiu followed up, kicking towards Kaisu Emperor's head. This kick was still casually blocked with one hand by Kaisu Emperor. Then, Kaisu Emperor flicked her arm slightly, sending Chu Xiu flying away. Chu Xiu was utterly stunned. How could this be? With the strength of my archaic divine body, how could I be so easily sent flying by Kai Suzi, who's at the same level? Her illusory sect grappling techniques make no damn sense, not even for a great emperor. At that moment, Kai Suzi moved. Whoosh! She shot towards Chu Xiu like a rocket. They clashed head-on, their energies exploding, blowing away every single Manhwa flower within 1,000 miles, smashing them to bits. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu was under immense pressure, drenched in sweat, Staring wide-eyed at Kai Suzy, he thought. Were ancient great emperors this strong when they were young? Kai Suzy's movements remained the same, casually throwing a punch with her left hand towards Chu Xiu's chest. Chu Xiu's pupils glowed with a bloody light, and a crimson sword mark appeared on his forehead. He looked incredibly excited, because none of the previous 97 levels had forced him to go all out like this. Come on, trade wounds for wounds, life for life. It's either you die or I do, this is my way of fighting. Whoosh! Kai Suzy's condensed fist pierced through Chu Xiu's chest, causing blood to spurt out violently. At the same time, Chu Xiu tightly gripped Kai Suzy's neck. She had already lost consciousness, clearly choked to death by Chu Xiu. But Chu Xiu was shocked, cursing inwardly. What the heck, are you hacking? I used my heavenly slaughter sword intent, but your body can still withstand. Chu Xiu tossed Kai Suzy onto the Manhua flower sea, and their injuries quickly recovered completely. A deep voice echoed. Level 98 cleared. Chu Xiu was then teleported to the 99th level of the Divine Tower. The Kai Suzy space transformed, vaguely appearing before him. 4 stone steels stood tall. Chu Xiu rubbed his forehead, trying to remember what had happened on the 98th level, but he couldn't recall any details. Everything was blurred. Who did I just fight? Why can't I remember? Forget it, now's not the time to think about that. Chu Xiu strode towards the 4 stone steels. They were glowing with 4 symbols, a sword, a saber, a spear, and a fist. Chu Xiu scratched his head, thinking, am I supposed to choose one? After a moment's thought, Chu Xiu walked up to one of the stebbles and placed his right hand on it, causing it to light up, and the other 3 disappeared. The system notification appeared. Please comprehend sword techniques and sword formulas within half a day. The more you comprehend, the higher the evaluation. Complete comprehension will result in an even higher evaluation. Chu Xiu sat down in meditation, focusing on comprehending sword techniques from the steel. Below him was a black sea, with violent waves surging, a truly terrifying sight, seemingly capable of crushing a person's soul in an instant. Chu Xiu was shocked and amazed, because every drop of water in that boundless black sea was a sword technique, and every bubble was a sword formula. Just how many sword techniques and formulas are there here? Chu Xiu commanded the system. Consume breakthrough points to learn sword techniques and formulas. The system notified. Initiating breakthrough point consumption mode. Host has successfully comprehended 5 complete sword techniques. Host has successfully comprehended 35 complete sword techniques. Host has successfully comprehended 100 complete sword techniques. Host has successfully comprehended 1,000 complete sword techniques. Host's achievement is 1,000 complete sword techniques. Chu Xiu thought, this life, I'm different. The system uses breakthrough functions, plus there's the archaic divine body, and the heavenly slaughter sword intent. These things can be fully utilized. Archaic divine body, invincible physique, heavenly slaughter sword intent, unparalleled sharpness. How to combine these to develop the most powerful attack method? Only a heavy sword can fully exploit the advantages of the archaic divine body and the heavenly slaughter sword intent, thanks to the 1,000 plus sword techniques comprehended earlier. Chu Xiu began creating his unique sword technique. A colossal purple heavy sword, weighing at least 1,000 pounds, gradually appeared. Chu Xiu held the heavy sword in his hand, feeling incredibly excited. Good heavy sword. Good. Very good. Then, Chu Xiu slashed down with all his might. Boom! The black sea below was cleaved in 2, with water splashing everywhere, creating an abyss of unknown depth. The system notification appeared. All things return to nothingness. Stance 1. Annihilation of all things complete. Chu Xiu laughed heartily. Haha, I am Chu Xiu. All things return to nothingness. Damn, I can feel myself changing. Who can withstand such a terrifying blow? Haha, spending 1,000 breakthrough points was worth it. System, quickly check the grade of all things return to nothingness. The system notified. Sword art classification. Grade, immortal. Sword stance 1. Annihilation of all things. Destructive power. 5 stars. Attack speed. 4 stars. Introduction. This is an unparalleled, domineering strike. In an instant, it erupts the blood essence of the archaic divine body, and merges it with the heavenly slaughter sword intent. Using extreme speed to close in on the enemy, and unleash a sword strike, with the power to annihilate all things. Stance 2. Not yet comprehended. Not recommended to attempt comprehension at this time. It is likely to result in death. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to outside Taisu Peaks Plaza, at the foot of the Taisu Divine Tower. Chu Xiaoran, looking worried about Chu Xiu, was staring intently at the Taisu Divine Tower. Standing next to her was a young man, clearly a classic simping chump with a high degree of bootlicking. He was Qi Mengdie's grandson, named Qi Ming. Technically he should call Chu Xiu uncle. Qi Ming sneered at Chu Xiaoran. Junior sister Chu, Do you really think that Chu Xiu can reach the 80th floor and obtain the Silver Sand Great Emperor's inheritance to detoxify your mother? If you listen to me, I can ask my aunt, immortal Qi Mengdie, for some medicinal ingredients to cure your mother's illness. It's been almost 10 days, and Chu Xiu hasn't come out yet. I'm afraid he's already died inside the tower. Every time the Tai Su Divine Tower activates, disciples die. Chu Xiu probably won't be an exception. After all, his cultivation is only at the 4th level of the Wuxia realm. Junior sister Chu, don't get your hopes up. Qi Ming reached out to touch Chu Xiaoran's shoulder but was pushed away by her. Chu Xiaoran frowned and angrily scolded. Don't touch me! Stay away from me! I don't want to hear your nonsense. Xiaoran continued to look expectantly at the Tai Su Divine Tower, thinking, senior brother Chu Xiu definitely won't have any accidents. At that moment, the bell on top of the Tai Su Divine Tower rang throughout the area. Immediately there was a commotion. Someone has entered the ranking. Immediately afterward, the words appeared on the stone tablet. Van Ha Peak True Disciple, Chu Xiu, ascended to the 99th floor of the Wuxia Tower, ranking first on the Wuxia tablet, breaking the limit, resounding throughout ancient and modern times. Heavenly talent, divine perception, divine willpower, divine temperament, divine combat power. Wuxia tablet number 199. The entire square fell silent. They couldn't believe what their eyes were seeing was real. Qi Mengdie was totally speechless too, the more he trashed Chu Xiao earlier, the more he was eating his own words now. Chu Xiaoran, standing next to them, was over the moon. This proved she'd put her trust in the right guy, and her mom would be saved for sure. Chu Xiu, all happy, strolled out of the Kai Suzi's divine pagoda. He looked at Chu Xiaoran and grinned. Sorry for the long wait, milady. Chu Xiaoran, super excited, rushed over to Chu Xiao's side. Chu Xixiang, you're finally back, safe and sound. And those disciples? They did a total 180 the moment they saw Chu Xiu. No more of that look down on him attitude from before. Now they were all smiles, wanting to buddy up. Chu Xixiang, you're seriously amazing. Chu Xixiang, can I get your autograph? Chu Xiu looked at these shameless, weather-vane types, all buddy-buddy now that he's got clout. He just gave him a polite, social smile. Inside, he was snickering. Ha! I can't even. Back in the day, these same disciples would avoid, hate, and despise Chulioma. All they did was yelling, Chulioma, go die! Now look at him. Xixiang this, Xixiang that. Haha, guess choosing the path of righteousness was the right choice after all. Interesting, he mused. Being a villain back then was way too simple and crude. I was still too green. A villain has got to be like this. All righteous on the outside, but secretly plotting evil stuff on the inside. Suddenly, Huang Lao-Tu and Mo Feiyan showed up behind Chu Xiu. Huang Lao-Tu, in his raspy voice, said, Chu Xiu, you're pretty good, real good. Mo Feiyan cut in. Chu Xiu, the holy ruler wants to see you. Come with us, pronto. A little later, Chu Xiu was escorted to the main hall of Kai Suzi. Besides Kai Suzi, Qi Mengdie was sitting nearby. Chu Xiu, all obedient-like, clasped his hands and greeted, Disciple Chu Xiu of Yunhei Peak greets, and holy ruler. Hearing him, Qi Mengdie immediately shyly turned her face away. Kai Suzi, sitting high above, happily said, Chu Xiu, is it? To meet a disciple who's broken the ancient limits. This old one is very pleased. Chu Xiu, your performance today was not bad. Chu Xiu, never one to miss an opportunity, shamelessly chimed in, cough cough, holy ruler, you gotta admit, I did break the holy grounds record. No rewards or anything. Chu Xiu was grinning like a fox inside. If I don't take advantage now, when will I? Ha ha, Qi Mengdie pointed down, scolding angrily. Rebellious disciple. Don't be rude, Kai Suzi waved her hand towards Mengdie, and dissuaded. It is fine, Mengdie fairy. I am thinking about what reward your disciple wants. Chu Xiu cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Disciple wants soul infant demon fruit, myriad medicine spirit nectar, Bodhi divine blossom. Any of those will do. Mengdie gritted her teeth, fuming. This rebellious disciple is such a sly fox. Kai Suzi, sitting high up, placed her hands on her thighs, and looked at Chu Xiu standing down below. The Holy Land's rare treasures also has some, but it doesn't have what you want. But this seat can order you to find them. It is just that I cannot guarantee when it will be found. Disciple is willing to wait. Chu Xiu grinned. In his dark mind, he imagined the scene of dual cultivation with Kai Suzi. This Kai Suzi is really easy to talk to. If I use the Samsara Heavenly Weeping Motherchild mark to control this holy ruler. Host is awesome, the system chimed in. He. He put his hands behind his back, clasping two fingers together to form a seal, and immediately, a stream of writing flew out. In a flash, this stream of writing flew over, and moved around Kai Suzy without her noticing a thing. At the same time, the system announced, Samsara Heavenly Weeping Mother-Child Mark has successfully entered Kai Suzy. Target completely unaware. Remaining uses 0. Childmark hosts Kai Suzy and Mengdie. Host can retrieve the childmark at any time. After retrieval, the number of uses will increase by 1. It can be used on a maximum of 2 people simultaneously. Chu Xiu's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped as he looked at the system panel. Nani? The mother-child mark can be used on 2 people at the same time. In Chu Xiu's head, he was already imagining the scene of Kai Suzy and Mengdie serving him at the same time. Then the system spoke up, haha, as expected of a villainous chosen one. To actually fantasize about dual cultivation with the holy ruler of the Kai Suzy Holy Land and fairy Mengdie? To dare to be so twisted and evil? Activating a super reward, the alchemic scripture. Middle volume. Type. Secret technique. Grade. Immortal. The ancient refining scripture is divided into 3 volumes. Upper, middle, and lower. The middle volume is a poison scripture, collecting tens of thousands of poison recipes. After cultivating to the extreme, one can even create poisons that can kill a quasi-emperor. If all 3 volumes are combined, it will become the alchemic scripture, created by the alchemic emperor of humanity millions of years ago in ancient times. Chu Xiu rested his hand on his chin and broke into a satisfied grin. This reward is awesome. What kind of villain would I be if I didn't use poison, huh? Haha. Kai Suzy, sitting high above, looked down at Chu Xiu, who was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and said, The Bagua treasure ginseng has great use in strengthening qi and blood. I hope you can make good use of it. Afterwards, Chu Xiu and Mengdie left the Kai Suzy hall. Kai Suzy held her hands in front of her abdomen, sweating like crazy, with a doubtful expression. I don't know where that feeling of unease just came from. Could someone be plotting against this old one? She stood up and reached up to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Perhaps it's just hallucinations from being in seclusion for too long. I should still go out, that evening, on a flying ship shaped like a dragon. In the living room of the flying ship, 2 young ladies were pouring tea for Chu Xiu and Mengdie. Chu Xiu stared intently at Mengdie, then instructed the 2 girls. Junior sisters, please excuse us for a moment. Your senior brother here needs to have a little chat with Shifu. Absolutely not. Seeing Mengdie's reaction, the girl holding the teapot was stunned. Valley Master, ahem. Never mind, you can leave us. After the 2 girls went out, Chu Xiu put 2 fingers together. Gathering his spiritual energy, he shot a burst towards the door, creating a soundproof barrier formation. Chu Xiu rested his chin on his hand, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Shifu, it's just you and me now. Let's not spoil the mood, shall we? Mengdie ripped off her mask, angrily snapping, You unfilial disciple, you keep bullying me. Do you see me as some kind of tool? Chu Xiu stared at Mengdie, a questioning smile playing on his lips. Shifu, do you really think I'm that desperate? Aren't you? Chu Xiu stood up and snatched the mask from Mengdie's hand, urgently asking, Shifu, do you want to recover your cultivation? Of course. Chu Xiu walked over and sat next to Mengdie, gazing at the mask in his hand. This thing is great. It can completely hide your cultivation. Even someone as powerful as Kai Suzy wouldn't realize you've lost your power. Your hiding skills aren't bad either. Mengdie crossed her arms, clearly annoyed. After that incident, I should have detected the unique aura of the heavenly fragrance body on you. But you hid it well. Even the Holy Master didn't notice. She frowned, closing her eyes, thinking, Good thing this troublesome disciple knows how to hide, or our affair would have been exposed. Mengdie shot a glare at Chu Xiu. You just mentioned helping me recover my cultivation. What's the catch? You're not that kind. Chu Xiu produced a box containing a pair of divine black stockings. Try these on. Mengdie took the black stockings, looking confused. What are these? Just wear them. You'll get a reward if you do. Mengdie listened to Chu Xiu, wearing the black stockings and making her legs more attractive, making her shy and blushing. Chu Xiu stretched out his hand towards Mengdie's thighs. Mengdie reacted violently, pushing Chu Xiu's arm away and shouting, You unfilial disciple! Still calling me that? Chu Xiu's eyes lit up as he looked at Mengdie, grinning. Call me older brother. Mengdie turned her face away, scoffing. You unfilial disciple. Dream on. I'd rather die than call you that. Still stubborn, huh? 10 minutes later, Mengdie's face was as red as a beetroot, drenched in sweat, pinned to the floor by Chu Xiu, yelling, No, no! You unfilial disciple, don't even think about it. I am a great Saint Realm powerhouse. Why should I listen to you? Chu Xiu, lying on top of Mengdie, grinned mischievously. Be a good Shifu. If you don't call me, I can turn on the myriad miles transmission, and let all the disciples on the ship know. You unfilial disciple, don't go too far, Mengdie panted, grinding her teeth in frustration. Sweat poured down her face, her cheeks flushed, stammering, "Oh, older brother, older brother." Then, Mengdie's angry roar echoed throughout the ship. "You damn unfilial disciple, I swear, sooner or later I'll kill you myself." Cut to the next morning, Chu Xiu was slowly walking towards his dongfu. The Silver Sand Hall had been handed over to Chu Xiaoran, and the Kai Suzi Divine Tower incident was over. He stared thoughtfully at the two scrolls in his hands. The information Chu Xiaoran provided is quite detailed. The soul infant fruit is indeed in the wild secret realm. Going to the wild Yao secret realm is a must. I need to diligently increase my cultivation. As he walked, he was surprised to see two disciples sitting nearby, reading a newspaper. The latest heavenly ranking news is out. Of course, Chu Laoma has been dead for a while. Someone has to replace his position. The newspaper in the chubby disciple's hand was called The Heavenly News, recording major and minor events in Tianqiang continent, from combat power rankings to trivial gossip. Each copy costing 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Chu Xiu clasped his hands behind his back, turned to look at the two disciples, and chuckled. "Ha, you wouldn't believe that the Chu Laoma you're talking about isn't dead, but is still alive and kicking." Suddenly, the two disciples' eyes widened in shock as they stared at the heavenly news. The four lesser saints' ranking changed. Zhang Xianling of the Yin-Yang Divine Sect used to be there, but now it's Liu Hongyi. Zhang Xianling, my goddess. Who is this Liu Hongyi? Is she pretty? Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed. Liu Hongyi, is it her? Chu Xiu sauntered over to his two junior brothers. "Hello, junior brothers. Could you sell me the new edition of the Heavenly News?" The two boys happily handed the newspaper to Chu Xiu. "What do you mean, buy? If senior brother Chu needs it, just take it. We're all brothers and sisters of the same sect. Don't be so polite. Help yourself, senior brother, go ahead." "Then I thank you both." Chu Xiu took the newspaper and casually turned to leave. These two youngsters waited until Chu Xiu was quite a distance away before daring to speak to each other. "You've heard, right? Senior brother Chu Xiu has risen on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's Hidden Dragon ranking," one said. "He's not what he used to be. We shouldn't provoke him now," the other replied. "Yeah, I heard. Of course I heard. I don't know when he became so powerful." Chu Xiu was absorbed in reading the Heavenly Secrets report. Major events of the Heavenly Dome continent. Chu Laoma, the top of the Lesser Saint list, is dead. Chu Xiu read. Now, the top of the Lesser Saint list is Feng Zhao Guang, the Saint Son of the Sacred Radiance Holy Land. Zhang Xianling, of the Yin-Yang Divine Sect, who was originally fourth on the Lesser Saint list, has been usurped by Liu Hongyi, the Saintess of the Origin Red Dust Sword Sect. The latest report from the Heavenly Abyss Great Wall battlefield in the past 6 months states that the Yao, monster, race has invaded most of the human territory. After finishing the first page, Chu Xiu thought to himself, Jiang Yi has actually reached the 4th position on the Lesser Saint list. But as soon as he flipped to the second page of the Heavenly Secrets report, Chu Xiu was immediately stunned. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the content on the second page. Notice, Liu Hongyi, the Green Maiden, attacked the Hongchen Sword Sect, betraying the Hongchen Sword Sect. Reward for Liu Hongyi: 100 million God Origin Stones. According to the Hongchen Sword Sect leader's time-space retrospection, Liu Hongyi's attack was actually to avenge Chu Laoma. The Hongchen Sword Sect issued a warning, asking fellow Taoists to be careful of this woman and not underestimate her. At this moment, the image of a beautiful woman with perfect curves appeared in Chu Xiu's mind. It was Liu Hongyi. Chu Xiu couldn't help but smile and scold. "Liu Hongyi, you silly girl." He remembered the time when Chu Xiu and Liu Hongyi got to know each other and spent time together. "I am Liu Hongyi. As you can see, my family is all dead," she had said. "Well, I am Chu Xiu. My family is also on the other side, and I am afraid I won't see them again. Help me bury my family, and from now on we will become family. Okay? Okay, it's a deal. From now on we are family." Waking up from his memories, Chu Xiu immediately used the 1,000-mile sound transmission. "Tao Yao Shimei, I need a favor. Can you help me find someone's whereabouts?" After transmitting his message, Chu Xiu stood alone under the willow tree outside his dongfu, looking up at the bright moon in the night sky. The atmosphere was silent, still, and extremely desolate. After who knows how long, Tao Yao suddenly appeared behind Chu Xiu. "Da Shixiang Shimei is here," Tao Yao exclaimed. "Oh, Da Shixiang is admiring the moon here alone again." "Is something on your mind?" Chu Xiu replied. "It's nothing, I just miss home a little." "Speaking of which, Xixiang has been on Xianxia Peak for over 30 years now, right?" Tao Yao asked. Back then the mundane country of Qishan County was invaded by the Yao race. It was Shifu who eliminated the Yao and brought Xianxia back here.
Time flies so fast. You were only 3 years old back then, yet you survived in the hands of the Yao race. As the saying goes, those who survive a calamity will have blessings later on. Shishijong, your blessings are all behind you, Tao Yao joked. Shishijong, Qishan County is your home. The Holy Land is also your home. Shifu and I are also your family. In the future, if you miss home, you can come find me at any time. Everyone is family. Everyone is my wings. Chu Xiu smiled happily, and gently patted Tao Yao's shoulders, startling her and causing her face to flush red. He thought to himself, 30 years ago, Chu Xiu, the tool, didn't survive because of luck, but because Chu Lioma planned to retire. Of course, meeting Shi Mengdie was also arranged by my Shifu to infiltrate the Kai Suzi Holy Land. Tao Yao's face flushed red at this moment.
She lowered her head slightly, stroked her chin, and thought to herself, I've always felt that Dai Shixiang has changed recently. He used to avoid me, but now he's so close to me. Tao Yao suddenly tiptoed and kissed Chu Xiu directly on the cheek, stunning him.
He really didn't expect this Shimei to do something like this.
Tao Yao took another step back, stuffed a letter into Chu Xiu's chest, and whispered in his ear, Da Shixiang, this is the information you need. Go to bed early, Shixiang.
Shimei is going back to cultivate. After saying that, Tao Yao hurriedly turned around and shyly left.
Chu Xiu still stood there, watching Tao Yao's back as she left.
Suddenly, he felt a kiss on his ear. Calm down, calm down. Chu Xiu regained his composure.
He immediately opened the letter to see what was written inside. 3 days ago, Liu Hongyi appeared in Changjian City, Eastern Continent. Chu Xiu sighed and thought, Changjian City, huh? This is going to be a little difficult. Eastern Continent. Great Tang Empire. Changjian City. This place was now a scene of ruins. Smoke and fire were everywhere. A desolate and tragic sight. In the imperial palace, there was an old bald man with white hair and beard. He was struggling to crawl on the ground, his eyes filled with fury as he looked up at the sky and angrily shouted, Liu Hongyi, you're going to become just like Chu Laoma, treating the entire human race as enemies, viewing all other forces as adversaries. This bald old man was the elder of the Tai Ji Yu, ancient family, Ji family, one of the people who participated in the pursuit of Chu Xiu back then. Floating in the void above him was Liu Hongyi, dressed in a fluttering red dress. Her right hand was holding a green longsword. She had used a white cloth to cover her eyes, and her long hair covered half of her face, but it couldn't hide Liu Hongyi's delicate beauty. Below, the Ji family elder continued to shout, Our Ji family will not forgive you. We will definitely chop you into 100,000 pieces. Facing this blatant threat, Liu Hongyi didn't say a word in response. Her slender hand gently waved, and the green sword released a 7-kill sword intent that shook the heavens and the earth, piercing directly into the body of the Ji family elder who was ranting below. He only had time to let out a miserable scream before shutting his mouth and lying dead on the ground. Liu Hongyi landed on the ground with a cold expression. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in black death energy appeared behind Liu Hongyi and asked, Where do you plan to go next? Hongyi coldly replied, To exterminate people. Do you really want to become an enemy of the entire world for him? Yes, I do. If he is the enemy of the world, then I will become the enemy of the world. If he's a Buddha, I'll help him save all beings. If he's a devil, I'll help him slaughter the world. Now that's what I call a leading lady's spirit. Under the willow tree, Chu Xiu was sitting, comprehending the Buddhist power and the travel secret. He mused, I haven't cultivated the reward from clearing the Kai Suzi's divine spear trial yet. Since no one's around, I might as well take a look. The travel secret glowed brightly behind Chu Xiu. Numerous ancient characters flew out, directly entering his brain. The system displayed a notification. 9-syllable true words. Travel. 9-syllable true words, also known as the 9 secrets, are the most powerful secret techniques in the world. Completing all 9 grants invincibility. The travel secret is the fastest technique in the world. Mastering it allows one to bypass most large formations without being restricted. The drawback is its difficulty. Cultivators need immense talent and ability to comprehend it. Chu Xiu opened his eyes. He sighed, stretched, and lamented. The travel secret is indeed difficult. 3 days have passed, and I've only grasped the basics. At that moment, a female figure appeared behind Chu Xiu. He had sensed her presence, which woke him up from his cultivation. Chu Xiu remained still, not bothering to turn around, his cold voice asking, Who are you? The woman replied, I am Hua Luofei, an elder from Daoyun Peak. You must be Chu Xiu. Hua Luofei held a fan in her hand. She smiled cheerfully at Chu Xiu and said, This is Xianxia Peak. I won't hurt you. I am Elder Hua Luofei from Daoyun Peak. You must be Chu Xiu, right? Suddenly, Chu Xiu noticed the Reincarnation heavenly weeping twin imprints on Hua Luofei's chest. This came as a big surprise to Chu Xiu, and he thought to himself, that's strange. Why does this woman have the Reincarnation heavenly weeping twin imprints on her? Could this woman be Kai Suzy, changing her avatar to meet me on purpose? Well, this is getting interesting.
Chu Xiao immediately bowed and cupped his hands, saying seriously, Chu Xiao greets Elder Hua. May I ask what brings Elder Hua here? Hua Luofei smiled gently and replied, I came to Xianxia Peak for some matters. After finishing, I wanted to look around and happened to see you cultivating here. I found it interesting, so I took the liberty of disturbing you.
At that moment, Kai Suzy, in Hua Luofei's form, casually sat down on a rock not far from Chu Xiu and continued. By the way, are you cultivating so diligently because you plan to go to the desolate Yao secret realm? Chu Xiu didn't hide anything. He knew that with her status, there was practically nothing he could conceal from her. Chu Xiu honestly replied, yes, the desolate Yao secret realm has many opportunities, but the environment is very dangerous.
If I want to seize those opportunities, I need to cultivate even more diligently. After speaking, Chu Xiu glanced around,
stealing glances at Kai Suzy. He was met with her cold and aloof demeanor, her flawless face. Damn, what a babe. Chu Xiu wanted to explode with blood from his nose, regretting that he couldn't just rush over and grab those 2 melons.
After they chatted for a while, Chu Xiu suddenly asked hesitantly, Elder Hua, I'm a little curious about something. I don't know if I should ask you. Kai Suzy was slightly surprised but calmly replied,
Tell me.
Chu Xiu then asked, Elder Hua, before the era of Emperor's fall 10,000 years ago, there was an era where only one great emperor or Yao emperor would appear in each era. Since ancient times, the human race and the Yao race have accumulated deep-seated hatred, even up to the era of Emperor's fall. But why didn't the human race completely eliminate the Yao race when a great emperor appeared? Conversely, why didn't the Yao race destroy the entire human race when a Yao emperor appeared?
Chu Xiu thought to himself, this is a question that I've always found confusing since arriving on the Tianqiong continent. Since I've met Kai Suzy today, maybe she knows the secret.
Kai Suzy raised the fan in her hand and lightly tapped her chin, pondering for a moment before saying, It seems there was some kind of agreement between the Great Emperor and the Yao Emperor. No matter which side had a Great Emperor, they could only suppress the other side, but couldn't use the Great Emperor's power to completely annihilate them. As for why, no one knows the reason. It's said that upon becoming a Great Emperor, one receives some secrets related to the starry sky and the Tianqiong continent. Chu Xiu was shocked by this and exclaimed,
Are there beings more powerful than a great emperor?
Kai Suzy unconsciously looked up at the distant starry sky and said, No one knows if there's a path above the great emperor. From before the primordial era to the primordial era, from the ancient era to the era of Emperor's fall, a total of 17 great emperors have appeared in the starry sky, but they all disappeared in the end. Their whereabouts can no longer be found.
There must be many hidden secrets in this, but it's not too important right now. Everyone who can become a great emperor is undoubtedly a genius, so why didn't they take that step? Is it because the path ahead is broken, or is there no path to begin with? This is something worth thinking about. Aren't we discussing the cultivation of the great emperor? Isn't that a bit too high-reaching, don't you think? With that, Kai Suzy stood up, dusting off her butt. Seeing her stand up, Chu Xiu asked with some curiosity, Sister Hua, are you going back now?
Kai Suzy was naturally a little surprised to be called sister by Chu Xiu, but she didn't object. She looked at Chu Xiu gently, smiled, and replied, Yes, I'm going back. You stay here and cultivate diligently. Chu Xiu shamelessly pretended to persuade her to stay, asking, Sister Hua, will we have a chance to meet again? Let's meet again right after you get out of the desolate Yao secret realm.
Chu Xiu laughed happily, waved, and watched Kai Suzy's back as she left, saying loudly, Okay, then I'll wait for you here when I return. Kai Suzy also smiled charmingly and replied, Okay. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Host, you're such a player, flirting everywhere. Chu Xiu then returned to Mengdie's cave residence, strolling leisurely and sighing, Cultivating the travel secret is too mentally draining. I'll go find Shifu to get some more cultivation resources.
But just as Chu Xiu arrived at the entrance of Mengdie's cave residence, he overheard voices coming from inside. Aunt, you absolutely have to help me. If you don't, it'll be too late. You're Chu Xiu's Shizu, and if you just ask him for the Silver Sand Emperor, he'll definitely offer it up with both hands. Hearing this interesting conversation, Chu Xiu immediately smiled.
Inside Mengdie's cave residence, in the main hall, she was currently talking to Qi Ming. Ming'er, it's not that Aunt doesn't want to help you, but even if I am Chu Xiu's Shifu, I can't just casually ask him for things. You have to understand, this is putting me in a difficult position.
Chu Xiu peeked through the slightly open door. He saw Qi Ming standing inside. Is this the Shifu's nephew? He's been chasing after junior sister Chu Xiaoran for ages, and I thought he was so impressive. Looking at him now, he's just a coward. If this nephew of mine wants the Silver Sand Emperor so badly, why not play him for a fool?
Chu Xiu calmly pushed the door open and said, Mengdie, you want the Silver Sand Emperor.
Seeing Chu Xiao enter, Qi Ming's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly said, Senior brother Chu Xiao, you're here. Do you still have the Silver Sand Emperor? Chu Xiao casually replied, Ah, it's still in my hands. I've been in closed-door cultivation these past few days, so I haven't seen junior sister Xiaoran. I was just planning to find a chance to give it to her today. That's great. Can you give the Silver Sand Emperor to me? I can give it to her for you. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xiu conjured a mysterious black stone, surrounded by dark light. This was the Silver Sand Emperor, floating in his hand. Chu Xiu looked at the Silver Sand Emperor in his hand, his face full of regret.
I worked so hard to get this from the endless sea of fire.
I can't just give it to you so easily, junior brother, damn it. Qi Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the Silver Sand Emperor in Chu Xiu's hand, his face full of greed.
He thought to himself, if I buy this Silver Sand Emperor, I'll be the only one who owns it in the entire Tianqiang continent.
Then Chu Xiaoran will definitely come begging me to help save her mother. I won't have to worry about not winning her heart.
With his mind made up, Qi Ming eagerly grabbed Chu Xiu's hand and asked, Senior brother Chu Xiu, name your price. Chu Xiu immediately replied, 1 million high-grade spirit stones. How's that? Chu Ming thought this was a good deal and hurriedly agreed. Senior brother Chu Xiu, you're really a good person.
He called him brother so sweetly. But in his heart, Qi Ming secretly despised Chu Xiao. What an idiot. I thought he'd use this opportunity to mess with me, but I didn't expect him to be so stupid and accommodating. Haha, from now on, I'll be the only one who owns the Silver Sand Emperor. Chu Xiaoran, oh Chu Xiaoran, you'll never see this coming, will you? I can't wait to see you begging me to save your mother.
Taking the Silver Sand Emperor, Qi Ming smiled happily at Chu Xiu. We really are good friends, aren't we, senior brother Chu? You're the Shizu's nephew, so naturally you're also. At this point, Chu Xiu almost slipped up and said, also my grandson. But Chu Liota quickly stopped himself and continued, also my good friend. With that, Chu Xiu smiled sinisterly again. Looking at Qi Ming, he conjured another Silver Sand Emperor in his hand. Junior brother Ming, I have a few more here. Want them? I can sell them to you all at this price. Qi Ming frowned instantly. He thought Chu Xiu only had one. But now he says he has more? But Qi Ming quickly replied that he wanted them. Senior brother, how many do you have? Qi Ming thought to himself that he had to cut off the source of the Silver Sand Emperor in Chu Xiu's hands, or else he wouldn't be able to threaten Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiao conjured a few more Silver Sand Emperors, casually saying, not many, just a little bit. Then Chu Xiu took out a pile from his storage ring. Thousands of Silver Sand Emperors piled into a small mountain, filling the floor. Qi Ming's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open at the sight. Holy crap, is that a little bit?
Are you kidding me? But Chu Xiao stood there shamelessly, asking, Qi Ming, are you buying or not? If you're not buying, I'm putting them away. Being tricked by Chu Xiu, Qi Ming was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. He turned to Mengdie to complain.
Aunt, Chu Xiu is cheating me.
Aren't you going to do something about it? He's clearly trying to mess with me.
Mengdie was Chu Xiu's woman now. How could she possibly interfere in these matters? She sat calmly on the high seat and coldly replied, all right, Ming'er, you've already gotten the Silver Sand Emperor, so hurry up and leave. Being directly chased away by his aunt, the idiot Qi Ming was stunned. Even his aunt wasn't on his side. So what could he do to Chu Xiu? Qi Ming wanted to say something more, but he hesitated, finally swallowing his anger and leaving resentfully. Inside the main hall, only Mengdie and Chu Xiu remained. Mengdie asked, insolent disciple, why are you messing with him? Chu Xiu acted as if nothing was wrong. He casually walked over to where Mengdie was sitting, saying as he walked, what do you mean messing with him? It's clearly a voluntary exchange between two parties.
Willing buyer, willing seller? I didn't force him to do anything. By now, Chu Xiu had reached Mengdie's side. He brazenly sat down next to her, reaching behind her to grab her plump peach-like butt. Chu Xiu looked at Mengdie with a lewd expression, mockingly saying, Shifu, what did you call me? Suddenly having her butt grabbed, Mengdie was shocked and angrily scolded,
insolent Chu Xiu. At this moment, Chu Xiu suddenly took out a small wooden stick, extremely soft and flexible. On its head was a feather and a small bell,
looking exactly like a toy for cats. Chu Xiu waved the feather head, making it shake back and forth, and the sound of the bell immediately rang out.
Chu Xiu looked at Mengdie with a smug expression,
mockingly saying, "What, insolent disciple, call me good brother?" With that, the perverted Chu Xiu used the featherhead to tickle Mengdie's thighs and waist, making her feel uncomfortably itchy. Mengdie's whole body trembled and writhed, but she resolutely said, "Dream on." Then Chu Lioma continued to use the feather stick to sweep from her waist to her full breasts, making her even more itchy and uncomfortable. Looking at Mengdie's full and voluptuous body writhing in front of him, Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel a little lustful, but he still wanted to tease Mengdie more and wasn't in a hurry to devour her. Chu Xiu continued to mock Mengdie. "Ayo, Shifu's figure seems fuller than it was half a month ago. Have you gotten fatter?"
Shifu should quickly let her disciple examine her body. As he spoke, he continued to use the feather to tease Mengdie, making her extremely uncomfortable. Mengdie, with one hand, tried to reach for an apple on the table. She grabbed it tightly and threw it straight at Chu Xiu.
Get out now. I'm not fat, your whole family is fat, get out of here." Chu Xiu easily caught the thrown apple. While holding Mengdie down, he leisurely bit into the apple, munching away. "Oh right, Shifu, did you finish making the thing I asked you to make last time?" Seeing that Chu Xiu wasn't restraining her anymore, Mengdie immediately sat up and replied, "It's in my bedroom. Get out of the way, I'll go get it for you."
Inside Mengdie's bedroom, Chu Xiu immediately set up a soundproof formation to seal off the room. It seemed that he was going to play more dirty tricks with Mengdie. "Shifu, where's the thing I want?" Mengdie turned around, lifting the pillow on the bedside. "Insolent disciple, the thing you want is here."
Then she took out a wooden box. Inside the wooden box were 3 orange jade balls, looking like 3 eggs.
Chu Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw the 3 jade balls in the box. He took one out and held it in his hand, gently pressing his fingertip on it. The jade ball unexpectedly vibrated back and forth, making a sound. Chu Xiu happily praised Mengdie. "Shifu truly is amazing. Your craftsmanship is really too skilled." Being praised by Chu Xiu, Mengdie proudly replied, "The Kim Kwang stone from Mount Wanshu can not only glow but also generate heat." Chu Xiu then pushed Mengdie down again, grinning. "Shifu, this thing will definitely help restore your cultivation when massaging the acupoints on your soles. Put the other 2 somewhere else. I guarantee Shifu will like it very much. This thing is very useful for restoring your cultivation." Realizing Chu Xiu's malicious intentions, Mengdie blushed and exclaimed in horror, "Insolent disciple, what do you want to do to me?" No way, don't come over here, Shifu. You really are my 3,000-year-old treasure, you rebellious disciple, so you made me do all this just to bully me." Just as she said that, Chu Xiu pushed Mengdie backward onto the bed. "Oh, how does Shifu want me to bully you?" Accidentally letting it slip, Mengdie shyly turned her face away, stuttering, This old one misspoke." System displaying the host's personal information. Chu Xiu realm. Qi refining. 9th layer. Special physique. Primordial sacred body. Aptitude. 1414 heavenly grade. Cultivation speed increased by 33 times. Celestial slaughter sword intent. Sword intent cultivation method. Cultivating the Tao scripture. Foundation establishment secret technique. Uninitiated movement technique. Alchemy scripture, middle volume. Chu clan sword formula, proficiency in all things. Breakthrough points, 215. Luck, 82. Killing people with great luck allows you to absorb their luck. Overall strategic assessment, 35 times greater than average. Usually, Chu Xiu would be tidying up his clothes, looking at Mengdie lying on the bed, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. As expected, it's effective. The celestial fragrance body will improve as Shifu's emotions intensify. The little props still work. After that, Chu Xiu went outside and closed the door, leaving Mengdie inside the room. Mengdie slowly sat up, looked towards the door and smirked. That damned rebellious disciple, he finally left. He was so pleased with himself earlier that he released my restrictions before leaving, and seems to have forgotten to add a seal on me. She sat on the bed, starting to absorb the surrounding spiritual qi. He really did forget the seal, the feeling of being able to cultivate. The feeling of being able to mobilize the power within my body. It's so good I can feel the spiritual qi in this heaven and earth. Suddenly, Mengdie's eyes widened, unexpectedly realizing something. During the time I was sealed, my cultivation actually improved. Could it be related to that rebellious disciple? She gathered spiritual power into her palm, forming a ball, and smiled smugly. Rebellious disciple, you just wait for me. In the blink of an eye, her spiritual power ball vanished into thin air, leaving only a puff of smoke, making Mengdie gape in astonishment. Why am I sealed again? Before she could double her joy, double the pain came immediately. Just then, she heard Chu Xiu's voice transmitted to her. "Shifu, don't misunderstand. This disciple is just reminding you that even from a greater distance, I can seal you at any time." Hearing this, Mengdie squeezed the figurine resembling Chu Xiu tightly, while raising a sharp nail high in her other hand, and shouted resentfully, "Rebellious disciple! Rebellious disciple, go to hell!" Suddenly, something stirred in her stomach. Mengdie's eyes widened as she looked down at her belly in surprise. "Why does it feel like something's moving in my stomach?" 7 days passed. At this time, in front of the transmission gate of the desolate Yao secret realm, many disciples were gathering here. As in previous years, the opening time of the secret realm was 30 days. Chu Xiu was also present in the crowd, preparing to enter the secret realm. Kai Suzy stood in front of the transmission gate, raised her hand and said, "In 30 days, you must all gather at the initial transmission point. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the secret realm for decades, waiting for the secret realm to open again. After leaving the secret realm, everyone must offer a certain amount of their possessions. The Kai Suzy Peak will rank everyone based on their contributions, and the disciples in the top 10 of the contribution list will receive corresponding rewards." Chu Xiu yawned loudly, bored. "Shut up already. I don't care about your rewards. I just want to get the soul infant Yao fruit in the secret realm." While he was standing with his arms crossed, waiting for the transmission array to open so he could enter the secret realm, Ye Fan ran over from somewhere, smiling and waving his hand. "Chu Xiu, brother." Ye Fan stood in front of Chu Xiu, hands on his hips, mouth wide open, and asked eagerly, "Chu brother also wants to enter the desolate Yao secret realm. Ye brother, aren't you the same? Doing quests together with the protagonist with the destiny of the main character." "I always feel like this trip won't be peaceful." Chu Xiu stared at Ye Fan, his eyes suspicious and questioning. "Ye brother, what are you thinking about? Is something up?" "Nothing, Chu brother, let's go together." Chu Xiu flashed a smile, extending his hand to the side. All right. Ye Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he watched Chu Xiu's back, while someone's voice transmission came. "Ye Fan, after entering the secret realm, if you have the chance, eliminate Chu Xiu for this Shifu. Make it clean, don't get caught. It's best to let him die in the mouths of the desolate beasts, so even if the Holy Lord uses time reversal, he won't be able to find out the truth." This voice transmission came from a young lady sitting on a branch inside the 10,000-year ancient forest. This young lady was none other than Liu Zhu. Arms crossed, eyes full of killing intent. Mengdie, I have arranged for several disciples to find an opportunity to eliminate that precious disciple, Chu Xiu, of yours after entering the secret realm. Don't blame me for being cruel. Who told him to be so unlucky as to be a disciple of a bitch like you? While she was thinking, she suddenly saw 2 figures standing on a flying boat gliding past right in front of her. These 2 figures were Xiao Yifeng, the second disciple of Yunha Peak, with Ling Yun standing behind him. Xiao Yifeng, "Senior brother, you guys are brothers. Is it okay for you to do this? Aren't you afraid that after Chu Xiao dies, the Yunha Peak Lord will fly into a rage? He's a monstrous genius of your peak now, and a reserve candidate to be chosen as a saint's son. A dead genius is no longer a genius. Dead senior and junior brothers are the best senior and junior brothers. Besides, Chu Xiu has been causing trouble everywhere recently. Eliminating him is the most reasonable explanation." Hearing the conversation between the two, Liu Zhu raised her hand to her chin, inwardly pleased. "It seems that I'm not the only one who wants to eliminate Chu Xiu. As expected, that scheming Mengdie is not a good person, and her disciples are no good either." Switching scenes to Chu Xiu's side, 2 familiar figures walked over and called out Chu Xiu's name, causing him to turn around in surprise. These 2 figures were none other than Tao Yao and Chu Xiaoran. "Junior sister Xiaoran, why are you here too?" "Of course, I'm here to see senior brother Chu off." Seeing the 2 of them, Chu Xiao asked curiously, "I wonder what these 2 junior sisters want from me at this time." At the same time, the system notified, "Host, you have such good romantic luck. Are you planning to develop in the direction of a king of the seas?" Tao Yao skipped over to Chu Xiu, handing him a hefty-looking greatsword. "This is the heavy sword senior brother asked me to find. I just happened to find it the last couple of days, so I made a special trip to bring it to you. I hope it can help you out, Xianxia." Chu Xiu barely got his hands on the sword before the system chimed in. Azure Dragon Blade, Earth Grade, Function, channels original force or true origin force to enhance slashing damage. Forged from the spine of a Azure Dragonflower beast. Durable and heavy, a truly domineering weapon. Insufficient physical strength may result in muscle damage if wielded forcefully. Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed. pouring spiritual energy into the great sword, causing it to emit waves of crimson and black sword energy. Seeing this, he turned to look at Tao Yao and complimented her, making her eyes light up. Awesome. Many thanks, little Shimei. If senior brother is pleased, that's all that matters. Chu Xiu reached out and ruffled Tao Yao's hair, making her blush shyly. Chu Xiu, be careful on this trip to the desolate Yao secret realm. It only opens once every few decades, and it's full of desolate beasts and Yao race members. Don't be too reckless. Thanks for your concern, Shimei. I'll be careful. So Shimei can rest assured.
Then, Chu Xiu turned to look at Xiaoran, who was holding a bag in her hands.
I wonder what brings Xiaoran Shimei here. I found some materials for you to set up formations.
Maybe they'll be useful in the secret realm. Seeing Chu Xiu accept the bag of materials, Xiaoran's cheeks flushed, and a smile bloomed on her face. Thank you, Great Emperor. Xixiang's silver serpent has woken up. When you come back, would you like to come to my house for a cup of tea? My mother would like to thank you in person. You are too polite. When I come back, I will definitely bring gifts to visit your mother. Tao Yao stood beside them, her cheeks puffed out in a sulky pout as she watched the two of them chatting happily. Just then, a stream of spiritual energy descended from the sky and landed on the teleportation gate, causing it to open. Seeing this, Kai Suzy, standing in front of the teleportation gate, raised her hand and announced, "The teleportation array is open. Disciples who are qualified, enter the array quickly."
Hearing this, Chu Xiu clasped his hands together and bid farewell to Tao Yao and Xiaoran. Farewell, Shimeis, I'll be going now. Tao Yao stood with her hands on her hips, watching Chu Xiu's retreating figure as he headed towards the teleportation gate, and huffed. Why is Xixiang in such a hurry? I haven't finished talking yet. There's something Xixiang Chu Xiu needs in the secret realm. Of course he's eager to go in.
Hearing Xiaoran's words, Tao Yao's eyes dimmed, and she clenched her teeth. Bitterly, Tao Yao, is jealousy getting to your head? Clenching her fists, her eyes flashed menacingly. Chu Xiaoran, stay away from my Xixiang. Acting like you know him so well, Tao Yao Shiji. What do you mean by that? My relationship with Chu Xiu Xixiang is pure, unlike what you think. Why should I stay away from him? Tao Yao placed her hands in front of her stomach, her expression calm, and smirked. Shiji doesn't need to get so worked up, it'll cause wrinkles. Am I getting worked up? Yeah, you are. Behaving like a jealous woman. No wonder Xixiang Chu Xiu ran away so fast earlier.
Hearing this, Tao Yao's eyes blazed with anger. She glared at Xiaoran, her hands clenched tightly, unleashing powerful spiritual energy as she shouted, Xiaoran, are you determined to provoke me? Cut to a forest inside the desolate Yao secret realm. In the dense forest, a group of people are walking together, step by step, towards the front. Two men leading the group looked around, astonished. How big is the desolate Yao secret realm anyway? I heard my Shifu say it's about 10 million li wide, 1/20th of the southern domain. It's huge. Those with affinity often team up. Those without team up to find treasures.
While the group was chatting, Chu Xiu stood at the back, observing quietly. He raised his hand and stroked his chin, his eyes thoughtful. Should I go find Ye Fan first? If I stick with him, can I borrow some of that protagonist halo? Maybe I'll get some unexpected gains. A group of people suddenly appeared behind Chu Xiu, shouting loudly, I see Chu Xiu. Everyone, attack. Seeing this, Chu Xiu's face turned as black as the bottom of a wok, sweat pouring down his face, terrified. What's going on? Who did I offend? Did I offend anyone? Bro, don't you know? Before he could figure out what was happening, the group of people chased after him with their hot rods, making him run for his life, screaming at the top of his lungs, I can't beat this. Chu Xiu summoned his flying saucer.
The best of the 36 stratagems is to run. In a flash, he jumped onto the flying saucer, hit the gas, shifted gears, and zoomed away. The group of people standing below watched Chu Xiu's flying saucer disappear into the distance, and shouted, He's getting away. The tall, muscular man with the buzz cut smirked wickedly. Don't worry, before we set out, Lingyan Xixiang gave me a Q tracking compass. I've already locked onto his Q, it doesn't matter if he runs to the ends of the earth. Cut to deep within the desolate Yao secret realm. On a mountain peak, something was emitting eerie streams of purple gas. The source of this gas was none other than a soul infant Yao fruit. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Xiu held his great sword in his hand, facing a nearly Yao emperor-level giant python demonic beast, the massive serpent hissing furiously, bleeding from numerous wounds. Seeing this, Chu Xiu showed no fear, his eyes sharp, as he activated the Xingzi secret. He gripped the great sword tightly with both hands, channeling spiritual energy into it, and charged towards the giant python. In an instant, with a single stroke of his sword,
Chu Xiu cleanly decapitated the giant python. After that, the giant serpent collapsed to the ground, gradually dissolving into tendrils of black smoke.
These streams of dark energy began to converge, forming a black lotus right in front of Chu Xiu.
As Chu Xiu reached out towards the black lotus, the system chimed in.
Exchange it for breakthrough points. Hell yeah. Exchange it. Gimme, gimme. Exchange successful. Received 70,000 breakthrough points. He plopped down on the ground, legs crossed, and let out a sigh.
Finally, 500,000. System, what's next? The system announced. Please select from the following breakthrough options: Corpse Slaughter Sword Intent, Dao Scripture Sword Art, Myriad Affairs Enhanced Thought Technique, Xingzai Secret, Dan Scripture Middle Volume. Seeing the system notification, Chu Xiu immediately selected Xingzi Secret. The system continued to announce.
Due to your Shifu's constitution, your cultivation talent has been enhanced. Your comprehension of the Xingzi secret has been amplified.
Xingzi Secret advanced. Glimpse of the gate, Chu Xiu stood up, brushed the dust off his robes, and looked towards the soul infant Yao fruit on the mountaintop. Xingzi Secret successfully broken through. Time to go pick that soul infant Yao fruit. Then, he stepped off the flying boat and headed towards the soul infant Yao fruit, suddenly exclaiming, and looking at the color of the fruit,
"It's not ripe yet." Chu Xiu raised a hand to his forehead, frustrated as the system announced. Host, your luck stat is really low. That soul infant Yao fruit isn't ripe yet. You went through all that trouble fighting the giant serpent,
and the soul infant Yao fruit is still a sad little bud. Seriously. Suddenly he stroked his chin, a confident smile spreading across his face. Not ripe, huh? Does yours truly have no solutions? Oh my god, what is he planning? You're so evil, no wonder you're called Lao Machu.
Scene changed to that evening.
Chu Xiu was now picking spirit herbs inside a forest. As he was examining the spirit herb in his hand, a young man and a young woman suddenly approached. Chu Xiu Xixiong, are you here too? The young man with the axe on his back, named Chen Mufan, was followed by 3 men and 1 young woman. Chu Xiu Xixiong, are you here alone?
Chu Xiu, with a cold expression, glanced suspiciously at Mufan's group. Are you here to hunt me down too? Mufan's forehead furrowed slightly, and he gave a meaningful smile, using sound transmission, suppressing his killing intent. Don't let him notice. This guy is fast. If he wants to run, none of us can stop him. Hold him here, and wait for the others to surround and kill him. The young woman with the green streaks in her hair behind Mufan replied via sound transmission. Yes. Chen Xixiong. He, got it. Chen Xixiong. Mufan extended his hands, feigning innocence. Chu Xiu Xixiong, what's the meaning of this? Killing fellow disciples is a serious crime. Is someone hunting Xixiong Chu? The young woman with the purple hair placed her hand on her chest, putting on a worried expression. Who would dare to hunt down a true disciple? Tell us who's hunting you. Maybe we can help. Chu Xiu shook his head slightly and sighed. I don't know exactly who it is anyway. A lot of people are hunting. The purple-haired woman grabbed Chu Xiu's hand with both of hers. Xixiong, why don't you join our group? If you encounter someone hunting you, we can help. That's right. With us here, no one would dare to lay a hand on you. Looking at the young woman and the 2 people standing behind her, Chu Xiu secretly rejoiced. Awesome. What actors. He then focused his attention on the purple-haired woman's large chest and said, speaking of which, this Shimei is quite attractive. Mufan's group smiled cheerfully on the outside but were incredibly sinister on the inside, communicating with each other via sound transmission. Don't panic everyone, this guy is a horny simpleton. He's still worried about our safety. Hilarious. He probably won't even know we're the ones hunting him when he dies. But you can't blame him. Who told us to act so convincingly? Mufan put his hands forward, pretending to be kind. Chu Xixiong is a genius who broke the primordial limit here. He will definitely be the foundation of our Kai Suzi Holy Land in the future. We can all die, but nothing can happen to you. Otherwise, the Holy Land will suffer a huge loss. Xixiong Chu, let us stay and help you. You guys are so righteous, I'm very touched. If that's the case, then I agree. The purple-haired woman then stepped forward and hugged Chu Xiao's arm, smiling falsely. Xixiong doesn't need to be like that. Our Holy Land is like one big family. As she spoke, she pressed her big breast tightly against Chu Xiu's arm. Afterwards, Chu Xiu led Mufan's group to a place where a goat was being roasted over a fire. Everyone, please come this way. This is a roasted goat that Xiaoran Shimei specially prepared for me before entering the secret realm. I was worried I couldn't finish it all by myself, but luckily I met you all here. It's perfect timing to take it out of my storage bag. Mufan's group stared blankly at the roasted goat, their eyes wide with surprise. Then, Chu Xiu smiled gleefully, picked up a jug of wine, and poured a cup for the purple-haired woman. Meeting is fate. Please eat and drink to your heart's content. Chu doesn't need to stand on ceremony like that. Just as Mufan finished speaking, Chu Xiu raised the cup to his lips and drained it. The purple-haired woman glanced suspiciously at Chu Xiu, seeing that there was no poison in the wine. Mufan held a cup of wine in one hand and a goat leg in the other, grinning. "Good wine, right? This is fine wine I took from Shifu's wine cellar. A shidi should eat meat and drink wine to be a man." Afterwards, the whole group ate goat meat and talked to each other. "Xianxia, this meat isn't bad. If it's good, then eat more. If it's not enough, Xianxia has more." After a while of eating and drinking, only the bones of the goat remained on the extinguished fire. Suddenly, Chu Xiu's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Please speak your minds, everyone." Chu Xiu's eyes lit up with a sharp, cold glint. "Xiao Yifeng and Jian Lingyun, what did they promise you guys? Enough to make you resort to any means necessary to kill me." Upon hearing this, Mufan's group was utterly surprised. Mufan slowly stood up, his eyes darkening, gripping his hammer tightly. "When did you find out?" "Oh, the moment you guys showed up, of course," Chu Xiu quipped. As soon as he finished speaking, Mufan, with his lightning-infused hammer, charged towards Chu Xiu. Seeing this, Chu Xiu didn't flinch. His eyes flashed, and he activated the Hengzi secret technique. In a flash, Chu Xiu agilely leaped into the air, dodging Mufan's powerful hammer strike. Chu Xiao stood before Mufan's group, clenching his fists and sneering, "Why don't you guys take a peek at the magical Zifu within yourselves?" Hearing this, Mufan's group looked down at their chests and saw a strange formation, which made their eyes widen. Shocked, Chu Xiu stared ahead, a sinister grin on his face. "There's no poison in my wine, hey hey." At the same time, the system chimed in. "Hee hee, big bro, I'm dying of laughter. Our poison is absolutely pure, with no wine mixed in whatsoever." Chu Xiu reached out towards Mufan's group, his eyes darkening, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "Do you want to live? I can give you a chance. Chu Xiu, what do you want us to do?" Without another word, Chu Xiu tossed a scroll towards the purple-haired girl. She caught the scroll, sweat dripping down her face as she listened to Chu Xiu's instructions. "Just follow the directions on this. There are 10 antidote pills in the bottle, enough to keep you safe for 3 days. After it's done, I'll give you the antidote. How do we know you'll definitely give us the antidote after it's done?" Chu Xiu immediately put 3 fingers together and raised them in front of him. "I swear in the name of my Shifu, if I, Chu Xiu, lie, may the heavenly Tao curse my Shifu so that her cultivation never improves." At that moment, Mengdie, who was sitting and eating fruit, sneezed. "Who's talking about me?" The purple-haired girl placed her hand on her chest, a look of doubt in her eyes. "We'll do it. We hope you'll keep your word." Chu Xiu raised his hand, summoning his flying boat, one hand behind his back, a trustworthy smile spreading across his face. Chu Xiu always keeps his promises. Hey hey. Waiting for the good news from the 5 transfer students. The next morning, a large group of people gathered at a certain place. A young man with an icy expression, his hands clasped behind his back, questioned, "Chen Mufan, what's wrong with you guys, letting Chu Xiu escape again?" This person was Xianxia, a true disciple of Tianjian Peak, at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Bridge realm. Mufan clasped his hands together in a salute. "Senior brother, please calm down and let me explain. An hour ago you guys encountered Chu Xiu here, but he ran away as soon as he saw us, moving extremely fast. We couldn't keep up at all. Then why did you call us here?" Mufan took out a scroll and presented it to Xianxia. "That Chu Xiu dropped these items when he ran away." "What is this?" Mufan unrolled the scroll, revealing a map with a mountain peak marked on it. "This indicates the location where the heaven and earth wonder, soul infant demon fruit grows. That Yao fruit grows on top of this mountain, soul infant demon fruit, a treasure here." Xianxia frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Why don't you guys just go pick the soul infant demon fruit yourselves? I don't believe you're this kind. What are you really up to?" Mufan rolled up the map. "The soul infant demon fruit grows in an extremely dangerous environment. If the 5 of us go, we'll just be throwing our lives away. We need your help. If you guys get the Yao fruit, just share a portion with the 5 of us." Xianxia reached out and took the map from Mufan's hand. All right, deal. This map was obtained from Chu Xiu. It would be bad if he snatched it first. I'll lead the people to pick the Yao fruit." Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he sneered sinisterly. "This Chen Mufan is still so naive, wanting us to work hard and still get a share. Dream on." After a while, Xianxia's group rowed the flying boat to the location marked on the map. At the same time, Chu Xiu sat in a corner high above, looking down at this group of people and suddenly exclaimed, "They're here! So many people!" Xianxia led the group towards the soul infant demon fruit, which was emitting strange auras. "This gray bone isolates divine sense. Everyone, don't spread out too much." A girl with her hair covering one eye, holding a sword in her hand, said, "Don't worry, senior brother." On a strange demonic palm was the soul infant demon fruit, shaped like a baby embryo,
with blood-red eyes like an evil god. After confirming that it was indeed the soul infant demon fruit, the group was shocked. Soul infant demon fruit? It really is the soul infant demon fruit, haha, great. If we eat this Yao fruit, we can directly advance to the spirit-severing realm. If we sell it, we can sell it for tens of thousands of divine origin stones. A young man clenched his fists, opened his mouth, and laughed excitedly. We're rich! We're rich! Xianxia raised one hand to stop them, and raised the other hand to stroke his chin, his eyes pensive.
Everyone, hold on. The color of this Yao fruit isn't right.
I'm afraid it's not ripe yet. I've seen images of ripe soul infant demon fruits. After ripening, the Yao fruit will turn blood red and emit a holy aura. If you eat an unripe Yao fruit, you'll be devoured by yin qi and die.
Hearing this, a green-haired girl raised her hand and asked anxiously,
What do we do? We have limited time in this desolate Yao environment. We can't possibly wait for it to ripen on its own. Should we just pick it now and figure it out later?
Suddenly, streams of red gas appeared beneath Yan Zhao and his group's feet. Seeing this, Yan Zhao and his people looked around at the red gas swirling around them. Abruptly, the girl with her hair covering one eye clutched her chest tightly, coughing violently as she brought her other hand to her mouth. Is this an illusion array? How can this be?
Sweat dripped down her face, her eyes wide with horror as she saw the man behind her clawing at her body.
She screamed. Then, the man's eyes turned wild like a beast's as he grabbed the girl's neck, squeezing hard. Kill! You beast! You killed my mother! In an instant, Yan Zhao's group turned on each other in a bloody massacre.
I treated you like a brother, and you stole my woman. That's my treasure of heaven and earth.
You don't deserve it.
Yan Zhao's eyes widened in shock as he watched his companions slaughter each other. No, stop it. The slain fell to the ground, their blood seeping into the roots of the soul infant Yao fruit tree. Then, these streams of vital essence were used to nourish the soul infant Yao fruit.
Half an hour later, a foot stepped over a corpse lying on the ground.
This foot belonged to Chu Xiu, who stood with his hands on his hips, surveying the scene of Yan Zhao and his group sprawled across the ground. I didn't expect this Yao fruit to rely on absorbing the blood essence of the human race to ripen. He glanced at the soul infant Yao fruit, which had turned slightly redder. It still needs a bit more blood Q to ripen.
Chu Xiu sighed. Forget it. It's only a few days. This place is too dangerous. Let's leave first.
The scene shifts to the foot of the mountain, where the purple-haired girl and Muhafan were looking up at the peak. Senior Brother Chen, do you think something happened up there? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Could something have happened to Senior Brother Yan and the others? This soul infant Yao fruit really isn't something ordinary people can pick. Good thing we didn't go up. But if we don't get the Yao fruit, will Chu Xiu be able to detoxify us?
Suddenly, someone stepped forward, startling Mulefan's group.
Not going up the mountain.
As soon as he saw Chu Xiu, Mufan smiled obsequiously. Senior Brother Chu, we followed your instructions and found people to go up the mountain to pick the Yao fruit. Even though we didn't get the Yao fruit, we tried our best to complete the task.
We hope you can detoxify us. Chu Xiu's expression remained unchanged, his brow furrowed as he thought to himself.
These cowards not only failed to pick the Yao fruit, but also sent their senior brothers and sisters to the desolate mountain.
Now they dared to take credit. As they were talking, they suddenly sensed something rushing toward them.
Chu Xiu turned his head to look in one direction, his eyes widening in surprise. Yao Qi. He immediately turned to Mufan's group, who were panicking, and questioned, Did you guys bring this Yao Qi here? No, we don't know any Yao race people.
What Chu Xiu and Mufan's group saw was a group of Yao race members riding on the backs of mad cows with glowing red eyes, charging toward them. One of the Yao race members bared his sharp teeth, raising the axe in his hand and shouting, Humans! We found humans again! Kill them all! Ha ha! For the tribe! For freedom! As he spoke, he rammed the cow forward.
Chu Xiu looked at the Yao race member with a cold gaze. It's been almost 10 days since entering the secret realm, and this is the first time I've encountered the Yao race. It seems these alien races really want to capture us.
After thinking, he stomped his foot on the ground, and a formation immediately appeared on the ground.
Chu Xiu then used the Xingzi secret movement technique, holding the heavy sword in his hand as he soared into the air, witnessed by Mu Fan and the Yao race member. Then, he slashed the sword down on the head of the mad cow, causing the Yao race member riding on its back to widen his eyes in shock. The other Yao race members were sweating profusely, their mouths agape in stunned silence. This battle strength, we can't hold out with just a few of us. Chu Xiu coldly held the sword to the Yao race member's neck and said quickly, Why did you Yao race suddenly appear here? I won't tell you.
Chu Xiao's face darkened, and he channeled spiritual power into the great sword, causing it to emit streams of sword qi. You won't tell me? Then I will slowly torture you to death. You won't be able to resist telling me. I'll talk. We were originally suppressed in the desolate Yao secret realm by Kai Suzi, and received orders from the great Yao of the Beyond Realm to ambush you here. Chu Xiu listened and fell silent, his eyes filled with thoughtful contemplation. Great Yao of the Beyond Realm, E.H. It seems the water in this desolate Yao secret realm is very deep. After a moment of thought, he swung his sword, slicing the neck of the tall Yao race member in front of him, causing him to scream in agony. The Yao race member collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his neck like a fountain, causing the other Yao race members to cower in fear and retreat on their cows. A Yao race dude with green hair, sweating buckets, stared wide-eyed with his jaw dropped in shock. Brother Niu, just kick the bucket like that. Chu Xiu shot a bullet-like glare at Mufan's group standing behind him. Junior brother Chen, leave the rest of these little demons to you guys. With your strength, dealing with them should be no problem. Right, senior brother Chu? Can you help us detoxify? Chu Xiu put one hand on his hip and tossed the bottle of antidote towards the purple-haired girl with the other. You guys didn't say, I almost forgot. This Chu Xiu always keeps his word. Catching it, he then hopped onto his flying shuttle, raised his hand in a farewell wave. This Chu Xiu takes his leave first, you guys pray for yourselves. Seeing this, the Yao race folks grinned smugly. The one with the strongest strategy is gone, and the rest of them are poisoned, hehehe. Immediately after, Mukfan's group was surrounded by the Yao race, with glowing red eyes and sinister smiles. Isn't this just cheap for us, haha, kill them for the tribe, for freedom. After a short battle, the purple-haired girl was pinned to the ground by a pig demon, who leered, This beautiful human female, don't be scared, your pig brothers won't hurt you. Chu Xiu stood on the flying shuttle, flying away with his hands behind his back, thinking, the soul infant Yao fruit still needs 2 more days to ripen. What should I do for these 2 days? At the same time, beneath the ground, a figure stood at the entrance of a cave, laughing loudly. Ha ha, it's this place. Hearing the loud laughter, Chu Xiu propped his hand on his knee and looked down below. This voice, this figure, was holding a map, standing outside the cave, looking inside. Found it. Finally arrived. This is the treasure trove of the Quasi-Yao Emperor. This figure was none other than Ye Fan, who was grinning excitedly with glee. Treasure! I'm coming! Also at this moment, Chu Xiu hid behind a boulder, his face peeking out as he stared intently at Ye Fan, a sinister smile blooming on his face. Can't deny it. Someone with the destiny of a protagonist is truly heaven-defying. It's just a pity he ran into me. Then, like the Flash, he moved with lightning speed past Ye Fan. Brother Ye, many thanks to this Chu for scouting the way for you first. Ye Fan's eyes widened blankly, question marks appearing above his head as he looked around. What was that noise just now? After a while, Chu Xiu had already gone deep inside the cave, step by step approaching a lotus pond, surrounded by glowing crystal stones. He took out a vial and collected the dripping water from the stalactites. This all-purpose stalactite liquid is worth a fortune. Collecting some can earn me a small fortune. Then, Chu Xiu took out his storage pouch, sat down, and looked at the immortal herbs on the ground, a delighted smile on his face. These heaven-grade immortal herbs can't be missed either, the system announced. Your luck plus 4-6. In just a minute, Chu Xiu carried a bag full of spiritual heavenly treasures on his shoulder, wiping sweat from his forehead. Done. System bro, my luck increased so quickly. Could it be because I snatched Ye Fan's opportunity? The system replied, That's right, host absorbed the luck on the other party's body. If the host hadn't snatched it, Ye Fan would have definitely soared to great heights after harvesting the treasures here. Chu Xiu held the storage pouch in front of him, opening his mouth in a wide grin. More than 1,000 caddies of earth-grade spirit medicine, more than 100 stalks of heaven-grade spirit medicine, 11 immortal-grade ones, and 3 jade bottles of 10,000-year stalactite liquid. Selling these things, even a pig could fly, right? He glanced to the side and saw something unexpected, letting out a surprised, huh. What caught Chu Xiu's eye at this moment were 2 glittering treasures placed on 2 stone pillars. That is, this must be the most essential part of this treasure land, right? His eyes widened in shock as he saw a giant white snake, tasked with guarding these treasures, fast asleep. This white snake's cultivation is at the peak of the Other Shore realm. The moment he saw the white snake, Chu Xiu tiptoed and whispered, There's a peak, Other Shore realm white snake here? Looks like this big snake is responsible for guarding the treasures, but hasn't triggered any mechanisms for thousands of years. Suddenly, the entire cave shook violently, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide and mouth agape in panic. He immediately turned his head towards Ye Fan, who was stepping onto a formation circle on the ground. Ye Fan dealt with such awkward situations with just a confident smile.
Senior brother Chu, what a coincidence. We meet again, haha, just in time. I also discovered treasures here. Looking at the formation circle Ye Fan was stepping on, Chu Xiu's eyes turned fierce, his sharp teeth bared. This guy triggered the Great Serpent's mechanism. After the Great Serpent's mechanism was activated, the white snake immediately woke up, its red eyes flashing brightly. In front of Chu Xiu and Ye Fan, the white snake bared its sharp fangs, opened its mouth, and roared angrily, accompanied by streams of demonic qi spewing from its mouth. Chu Xiu immediately lunged forward, swiftly grabbing the two treasures on the two stone pillars. This place isn't safe to stay for long, must leave quickly. Then he ran away as fast as his legs could carry him, leaving Ye Fan to face the very angry white snake. Damn it, what bad luck. At the same time, in another development outside the secret realm, Kaisuzi, along with the peak lords of the various peaks, were sitting in meditation, maintaining the formation. Suddenly, the old geezer came running over in a panic, clasping his hands together. Disaster! Disaster! Most of the disciples' life tablets who entered the desolate Yao secret realm are shattered. Hearing this, Mengdie's eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open in shock. She hurriedly asked the old man, "What? How many shattered? 75 are gone." Mengdie immediately left her spot, and ran to the old man, grabbing his arm and asking anxiously, "Is my disciple, Chu Xiu's life tablet okay? His hasn't broken yet." Mengdie's face darkened. Her eyes filled with suspicion. Something big must have happened in the desolate Yao secret realm. So many disciple deaths haven't happened in years, Sing. Is it true? I'm actually worried about that troublesome disciple. It'd be better if he died. Kaisuzi closed her eyes and reached out, using her spiritual power to calm everyone down. Don't panic, I'll use the Eye of Emptiness to take a look. In an instant, she activated a formation, unleashing waves of surging spiritual power. Immediately afterward, massive eyeballs appeared in the sky above the desolate Yao secret realm. Looking down, a young man standing beside a maiden saw the eyeballs in the sky and exclaimed in surprise, "Someone from the outside is observing the secret realm." The Yao race on Mufan's side looked up at the sky, sweating bullets in fear. Does the human race want to attack us? I don't want to die. At the same time, at the Yao race's main camp, a tall and sturdy Yao person with a heavy sword on his back stood on a cliff, looking at the eyeballs in the sky. This Yao person was Ma Sha, with a cultivation at the peak of the other shore realm, and he was wearing a smug smile. "Don't worry, no one can attack us through the desolate Yao secret realm, not even a Saint King. The human race can only watch us from the outside, they can't do anything." His teeth were brighter than his face as he opened his mouth and laughed. "If they want to watch, then let them watch us slaughter the human race." Ma Sha stood on the cliff, pointing his heavy sword forward and shouting, "Kill the human race! To leave the secret realm! To regain our freedom!" Charge. Suddenly, he was surprised when he saw the stone mirror he was holding in his hand light up. The treasure stone mirror has a reaction. Ma Sha exclaimed in surprise, grinning widely. "The other half of the mirror has appeared. If I get the other half and combine them, then I can break through to the Daso Palace realm." The peak lords outside the secret realm observed Ma Sha and his Yao subordinates running amok through a magic circle. Seeing the scene on the formation circle, a girl in orange clothes widened her eyes in shock. "That great demon has reached the peak of the other shore realm. Isn't there a realm restriction in the secret realm?" Mengdie stepped forward and stood beside Kaisuzi, asking, "Holy Master, do you need to connect the secret realm's teleportation gate so disciples can come back sooner?" Hearing this, Kaisuzi looked at Mengdie and smiled lightly. "What? Are you worried something will happen to your disciple?" Mengdie's cheeks flushed red, and she snorted coldly. "This old lady isn't worried about that troublesome disciple. I'm just worried about the other disciples." Kaisuzi's expression was calm as she reached out and channeled her spiritual power. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. In, at most 2 days, the teleportation light gate can connect the secret realm's passage. If they can't even last 2 days, that would be truly disappointing." Mengdie put her hands on her chest, sweating anxiously. I don't know where that troublesome disciple is right now, but inside her mind, she tried to pretend she didn't care, throwing Chu Xiu's effigy onto the ground and yelling, "It'd be best if a demonic beast swallowed him whole." Scene changed to the next development inside the desolate Yao secret realm. At this time, a group of Yao races were chasing someone carrying another person on their back. The figure running away was Su Ru Yun, a direct disciple of Dao Yun Peak, carrying a heavily injured maiden, running away from the Yao race's pursuit. At the same time, Chu Xiu was standing on a tree branch, arms crossed, looking down below. "If I don't save them, when I see them under my devil's eyes, wouldn't my plan to become a holy son fall apart?" He reached out,
and took out a heavy sword radiating red sword energy. Consider yourself lucky. In an instant, Chu Xiu teleported behind Ru Yun, raising the heavy sword in front of her and grinning. Ru Yun glanced back and was stunned.
He was facing the group of Yao race in front. Chu Xiu wasn't scared at all, looking at Ru Yun behind him and grinning. "Junior Martial's sister, I'll get you out of this mess." Ru Yun's eyes widened in surprise, thinking he was the Chu Xiu who had the legendary Kai Suzi's divine pagoda. But he was only at the peak of the Wheel Sea realm, and the weakest Yao race in front were at least in the Divine Bridge realm. He can't beat these Yao race.
Going up is just suicide. Chu Xiu didn't say a word, gripping the heavy sword radiating sword energy in both hands, and rushed forward.
Seeing this, Ru Yun's eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open as she shouted in panic, "Don't!"
She had just finished speaking when her eyes widened as she saw Yao race blood splatter everywhere.
Her forehead darkened, and her jaw almost dropped to the ground as she was shocked to see the Yao race in front of her, easily defeated by Chu Xiu, with just one basic sword strike. In an instant,
Chu Xiu stared ahead with a cold expression. Those demonic figures he took down were lying beneath his blade, soaked in blood. Chu Xiu and Ru Yun couldn't believe their eyes.
Ru Yun, face beaded with sweat,
stared wide-eyed in shock. Senior brother Chu Xiu's combat power is insane. Seriously, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's a reincarnated god.
Chu Xiu turned to look at Ru Yun, anxiously asking, "Junior sister, are you all right? Many thanks to senior brother for saving us." Ru Yun was endlessly grateful. He reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a high-grade Yun Shen pill.
Then, Chu Xiu held the Yun Shen pill out to Ru Yun. "Your wounds are severe. Quickly take this medicinal pill to heal." "Senior brother, I can't. This treasure medicine is too precious."
Ru Yun hesitated.
He glanced at the unconscious girl and listened to Chu Xiu. "Junior sister, don't be so polite. The Yao race is creating chaos everywhere. It's dangerous. If you don't heal quickly, there could be big trouble. If not for yourself, think of your junior sister."
Ru Yun stared at Chu Xiu with a grateful expression.
"Many thanks, senior brother. I will definitely repay this kindness. Outside, the secret realm has changed. They will surely reopen the teleportation gates soon for everyone to leave. Even if you two junior sisters take the treasure medicine now, it will take time to recover."
"Why don't we wait at the plaza for the gate to reopen, senior brother? Aren't you coming with us?"
"No, I have important matters to attend to. Farewell for now."
Chu Xiu stood lost in thought, placing his hand on his chest, his brows furrowed. The half-piece of stone mirror inside trembled even more intensely. "To ensure safety, I must quickly pluck the soul infant Yao fruit. The opportunity to upgrade my cultivation is now." At the Kai Suzi Plaza, those present observed Chu Xiu's every move through a magic circle, and discussed among themselves, "Senior brother Chu is a beast. He's slaughtering those Yao race folks, until they can't even fight back. Senior brother Chu Xiu just casually pulls out a high-grade treasure medicine. Truly enviable." A female disciple in yellow robes pointed forward, a smile blooming on her face. "Don't you all think senior brother Chu Xiu and senior sister Ru Yun are a great match?" Kai Suzi looked towards the magic circle, smiling with satisfaction. "Chu Xiu is a kind person with extraordinary aptitude. His performance in the secret realm is excellent." Mengdie placed a hand on her chest, looking forward with a worried expression. "That rebellious disciple, what are you thinking, in the end, causing this seat to worry so much?" Scene changed to Yin Demon Mountain. Inside the desolate Yao secret realm, two men were standing, staring at the soul infant Yao fruit. "If we can get this soul infant Yao fruit, our cultivations can reach the spirit severing realm. That's something to look forward to." Suddenly, the man in red noticed something. Glancing behind him, "Wait, there are footsteps behind us." The two turned to look, and Chu Xiu walked into view, hands behind his back, a friendly smile on his face. "You're Chu Xiu. Oh, you two recognize me. I am indeed Chu Xiu. I wonder what the two junior brothers are doing here." The two men smirked sinisterly, using sound transmission to communicate. "Senior brother, the demonic aura here is very strong. Approaching the demon fruit carelessly is dangerous. Why not let Chu Xiu help us pluck the demon fruit?" Good. If he plucks the demon fruit, we'll split it evenly. 1-on-1, we can't beat him, but 2-on-1, we're sure to win." The man in blue looked at Chu Xiu, feigning kindness, with a fake smile. "Chu Xiu, you must have seen the soul infant Yao fruit, right? This demon fruit is invaluable. You go get it, and we'll split it 3 ways, how about that?" Chu Xiu closed his eyes, arms crossed in front of his chest, and said coldly, "Absolutely not." The two became enraged upon hearing this. "Chu Xiu, don't be ignorant. Don't force us to take action. Honestly help us pluck it, and if we're happy we might spare your life. Senior brother, don't talk nonsense with him. I'll use the third grade 4 symbols formation to bind him, he won't dare disobey us.
The two held their weapons, leaping into the air, a contemptuous smile on their faces, as they witnessed Chu Xiu's reaction.
Chu Xiu is just at the Qi refining realm. What waves can he even make?
The man in blue held a flag in his hand, setting up the 4 symbols binding formation, creating 4 flags around Chu Xiu, along with a formation circle on the ground. The man in red grinned arrogantly. Holding a pair of blades, he rushed towards Chu Xiu. Facing him, Chu Xiu showed no fear, clasping 2 fingers together to cast the Xianxia secret. He stepped aside and grabbed his heavy sword. In an instant, Chu Xiu unleashed a one-hit kill, slashing at the man in red, leaving him no time to react before he went to meet his ancestor. The man in blue's jaw dropped in shock. He screamed madly, "You dare!" Chu Xiu, with a cold gaze, his eyes blazing, rushed forward with lightning speed. In a flash, he arrived in front of the man in blue, stabbing his sword through him.
Looking at the man in blue who was clenching his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, Chu Xiu grinned wickedly. If there's a next life, don't be such a despicable person. Chu Xiu, with an ice-cold face, watched the man in blue slowly fall below, blood constantly spurting from the wound. The two were lying on the ground, their essence completely absorbed by the soul infant Yao fruit, leaving their eyes blank. Another day. Another tragedy. Chu Xiu reached out and plucked the soul infant Yao fruit, now ripe red after soaking up the essence blood of those 2 chumps. Chu Xiu pocketed the soul infant Yao fruit and glanced at the soul infant Yao tree, which was slowly withering away. Getting this Yao fruit was a pain. Who knows how long before another one grows. The system chimed in, "Hey bro, let me tell you something. Too bad. This secret realm won't have soul infant Yao fruits anymore. You're a born villain, cutting off the future like that. Reward: 500 breakthrough points."
The system interface popped up in front of Chu Xiu. He wondered, "So, you're planning to break through to what level of the Wuxia realm now?" "That's right. There's some news, not good, not bad, that I have to tell you."
"Spit it out." Chu Xiu stared intently at the system panel. "For your second extreme breakthrough, you'll face a lightning tribulation." Chu Xiu was thunderstruck, literally, throwing his hands up in exasperation. "No way, right? Usually only little saintesses get lightning tribulations. Why am I getting it early?" Chu Xiu started scratching his head, the system panel still babbling beside him. "Confirmed. I've analyzed this 300 billion times, and the chance of you facing a lightning tribulation is 9,999%. Maybe it's because your cultivation is just too damn strong. Anyway, take it seriously. Survive it and you'll get stronger. Fail and you're toast."
After that, Chu Xiu ventured deeper into the ancient forest, hand pressed to his chest. "Yep, the closer I get, the stronger the stone mirror's vibrations get. The other piece must be close by." Suddenly, he sensed something.
His eyes widened, a cold sweat breaking out, and he glanced in one direction.
What he saw was a bunch of Yao race goons charging towards him, weapons in hand, roaring, "Kill! Kill!" A Yao race member looked at the glowing half of the stone mirror in his hand, grinning like a maniac. "The stone mirror's reacting strongly. You brought the other half to our doorstep." Chu Xiu, clutching his stone mirror fragment, hid behind an ancient tree, eyes darting towards the approaching Yao race. Holy crap, is that the Yao race's main base? The stone mirror is reacting so strongly. Could the one with the other piece be the legendary Yao race leader?
He turned to the system panel, urgently asking, "Tongzi, I'm asking you one more time, are you sure I'm going to face a lightning tribulation?" "Definitely, absolutely, 100% sure." Seeing the system's answer, Chu Xiu's face fell, but then he cracked a meaningful smile. Okay.
Then, he hopped onto his flying treasure and soared towards a plaza surrounded by a barrier. On the plaza, injured disciples gathered. "Senior brother, please, someone save my senior brother. Does anyone have medicinal paste to stop the bleeding? When can we go home?" Chu Xiu looked down from his flying treasure. "So many wounded. Are these Yao race planning to wipe us out? Didn't think they were even more ruthless than me." System. "You still need to get stronger, but this isn't the time to think about that. Now you're being chased by the Yao race king and about to face a lightning tribulation. Have you thought of a way to deal with it?"
"I've got a plan.
Don't worry about it."
After a while, a huge crowd of Yao race, led by Matisa, swarmed in front of the barrier. The disciples inside, seeing them, raised their swords and yelled, The Yao race are after us."
"There are so many of them." Mesa, holding the stone mirror fragment, slashed it through the air, sending a wave of green energy forward.
The green energy slammed into the barrier around the plaza, panicking everyone inside. "This Yao race's aura is at least at the other shore realm late stage. We're no match for him. It can break the grand formation set up by the Emperor. The stone mirror in his hand, could it be Emperor-level artifact? Ma Sa clutched his stone mirror fragment, eyes glowing red. Human race, do you want to live or die? If you want to live, hand over the one with the other stone mirror fragment. Suddenly, Chu Xiu appeared, standing in front of the group, one hand on his hip, looking at the fragment in his hand. Is this what you're looking for? At the same time, in the plaza outside the secret realm, everything Chu Xiu did was displayed on a magic circle. Mengdie and her 3 female disciples stared at the magic circle, stunned. Chu Xiu, the Yao race want him too. Is he luring the Yao race to put the disciples of all sects in danger? Mengdie crossed her arms, sweat trickling down her cheeks, a look of suspicion in her eyes. Why is that troublesome disciple doing this?
There are only 2 possibilities. Either the other disciples pushed him out, or he's proactively sacrificing himself. But no matter the situation, the outcome won't change. With his current strength, he can't defeat that Yao race leader. She glanced at Kai Suzy standing nearby, thinking, could he be planning to use the method the Emperor left behind? If so, the Wild Yao secret realm is definitely doomed. Cut back to Chu Xiu, standing in the middle of the teleportation plaza, stone mirror fragment in hand. Before the eyes of everyone around him, a man standing behind Chu Xiu raised his hand, a sinister smile on his face. Senior brother Chu Xiu, you're a true inheritor of the sect. At this point, surely you're willing to sacrifice yourself for your junior brothers and sisters, right?
Su Ruyun, standing next to that man, widened her eyes, frowning in anger, and yelled, are you trying to sacrifice senior brother Chu Xiu? Junior sister Su Ruyun? Your words are too much. Senior brother Chu Xiu is voluntarily sacrificing himself for the greater good? Right, senior brother Chu Xiu. Ruyun stood behind Chu Xiu, reaching out, shouting, you think sacrificing senior brother Chu Xiu will make the Yao race spare us? Faced with danger, instead of thinking about fighting together, you only want to push your fellow disciples out. Such an ugly attitude will only make the Yao race look down on us human race cultivators. Ma Sa crossed his arms, grinning arrogantly. I'll give you another 50 breaths. If he doesn't come out by then, we're coming in. Hearing that, the disciples inside the barrier were scared shitless, screaming, no, I don't want to die. Someone save us, senior brother Chu Xiu, save us. You can't be so heartless. As long as you come out, the Yao race won't hurt us. While Ruyun was standing there, eyes wide and blank, someone slapped her hard on the shoulder. Ruyun raised her hand to her chest, cheeks flushed, looking at Chu Xiu, who was giving a confident smile. Chu Xiu Xixiong. Thank you, Su Shimei, for still being willing to speak up for me in this situation. Chu Muyu is endlessly grateful. Leave the rest to me. After that, Chu Xiu stepped out of the barrier, confidently heading towards Ma Sha, before Ruyun's eyes. Mengdie stood outside, observing Chu Xiu through the magic circle with a worried expression. Is this Chu Xiu really planning to face those demons alone? She looked up at the magic circle, clenching her fists. Is this your choice? Scene changes to Chu Xiu's side, facing Ma Sha, who's grinning with amusement. Not bad, human. You've got more guts than the others. Chu Xiu didn't say a word, opening the box containing the soul infant Yao fruit, which shocked Ma Sha. Seeing the soul infant Yao fruit, with its deep, blood-red color, accompanied by the spiritual energy it was emitting, Ma's eyes widened, opening his mouth to laugh excitedly. The soul infant Yao fruit is ripe. Quick, snatch the Yao fruit from his hands. While the demonic people crazily rushed towards Chu Xiu, he wasn't scared at all, holding the soul infant Yao fruit in his hand, his eyes darkening. He brought the soul infant Yao fruit to his mouth and took a big bite. Not bad flavor. System. Immediately breakthrough Tao scripture. System announcement. Detected that the host is an ancient sacred body, cultivating the Tao scripture, estimated to consume 10,000 breakthrough points. Breakthrough successful. This time, 10,000 breakthrough points were consumed. Your ancient sacred body has undergone a transformation. Peak of the Sea of Wheels realm, about to break through. Host is about to face the lightning tribulation. Please prepare. Lightning tribulation will be weakened. At the same time as he breathed, black clouds gathered densely in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning crashing down. Looking at the demonic people rushing over, Chu Xiu joined 2 fingers together, his whole body enveloped in golden light, summoning his nascent soul sitting on a lotus platform. Chu Xiao's whole body was radiating lightning bolts, his eyes shining brightly, opening his mouth to laugh loudly. Please, taste the lightning tribulation. Whoa! With a shocking sound, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky to the ground, blasting the demonic race away in all directions. After the lightning tribulation passed, Chu Xiu was revealed, bare-chested,
holding a golden bird with wide, terrified eyes in his hand. When he saw Ma Sha sneak attacking from behind, he immediately reached out and took out his heavy sword, Azure Dragon.
Chu Xiu gritted his teeth, swinging a powerful sword, slicing Ma Sha's heavy sword in half, leaving him agape in shock.
The golden bird on his head wearing an eggshell was shocked when it saw this.
"Kid, you're awesome!" Ma frantically opened his mouth and roared angrily, erupting with surging demonic power. Before he could even show off, a streak of light flashed across his body. This streak of light was Chu Xiu's sword strike, a gift for Ma Basha to meet his ancestors sooner than expected. Ru Yun and the people inside the barrier widened their eyes, mouths agape, exclaiming, "So strong! Chu Xixiong is so strong, he wiped out the entire Yao race by himself." I remember that Yao race leader was at the peak of the other shore realm. In Chu Xixiong's hands, he didn't even have a chance to resist.
At the same time, at the Kaisu Plaza, an image of Chu Xiu, with 8-pack abs and a handsome face, was displayed on the magic circle for everyone present to see. Chu Xiu used the lightning tribulation to wipe out the Yao race.
Two young women in the crowd widened their eyes in stunned amazement.
Never seen such a terrifying lightning tribulation before. How did he do that? How could he trigger the lightning tribulation at the Sea of Wheels realm? Su Zi looked at Mengdie, who was staring blankly in surprise, and asked curiously, "Mengdie, do you see it? Golden Qi and blood? Golden Sea of Wheels? The chaotic green lotus phenomenon. Chu Xiu has the legendary ancient sacred body." No wonder his cultivation speed was so slow back then.
So as affected by the sacred body, Su Zi crossed her arms in front of her chest and ordered Mengdie, "Chu Xiu can single-handedly break the sacred body's curse of being unable to cultivate. Truly astonishing. The Holy Land hasn't chosen a holy son yet. Wait until Chu Xiu returns and make him the Kai Su holy son."
Seeing Mengdie's expression, Su Zi asked with a cold expression, "You don't agree?" "No, it's not that." Mengdie placed her hands on her large breasts, sweating anxiously. "It's just that the matter of the Holy Son must be decided by the Peak Masters together, and his cultivation is too low right now. I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction among the other Peak Masters." In her mind she was furious, eyes vicious and teeth sharp. A rebellious beast like him has the chance to sit in the position of Holy Son? Where is justice? Where is the law? Sun Zi stared ahead, grinning. "What you said makes sense. But with Chu Xiu's performance in the secret realm today, the Peak Masters probably won't deny my suggestion. And his personality is considered that of a kind child."
Mengdie frowned with a grave face, glancing in one direction.
"Kind? You haven't seen how he treats me." Okay, so we're back at the traditional square inside the desolate Yao setting. After cleaning up those Yao race punks,
Chu Xiu wiped his forehead, letting out a relieved sigh. Qi Mengdie zoomed over, eyes wide, and asked, "Xixiong, are you hurt?" Chu Xiu turned to Qi Mengdie, flashing a smile. "Thanks for your concern, Shimei."
"I'm fine." Ye Fan, standing nearby, looked at Chu Xiu and sighed. "He's really strong. I'm just a spectator again."
Chu Xiu froze, eyes wide, pointing at the little snake coiled on Ye Fan's shoulder. "Ye Xiong, is that?" Ye Fan grinned, pointing at the white snake's spiritual beast he just tamed.
"Yep," Chu Xiu thought. "He got the giant python from the treasure land. No surprise, he's the protagonist. Even after I stole some of his luck, he still snags a spiritual beast." Ye Fan stared at the golden bird on Chu Xiu's shoulder, asking, "Chu Xiang, what's that on your shoulder?" Chu Xiu shrugged. "Oh, it's called Ji Tai Mai. Basically, it's just a chicken. I guess you could call it my pet." Ji Tai Mai squawked, "Hey, show some respect. Who said you could name me? And you're the chicken, your whole family are chickens."
Chu Xiao just grabbed Jia Tai Mai, squeezing it until its tongue stuck out. "Ye Xiang, you're hilarious." "Well, let's rest up before the teleport formation opens. Gotta get back to the Holy Land." Time skip 3 days later, inside Chu Xiao's Dongfu after the desolate Yao secret realm incident. Chu Xiu was sitting there cultivating, sucking up the Ling Qi around him. The stone mirror behind him was glowing with a formation of 3 Bagua symbols.
"System. I still haven't gotten my reward for breaking through." The system popped up the info. "Correct, host. Detecting that you broke through a major realm, received a special reward. The first part of the ancient sacred body cultivation method."
A scroll of cultivation manual appeared on the system interface, along with its stats.
First part of the ancient sacred body cultivation method. Tip-top grade cultivation method. Cultivating this can get your ancient sacred body to the lesser saint realm. A black lotus appeared above Chu Xiu's head, surrounded by golden text. At the same time, the system announced, "Do you want to start learning the cultivation method now, host? This humble system has detected that your ancient sacred body still has room for improvement. Want to take this opportunity to break through further?" Of course. After a bit of cultivating, Chu Xiu rubbed his temples, dark circles under his eyes. feeling like his soul was about to leave his body. Breaking through the sacred body is totally different from breaking through cultivation levels. Feels like I've been hollowed out. Too uncomfortable. Guess I'll end this closed-door cultivation for today. The system displayed. Cultivation interrupted. A total of 100,000 breakthrough points consumed for sacred body cultivation.
Chu Xiu saw the system message and tossed a bunch of golden medicinal pills into his mouth.
Looks like I need to stock up on some spiritual herbs and treasures for future sacred body breakthroughs, otherwise I'll get drained dry. He stood up, hands on his hips, looking up at the stone mirror and suddenly went, "Whoa. The stone mirror is done refining. System, do you know how to use this thing?" The system explained. "Host, you've picked up a treasure! This stone mirror is super high grade, at least Saint King level, maybe even Quasi-Emperor level, but it's not perfect yet. The stone mirror has two functions. 1. Domain suppression. The blue light can slow down enemies, eventually freezing them in place. 2. Information exchange. Host can use a top-grade primordial stone to test it out."
Chu Xiu did as the system said, picking up the stone mirror and taking out a primordial stone with his other hand to test it. After the primordial stone was put into the stone mirror, the mirror displayed, "Order 6. Welcome to the primordial realm. Your rank is high, your authority far exceeds ordinary people. The following functions have been unlocked for free: chat channel, starry sky plaza, secret realm, and so on and so forth. Other functions require a large amount of energy to unlock. Please prepare primordial stones, or divine primordial stones."
Seeing this, Chu Xiu rested his hand on his chin, smiling.
"Looks like I got something pretty awesome."
Then, he tapped on the chat channel. The mirror immediately displayed, "Welcome to chat room number 17, online users, Jin Yang races Jin Xing Yang, Void Pretender Maker Holder, Witch Shu Mower, Undead Race M."
He stroked his chin, staring thoughtfully at the stone mirror. "Never heard of these races. What's the Endless Plains? What's the Primordial Realm? Tianqiong continent doesn't have these places."
While he was trying to figure things out, Tao Yao suddenly walked in from outside. "Are you the pet my Xianxia just lost to?" Then, in the courtyard of Chu Xiu's Dongfu, Tao Yao was happily petting Ji Taimai on her hand.
"You're such a cute little chick." Jin Taimai got pissed hearing little chick, and gave her the middle finger. "Damn woman, show some respect, or I'll eat you." Hearing this, Tao Yao let Ji Taimai stand on her knees, covering her mouth and giggling. "You, eat me. When I attain Dao, I'll definitely enslave this woman, and then make that puny male owner my mount." Ji Taimai was struggling in front of her. Tao Yao wondered, "Xixiong, you're done with your closed-door cultivation. I heard you got a spiritual beast, so I came to see it. Didn't expect it to be so interesting. Where did you get this chicken spiritual beast? You damn bastards are too much. I'm not a spiritual pet." Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively, throwing Jin Taimai behind him. "Ignore this stinky chicken, Tao Yao Shimei. Is there something else you came to see me for?"
Chu Xiu Xixiong. Tao Yao stood up and walked closer to Chu Xiu. "Thank you for your hospitality. I have a favor to ask. When you're free, could you tell my sisters what you saw in the secret realm? They all really want to hear about it."
"Sure." Then she stuffed a pink handkerchief into Chu Xiu's hands.
Tao Yao blushed shyly. "This is a token of my appreciation. I hope Xixiong will accept it."
After Chu Xiu accepted the handkerchief, Tao Yao shyly turned and left. "It's getting late, senior brother. Rest early." Chu Xiu took the handkerchief and brought it to his nose, taking a deep sniff. The scent of peach blossoms. Tao Yao Shimei is so thoughtful, but it's still a bit inferior to the fragrance on Shifu's body. Cutting off his thoughts, he immediately approached Ji Taimei, a smile blooming on his face. "Almost forgot about you. What are you planning to do to this daddy? You still haven't told this deity what you are. And also, the divine crow is raised together with the stone mirror. What's the connection between you?"
Ji Taimei, covered in sweat, replied, "According to the inherited memories, it seems I'm a member of the divine crow clan. As for whether I have a connection with that stone mirror, this daddy is also not clear."
Hearing this, Chu Xiu placed his hand on his chin, staring intently at Ji Taimei.
"You really are from the divine crow clan. I wasn't wrong at the start. The divine crow clan is one of the royal families of the Yao race, you little dead rabbit. Aren't you going to kneel and worship me? I'll leave half a piece of rabbit meat for you."
"Hurry up and eat." Ji Taimei crossed his wings in front of his chest. "Oh right, someone came looking for you earlier. She saw you were in closed-door cultivation, so she left." "Who was it?" "Seems like someone called Hua Luofei," she said. "To meet in the same place in 3 days." Chu Xiu, upon hearing this, let out a surprised "oh," the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Ji Taimei watched Chu Xiu's back as he slowly walked outside, and quickly asked, "It's so late already, where else do you want to go?" Chu Xiu turned his head back, raised a finger to his lips, and signaled to be quiet. Curiosity killed the crow.
Don't ask so much. He put both hands behind his back, a faint smile on his lips, and slowly walked forward. Breaking through the sacred body today consumed quite a bit of strength. Should go find Shifu to replenish it.
Scene changed to Shi Mengdie's Dongfu. Mengdie was sitting cross-legged, snoring away. Suddenly, she sensed something. Her eyes widened as she woke up. Why is this unfilial disciple here again?
Mengdie sat up, looking at Chu Xiu approaching, and asked uncomfortably, Unfilial disciple, why aren't you resting in your own room so late?
What are you doing here?
Chu Xiu raised his hand to his collar, grinning. Haven't seen Shifu for a few days? Afraid Shifu misses me. This disciple's aptitude is still quite poor.
Troubling Shifu to impart knowledge and teach me. He looked at Mengdie, who was covered in sweat, with faint wisps of smoke emanating from her body. Unexpectedly, she has the heavenly fragrance body. Just sitting there naturally releases an alluring orchid fragrance. Chu Xiu then moved to sit next to Mengdie, causing her to panic greatly. Unfilial disciple, don't even think about being disrespectful.
Chu Xiu leaned his face close to Mengdie's, his mischievous hand groping towards the crab cave, making her face flush red. Disciple has already arrived. Shifu shouldn't waste this auspicious time. Let's go to the imperial bedchamber together. Afterwards, the two of them battled for 6 hours, and the system announced,
System check. You and Shifu's heavenly fragrance body have no sealed physique. Your cultivation has increased by 800. Your aptitude has reached 2,214.
After finishing the deed, Chu Xiu tidied his clothes, while Mengdie was still lying on the bed, her whole body trembling. After tidying his clothes, Chu Xiu went outside, reaching out to close the door to the room. Mengdie lay on the bed, sweating profusely, panting heavily, a knowing smile blooming. As soon as Chu Xiu stepped outside, he put his hand on his lower back. Ouch, my kidney, women are so scary. Should have sealed her cultivation first.
Didn't expect the host, as the ancient sacred body, to not be able to withstand it either. Host, you can't let Chu Lioma have his way. Heavenly genius Peerless still needs to be helped out while leaning on the wall, elder brother. Hearing the system's teasing, Chu Xiu glared at the system panel, irritated. Elder brother, my ass. He was covered in sweat, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes full of doubt. But what's wrong with Shifu today? She clearly didn't seal her cultivation, but she was very cooperative. Scene changes to 3 days later in the evening. At this moment, Chu Xiu was sitting under a willow tree, roasting chicken over a fire.
He supported his face with his hand, looking at the fire, lost in thought. Received quite a bit of cultivation aptitude from Shifu these past 3 days. Cultivation breakthrough is promising. Chu Xiu reached out to stroke his chin, his eyebrows furrowing. Don't know what Luo Fei wants to meet me for today, but when I see her later, can take the opportunity to probe.
Can't always use brute force. At the same time, a mouse was standing, looking at the chicken being roasted over the fire, drooling incessantly. Chu Xiu's eyes were like bullets, his pupils flashed, glaring at the mouse, causing it to squeak in fright.
Just as the mouse ran away, Lu Fei approached, speaking up and surprising Chu Xiu. You're too fierce, little guy. You scared it. Chu Xiu moved his hand to the side, his eyes closed, a smile blooming on his lips. Huajiji is blaming me. It's clearly too timid. I just gave it a look, Lu Fei, with a butt that was tighter than a bowstring, placed it down, sitting next to Chu Xiu.
Luo Fei glanced at Chu Xiu, seeing that he was staring intently at her, and quickly asked, What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Xiu didn't take his eyes off Luo Fei for a second, and asked curiously, Huajiji, do you have any pursuers?
Hua Luo Fei closed her eyes, hands clasped in front of her stomach, and smiled. Female cultivators get prettier as their cultivation level rises. Their appearance gets closer to the heavenly Dao, so they naturally become more beautiful. My looks aren't outstanding in the cultivation world, so of course no one pursues me.
Chu Xiu clasped his hands together, clicked his tongue, and said, That's because they're blind. In my eyes, Big Sister is really beautiful. You remind me of a poem.
What poem? Chu Xiu sat under a willow tree, looking at the bright, round moon in the sky, and recited to Hua Luo Fei. Her face is like a flower, her dress a cloud. Spring breeze kisses the balustrade, dew thickens the blossoms.
Were I not to meet her on Jade Mountain, I'd seek her under the moon at Yao Terrace. After hearing Chu Xiu's poem, Hua Luo Fei smiled faintly and stared ahead.
I didn't expect you to know poetry. It's a good poem, but I'm not as beautiful as described in it.
Chu Xiu raised his hand to his mouth and chuckled, feeling smug.
Heh, your big bro didn't skip language class, you know.
Chu Xiu then moved closer to Hua Luo Fei, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. Huajiji, how about I pursue you? I really like older sisters like you.
Hua Luofei covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes crinkling. You've only known me for a short while and you already want to pursue me. Do you even know how old I am? This Gigi is quite old. Hearing Chu Xiu's reply, Hua Luofei put her hands on her chest, feeling annoyed. You want a beating? I didn't expect you to be such a flirt.
Chu Xiu placed his hands on his thighs, looking displeased. Appreciating a woman's beauty is a man's right. You can't take away my rights as a man. Besides, age really isn't an issue. As the saying goes, an older woman can hold 3 sons. I'm probably only 3,000 years younger than you, right? Chu Xiu reached out and tightly grasped Hua Luofei's hands. Being 3,000 years older puts you among the ranks of immortals, Gigi. Marrying you is like having eternal life right in front of me, super serious, even more real than the highest grade pearls of the South Sea.
Hua Luofei gave an amused smile, asking Chu Xiu curiously, Little brat, are you trying to seduce me? Is this seduction? It's called unable to restrain oneself? Besides, your Hua Gigi isn't that young.
Chu Xiu grinned happily and handed Hua Luofei a chicken leg. Gigi, try my cooking.
Hua Luofei took the chicken leg, took a bite, and said, The cooking's not bad, but this spirit beast's cultivation is too low. It tastes average.
I heard that the meat of great Saint Realm desolate beasts is very delicious
and more nourishing than even an ancient medicinal king.
When my cultivation is higher, I'll catch and roast a great Saint Realm desolate beast for you to eat, Gigi. Chu Xiu took out a gourd and a cup. Holding them in his hand, he turned to look at Hua Luofei, smiling gleefully. Good Gigi, have a drink with me. I'm not much of a drinker.
Chu Xiu happily poured a full cup of wine. Gigi, have a drink with me. This is wine from my hometown, called Mo Xiangyi. So it's Mo Xiangyi. I've heard this wine is very famous in the heavenly Qi dynasty.
Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei held their cups, looked up at the sky, and recited poetry together. Mo Xiangyi, Huangsha Qi, West Wind Ancient Road. Loyal steeds rely on each other. Tears slowly fill the mountains. Mo Xiangyi. Beneath the setting sun. Outside the village, mountain roads swirled with golden earth, heart unwilling to turn back. Mo Xiangyi. Hearts and souls intertwined, gazing at each other across countless miles. Might as well turn around and part ways forever.
Hua Luofei's face was flushed, slightly drunk. She put her arm around Chu Xiao's shoulder. Are you homesick? I remember the Mo Xiangyi poem. Doesn't have the gazing at each other line. Are you not from this sky? How could you have heard that a predecessor recited Mo Xiangyi, which is from an ancient star beyond this realm? I borrowed the illusion and made up a line on the spot. Hua Luofei raised her cup and drank it all in one gulp. So that's how it is.
Chu Xiu took Hua Luofei's hand with one hand and put his other arm around her waist.
Hua Gigi really can't hold her liquor. Are you drunk already? Just a little. Oh right, I heard you're about to become a holy son. Congratulations. Chu Xiu smiled and asked Hua Luofei curiously, Hua Gigi, does the holy son have a lot of power? Quite a bit. At least more power than the elders of my Davio Cloud Peak.
Chu Xiu's wandering hand groped toward Hua Luofei's triangular region.
Chu Xiu used his wandering hand to stimulate Hua Luofei's triangular region, making her feel intoxicated, and her face flushed. How about I beg the Holy Master to betroth you to me? I don't think the Holy Master will agree. How do you know if you don't try?
Stop talking nonsense. The Holy Master will stir up a storm during the Holy Sun ceremony. Someone will definitely challenge you. You better prepare yourself. Scene changed to the next morning. At the grand ancestral Holy Land. At this time, the disciples in the square were gossiping with each other.
My senior brother, Changlong, learned from the second elder of Heavenly Sword Peak that Chu Xiu is going to become a holy son. I remember Chu Xiu only recently broke through to the Divine Bridge realm. There are people with higher cultivation than him in the Holy Land, and senior brothers with much better talent. Why choose him to be the holy son? I heard senior brother Chu wants to become the holy son.
Wow, no wonder it's senior brother Chu. Senior brother Chu is about to be conferred as holy son? Why doesn't this kind of good thing fall on our heads? At the same time, in Xiao Yifeng's Dongfu, Yifeng was angrily throwing a teacup onto the floor, shattering it into pieces and shouting, Bastard! What does he have that makes him qualified to be a holy son?
He gnashed his teeth, his hair stood on end, and his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. I'm still the chief disciple of Yunhe Peak, slugging it out day after day, and he, without a word, becomes a holy son. On what basis is heaven so unfair?
Yifeng frowned,
his forehead clouded with gray, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Chu Xiu, you just wait. I will definitely make you look good. Scene changed to somewhere with rolling mountains.
At this time, Chu Xiu walked along the mountain path with his hands clasped behind his back. Two young ladies blushed when they saw Chu Xiu, lowered their bodies, and greeted him. "Senior Brother Chu." "Greetings, Senior Brother Chu." Chu Xiu looked toward a small courtyard where two young ladies were talking to each other. The fourth sword master of the Endless Sword domain brought his two most favored disciples to observe the ceremony, vowing to challenge the Holy Sun on the Ascension steps to make a name for himself in the world. I've heard of these two people, Long Qingfeng and Long Zhewu. They're a pair of dragon and phoenix siblings, both with a sword physique. Their combined sword technique can be considered supreme among the younger generation. Elder Yang placed his hands in front of his stomach, looking worried. It's not just the Endless Sword domain. A young man of the Jiang family, with a divine king physique, has also appeared, and he must prevent the Holy Sun from ascending. A Tai Yi holy body with a Dao physique has also emerged. Elder Yang stroked his chin, eyes wide with surprise. What? The supreme Dao body? That invincible physique has appeared again. A celestial being is born. Could it be that the grand era is about to arrive? The maiden before Elder Yang closed her eyes and sighed. I wonder if Holy Sun Chu Xiu can withstand these prodigies. I doubt it. I fear he will be defeated during the grand ceremony, disgracing our holy land. While the two were still gossiping, Chu Xiu casually strolled away, a smile playing on his lips. Just as Huaji said, the Holy Sun ceremony won't be so peaceful after all. He walked to a rocky outcrop, gazing at the Kaisu Holy Land, with its towering pagodas before him. He looked into the distance and said, "Speaking of which, this seat really has a destiny with the Endless Sword domain. I remember 20 years ago their Holy Sun was also a pair of siblings. The younger brother was named Feng Qingyang, an arrogant fool who thought he was invincible. He looked down on my rogue cultivator background, called me a demonic cultivator, and prevented me from attending the Xianxia Imperial Tower. In the end, I killed him in the West Continent's West Lake. His older sister, Feng Yaoyi, was beautiful. She chased me to the East Continent for revenge before I beheaded her. The resentment and unwillingness in her eyes bring back memories. After that, the most ruthless pursuers were also the Endless Sword domain's Lu Dian. This time, the Endless Sword domain's brothers came to make trouble with me, very likely to be this generation of Holy Son and Holy Daughter. After hearing Chu Xiu's story, the system popped up a notification. Big Brother, the host, is a killer of Holy Sons and Holy Daughters. Cut to the scripture pavilion. Magical circles surround it, emitting golden light. Chu Xiu clenched his fists, looking at the scripture pavilion. This light is from the 7th grade peak 5 elements combination grand formation of illusion and slaughter. A combination of 5 grand, top-grade arrays. Someone trapped inside will not die, but the grand formation will be endless. A powerful Da Sheng realm expert would definitely die entering this formation. Even the Holy Sun trapped inside would have to spend a lot of effort to retreat unscathed. Just as he finished speaking, a pair of smooth legs stepped out, a voice saying, "You're mistaken. Even an emperor venerable Saint King would be injured by this formation's legacy." The legs belonged to a maiden named Su Jin, the scripture pavilion's guardian elder. Seeing Su Jin, Chu Xiu clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. "This humble one is Yun Hao Feng's direct disciple, Chu Xiu. May I ask who you are?" "I am Su Jin, the guardian of the scripture pavilion. Please, Sister Su Jin, open the scripture pavilion for this disciple." Hearing this, Su Jin waved her hand in a certain direction with an expressionless face. Chu Xiu watched Su Jin's back and thought to himself, "In the Kaisu Holy Land, you can meet beautiful older sisters everywhere." After that, he was led into the scripture pavilion by Su Jin. As soon as he entered the scripture pavilion, Chu Xiu's attention fell on a wooden shelf. He stroked his chin and read the scripture pavilion's rules displayed on the shelf. After understanding the rules, Chu Xiu went up to the 7th floor of the scripture pavilion. As soon as he went up, Chu Xiu was very surprised to hear a familiar voice, and turned to look in the direction of the voice. "Elder, can this 3 Kings body tempering art be a little cheaper? My contribution points are really not enough." The manager, Ji, sat cross-legged on a chair, reading a book in his hand, and said coldly, "If you don't have enough contributions, go and accumulate contributions. Come and read when you have enough, Elder. Can't you be a little flexible?" "No." Hearing this, Ye Fan had to put the 3 Kings body tempering art back in its original place. "Okay," he turned and left, sighing sadly. Chu Xiu stepped forward and said, "Brother Ye, so you are here too." Seeing Chu Xiu, Ye Fan's eyes widened and his mouth opened in surprise. "Senior brother, yes, I took a fancy to a body tempering technique, but I don't have enough contribution points. I can't borrow it, it's so annoying. Senior brother, do you have extra contribution points? Lend me some, and I'll pay you back double in a few days." Hearing this, Chu Xiu put out his hands and replied, I also need to exchange for just enough contribution points. I'm really sorry.
Okay, I'll go find other fellow disciples to borrow some. I won't bother you anymore. Chu Xiu stared at Ye Fan, who was standing there with an awkward smile with a suspicious look.
You want that body tempering technique so much?
Could it be that he discovered something good? Then, he walked to Ji Yuxi, who was still sitting and reading a book. Chu Xiu asked Ji Yuxi,
Elder, how many contribution points does it take to read the Three Kings body tempering art?
Hearing this, Ji Yuxi looked over at Chu Xiu. So it's Chu Xiu. It takes 50,000 contribution points to exchange for that body tempering technique. If you want to see it, it's free, as long as you don't take it out of the scripture pavilion.
Hearing this, Chu Xiu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly.
Thank you for the elder's kindness, but the rules of the Holy Land are difficult to break. How can I have such face? Living in the Holy Land to the point where I can sweep my face to work.
Chu Lioma reached out and grabbed the Three Kings body refining art manual from the table. She handed the cultivation method to Chu Xiu, giving him careful instructions. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. Keep this safe and find somewhere to study it. Many thanks, Elder. He started flipping through the pages of the cultivation manual and stopped at one particular page.
Why is this page thicker than the others? Chu Xiu stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Here's where things get interesting. How did Ye Fan know there was something special about this if he didn't even open it? Does Ye Fan have golden eyes or something?
He channeled his spiritual energy into one finger and carefully separated the two pages, revealing something golden.
Chu Xiu pulled the golden thing out and his eyes widened in surprise.
This is heavenly silk! I heard this stuff is super durable and valuable. Parage. It can last for tens of thousands of years without rotting. You barely see it these days. Too bad there isn't a lot. The data doesn't record the information of heavenly silk. It must be unusual. Score. I've picked up a treasure.
It must be unusual. Score. I've picked up a treasure.
Then, Chu Xiu closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The heavenly silk floated in his palm, emitting streams of spiritual qi. In an instant, images of different martial stances flashed through his mind,
along with lines of text. Chu Xiu sat in cultivation as golden words swirled around his body. Suddenly, the system announced, Host has comprehended a fragment of the true meaning of the Human Emperor First. Host can consume breakthrough points to comprehend and advance the Human Emperor First. A supreme grade divine tier fist technique. 1 fist, to break all techniques. Destructive power. 5 stars. A supreme powerhouse imprinted the supreme truth of the Human Emperor scripture within the heavenly silk. Waiting for a fated one to obtain it. Warning. Cultivating this fist technique has extremely high requirements for the body. When cultivation is complete, a single punch will release imperial might capable of shattering all techniques.
Seeing the system notification, Chu Xiu thought to himself, this fist technique is too strong. 1 punch to break all techniques. When my cultivation is high enough, I'll fuse it with my flaws so everything is perfect. Then I'll be even more invincible.
He looked at the heavenly silk in front of him, a light bulb going off in his head, and grinned. Heh. I remember Ye Fan is on pretty good terms with Jian Lingyun. Why not take this opportunity to give them a big present?
In an instant, Chu Xiu altered all the information on the heavenly silk, replacing it with a small, marked map and adding 2 lines of warning. This place is extremely dangerous. Best not to go alone. Then, he hid the piece of heavenly silk back between the pages. Ye Fan has great luck. He won't die easily, but Jian Lingyun, that's not so certain. Afterwards, Chu Xiu left the scripture pavilion and headed to Mengdie's Dongfu. I'm in a good mood today. Might as well seek some guidance from my Shifu. Hearing Mengdie's loud roar, Chu Xiu secretly opened the window and peeked inside.
What he saw was Mengdie, absolutely furious, repeatedly stabbing a voodoo doll with needles to vent her anger. This crazy woman really needs some discipline.
Chu Xiu's eyes darkened. He threw the door open, startling Mengdie, who broke out in a cold sweat, and thought, why is this troublesome disciple here now? Chu Xiu walked over and sat next to Mengdie, who was secretly hiding the doll behind her back. Shifu, what were you doing just now? Chu Xiu leaned close to Mengdie, wrapping his arm around her waist, causing her face to flush red. Shouldn't my Shifu be making the bed to welcome this beloved disciple? Meanwhile, in another scene, Ye Fan was sitting inside his cultivation room. He opened the cultivation manual, took out the heavenly silk hidden between the pages, and grinned excitedly. There really was a treasure hidden inside.
Ye Fan looked at the 2 lines on the heavenly silk. This place is dangerous. Best not to go alone. Hearing this, Ye Fan suddenly exclaimed, put his hand on his chin. Best not to go alone. The scene shifted to a place with overlapping mountains, known as the 10,000 Great Mountains.
Ye Fan and Lingyun were standing in front of a bottomless black pit, Lingyun Shixiong, we've arrived.
The treasure is here. Ye Fan looked at Lingyun, smiled. I just broke through to the other shore realm, and my cultivation isn't enough. Bringing Lingyun Shixiong, who is quite strong, will definitely help me get the treasure smoothly. Moreover, Lingyun Shixiong will definitely be grateful to me for getting the treasure. Consider it selling a favor.
Lingyun patted Ye Fan hard on the shoulder and smiled happily.
Good, Ye Shidai. You don't need to say thank you. Shixiong will remember your kindness.
Lingyun grinned smugly with that sinister look on his face. So what if you're about to become a holy son? Once I get the treasure and improve my cultivation, I'll step on you again. Then the two of them went down into the pit. As soon as they went down, they saw a swarm of red-eyed bats flying around, causing them to panic. Lingyun Shixiong, I feel like this place isn't right. Are you sure there's a treasure here? Could it be riches are found in danger?
After the two of them went down, the pit remained completely silent.
Suddenly, someone screamed miserably.
Then, a hand flailed out from the bottom of the pit.
This hand belonged to Ye Fan, who was crawling out of the pit with a terrified expression. This isn't some treasure land at all. It's completely a dead zone. His face was ashen, not a drop of blood left. He glanced down into the deep pit. Luckily, I had a high-grade spatial talisman. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Senior brother Lingyun, rest in peace. Sorry I couldn't save you.
Ye Fan angrily threw the Mengtian silkworm raw silk onto the ground. His eyes like a wild beast, he frantically stomped on the heavenly silkworm raw silk, yelling, "Idiot! Go to hell!"
Back at Yun Haifeng, Yi Feng was completely panicked upon receiving information from the young woman standing before him. What? Jian Lingyun is dead? The young woman in front of Yi Feng was named Ren Hongying, the third disciple of Yun Haifeng. She had reportedly followed Yen Fen, the direct disciple of Tianjian Peak, to explore for treasures, and died in a great formation. Hongying looked at Yen Feng with worry. Senior brother, I've noticed your health hasn't been good lately. Why don't you go find Shizun and ask? Maybe he can help you adjust.
What health hasn't been good? I'm perfectly fine. While the two of them were talking, Chu Xiu stood to one side with his hands behind his back, a cheerful smile on his face, wondering
towards Kektai Mei, causing it to widen its eyes in shock and panic. With his swift reflexes, Chu Xiu lightly flicked his hand, sending Yi Feng's hidden weapon flying back, grazing his face. Yi Feng looked behind him, sweat pouring down like a shower, terrified at the deep dent in the pillar where the hidden weapon had struck. He had originally intended to kill that chicken to embarrass Chu Xiu, never expecting him to deflect this needle directly. Since when did this good-for-nothing become so powerful? Could it be he's cultivating some secret art? Chu Xiu's eyes were sharp, his pupils glowing brightly as he looked towards Yi Feng, second senior brother, killing my spirit pet in front of me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Yi Feng pointed directly at Chu Xiu's face, shouting angrily. What's wrong, Chu Xiu? You want to make a move on me now, Dai Shixiong? Don't misunderstand. Aren't you supposed to attend the Holy Sun Grand Ceremony today? Don't delay the time. Yi Feng raised his hands, snorting coldly. Forget it, a big man like me won't lower himself to the level of a small fry. Why bother with a chicken? Suddenly, Chu Xiu received a voice transmission from Qi Mengdie, rebellious disciple. Come to my Dongfu. Hearing this, Chu Xiu clasped his hands together in farewell. Junior brother, junior sister, Shizun is calling. Whatever.
Then he went to Qi Mengdie's Dongfu, stood below, and bowed with his hands clasped. Shizun, what is it you need me for at this time?
Qi Mengdie reached out and took out a robe emitting golden light. Wear this later during the ascension.
Chu Xiao took the robe, asking curiously, Shizun, are you worried about this disciple?
Qi Mengdie crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking cold and glancing in another direction.
Stop being so self-absorbed. I'm worried you'll die and embarrass me.
Chu Xiu walked over and sat next to Qi Mengdie, putting his arm around her waist. Chu Xiu grinned and reached out with his other hand to touch Qi Mengdie's thigh. Thank you for the robe, Shizun. This disciple will definitely repay you. What do you want now? Qi Mengdie uncrossed her arms and walked downstairs. Chu Xiu followed behind. All right, stop the nonsense. It's time. Follow me to the Holy Sun Conferment Grand Ceremony. Yes, Shizun. Kektai Mei's eyes were full of suspicion as she glared at Chu Xiu, wondering why little scoundrel Shizun was so angry. Qi Mengdie flicked her hand, throwing a scroll towards Chu Xiu, standing behind him. Look at this first. Chu Xiu reached out and caught the scroll, staring intently at it with narrowed eyes. Then he slowly unrolled it. On the paper were names that were very unfamiliar to Chu Xiu.
As he read the names on the scroll, he asked Qi Mengdie curiously, Who are these people? They are the ones preparing to challenge you during the ascension. This is all I can help you with.
Hearing what Qi Mengdie said, Chu Xiu opened his mouth and laughed loudly, excitedly. Thank you for the reminder, Shizun. This disciple knows you love me.
Stop being so pleased with yourself. Hurry up and get lost. Scene changed to the Holy Sun Grand Ceremony at Taisu Peak, with a large crowd standing in the square below. When the people below saw Mengdie's flying boat carrying Chu Xiu flying over, they shouted in unison, "Chu Xiu has arrived." Standing on the flying boat, Mengdie heard the praises from the people below. The Yun Haifeng Peak Lord is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say. No wonder she's called the Heavenly Fragrance. Down below the plaza, there's this old geezer with his hands clasped behind his back, and next to him is a young dude. "Disciple," he says, "that's Chu Xiu, the guy you're challenging today." The disciples all, "I know, Shifu. Victory is totally in the bag." This old dude's the great saint ancestor of the Jiang family. And the guy next to him is Jiangzhu. Nearby, an old guy stroking his beard, he's called Kui Daozi from the Taiyi Holy Land, with Zhu Yi beside him, also from the Taiyi Holy Land. He's saying, "I see this one has the face of someone who should have died early. I wonder why he is still alive." Someone next to him said, "Today is the grand ceremony of the Holy Sun of the Kaisu Holy Land. Shishu, you have just opened your mouth and said that the Holy Sun has the face of someone who died young. Aren't you afraid that their Shizun is going to slap you to death?" Elsewhere, the fourth sword master of the infinite sword domain, with Long Qingfeng beside him, gives a disdainful chuckle. It's uncanny. The outside appearance has changed a little, but his mannerisms and Chuliomas are 5 parts similar. Rest assured, Shizun, even if he is that old Chulioma. Today we will behead him. A middle-aged man and a young guy are also there. "Dad, today are we definitely going to ascend to the heaven?" This kid Hao Bezir is just like his old man when he was young, just with a bit more sharpness. Tian Xing, standing high above, waves his hand to the side dramatically and booms. The time has come. The Holy Sun inauguration begins. Holy Sun, cross the inquiry of the heart bridge, ascend to the heaven. Then, Kai Suzy floats into mid-air, a formation wheel behind her, waves her hand, and a streak of red Ling Qi shoots out from her palm, flying forward. This streak of Ling Qi is like a red ribbon. Zooming ahead, in a flash, the streak of Ling Qi forms the inquiry of the heart bridge, connecting the plaza to a mountain peak. Chu Xiu takes his first step onto the inquiry of the heart bridge. The inquiry of the heart bridge asks if your heart is clear of shame, directly questioning your Dakeo heart. If the Holy Sun harbors evil intentions towards the Holy Land, he will fall from the bridge. Chu Xiu clenches his fists, striding confidently across the inquiry of the heart bridge. He walks, smirking at the whispers of the people present. If a Holy Sun's Dao heart isn't firm, and is seduced by the mortal world, then every step becomes difficult. Chu Xiu reaches the middle of the inquiry of the heart bridge. Below is a bottomless abyss, one wrong step, and it's instant mincemeat. He closes his eyes, relaxes his mind, and carefully walks across the inquiry of the heart bridge. The inquiry of the heart bridge tests temperament. If your temperament isn't steady, every step is difficult. A scene from the past flashes in Chu Xiu's mind. He's covered in injuries, being pulled along by Hong Yi. Chu Xiu shouts, "Run! They're coming! They want to capture you!" Chasing behind them is a mob of people, holding bright torches in their hands and weapons in the other. Hong Yi drags Chu Xiu, running headlong into a forest. After losing the pursuers, the two of them lean against a tree, panting for breath. Chu Xiu's face is scratched and bruised, his teeth clenched tightly. Filled with resentment, he said, "I want to become strong, stronger than anyone. I don't want us to be humiliated, bullied again." Just as he finishes speaking, Hong Yi's hand reaches close to Chu Xiu's face. Hong Yi stares intently at Chu Xiu, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. "I'll keep you company." Returning to reality. At this moment, Hong Yi's figure appears right next to Chu Xiu, looking incredibly angry. "Chu Xiu, you've changed. Your heart is becoming more and more ruthless and colder." Hong Yi puts her hand on her chest and says loudly, "Why do you want me to go? I don't want to go to some Hongchen sword sect. Anyway, we'll die together." Those present see Chu Xiu standing still and start whispering amongst themselves. Why isn't he moving anymore? Could it be that he can't even cross the inquiry of the heart bridge? Mengdie and Tao Yao, seeing this, are extremely worried. Why isn't he moving? Could it be? On Chu Xiu's side, his body and mind are still being held tightly by Hong Yi's hands on his shoulders. "Remember to come pick me up. I'll be waiting for you." Suddenly, Chu Xiu opens his eyes, staring straight ahead. Who would have thought the separation would be 50 years later? He takes steady steps forward, his whole body radiating Ling Qi. Chu Xiu's moving. That speed is terrifying. Just how firm is his Dao heart, that he can walk so fast on the inquiry of the heart bridge?
Just what is his Tao heart, that it can allow him to stop on the inquiry of the heart bridge for half a quarter of an hour, without moving a single step?
Mengdie crosses her arms, glancing at Chu Xiu. With his rebellious and unholy behavior, there's no way that he will be trapped by the secular.
When rebellious disciple took his first step, he must have remembered Qishan County and his parents dying at the hands of a demon race. Tao Yao, standing beside Mengdie, puts her fist in the air, cheers for Chu Xiu with a face-splitting smile. "Senior Marshal Brother, you can do it." Mengdie, hearing this, glared at Tao Yao. She quickly asked, "Tao Yao, do you like Chu Xiu?" Hearing this, Tao Yao's eyes widened, frozen for 5 seconds. Looked at Mengdie. Tao Yao smiled mischievously, blushing with embarrassment. "Shizun, I want to form a Dao partnership with Senior Marshal Brother." Chi Mengdie, legs crossed and eyes closed, declared, "Your teacher does not approve of this marriage." Tao Yao threw her hands up, looking super annoyed. "I haven't married. Senior Brother hasn't wed. What gives you the right to object? Shifu? Nope, just nope." "You're not listening to your Shifu." Chi Mengdie raised a hand. Using sound transmission, Tao Yao's eyes went wide, hand flying to her mouth, shocked by Chi Mengdie's transmitted words. "Actually, your senior brother is not a good person at all." Tao Yao's face darkened, teeth grinding. "So that's the kind of Shifu you are, huh?" She pointed a finger right at Chi Mengdie's face, dropping a truth bomb that made Chi Mengdie spit out her virtual tomato juice. "To stop my marriage with senior brother, you're willing to smear his reputation." Chi Mengdie crossed her arms, question marks practically popping out of her head, turning to look at Tao Yao. "You don't trust me, your Shifu." "Heh, I kinda do, but senior brother wins out a bit." Chi Mengdie glanced away, thinking, "Damn it, why does no one believe the truth? What's wrong with this world?" Tao Yao's eyes widened as she looked at Chi Mengdie. "Shifu, you must be misunderstanding senior brother. In the Holy Land, which elder or duty disciple doesn't speak well of senior brother? He's friendly, treats everyone fairly, even outer sect disciples." Tao Yao clasped her hands together, face flushed. "Speaking of senior brother, everyone in the Holy Land gives him a thumbs up and praises him for being upright and just, don't believe it, it's all an act. He's got a black heart, I tell ya." Chi Mengdie glared at Tao Yao, her eyes sharp. "Don't even think about arguing with me. No matter how you try to defend him, you're not going to become his Dao companion. I will never agree to your marriage." Hearing that, Tao Yao blew her top and stood up abruptly, fists clenched. "Shifu, you're the Cloudstream Peak Lord. How can you be playing matchmaker breakup?" Just then, Chu Xiu reached the other end of the heart-questioning bridge, shocking everyone present. The Holy Sun finished the heart-questioning bridge. Chu Xiu cleared the heart-questioning bridge in less than half an incense stick. Senior brother Chu broke all previous records. Tianjing stood beside Chi Mengdie, one hand in front of his stomach, eyes wide with surprise. "Mengdie, your disciple isn't bad. His Dao heart is as firm as a rock. I wonder how you taught him normally." Chi Mengdie forced a smile, but was internally fuming. "If you're free, give him some pointers. The main thing is that his comprehension is strong enough." After stepping over the heart-questioning bridge, Chu Xiu walked to the stone steps that stretched into the sky. The next thing is the main topic. Chu Xiu is about to ascend the heavenly ladder. Chu Xiu clenched his fists, without a trace of worry, and looked up at the stone steps right in front of him. Suddenly Tianxing loudly said, "Holy Sun challenges the people on the heavenly ladder. Please come out." As soon as Tianxing finished speaking, Qing Feng and Xue Yui rode their swords and flew away. "Shifu, we're going." Chu Yi rushed forward, turned to look at K Daozi, and said, "Uncle Master, if I lose, don't blame me. Go." Regardless of victory or defeat, Jiang Zhao clenched his fists with both hands and left his position. Behind him was another young man, with his hands clasped together. "Xu Zhang, I'm counting on you." Tang Xiang Shenwu, Elder Yang, and a girl were standing next to each other watching a purple-haired young man twisting his wrists. "That man is so handsome, do you know who he is? That is Shangguan Hao, the son-in-law of the Ji family. This is definitely to step on Kai Suzi's face and please the Ji family." In a flash, those who challenged Chu Xiu gathered completely and stood behind him. Chu Xiu glanced behind him and smiled coldly. "You want to challenge me?" "Not a few. These two must be the Long family brothers of the Infinite Sword domain. This one must be the legendary divine king body, Jiangzhou." This man looks taciturn, silent, and very boring. Chu Yi stood behind Chu Xiu, clasped his hands together happily. Chu Xiang offended, "In fact, I just came to play." "You don't have to worry about it." Guan Hao put his hand towards Chu Xiu and grinned. "Your Highness, Holy Sun." Chu Xiu looked over at Guan Hao, thinking to himself, "This person has the attribute of showing off at a glance, not worth worrying about." Suddenly, someone stomped his foot hard on the ground and rushed forward. This foot was Qing Feng's, smiling arrogantly as she rushed towards Chu Xiu. "Let's start, I can't wait any longer. Senior brother, wait for me." Then,
They began to chase each other on the heavenly ladder.
Qing Feng and Xu Yu flew forward riding their swords. Chu Yi stood on a mat with golden characters flying up, while Jiang Zhao slowly crawled up the stone steps.
Chu Xiu looked up at the stairway to heaven, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Gotta hand it to him. Everyone's got their own bag of tricks. Can't underestimate anyone.
Guan Hao stepped onto the stairway, turning back to give Chu Xiu a cocky smirk. Holy child, my bad, I'm in a rush. Let's wrap this up quick. I'll even give you a few free hits. Just to be sporting, Chu Xiu chuckled. Sure, let's get this over with. Some random dude in the audience was fuming. The Shangguan family's licking the Ji family's boots now, huh? If Chu Xiu gets beat by Shangguan Hao at the very first step, isn't that a slap in the face to everyone at Kai Suzi Holy Land? This guy's disrespecting our holy child on our turf.
Kill him. Guan Hao pulled out his weapon, a folding fan, and gave a sinister grin. My weapon's a fan, holy child. Why don't you bring out yours?
Chu Xiu's eyes darkened.
He let out a cold laugh, then exploded with spiritual power, rocketing towards Guan Hao like a freaking bullet, catching the dude completely off guard. Audience guy's jaw dropped to the floor. Holy crap, Chu Xiu Shixiang is freaking fast.
In a blink, Chu Xiu was right in front of Guan Hao, grabbing him by the throat. You want to use me as a stepping stone to the stars, and you're going to give me a few free hits. Show off much. You want to show off in front of me? Don't hit my face. Before Guan Hao could finish his sentence, Chu Xiu smacked him across the face, sending a tooth flying.
Two other dudes in the audience snickered, clearly enjoying the show. Kai Suzi put her fingers together in a mudra in front of her, releasing waves of spiritual energy. Then, she pointed towards Guan Hao, and immediately he was bound by chains of light. What the hell's trapping me?
Save me, Papa. Kai Suzi, face like ice, conjured a small magic circle on her fingertip and uttered a single word, Rushiel. In an instant, WHOSH. Guan Hao was yanked off the stairway and slammed into the audience. Total annihilation. Aya, my son, my Hao horror. Kai Suzi held her hand up. The dignity of Kai Suzi is not to be trifled with. Anyone who offends Kai Suzi will be banished. At that moment, two old geezers sat together, whispering, Ji Changshao, your Ji family sure found a good in-law, daring to attack the holy child during the Kai Suzi Holy Land initiation ceremony. Is this An Jian, the god of darkness? Don't go stirring the pot, this has nothing to do with my Jia family. The baldy old guy was Shangguan Qinghong, and next to him was Ji Chengshou, a Jia family elder. Kai Suzi crossed her arms, expressionless. Holy child, continue on the stairway to heaven. Chu Xiu, with his lightning reflexes, shot up the stairway. The Shangguan family's about to ride over her head. I'm just venting some anger for Holy Master Shiji. I just didn't expect that leech Shangguan Hao to be such a weakling. Chu Xiu zoomed ahead, and now facing him are Qing Feng and Xue Yue, already waiting for him.
Here comes the good part, twin swords physique versus the Kai Suzi holy child.
Qing Feng was different from the usual hothead, quickly run to support Xue Yue, took out a medicine bottle. She may take the medicine first. This medicine can quickly stop the bleeding. Chu Xiu gripped the heavy sword in his hand, crackling with sword kie, and charged towards Qing Feng and Xue Yu. That time for first aid, huh? Seeing this,
Qing Feng and Xue Yu intertwined their hands, forming a seal, releasing surging spiritual power that merged together, and shouted in unison, Da! In a flash, their combined spiritual energy transformed into an array diagram, with flying swords raining down.
Chu Xiu clenched his fists, looked at the flying swords falling from the sky, and suddenly yelled out. Chu Yi had one hand behind his back, looking at the battle of the three of them, the twin swords physique, a rare phenomenon. Qing Lan sword song. The people in the audience widened their eyes and gasped. They're using their phenomenon. Chu Xiao's probably gonna lose. Qing Feng and Xue Yu hovered in the air, using the Qing Lan sword song phenomenon to fight Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's eyes darkened, and he let out a cold laugh. You want to use your phenomenon to suppress me? Dying by my hands won't be a waste then. My ancient holy body is specifically designed to counter all kinds of phenomena.
He put two fingers together, unleashing the Chaos Green Lotus technique, creating a giant black lotus above his head.
Chu Xiu smiled triumphantly, with spiritual energy emanating from his two fingers, and flying around the green lotus. Once it appears, all things are imprisoned.
Boom! An explosion rocked the stairway to heaven. Dust and smoke filled the air. Xu Yu, overwhelmed by Chu Xiu's oppressive aura, raised her hand to shield her face, yelling, Shixiang, Shimei! The orange-robed girl and Hong Ying standing nearby stared in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Chu Xiu suppressed the Qinglan sword song. What the heck is that? They all stared at Chu Xiu, eyes bloodshot, with that black lotus floating above his head, and golden blood energy, a chaotic image of a green lotus of chaos. The fourth swordmaster eyed the stairway to heaven with suspicion. Chu Xiu. Could he be the legendary ancient sacred body? No way. How could that kind of physique even cultivate?
Chu Xiu stepped forward, the black lotus radiating intense power, heading towards Qingfeng and Xueyue, forcing them to raise a spiritual barrier. Qingfeng pulled out a drum and slammed it hard. He turned to Zhu Yu behind him. "Sis, get out of here. I'll hold him off for a bit. He's like an ancient freak show." Zhu Yu clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes resolute. "Senior brother, I'm not leaving."
Chu Xiu's forehead darkened, a sinister grin spreading across his face.
"Leaving, huh?
No one's going anywhere." With a snap of his hands, lightning crackled around him.
He shot towards Qingfeng and Xueyu, his attention locked on the injured Xueyu hiding behind Qingfeng.
Long Qingfeng is too tough to deal with. I'll take out Long Xueyu first. Qingfeng panicked as Chu Xiu zipped past him, aiming for Xueyu. Junior sister, run. Chu Xiu clenched his fist, his face like a demon's. Human emperor's fist. One punch breaks all laws. Unleashing his full power, Chu Xiu punched Xu Yue, sending her flying and coughing up a mouthful of blood.
Qingfeng's eyes went wide, veins popping on his face. He roared, "Junior sister, Chu Xiu, I'll fight you to the death."
Before he could finish, Chu Xiu delivered a furious, raging dragon kick straight into his gut. He took the full force, his face drained of color, eyes rolling back, and spewing tomato juice from his mouth.
Qingfeng was sent flying backwards, slamming into the stone steps, kicking up dust.
A youth and a bald-headed guy grinned. Chu Xiu is too strong, so what if they're twin sword bodies? Our holy son's still crushing them. Ye Fan, who had been watching the fight, clutched his chest. That punch of Chu Xiu's was too powerful. But why does my chest feel so weird? It's like I've lost something important. The fourth swordmaster stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. Mengdie frowned, confronting him. Mengdie, you're something else. You just let your disciple run wild like this.
Mengdie crossed her legs, arms folded.
I'm doing great, actually. Your disciple kept saying he wanted to kill Chu Xiu. Is it my fault that Chu Xiu only crippled their cultivation? Tao Yao stood up, outraged. Yeah, what's with you guys from the endless sword domain being so bossy? You think Kai Suzy has no backup?
Chu Xiaoran suddenly appeared behind the fourth swordmaster, smiling cheerfully. "Fourth swordmaster, your two disciples have incredible talent. So they got their cultivation crippled. Big deal. They can recover with time. Besides, you fourth swordmasters, if you have nothing else to do, please return to your seats and continue watching the ceremony." The fourth swordmaster harumphed and stormed off. Chu Xiaoran turned to Tao Yao, grinning. "Tao Yao, your senior brother is so amazing. I love a strong man."
Tao Yao's jealousy flared. Hands on her hips, she snapped. Get lost? Stop eyeing my senior brother.
A powerful and outstanding man like Chu Xiu will definitely have a lot of women around him. Chu Xiaoran stroked her chin, a confident smile spreading across her face.
Like me, for example, Mengdie, hearing this, looked annoyed, thinking, when did this rebellious disciple become so popular? Raising her right hand, ready to throw down, she said, Chu Xiaoran, what did you say? You want to die? Mengdie couldn't take it anymore and stood up, scolding her little disciple.
Tao Yao, don't be rude. Tao Yao turned to Mengdie. Looking aggrieved, Shifu.
Outwardly, Mengdie was calm, gentle, and exuded a cold aura, but inwardly she was fuming.
She slammed a Chu Xiu effigy onto the ground, stomping on it. This rebellious disciple. Flirting and messing around, and you want your Shifu to clean up after you.
Damn it, damn it. On the stairway to heaven, Chu Xiu sensed something. He tilted his head, glanced down at the plaza, and scratched his nose. My nose is itchy. Who's talking about me? Whatever. Moving on. 5 challengers, now only 2 left.
Who wants to challenge me next? The system popped up, cackling. Hee, since the host is an old devil, you should drink the blood of a god king. Or maybe kill that dumb bumpkin first, he's a god king body too.
Chu Xiu looked up at the stairway to heaven, thinking, oh well, I'll have to see if he wants to fight me.
Just then, Jiangzhu, who was still struggling to climb the stairway to heaven, felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He sensed danger, like he was being targeted by a venomous snake. He turned his head in a panic and saw Chu Xiu smirking at him. Having witnessed Chu Xiu's terrifying power in the previous 2 encounters, the god king Jiangzhou immediately leaned away from Chu Xiao and waved his hand dismissively, closing his eyes before letting out a long sigh, basically saying he didn't want to fight Chu Xiao. Right then, Jiangzhou furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, this guy's way too dangerous. I'm not sure I can win right now. Can't fight him. With that thought, he turned and kept climbing the heaven stairway. Seeing Jiangzhou so flustered, Chu Xiu rubbed his chin and mused. Looks like Jiangzhou really doesn't want to throw down with me. And with so many people watching from below, I can't be the troublemaker. Chu Xiu's gaze then drifted over to Chu Yi. As if sensing Chu Xiu's eyes on him, he quickly cupped his hands and bowed, forcing a smile. He sent a voice transmission to Chu Xiu saying, "Chu bro, I'm no match for you. Please spare me." Chu Xiu nodded and smiled, also replying with a voice transmission. "Chu bro, you misunderstand? I'm not one for all this fighting and killing. Peace is what I'm all about." Chu Yi chuckled. "Chu bro is a real one. I'm ashamed to say I can't compare." From afar, looking at Chu Yi's retreating back, Chu Xiu's lips quirked up slightly. He stroked his chin. "Thinking of the 5 that came to challenge me, that Chu Yi from the Taiyi Holy Ground looks like a total playboy on the surface, but he's actually the strongest. Right after him is that god King Bodhi, Jiangzhu, from the Jiang family. These 2 are not easy to deal with. It's good that they don't want to fight me. Making my way up the stairway to heaven is the most important thing." At that moment, on the peak of the Kai Suzi Peak, the Holy Master noticed something and let out a small exclamation. Kai Suzi immediately stood up at the observation platform, her eyes filled with spiritual light as she looked through the thousands of miles distance. Outside of Kai Suzi Holy Ground Mountain Protection Array, there are guests coming to see the Holy Sun's grand ceremony. Outside the Kai Suzi Holy Ground, in the 10,000 Great Mountains, among the endless mountain ranges, a massive golden-furred monkey with a staff on his shoulder appeared, heading this way. In the blink of an eye, Holy Master Kai Suzi stood before the giant Yao race being, coldly asking, "Jin Yuan, why have you come uninvited?" This giant Yao beast is the heavenly Yao domain's Yao Venerat. Jin Yuan Yao Venerat grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, and said, "Haha, Kai Suzi, your perception is as sharp as ever." Kai Suzi pressed on, a Yao Venerat from the heavenly Yao domain, alone in the human race territory. "Aren't you afraid of not returning?" Jin Yuan confidently replied. "Since I dared to come, of course I'm not afraid." "On the contrary, Kai Suzi, you're making such a big deal out of things, brazenly holding this Holy Sun grand ceremony. I don't believe you don't have some other motive. I'm really curious." Kai Suzi's expression didn't change, as she calmly replied, "So what if I do? What does that have to do with you, Yao race?" Jin Yuan smirked, reached out a hand towards Kai Suzi, and said confidently, "We don't mind making a bet. I'll let my junior go up the heaven stairway. If she defeats your Holy Sun, you'll have to tell me your true purpose, and if not, you can set the condition." "How's that?" Kai Suzi listened and stayed quiet for a second before replied, "Bodhi Divine Lotus, Holy Buddha Divine Fruit, in addition to a random piece of heaven and earth treasure." Mengdie was shocked when she heard Kai Suzi's condition in her heart. Those heaven and earth treasures are just what the treacherous disciple On's needs. Holy Master is purposefully preparing for him. Jin Yuan laughed coldly at Kai Suzi's condition. "Haha, your appetite is big indeed." He immediately ordered, "Ye Dinu, go Ye Dinu, take care of the Kai Suzi Holy Sun. After you return, I'll let you feast on great Saint Desolate Beast meat for 3 days and 3 nights. As soon as Jin Yuan finished speaking, a gentle, pleasant voice replied, "Okay." From behind, Jin Yuan stepped out a tall, muscular woman with long, fiery red hair. The weights dangling from her were bigger than any grown man, her build like a tyrannosaurus. Her beauty was absolute. But her build and looks were absolute opposites. It had a lot of impact. And more importantly, what caught people's attention the most were the pair of fiery red wings on her back, giving off an aura that made even seasoned cultivators struggle to breathe. She was Ye Dinu from the heavenly Yao domain. At this time, on the stairway to heaven, Chu Xiu, Jiang Zhao, and Chu Yi had already climbed over 3,700 steps. Having reached this height, all 3 of their physical bodies were experiencing immense pressure. However, Chu Xiu wasn't circulating his true essence to resist the pressure. He was using this forced pressure to constantly temper his body, strengthening his ancient desolate holy body. Chu Xiu rotated his shoulders, feeling relaxed. Over 3,000 steps, and I can already clearly feel the stairway to heaven's pressure on my body. What would happen if I climbed all 9,999 steps and used the system to break through the ancient desolate holy body? The system then popped up, issuing a warning. Hey, I advise the host not to push it so hard. It could result in a fatal accident. Hearing the system's warning, Chu Xiu immediately dropped the dangerous idea. Alright then. Floating above the 3, Ye Dinu coldly asked, "Who is the Kai Suzi Holy Sun?" Seeing Ye Dinu's bossy, cocky attitude, Chu Yi immediately pointed towards Chu Xiu and gave Chu Xiu a strange look, saying, "Chu bro, she seems to be here for you." Chu Yi glanced at Ye Dinu up and down, marveling at her hot, revealing style, his cheeks suddenly flushing red. He then turned to Chu, did you do something to her? In Chu Yi's mind, he already pictured Chu Xiu getting it on with Ye Dinu, causing him to nearly spit blood. Chu Xiu's eye twitched violently. Chu Xiu coldly huffed a sound toward Chu Yi, and then young Chu Xiu grabbed the overlord sword Azure Dragon, leaped into the air, and shot towards Ye Dinu. Seeing Chu Xiu suddenly explode with action, Chu Yi jumped in fright, retreated 1,000 meters back, while still pitying the pretty girl. Chu bro, don't hurt an innocent person.
Above them, after seeing Chu Xiu rush up, Ye Dinu moved incredibly fast, like a fiery red whirlwind. She swung her huge axes, continuously yelling, "Kai Suzi, holy son, I must defeat you. After I defeat you, I'm going home to eat meat." A axe came down. Powerful. Chu Xiu felt the danger. Chu Lioma did not block head-on but retreated to the side to avoid it.
Chu Xiu was shocked, and his expression immediately changed. He blurted out, "This woman's body is so strong." Chu Xiu examined his opponent closely and recognized her.
She's Ye Dinu from the heavenly Yao domain. Rumor has it her father is a great man race venerate, and her mother is a Yao race butterfly venerate. She was extraordinary from birth, possessing the heavenly Yao man god body, immense strength, an invincible body, and seemingly no sense of pain in battle. She's a top-tier figure among the younger generation of the Yao race. Why is she here? And declaring she'll defeat me? The Kai Suzi holy son? Did I ever have some beef with her before? How could a Yao race even enter the holy ground? Kai Suzi must have agreed.
Ye Dinu was now relentlessly attacking Chu Xiu, stomping her foot towards Chu Xiu.
The ancient desolate holy body immediately activated. Chu Xiu quickly grabbed Ye Dinu's foot and, without any consideration for her beauty, slammed her down onto the stone platform of the stairway to heaven.
Yet, Ye Dinu didn't show any sign of pain. Instead, her expression became even more excited as she smiled at Chu Xiu, ancient desolate holy body, truly living up to its reputation.
Afterwards, Ye Dinu immediately used an illusion technique, creating many phantoms surrounding Chu Xiu. But Chu Xiu seemed to ignore the phantoms, continuing to rush upwards on the stairway to heaven. As he ran, Chu Xiu smugly laughed. "Trying to trap me with illusions? Girl, you're still too naive." While running, Chu Xiu suddenly spotted two massive watermelons ahead. Staring intently at them, Chu Xiu thought, whether it's an illusion or the real deal, might as well take a gamble.
He charged straight towards them with extreme speed. Chu Xiu rushed in, unexpectedly crashing right into Ye Dinu's real body.
His face was now pressed between her two assets, their bodies rubbing against each other. Faced with this scene, even Ye Dinu was caught off guard. Her cheeks flushed red, and she angrily yelled, "You want to die? How dare you take advantage of me?" Chu Xiu forced a smile, looking utterly unwilling as he replied,
"Sorry, I was going too fast and couldn't stop in time.
I didn't mean to." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu ate a slap as heavy as the heavens, causing the young man Chu Xiu to spit out a mouthful of bright red blood.
The force of that slap also sent Chu Xiu's body flying far away, landing right between the legs of another of Ye Dinu's figures. The moment he opened his eyes, the scene immediately caused the young Chu Xiu to have a nosebleed. His cheeks flushed red as he exclaimed, "Oh, how?" Ye Sunu was even more panicked now, her cheeks burning red as she glared angrily at Chu Xiu below. Very quickly she picked up a large hammer and smashed it down, roaring, "Shut your mouth!" Luckily, Chu Xiu managed to roll to the side in time, saving his life. But the ground where the hammer struck shattered. Below the Taisu Square, witnessing this scene, the disciples couldn't help but worry for Chu Xiu, muttering to themselves, "This senior brother Chu is afraid he's about to lose to this demon woman. Indeed, you shouldn't offend women. Their hatred is that great."
On this side, Tao Yao and Chu Xiaoran couldn't help but worry about Chu Xiu as well. Tao Yao murmured, "Senior brother Chu." Immortal Mengdie's face was a bit unpleasant at this moment, and she frowned slightly. In her mind, she couldn't help but picture Ye Dinu's bizarre face as she reached her sharp hand towards Chu Xiu, stripping off all his clothes to reclaim the advantage that her rebellious disciple had taken from her earlier. Mengdie worried that Chu Xiu wouldn't be able to win, and on top of that, he wouldn't have a single piece of cloth left to cover himself.
He then used his charm offensive, pressing Ye Dinu down to the ground, causing her body to tremble, her face to flush red, and her mouth to continuously emit "ah, ah" sounds. "Ah." Tao Yao's eyes widened as she looked at the stairway to heaven, her face flushed red, and she shouted, "What a pervert!" Chu Xiaoran was equally surprised, saying, "Senior brother Chu Xiao is so powerful." Mengdie had also returned to reality, and she looked at Chu Xiao on the stairway to heaven in astonishment, exclaiming, "This rebellious disciple." On the stairway to heaven at this moment, Chu Xiu used the human emperor first repeatedly, punching directly into Ye Dinu's massive assets. "Woman, I've endured you for a long time. Just now I didn't attack because I was yielding to you, but you're bullying me too much." With the expression on Ye Dinu's face at this moment, it was unclear whether she was in pain or enjoying it. Only her flushed face and continuous
Ah, sounds could be seen. Ah. At this moment it was unknown where Chu Xiu struck, but it caused Ye Dinu to lie motionless, her body arched in submission. Seeing this awkward expression of Dinu, Chu Yi and Jiang Zhao, who were watching nearby, were also confused. Chu Yi asked, "Is Ye Dinu all right?" Jiang Zhao broke out in a cold sweat, saying, "The physical strength of the heavenly Yaoman god physique has actually been completely consumed by the desolate ancient holy body." A moment later, Dinu revealed a satisfied smile, pointing at Chu Xiu and saying, "Man, you are truly fierce. This empress has decided. I will take you as my emperor consort. Come back to the heavenly Yao realm with me." Hearing these words, Chu Xiu couldn't help but be astonished. Breaking out in a cold sweat, speechless, below the Taisu square, Chu Xiaoran exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Tao Yao chimed in. "This demon woman's tone is really arrogant. She actually wants the Holy Sun to return to the demon realm with her." Immortal Mengdie's face was expressionless as she thought to herself, "This rebellious disciple's romantic luck is too strong, damn it. See how this old one deals with him?" On the stairway to heaven at this moment, Ye Dinu approached Chu Xiu, saying softly, "Come back to the heavenly Yao realm with me. I will treat you well." Finishing her words, she grabbed Chu Xiu's hand, continuing shyly, "I've even thought of names for our children." Seeing this strange, beautiful woman confessing her feelings in front of him, Chu Xiu could only force a smile and let out an Chu Xiu couldn't remain silent any longer. The young man yanked his hand away from Ye Dinu's grasp, saying coldly, "This is not something I can decide. I have to continue climbing the stairway to heaven." Seeing Chu Xiu's cold rejection surprised Ye Dinu a bit. Immediately, Ye Dinu jumped up and flew straight down to where the Holy Sun was. Standing in front of Kai Suzi, she clasped her hands and knelt down, saying, "Please, Holy Lord, bestow a marriage." Looking at Ye Dinu, the Holy Lord thought to himself, "This demon woman actually ran in front of me to request a marriage bestowal." After thinking it over, Kai Suzi looked towards the giant ape standing nearby and said, "This junior golden ape of yours has quite the nerve. He actually wants to take my Taisu Holy Son away." At this moment, the golden ape was clutching his head in a daze, thinking about Ye Dinu's battle with Chu Xiu. He never expected that an assassin he personally trained and brought here would be so easily defeated by the desolate ancient holy body, falling to the ground with just one move. Suddenly, hearing Kai Suzi's question, he snapped out of his thoughts, rubbed his head, and replied through gritted teeth, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. This junior of mine is not lightly injured. I'm afraid his mind is not right. I will immediately take him back." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand into the air and opened a spatial vortex, angrily shouting, "Ye Dinu, quickly return with me." Immediately, the golden ape's hand grabbed Ye Dinu's collar, pulling her towards the spatial vortex. She struggled non-stop, shouting, "Senior, wait a moment. I haven't asked about the wedding gifts from the Taisu Holy Land yet." The golden ape was at a loss for words, scolding, "You brat! How could you bring such shame upon the Yao race?" Ye Dinu pouted, muttering, "I don't care. I just like him." Before Ye Dinu could say another word, she was dragged into the spatial vortex by the golden ape and disappeared from the Taisu square. The crowd of onlookers enjoyed a hearty laugh at this unexpected turn of events. Just at this moment, the bell rang. The Tianxing Peak Lord stood on the high platform and loudly announced, "Holy Sun Chu Xiu breaks the record for climbing the stairway to heaven." After review, the grand ceremony begins. Standing on the stairway to heaven, Chu Xiu looked down at the Holy Land Square, thinking how refreshing it was. Body refinement on the stairway to heaven was even faster than using the system to break through. Below the square, everyone cheered for him non-stop, having broken the record much faster than previous Holy Sons. The ancient sacred body is invincible in the same realm. I doubt anyone's got a stronger divine sense than him. Right after that, Chu Xiu stepped on the sword Azure Dragon and flew straight towards the Kai Su Holy Land, where Mengdie, Tao Yao, and Chu Xiaoran were waiting for him. Tao Yao clapped non-stop, smiling brightly, and said, "Senior brother, congrats." Chu Xiaoran was full of praise. "Senior brother Chu Xiu, your body is truly powerful." Chu Xiu nodded in response to the two girls, but his eyes kept looking towards his fairy Shifu. Smiling, Mengdie crossed her arms and calmly said, "Not bad. Hurry up to the platform. The Holy Master has already prepared everything. You will be granted the Saint Child Seal." Chu Xiu smiled and replied, "Okay, I'll go see Shifu later." Mengdie glanced back at Chu Xiu and said coldly, "You rebellious disciple?" She thought to herself, "What does he want from me again?" Chu Xiu walked up the white jade steps, step by step to the high platform. Under the square, everyone's eyes were on him. Some were envious, Some were jealous, adoring, respectful. But today, he didn't care. In the past, Chu Lioma had also imagined this scene, but unfortunately, it didn't go as he wished. Under the identity of Chu Xiu, he had fulfilled his wish. Today, Chu Xiu and Chu Lioma, he was the main character. The Holy Master was standing in front and said loudly, "Chu Xiu, today you will become the Holy Child. This Holy Master gives you two choices, and no matter which choice you make, this Holy Master will support you. Choice 1 is that the Holy Land will provide you with cultivation resources, protected by a great saint protector. Your future will be smooth and infinitely bright. Choice 2 is that the Holy Land will not provide you with cultivation resources, and will let you create your own world and go out to conquer the front lines. Your future is uncertain, but there are no limits." As soon as the words fell, there was an immediate heated discussion below the square. The pink-skirted female elder said, "Is there even a need to think about it? Of course. Choose option 1.
The female elder in the middle continued, "If it were me, I would also choose the first path." Finally, the black-clothed female elder sighed and said, "That's why you are destined not to become experts." Chu Xiu was now cupping his chin and thinking deeply. "The advantages of option 1 are obvious, but I will lose some freedom, and I have too many secrets. If there is a great saint following me, it will be easy to expose them. Choice 2 doesn't have many worries, but there is less support in terms of cultivation resources." Suddenly, the corner of Chu Xiu's mouth curled up in a smile. What appeared before his eyes were images of his fairy Shifu going in and out day and night, and Hua Shiji lying red-faced on the bed. With that thought, the corner of Chu Xiu's mouth curved even higher, he thought. However, these cultivation resources can be recovered from Shifu and Hua Shiji. After thinking it over, Chu Xiu became serious and confidently made a decision. The youth said loudly, "I choose the second path. I, Chu Xiu, am not afraid of any challenges. What I want, I don't need others to give. I will go and fight for it myself, using the sword in my hand to snatch my data blue. No one can stop me. If a mountain blocks me, I will break the mountain. If the sea blocks me, I will fill the sea. If you block me, I will kill you." Kai Suzi asked again. "Are you sure?" Chu Xiu replied without hesitation. "Sure." As soon as he finished speaking, two objects appeared from the palm of Kai Suzi's hand, and were handed to Chu Xiu. One was a purple jade-colored token, which symbolized the identity of the Holy Child. The second was a golden seal, with a vivid qilin carved on it, roaring up to the sky. The seal contained a Dadio imprint. If his life was in danger, the seal would automatically activate the highest level of defense, and at the same time, the Kai Su Holy Master would be aware of it and come to the rescue in time. Kai Suzi said, "Accept the Holy Child's seal and the Holy Child token." After Chu Xiu reached out and took the seal and token, the crowd in the Kai Su Square raised their hands high and shouted loudly, "Your Highness the Holy Child! Your Highness the Holy Child is brave and invincible," the Holy Master said loudly. "This Holy Master announces the end of the Holy Child Ascension ceremony. Please, everyone from the Holy Land, the ancient aristocratic families, the great sects, and the representatives, go to Kai Su Peak to discuss important matters." Kai Suzi hadn't gone far when she heard Chu Xiu call out, "Your Highness the Holy Master, please stop." Standing behind, Chu Xiu coughed twice and said embarrassedly, "Cough cough. Your Highness the Holy Master, Elder Hua of Daoyuan Peak is not yet married. I wonder if your Highness the Holy Master can bestow a marriage upon me." The Holy Master turned her head to look at Chu Xiu and asked, "You want this Holy Master to bestow a marriage for her?" "Marry her to whom?" Chu Xiao's cheeks flushed red, and he pointed his finger at himself, meaning, "Marry her to me." At this time, Kai Suzi wavered slightly, and her cheeks also automatically turned pink. After a moment of silence, she asked again, "Do you like her very much?" Chu Xiu nodded firmly, frowning and replying, "Of course." "What do you like about her?" Chu Xiu said. "She is gentle, kind, considerate, mature, and beautiful." As he spoke, the youth pointed and counted. Witnessing Chu Xiu's actions and words, Kai Suzi remained silent, unable to speak. After a while, the Holy Master said gently, "This matter cannot be decided by me alone. It depends on the wishes of Elder Hua. If she agrees, it wouldn't be impossible for this Holy Master to bestow a marriage for you." Chu Xiu replied in surprise. "Really?" Kai Suzi replied. "Yes." After Kai Suzi left, the system appeared with another doppelganger teasing, Hey, host. You really are an innocent pretender," Chu Xiu cursed inwardly. Get lost, get lost, get lost. In the future, if I don't let you speak, you are not allowed to, hey. After the Holy Child Ascension ceremony ended, Chu Xiu immediately went to Mengdie's Dongfu. Seeing his beautiful fairy Shifu sitting on the throne, the youth Chu Xiu naturally flew up and sat close to Mengdie, and asked softly, "What did you say to the Holy Master earlier?" Chu Xiu's face remained unchanged, stroking Mengdie's white and tender shoulders, and smiled casually. "Just asked a few questions related to cultivation." At this time, Chu Xiu thought to himself, "Why does Shifu smell better than usual today?" Mengdie frowned, and said with a sullen voice, "If you have problems with your cultivation, don't ask this master. Why bother the Holy Master?" In the meantime, Chu Xiu's restless hand took the opportunity to place it on Mengdie's thigh, and replied slyly, "Isn't disciple here now?" Chu Xiu was stroking Mengdie's thigh, while saying a sentence full of meaning, "Shifu, sorry for the trouble." Mengdie knew exactly what Chu Xiu was implying. She glared at him and scolded softly, "You rebellious disciple. You've barely become a holy son and you're already this bad. Do you even deserve the title?" Chu Lioma feigned shock. "Shifu, what are you thinking? This disciple just wants to ask for your guidance in the art of fist techniques. How is that bad?" Mengdie's cheeks flushed red. "Don't think this venerable one doesn't know what's on your mind." Before she could finish, Chu Xiu grabbed both of Mengdie's hands and pinned her down. His hands started caressing Mengdie's delicate thighs. "Shifu, why don't you tell me what you think this disciple is thinking?" With her cultivation sealed by Chu Xiu, Mengdie could only grit her teeth and say, "I don't want to know. Get lost." Chu Lioma's hand suddenly moved upwards, catching Mengdie off guard. She quickly covered her mouth to prevent making too much noise, and alerting the disciples outside. Chu Xiu leaned close to his fairy Shifu's ear and whispered, "Are you really willing to let this disciple leave now?" Under Chu Xiu's naughty hands, Mengdie's eyes widened as she endured. Her mouth kept making soft, sounds. Meanwhile, back at Chu Xiu's Dongfu, Chu Xiaoran and Tao Yao were waiting for Chu Xiu to return. A chick perched on a nearby rock. Seeing Chu Xiaoran, a newcomer, it immediately flapped its wings and bragged, "Woman, this great one sees that your foundation is extraordinary. I've decided to take you as my human pet." Chu Xiaoran heard this, glanced at the chick, and 3 dots appeared above her head. She was speechless. Tao Yao, sitting beside her, burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Not only has your chick gotten more handsome, but it's also become more eloquent." She stood up, walked over to the chick, and said happily, "Hee hee, chick, this big sister supports you in taking her as your human pet." Praised by Tao Yao, the chick struck a pose, folded its wings in front of its chest, and nodded smugly. The chick arrogantly turned to Chu Xiaoran and said, "Woman, tell this great one, you like Chu Xiu, don't you? If you want, this great one can help you." Chu Xiaoran looked at the chick with surprise and shyly replied, "That's not really appropriate." The chick immediately replied, "What's not appropriate about it?" Chu Xiu returned from Mengdie's place. Seeing the chick talking to Tao Yao and Chu Xiaoran, he cleared his throat. Seeing Chu Xiaoran's shy appearance, Tao Yao angrily stood up. She grabbed Chu Xiaoran's shoulders tightly and shouted furiously, "Chu Xiaoran, don't go too far. I never thought you'd have such wicked intentions towards my senior brother. You even said you didn't have any desires for my senior brother." Chu Xiaoran was no pushover either. She immediately stood up and started brawling with Tao Yao. "So what if I have intentions towards senior brother Chu Xiu? Senior brother Chu Xiu isn't yours alone. What right do you have to control me?" The chick stood on the sidelines watching the excitement and constantly cheering. Right, grab her hair, scratch her face, pick her nose." "Tao Yao, you're right to pick her nose." Suddenly, from behind, Chu Xiu tightened his fist and punched the chick on the head, making it dizzy and unsteady. "What kind of wicked things is this ill-mannered chicken doing here again?" Chu Xiaoran and Tao Yao heard Chu Xiu's voice, and turned around in surprise. "Senior brother Chu Xiu, when did you arrive?" Chu Xiaoran quickly put on a weak act, tearfully saying, "Senior sister Tao Yao?" Tao Yao gritted her teeth and clenched her fists in resentment. "Damn it, I never thought Chu Xiaoran could play this card." Chu Xiaoran spoke while walking over and placing her hand on Chu Xiu's chest, crying, "Senior brother Chu Xiu, it's my fault. Don't blame senior sister Tao Yao. I came to congratulate you on becoming a holy son, but senior sister Tao Yao started scolding me as soon as she arrived. She really loves you." Tao Yao was so angry that smoke was practically coming out of her head. "Chu Xiaoran, you're shameless. Do you believe I'll kill you?" She yelled, "Senior brother Chu Xiu, don't believe her. She's deliberately acting weak in front of you. This woman is very wicked." Chu Xiaoran still looked wronged, sadly turned to leave. Okay, senior sister Tao Yao is right. It's all my fault for making senior sister unhappy. If senior sister minds, I can leave." Seeing this scene, the young Chu Xiu was sweating profusely. He forced a smile and thought to himself, "This Chu Xiaoran, why is she so green tea?" But it's also quite interesting. The next morning, at Kai Suzi Peak, in the Holy Lord's Dongfu, Chi Mengdie was talking to the Holy Lord. She cupped her hands and bowed, saying, "Holy Lord." After the Holy Sun ceremony, the Yao race already knows about Chu Xiu being an ancient holy body.
"I fear the Yao race will take action," the Holy Lord slowly replied. "In the past 1,000 years, the Yao race's power has grown stronger and stronger. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. If we can eliminate the great saint-level combat power of the Yao race at this time, the Taiji ancient star will open sooner." Chi Mengdie recalled this, her eyes full of anticipation. "The Taiji ancient star will open sooner," she thought to herself. "If I can grasp this opportunity, perhaps I'll have a chance to achieve the Saint King realm." The Holy Lord looked at Chi Mengdie and gently nodded. "Yes, you must seize the opportunity." The Holy Lord suddenly took out a jade box and said to Chi Mengdie, "This is the Bodhi divine flower that Chu Xiu needs. Help me pass it on to him." After agreeing with Kai Suzi and holding the box in her hand, Chi Mengdie frowned and thought to herself, "I have to go see that rebellious disciple again."
What bad luck! Leaving Kai Suzi Peak, Chi Mengdie immediately returned to her Dongfu. She used her divine sense to summon Chu Xiu to receive the item. The youth had just arrived when he started teasing. The sky isn't even dark yet, and Shifu is already calling this disciple over. In her heart, Chi Mengdie cursed, "HMPH, you shameless rebellious disciple." Although she was furious and wanted to kill the rebellious disciple with one move, Chi Mengdie still had to put on a normal appearance. She took out Kai Suzi's jade box and handed it to Chu Xiu, saying, "The Holy Lord told me to give this to you. Take it and leave quickly. Don't bother this venerable one anymore." Holding the jade box in his hand, Chu Xiu grinned cheekily. "How could this disciple possibly bother you?" Saying that, Chu Xiu ran over, grabbed Chi Mengdie's hand, and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Shifu, now that this disciple is here, why don't we try out those fist techniques from last night a little?" Chi Mengdie blushed and scolded, "Rebellious disciple, get lost, in broad daylight.
Don't do anything reckless." Before Chi Mengdie could finish, Chu Xiu pressed close to her neck and used some technique to freeze Chi Mengdie in place. At this moment, Chu Xiu stared intently at his Shifu's plump breasts and said, "Won't it be dark soon?" He pinned Chi Mengdie on the bed.
Chu Xiu said, "Shifu, let's start exchanging moves. This disciple has just created some new and exciting moves. I hope Shifu can give me some pointers."
And so, in the quiet darkness of Chi Mengdie's Dongfu, the sounds of began to echo again.
3 hours after exchanging moves, Chu Xiu was lying sprawled on the bed, with Chi Mengdie beside him as before, exhausted and asleep. Chu Xiu secretly called out to the system, "System, display my interface." The system immediately displayed a notification panel. Host: Chu Xiu Realm, Divine Enemy 9th Level Special Physique, Ancient Holy Body Aptitude, 2500 Heavenly Grade Sword Intent, Heavenly Slaughter Sword Intent Cultivation Method, Dao Scripture Foundation Establishment, Heavenly Holy Body Cultivation Method, Upper Secret Law Walking Secret Law, Grade Beginning Entrance Scripture, Dan Scripture Middle Power Poison, Grade Beginning Entrance Scripture, Sword Art Myriad Matters All Rest Grade Immortal Remaining. The host is the Holy Lord of the Kai Suzi Holy Land. Can accumulate the Holy Land luck points. Chu Xiu was so shocked by the info he jumped up, thinking, "Whoa, becoming a holy son can stack up luck points.
What a perk." Chu Xiu was about to leave when Chi Mengdie suddenly grabbed his shoulder,
pressing herself against his back, her face all seductive, whispering, "You naughty disciple, it's late. Why not stay the night?" Ignoring Chi Mengdie's advances, Chu Xiu decisively put his clothes back on, replying, "Ahem, can't do that.
This disciple must return to cultivation ASAP." Glancing at Chi Mengdie, Chu Xiu thought, "Wants me to stay? Haha, no free lunch here. This is fishy, super sus. Who knows what she's planning? Maybe she'll just palm strike me to death in my sleep. Better bail." With that, Chu Xiu turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. "I'm tired today, Shifu. Get some rest." Failing to seduce him, Chi Mengdie glared at Chu Xiu's retreating figure, gritting her teeth, muttering, "That wily disciple is always so cautious. Just you wait, I'll get you eventually." The next day, Chu Xiu headed to the Holy Sun Hall. Holding a blue jade box, he smiled to himself. "Shifu generously gave me the Bodhi Divine Blossom. I can break through to the other shore realm, but I'll need a ton of heavenly spiritual chi. Might as well try the Holy Sun Hall. It's got to be one of the richest spiritual chi spots in the Kai Suzi Holy Land." Lost in thought, Chu Xiu suddenly heard a female voice behind him.
"Your Highness Holy Son." Chu Xiu turned to see 4 cute, sweet-looking maids in pink dresses bowing to him. His heart skipped a beat. These are the Holy Sun Hall's maids. Kai Suzy Holy Land is something else. Even the maids are this adorable. Chu Xiu immediately smiled warmly. I'll be cultivating here often. Sorry to trouble you with the cleaning. The maids giggled happily. Yes, Your Highness. Just focus on your cultivation. Leave the rest to us. Chu Xiu then headed straight for the lotus pond. The spiritual qi around the pond was so dense it was almost liquid, with spiritual springs gushing endlessly. A lotus platform floated in the center. Chu Xiu was astonished. The spiritual qi is insane. Cultivating here will boost my speed by like dozens of times. Jackpot. Chu Xiu leaped onto the lotus platform in the middle of the pond and sat down. He opened the blue jade box, and a purple lotus flower immediately floated before him, emitting an intoxicating fragrance that made him feel light and airy. The system popped up a notification. Host consumes the rare Bodhi Divine Blossom. Attempt breakthrough. Chu Xiu chose breakthrough without hesitation. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed gold, and golden qi spread everywhere. The system then reported, breakthrough complete, consumed 100,000 breakthrough points. Remaining points, 680,000. At that moment, a carriage appeared in the sky above the Kai Suzy Holy Land. The driver announced, Your Highness Princess, this is the legendary Kai Suzy Holy Land. Chu Xiu, still cultivating below, looked up, curious. Princess. The carriage flew slowly across the sky above the Kai Suzy Holy Land. Inside, two pretty maids, Chunhua and Xiu Yu, admired the scenery. Your Highness Princess, this place really lives up to its name. It's magnificent, vast and grand, even more beautiful than the imperial palace. The great Ming Empire's seventh princess, Chu Ziwei, rested her chin on her hand, her clear, jade-like eyes gazing out the window smiling. Chunhua, Chu Yu, don't be so surprised. Kai Suzy Holy Land is the supreme land of our southern domain. Of course its sect grounds are massive. How could the imperial palace compare? Chu Xiu, still sitting on the lotus platform, looked up at Chu Ziwei, frowning. That girl looks kinda like Chu Biwei. Could she be her descendant? Just then, a peach blossom drifted down, and Chu Xiu caught it. Holding the flower, he grinned slyly, thinking, ooh, Sister Yihua Huajiji is thinking of me. That evening, Chu Xiu hopped on his flying boat and zoomed to their rendezvous. The scenery was enchanting, with white narcissus blooming everywhere. From afar, Chu Xiu spotted Hua Luofei's graceful figure standing serenely in the sea of flowers. Huajiji, I'm here, he called out. I came as soon as I got your flower. Didn't want to waste a single second. Hearing Chu Xiu's voice, Hua Luofei turned to him, saying gently, Congrats on your cultivation progress. Inside, Hua Luofei rejoiced. He really came, Chu Xiu grinned. My cultivation progress is nothing, but Gigi gets more beautiful every day. With that, Chu Lioma smirked, walked closer, grabbed Hua Luofei's hand and said mysteriously, I told the holy leader about wanting to marry Huajiji a few days ago. Guess what he said? Hua Luofei pulled her hand away, turning away shyly. He definitely didn't agree. We're not a good match. Chu Lioma shamelessly grabbed her hand again, grinning slyly. The holy leader said that if Gigi agrees, he'll grant us the marriage. Hua Luofei's cheeks flushed red. You think I'd agree? Seeing her shy expression, Chu Xiu became more proactive, stroking her soft hand, thinking, not bad at all. Sensing that she was about to take the bait, Chu Lioma continued his assault. Ah, too bad. I'll be leaving the Kai Suzy Holy Land soon. If Huajiji doesn't agree, who knows when we'll meet again? Hua Luofei's eyes flickered, and she frowned, surprised. You just started breaking through to the other shore realm. You're already going out to explore. Chu Xiu plucked a daffodil and kept the flirting going. Yeah, can't just stay locked up in the Holy Land cultivating all the time. That's definitely not the way to become a powerhouse. Actually, I hate to leave Huajiji in the Holy Land too, Huajiji replied. But going out to train is good for you. Besides, you're decisive and ruthless. You wouldn't care about romance. Chu Xiu gently tucked the daffodil into Huajiji's hair and continued his sugar-coated offensive. Who says decisive and ruthless people can't care about romance? Then, Chu Xiu grabbed Hua Luofei's shoulders, smiled softly and said, Huajiji, can you feel it? My sincere heartbeat. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu moved closer. Their eyes met, filled with surging emotion. Nose to nose, Hua Luofei's heart started racing, her breathing becoming rapid. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Lioma gripped Huajiji's shoulders tightly and suddenly kissed her red lips. Huajiji could only open her eyes wide, rooted to the spot. At this moment, whether she was Hua Luofei, the Saint King, a top-tier powerhouse, or Holy Lord, she couldn't resist Chu Xiu's skillful kissing. Chu Lioma. Both gradually drowned in the sweet kiss, melting in their own happiness. After quite a bit of tongue-sword fighting, Chu Xiu seemed to want more.
His hand slid down, embracing Hua Luofei's waist, whispering, "Hua Jiji." Hua Luofei's face was still flushed from the kiss. Suddenly, she clenched her fist, her face a bit annoyed. "I blame you." Though her eyes were glaring, she raised a fair hand and playfully hit Chu Xiu. "You deserve a beating." But in Hua Luofei's heart, it was the opposite. Her face was flushed, her lips pursed. "HMPH, my first kiss was stolen," Chu Xiu quickly explained. "Ah, Gigi, don't get excited. It's because Gigi is too beautiful. I couldn't control myself. Don't be angry, Gigi." Faced with Chu Xiu's sweet words, Hua Luofei couldn't bring herself to strike. She turned her back to Chu Xiu in a huff. "Don't do that again next time, got it?" Seeing this, Chu Xiu shamelessly hugged Hua Jiji from behind and replied, "Got it! Don't be angry anymore, Gigi. Next time I want to kiss Gigi, I'll tell you in advance." "Gigi is so gentle, beautiful, charming, and captivating even when angry. How could I not love you?" Hua Luofei glared at Chu Xiu playfully and said, You're treating me like a little girl, aren't you? Do you think I'm that easy to fool?" Suddenly, she raised her arm, and a jade green ring instantly appeared on her hand, etched with complex Dao patterns, looking extraordinary, she said. "This immortal artifact is a spoil of war from when I participated in the Tianyuan fortress defense battle. The space inside is vast. It's inconvenient to use a storage pouch when you go out traveling, so take this." Chu Xiu held out his left hand, the corner of his mouth lifting in a triumphant smile, and said casually, "Gigi, help me put it on, will you?" "All right, I'll help you put it on." Seeing Hua Luofei's expression, Chu Xiu said, "Does Gigi know what it means when a woman gives a ring to a man?" Hua Luofei looked puzzled. "It's just a storage ring. What could it mean?" No, Chu Xiu said, grabbing Hua Luofei's hand and pulling her towards a nearby flat rock. Hua Luofei was now sitting on the flat rock, looking at Chu Xiu with a curious expression as he explained. Chu Xiu stood next to her, a wicked smile on his face, acting like he knew everything, and said, "According to legend, at the end of the starry beyond, there's an ancient star with life on it. There, when a woman gives a ring to a man, it means the woman really likes the man, cares about him a lot, and hopes to marry him." Hua Luofei pretended not to understand, her red lips slightly parted. "There are such strange customs. There's no such thing on the Sky Vault continent." Suddenly, Chu Xiu knelt in front of Hua Luofei, raised her fair hand, and then lowered his head to gently kiss the back of her hand, softly asking, "My dear Gigi, when will you finally agree to my proposal?" Hua Luofei was a little surprised by Chu Xiu's actions and words. She said, "So you like to tease, take advantage, and flirt with me?" Chu Laoma put on an innocent face, looking at her with unwavering eyes, and shamelessly blurted out, "Because I like Gigi. Since my Shifu is so beautiful, why wouldn't I take advantage of her?" Hearing these words from Chu Xiu, Hua Jiji said angrily, "If you even dare to tease your Shifu, then that is truly outrageous and immoral." Chu Laoma immediately struck a pose of righteousness, raising his hand to swear, "Of course, I have the utmost respect for my Shifu. I've never had any bad thoughts about her." Hearing this, Hua Jiji smiled, tilting her head to look at Chu Xiu, and said, "So you came to bully me instead. I wouldn't dare to bully Gigi." Then, Chu Xiu wrapped his arms around Hua Luofei's waist and whispered, "Gigi." Hua Luofei seemed to understand Chu Xiu's intentions. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed red, and leaned away slightly, saying, "Not now, you little rascal. You're too shameless. Looks like I have to stay away from you a bit." But Chu Xiu shamelessly continued to grab Hua Luofei's arm again, then smiled wickedly. "I'm not a little rascal anymore. I'm a young man now." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Laoma pinned Hua Luofei down, and what was meant to happen, happened. Both exchanged moves with each other in the dark night, amidst a field of starry flowers, occasionally echoing Hua Jiji's ah and sounds. Not far away, a pair of stray cats, one black and one white, were also imitating the moves, following each one step by step. Many hours later, after exchanging moves, Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei lay sprawled on the flat rock. Chu Xiu took Hua Jiji's hand, smiling, and said, "Oh right, Gigi, the other day, the Holy Lord invited many forces to Kaisuzi Peak. What did they talk about in the meeting?" "Of course, if it's inconvenient for Gigi, then never mind." Hua Luofei shook her head, gently said, "Of course you have the right to know about this. There's a mysterious ancient planet outside the universe that's about to open. That ancient planet is called Tai Chi. I've heard before that this ancient planet is very famous. The ancient planet's natural restrictions roughly open once every 2,000 to 3,000 years. Inside contains countless natural treasures. But that's not all. Most importantly, Inside there are Dao patterns left by the ancient Great Earth. A few great saints with heaven-defying luck might even stumble upon a great emperor's Dao legacy within, using it to break through to Saint King and become top dogs of the continent.
Hearing this juicy intel, Chu Xiu's face lit up like a Christmas tree. He grinned and asked, "So when's this thing gonna open up, roughly?" Without hesitation, Xishuo spilled the beans. The Taiji Ancient Star Meet should kick off within the next year, earliest 5 or 6 months, latest 8. Chu Xiu kept the questions rolling. Is my Shifu going too? Yup. Peak Lord Xianxia is heading over. She's got to snag an opportunity to become a Saint King at the Taiji Ancient Star. Chu Xiu's eyebrows furrowed at that, looking all worried. He thought to himself, my precious Shifu better not run into any trouble. If something happens to her, who am I going to ask for pointers? Meanwhile, in Chu Lioma's head, he was picturing Mengdie flat on her back, hands and feet tied tight. Then he, Chu Lioma, could do whatever he damn well pleased, and let his precious Shifu scream her lungs out. Suddenly, Chu Xiu wore a devious smile, thinking, or I could just seal her up and keep her from going. She can just stay home and be a good girl. Why go off risking her life? Xishuo saw Chu Xiu's frown, and assumed the kid was just fretting over Mengdie. She leaned in, pressing her melons against Chu Xiu's chest, and gently stroked his cheek, comforting him softly. Don't worry so much. Peak Lord Xianxia isn't some delicate flower. Her combat power is top 1 or 2 among those in the same realm. Seeing Chu Xiu still looked pensive, Xishuo asked, Little guy, where were you planning to wander off to? Chu Xiu couldn't exactly blurt out that he was going to find Liu Hongyi. So the young man shook his head and sighed. Haven't figured out a place yet. I'll just go wherever the road takes me. Wherever I end up is fate. Chu Lioma thought to himself. All I know now is that girl Liu Hongyi is heading north, but I don't know exactly where. I'll just have to go and figure it out along the way. After some heartfelt chat, Chu Xiu suddenly sat up straight, a sly grin spreading across his face. Sis, are you going to send me off without any parting gifts? As he said this, Chu Lioma's eyes just kept staring at Xishuo's melons. Seeming to understand the implication behind Chu Xiu's words and eyes, Xishuo showed no hesitation this time, and proactively kissed Chu Xiu on his lips. As the two were immersed in the burning kiss, Xishuo's hands stroked Chu Xiu's well-defined abs without conscious thought. Witnessing Chu Xiu's ultimate flirting moves, the system was overjoyed, and chuckled. After a makeout session, Hua gently swiped her slender finger across Chu Xiu's lips, leaning her cherry lips close to his ear, and whispered, If you meet an enemy you can't beat, it's nothing shameful to run away. Remember to protect your life, and don't you dare lose anything on your body. Chu Xiu smiled, looking at Hua with a wicked smile as he responded, Don't worry, sis. I guarantee there is enough for you to use for your entire life. And then, Chu Xiu and Xishuo exchanged techniques all night long on the Sea of Water Lilies. The next morning, at Chu Xiu's Dongfu, Elder Mo Feiyan arrived with Chu Ziwei. As soon as they arrived and saw Chu Xiu, Chu Ziwei clasped her hands and bowed slightly. Great Ming's 7th Princess Chu Ziwei pays respect to Holy Sun Your Highness. Stepping out of the house, Chu Lioma was stunned for a moment when he saw Chu Ziwei, but the young man quickly regained his composure, looked at her, and said softly, No need for formalities. Then, Chu Xiu looked at Mo Feiyan and asked gently, Elder Mo, may I know why you brought Princess Chu Ziwei to my place? At this time, Chu Lioma's lips curled into a smile as he thought to himself, as expected, a descendant of Chu Biui. Hearing Chu Xiu's question, Mo Feiyan replied with a cold and charming aura and a soft voice. I heard that the Holy Sun wants to go down the mountain to train himself, and it so happens that the new king of the Great Ming Empire has just ascended the throne. The Holy Lord wants you and the 7th Princess to go to the Great Ming Empire, representing our Kaisu Holy Land, to attend the coronation ceremony. Hearing these words, Chu Xiu thought to himself, Xishuo really doesn't want me to have any idle time. After thinking for a moment, Chu Xiu nodded in agreement, and happily replied, All right, I don't know where to go anyway, so I might as well go to Great Ming and take a look. Chu Ziwei couldn't help but show a hint of joy in her eyes, and hurriedly lowered her body and bowed politely. It is truly our blessing that Your Highness the Holy Sun can grace Great Ming with your presence. Princess Chu Ziwei was very happy at this moment, and she thought to herself, At first, I thought it would be great if I could invite an elder to Great Ming, but who would have thought that the Holy Sun would personally agree to attend the ceremony? Those who set off earlier poured cold water on me, saying that I would not be able to invite any big shots from Kaisu Holy Land. You definitely can't imagine that not only did I invite a big shot from the Holy Land, but also a noble one. The Holy Sun. Chu Xiu looked at Chu Ziwei at this moment, and Chu Laoma couldn't help but feel sympathetic,
thinking, 4 or 5 years ago, when I was not yet in the Divine Bridge realm, I once went to the Great Ming Empire, and in the capital, I unexpectedly got to know the Grand Princess of Great Ming, Chu Xiu. We once had a romantic encounter, and I still miss that feeling very much. Chu Xiu said she would wait for me to find her, but I never thought that she would already have descendants. Haha, women say that, but in fact, I don't blame her in my heart. I am just an opportunist, just a scumbag, and I have no right to blame her.
Returning to the present, Chu Xiu said, "If there is nothing else, we will set off tomorrow." Chu Xiu replied, "Okay. We have disturbed your highness the Holy Sun a lot today. We will meet again tomorrow." Suddenly, Mengdie's voice transmitted over, "You rebellious disciple, come see me now." Because he had exchanged techniques with Sisua all night, Chu Xiu refused bluntly.
No, my back hurts today." Mengdie was eating an apple when she heard her rebellious disciple refuse so blatantly, which surprised her.
Mengdie frowned immediately, her face turned cold, and she blamed herself. How could this be? This old lady is all ready, but that rebellious disciple said he's not coming.
Then, Mengdie went into her treasure pavilion. She reached up to a high shelf and took out a box.
Holding the box in her hand, Mengdie smiled slightly. This is what she prepared to give to her rebellious disciple before he went out to train. She called him here today to give it to him, but that rebellious disciple refused to come. Then, Mengdie flew towards Chu Xiu's dongfu. At Chu Xiu's dongfu, Chu Xiu was sitting in cultivation, and the little chicken was lying beside the fire roasting meat. Seeing Chu Xiu diligently cultivating, it was a little puzzled. Before setting off, this little guy is still cultivating, quite diligent.
On this side, while cultivating, Chu Xiu thought, "The reward for breaking through the great realm last time seems to have not been received yet. System, bring up the record and see." The system then displayed a notification, detected that the host, who is an ancient holy body, has broken through to the Divine Bridge Ultimate Realm, triggering a special critical strike reward of half a volume of the fake character secret.
"Do you want to receive it?"
Chu Xiu replied, "Receive it." This breakthrough rewarded the fake character secret. Among the 9 secrets, the fake character secret is the most powerful healing divine art. Cultivating it to a profound level can restore the true body with just a drop of blood. In terms of preciousness, it is not inferior to the travel character secret. And in terms of life-saving effect, it is even better. The only real bummer is this Jia Z secret thing is only half-baked, the effect's seriously nerfed. If I had the complete cheat code, my third sword move could have taken shape already. Just then, the chicken finished grilling the meat. With a drumstick wedged between its 2 wings, it turned to Chu Xiu and squawked, "Hey Chu brat, the spirit rabbit's cooked. You want some? You won't get this outside the Holy Land." Yeah, no. After sitting in meditation for a long while, Chu Xiu got up, stretched languidly, and casually replied, "Nah, you chow down. I'm gonna grab some shut-eye." While the chicken was happily gnawing on a tasty roasted spirit rabbit drumstick, Mengdie's figure suddenly appeared behind it. She spoke up, "Chicken, where's that good-for-nothing disciple of mine?" The chicken puffed out its chest, stood in Mengdie's path, one wing akimbo, the other holding the rabbit leg pointed right at her face, and screeched, "Woman, Chu brat's napping. No one's allowed to bother him."
Ignoring the chicken's words, Mengdie casually strolled right over it, saying indifferently, "A mere chicken dares to block my way, huh?"
As Mengdie stepped over it, the chicken suddenly tilted its head back and stared upwards. What it saw made its eyes bug out like crazy, its beak gape open, and a geyser of blood shoot from its nostrils, causing the chicken to pass out on the spot.
Fairy Mengdie didn't even give it a second glance.
She nonchalantly opened Chu Xiu's room and walked in, thinking to herself, "So, this naughty disciple is actually sleeping, huh?" When Mengdie entered the room, she saw Chu Xiu shirtless, wearing shorts, lying neatly in bed, sound asleep.
Staring at her sleeping, slightly adorable disciple, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Meanwhile, the young Chu Xiu was lost in a dream of soaking in a hot spring with a bunch of busty, curvy babes. The girls were all giggling and calling out, Holy Sun, come on over here."
Hearing the invitation from the girls, Chu Xiu didn't hesitate for a second. He gleefully threw off his towel and zoomed over.
Coming. Chu Xiu laughed delightedly, enjoying the feeling of having an arm around 2 babes.
Suddenly, Mengdie appeared, reached out, pinched Chu Xiu's ear, and scolded, "You good-for-nothing brat.
The kid's practically here, and you're still bathing with other women." Waking up in the middle of a dream to see his Shifu, who's holding their baby in her arms, Chu Xiu jolted awake and sat straight up, yelling. Seeing Chu Xiu wake up, Fairy Mengdie then said, "You're awake. After recovering, Chu Xiu looked around and saw Mengdie sitting on his bed. He was shocked, and said, "Shifu, what are you doing here?" Mengdie looked at him coolly and replied, "I am your Shifu, why wouldn't I be here?" Finishing speaking, Fairy Mengdie took out a box and opened it. Inside was a block of icy crystal. A fragrance immediately wafted from the crystal, assaulting Chu Xiu's nostrils. Mengdie's actions startled the youth. Covering himself defensively and thinking that Mengdie would always try to kill him, he asked, "What are you doing? Are you trying to poison your husband?" Ignoring Chu Xiu's words, she placed the box in Chu Xiu's hands. After calming down, he opened his eyes wide in surprise, muttering, "This is 7th grade dragon immortal incense." He realized that his Shifu had come to help him regulate his body. At that moment, Fairy Mengdie stood up, turned around and left, and said, "This time when you go down the mountain to train, I, as your Shifu, cannot help you much. Consider this my farewell gift to you." After she spoke, Chu Xiu immediately spoke. "Shifu, please stop." Chu Lioma grabbed Mengdie's wrist to stop her. After that, the youth pulled Mengdie into his arms for an embrace. Mengdie blushed immediately, and anxiously said, "Naughty disciple, why are you keeping me here?" Chu Lioma grinned wickedly, looked at his beautiful fairy Shifu in front of him, and answered, "What Shifu gave me is 7th grade dragon immortal incense. Legend has it that it takes over 10,000 years for the saliva of a great saint-level dragon whale in the barren seas to congeal into dragon immortal incense. This object is extremely rare." Mengdie's face turned even redder. She shyly turned away, not daring to look directly at Chu Xiu, and asked, "So what?" Chu Lioma then lifted Mengdie's chin, bringing his face close to hers, nose touching nose, breaths intermingling. The youth flashed a devilish smile, and whispered, "You've given me such a precious gift, so this disciple must repay you handsomely." 3 days later, in the southern domain, Qingshuan City. This place was a grand city belonging to the Heavenly Revelation dynasty, bordering the 10,000 Great Mountains, with a population of over 10 million, extremely prosperous and bustling. Occasionally, cultivators flew over the city gate on their swords. At this moment, the carriage of the 7th princess had also flown into Qingshuan City and slowly descended. Inside the carriage were Elder Mo Feian, sitting next to the left, and Chu Xiao, sitting opposite the 7th princess Chu Ziwei, and 2 small maids. Everyone was talking and laughing very happily. Chu Ziwei's face was full of admiration, and she said, "It's unbelievable that the Holy Sun knows the world outside so well while being in the Holy Land." Chu Xiu revealed a wicked smile and replied, "I know a little bit. I will tell you the story of the cultivator with the last name Han." The 7th princess and 2 maids nodded happily and excitedly upon hearing this, and said, Okay. The youth Chu Xiu began to show off his domineering bragging skills. Legend has it that there was a cultivator named Han, with extremely poor aptitude, and he tried his best to cultivate, but it was difficult to achieve success. Until a woman named Nangong appeared and became his Shifu, the story gradually became interesting. One day, the 2 of them were slaying demons together when they were accidentally poisoned by a strange poison. Afterwards, the 2 of them lost their minds and fell in love, and the 2 of them entangled each other and began to exchange moves with each other. Ahem. After hearing this, you should understand what it is like. The 7th princess and the 2 little maids, Chunhua and Shuyu, blushed immediately after hearing the story Chu Xiu told. Chu Ziwei's face was as delicate as a flower, and her cheeks were flushed as she looked at Chu Xiu and said, "I didn't expect it to be like this." Chunhua chimed in, "But they are master and disciple. Is it appropriate to do this?" Suddenly water splashed directly on Chu Xiu's face from outside, making the youth a little startled, and he turned his head to look outside. Chu Ziwei was surprised to see this, and asked, Is someone splashing water outside?" Chu Xiu was silent, and coldly scanned his eyes to see who was tired of living, and dared to splash water on the face of Chu Lioma. Outside, a familiar figure stood. Chu Xiu immediately recognized her as his beautiful fairy Shifu, Mengdie, which meant Chu Xiu could bet his bottom yuan jing, prime quality spirit stone, that she was the one who just splashed water in his face. What was he going to do about it? Chu Lioma wouldn't dare say a word or complain. Right now, all Chu Lioma could do was grab a towel to wipe his cheek, turn to Princess Chu Ziwei, and give a sheepish smile. Ahem. It's nothing. Someone must have accidentally splashed some water and it just happened to hit me. Outside, the fairy Mengdie stood glaring at Chu Xiu sitting in the carriage, frowning and internally scolding. HMPH, this unfilial disciple is truly shameless.
utterly devoid of any sense of shame. She just happened to be passing by the great Ming Empire's capital, not deliberately lurking in the shadows to protect this wayward disciple. She was simply following him to keep an eye on him, worried he'd hook up with another woman and ruin the reputation of the Kai Suzi Holy Land.
But then she had the misfortune of overhearing this embarrassing story, which made her furious. Leading to the water toss, Mengdie knew very well that the cultivator with the surname Han in the story was none other than her unfilial disciple Chu Xiu, and that she was Shifu Nangong.
A little later, the seventh princess's carriage stopped at an inn in the heart of Qingshuan City. Seeing the carriage stop, the inn's fiery hot female manager rushed out to greet them. "Welcome to Qingshuan Inn. Please follow me inside."
The young Chu Xiu, along with 7th Princess Chu Ziyue and her 2 little maids, followed the female manager into the inn.
Once inside the main hall, Chu Laoma immediately turned to the 7th princess and asked,
"Right, Ziyue. I've been meaning to ask, what's your relationship with Chu Biwei?" Chu Ziyue was taken aback by the question, and replied, "Holy son, you know my aunt."
Chu Xiu casually made up an excuse, smiling nonchalantly. "I happened to see a portrait of her at a senior's place a while back. You two look very similar, so I thought you might be her daughter. I wonder if she's doing well."
Hearing Chu Xiu's question, Chu Ziyue lowered her head slightly, a hint of sadness in her eyes.
"A few months ago, my aunt passed away while meditating on the central Taoist temple atop Yunyai Peak. She seemed to be waiting for someone, perhaps for decades now. My father said that the person my aunt was waiting for died a few months ago, so she chose to pass away on the same day."
Chu Xiu's face turned sad at this, feeling a pang of sympathy. He sighed and said, "I see.
What a pity." That evening, Mengdie was standing on the roof outside the inn when she suddenly lost track of Chu Xiu's aura. She thought to herself, "Why did that unfilial disciple's aura disappear when he got to the inn? I can follow a beyond realm cultivator, so why can't I track this kid?"
Below, the young Chu Xiu,
wearing a mask to conceal his aura, left the inn. Looking at the back of the fairy Mengdie, standing on the roof above, Chu Xiu sighed inwardly. "What's my fairy Shifu thinking? Why does she keep following me? Thank goodness I had this mask to hide my aura, or I wouldn't have been able to shake her off."
Afterwards, Chu Xiu went alone to a room.
The young man brazenly pushed open the door and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the door closed automatically, leaving him in a pitch-black, silent, gloomy, and cold space. Suddenly, flames spontaneously erupted, illuminating the room. Before Chu Xiu stood a table, and sitting opposite him was a girl who was already waiting.
Without greeting her, Chu Xiu went straight to the point. "I want to know the whereabouts of Liu Hongyi,"
the girl replied. 100,000 prime-quality Shenyuan stones. Chu Xiu frowned at this. In his heart, Chu Laoma was calculating. On the Sky Vault continent, Shenyuan stones were considered rare, but they were also a form of currency. 1 Shenyuan stone could be exchanged for 1,000 top-grade Yuanjing stones. But even with many top-grade stones, it wasn't guaranteed that you could get a Shenyuan stone. 200,000 prime-quality Shenyuan stones. That would require at least 2 billion top-grade stones to exchange for. With such an astronomical price,
Chu Laoma turned his gaze to the girl and sneered, "Your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is as shady as ever." The girl remained indifferent and said, "Our information is absolutely true and reliable. Do you know how many people are looking for her recently?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu raised 3 fingers and said, 300 drops of 10,000-year stone marrow. In his heart he thought, "Finally, the 10,000-year stone marrow I obtained in the desolate Yao secret realm will be used." The girl suddenly stood up upon hearing that. She stepped forward, took Chu Xiu's hand, and said with a smile, 400 drops. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion doesn't haggle."
As soon as she finished speaking, a jade bottle appeared in Chu Xiu's hand. The young man placed the jade bottle in the palm of the girl's hand and said indifferently, "Take it."
After taking the bottle of stone marrow, the girl immediately opened the stopper. The fragrance of the stone marrow immediately filled her nostrils, making her feel refreshed and happy. "Not bad, not bad. This is indeed 10,000-year stone marrow. I like it very much. Do you need any other information?"
At this moment, Chu Xiu said, "I have some information I want to sell to you. I wonder if you're interested." The girl's face lit up with excitement, and she replied, "Oh, what kind of information?"
"Tell me about it," Chu Xiu said casually. The whereabouts of the Yuehua Great Emperor's immortal scripture. Chu Xiu's words caused the girl to be extremely surprised. Her voice was a little rushed, and she asked tremulously, "Really? Do you really know the whereabouts of the Yuehua immortal scripture?" Chu Xiu smiled gently and replied, With your information network, it's easy to verify, isn't it? I know who has the immortal scripture of the Yuehua Great Emperor. I need a creation life seed fruit and some heaven and earth wonders for body tempering. At least 4 types. Hearing this, the girl was stunned and replied, "Why don't you just go rob it?" Chu Lioma laughed coldly. "Haha, your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has never lost money in business. Don't think I don't know that after you buy this information from me, you'll speculate and profit from it. At the very least, you can earn both the principal and interest, making up to 15 million Wan Shenyuan stones. Once you're ready, we'll exchange the money and information." The girl approached Chu Lioma, pressing her generous breasts against the young man, and said gently, "Okay, I'll gather enough of these heaven and earth treasures. Where shall we trade next time?" "Shangjing City." "Okay, I'll contact you soon, young master." Chu Xiu then quickly returned to his courtyard outside Qingshuan Inn. He happened to see the chick lying in the middle of the stone table, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun and moon. That chickpea's way more mature now, really starting to look like a rooster. Chu Xiu didn't want to bug him while he was cultivating. Chu Lioma casually plopped down in a chair, leaned back against the stone table, stared up at the roof, and chuckled. "Shifu, aren't you tired standing on the roof? If you are, come down and chill with your disciple. Then we can learn some new moves together, Chi Mengdie, who was chilling on the roof, suddenly heard that rascal's voice and jumped, turning around. When did this rebellious student show up? How come I didn't sense his presence? And how did he know I was here? I clearly concealed my aura, she wondered. Chi Mengdie instantly flew down from the roof and stood in front of Chu Xiu. Her figure was graceful, her face flushed, and her voice was a little shy, embarrassed and hurried. "You! How did you know it was me?" Chu Xiu stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and smiled casually. "Even from this far away, this disciple can smell a special fragrance on your body." No sooner had he spoken than Chu Lioma reached out and grabbed her wrist. Chu Lioma dragged her into his room. Chi Mengdie knew things were about to go south and quickly yelled, "You rebellious disciple, let go of me! What are you planning to do now?" Real quick, Chu Lioma pushed the beautiful immortal Shifu, Chi Mengdie, onto the bed. Then, Chu Lioma used his usual bullying tactic and pinned Chi Mengdie down. The young man kissed all over his Shifu's body. "My beloved Shifu, your divine fragrance. You followed this disciple all the way here because you wanted to be with this disciple, right?" Chi Mengdie struggled. "Stop flattering yourself. This one came to Central Province for work and just happened to pass by here. And then just happened to see you here, so I stopped by to check it out." While Chi Mengdie was talking, Chu Xiu's mischievous hands had already started groping all over. Chu Lioma stared at his beautiful, treasured Shifu, whose cheeks were flushed red with embarrassment, making her even more adorable and enchanting. He couldn't hold back anymore. The young man smiled slyly and said, "Well, that's great. Since you're here, the work can wait, Shifu. Please continue to impart your davio to this disciple tonight." Chi Mengdie panicked. "Show some respect, will you?" Before she could finish speaking, her hands were already clutching the mattress tightly. Her face was flushed red, and she was panting, spelling out, "Oog, ah!" And just like that, she and Chu Lioma were learning new moves, battling it out for hundreds of rounds. The fight lasted for 3 whole hours. Chi Mengdie was about to reach the peak, and with great effort she managed to utter, wait a sec. Like a record scratching at the climax, Chu Xiu's face changed slightly as he looked at his wife, Chi Mengdie, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Chi Mengdie panted tiredly and replied, "I'm about to break through. I can feel the thunder tribulation coming." Hearing that, Chu Xiu's face instantly changed drastically. Outside Chu Xiu's room, at the Qingshuan Inn, bolts of tribulation lightning appeared densely, covering the sky and crashing down powerfully, accompanied by thunderous sounds that echoed through space. Inside the room, Chu Xiu was happily exchanging moves with his beautiful immortal Shifu when he was disturbed by the sound of the thunder tribulation. The young man frowned and asked, "A 4th-level Great Saint's thunder tribulation?" Chi Mengdie immediately pushed Chu Xiu away, quickly stood up, and said, "Yeah, I have to cross space to transcend the tribulation." Chu Xiu then took out a jade bottle from his robes and handed it to Chi Mengdie. The young man smiled at her and said, "Don't die. The 4th-level Great Saint's thunder tribulation is incredibly powerful. If you can't handle it, drink this at the crucial moment. It can replenish your vital energy and life force." Chi Mengdie reached out and took it. She glanced at the jade bottle in her hand, thinking, "This is 10,000-year stone marrow. Guess this rebellious disciple has some filial piety." Then Chi Mengdie, holding Chu Xiu's bottle of 10,000-year stone marrow, opened a spatial portal to leap. Inside the dimension, Chi Mengdie was sitting cross-legged, focusing on circulating her qi,
Don't let her obedient and docile demeanor in front of Chu Xiu fool you. She's actually super strong, a true prodigy." Above Mengdie's head, lightning had coalesced into a purple lightning dragon. It opened its mouth wide, roaring incessantly, glaring at Mengdie. At the same time, Mengdie summoned a treasured sword radiating bone-chilling coldness around the space. With the sword intent in her hand, she shouted, "Ice Annihilation, Tribulation Realm, 3 swords!"
This was Mengdie's original, self-created divine ability sword technique. Back in the Dao Palace secret realm, Mengdie had nurtured a supreme immortal-grade divine ability insect within her body, successfully germinating it into a divine ability source, which then evolved into an Ice-type original divine ability. Finally, she successfully combined her Ice-type original divine ability with her sword intent, creating her original divine ability sword intent, Ice Annihilation Tribulation Realm. 3 swords, first form, Eternal Ice Seal. With a swing of her sword, 10,000 miles were sealed in ice, all life extinguished. She swung her sword and charged to fight directly with the colossal beast. Mengdie stepped into the void. Second form, Subterranean Frozen Domain. With 2 swings of her sword, a domain of ice and cold formed, the sword intent slicing and dicing all things. Within this domain it was hard to find a match. Third form, Ice Seal Obliteration Sword. With the third strike, ice and snow formed a miniature world, trapping the enemy within. When the world shattered, the enemy would perish along with it. Mengdie was still putting all her effort into resisting the lightning tribulation, but she was struck hard by the black dragon lightning, and Mengdie was instantly sent flying. Mengdie was now seriously injured, immortal blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She glanced at the lightning dragon, thinking to herself, "I didn't expect a great saint mid-stage lightning tribulation to be this fierce. Unusually fierce, even." Hesitating for a moment, she took out the jade bottle of 10,000-year stone marrow that her good-for-nothing disciple Chu Xiu had given her. Popping the lid, Mengdie raised the jade bottle to her mouth and took a small sip. The wounds inflicted by the lightning dragon immediately healed, and her true essence power was fully restored. Mengdie then gently touched her abdomen with 2 fingers, casting a spell to protect her beloved child. As for that good-for-nothing disciple Chu Xiu, the lightning dragon in the sky continued to charge toward Mengdie. Mengdie widened her eyes, coldly staring at the lightning dragon, thinking to herself, "I, Mengdie, am determined to overcome this tribulation." Outside, Chu Lioma was standing quietly by the window, looking towards the distant sky. Lightning danced and flickered, a great heavenly power. Even thousands of miles away you could feel it clearly. Chu Lioma's eyes were filled with worry, praying silently, "My precious Shifu, you absolutely must not have anything happen to you. Without you, what would I do?" 3 hours later, the lightning tribulation finally dissipated. Mengdie was hovering in the sky. Thankfully, thanks to the 10,000-year stone marrow, she was able to overcome this tribulation and successfully advance to the 4th level of the Great Saint Realm. She gently stroked her belly, her face full of love. Sensing the small life within her, he chuckled to himself, thinking, "Thank goodness my little darling is all right." Afterward, Mengdie left the lightning tribulation space and returned to Chu Xiu's room. The moment Chu Lioma saw his beloved, gorgeous immortal master return, his face lit up with pure joy. The young man clapped his hands, grinning, and said, "Congratulations, Shifu, on successfully transcending the tribulation. Hurry inside and stabilize your cultivation." Mengdie hummed in agreement. Before leaving, she turned back, not forgetting to thank her mischievous disciple Chu Xiu. "Thank you for the myriad-year stone marrow. Otherwise this tribulation would have been more bad than good." Chu Lioma smirked smugly. "Don't be so polite. Do we really need to say thanks between us?" Hearing this, Mengdie gave Chu Xiu a loving glare and scolded with a smile. "You naughty disciple, turn your face away." Mengdie worried inwardly, wondering why this lightning tribulation was so powerful, even 5 times stronger than her last tribulation to the Great Saint Realm Stage 3, which was completely abnormal. So, that night, Chu Lioma once again pinned down his precious immortal master to exchange moves until dawn. The next morning, Chu Xiu, looking tired and sleep-deprived, yawning non-stop, pushed open the door and stepped outside. He just happened to bump into 7th Princess Chu Ziwei, along with Chunhua and Chu Yu, who were also heading to his villa to find him. Seeing Chu Xiu's exhausted appearance, Princess Chu Ziwei asked with a worried expression, "Your Highness, holy son, your complexion doesn't seem to be very good." Hearing this, Chu Xiu was startled, thinking guiltily, "Is it that obvious on my face?" Chu Xiu immediately straightened up, putting on a serious face, and made up an excuse, saying, "Ahem, I'm cultivating a certain divine art which consumes a bit of my qi and blood. Don't mind it. The seventh princess covered her mouth and giggled, saying, "So that's how it is?" Chunhua's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chu Xiu with admiration, saying, "Your Highness' holy son is so hard-working." Chu Xiu also smiled and nodded.
A moment later the carriage arrived, and the coachman's voice rang out,
"Your Highness' holy son, princess, the carriage is ready. We can depart at any time."
Chu Xiu looked around and didn't see Mo Feian, so he asked curiously, "Where's Elder Mo?" The coachman explained. Before dawn, a message came from Qingmeng town ahead, reporting the discovery of a large number of Yao activity traces, requesting aid from Qingshuan City. Elder Mo immediately went over after receiving the information, saying she would wait for us up ahead after dealing with it.
Hearing this, Chu Xiu frowned, thinking to himself, "A large number of Yao infiltrated the human territory. This is strange. Normally, the Yao wouldn't actively invade human settlements. They would only hide in the shadows and cause destruction. Why would they suddenly attack an insignificant town?"
Immediately, Chu Lioma returned to his nonchalant demeanor, yawning sleepily as he said, "The Yao's actions have always been erratic. Let's set off first. I believe Elder Mo will handle it well." In his heart, Chu Lioma smiled slyly. Might as well go check it out and see if some rare treasure has appeared there. And so, the carriage carrying Chu Xiu and Princess Chu Ziwei slowly took off, leaving Qingshuan City. At this time the carriage was flying over a vast prairie, the green grass swaying back and forth in the cool breeze, resembling silent, rolling white waves. Princess Chu Ziwei leaned against the window, one hand propping up her chin, her eyes half closed, taking a deep breath, and exclaimed with a refreshed expression,
"The scenery on this prairie is so beautiful." Sitting by the opposite window, Chu Lioma's face was filled with melancholy and sorrow. The young man sighed, thinking to himself, "It's a pity that the scenery here is so beautiful. It would be perfect to exchange some new moves with my precious immortal master."
As soon as he thought this, images of his immortal master's flushed face and her cries during their exchange of moves immediately flashed in Chu Lioma's mind.
Thinking about this, the young man drooled with excitement, completely unaware that there were 4 people lurking in the reeds in the distance, observing him. At this moment, hiding under the grass, Xiao Yifeng and 3 masked female assassins were lying in wait, ready to ambush. Xiao Yifeng smiled triumphantly to himself. "Chu Xiao, your day of death has arrived." Sensing that the time was ripe, Xiao Yifeng took the lead and charged forward, followed by the 3 female assassins of the divine power realm. Xiao Yifeng looked at Chu Xiu with a fierce expression and said, "Chu Xiu, you trash! You don't deserve to be the holy son of the Kaisuzi Holy Land. Only I am worthy to be the holy son. Hand over your life." With that, Xiao Yifeng unleashed all his strength, firing hidden weapons that whizzed towards Chu Xiu. Suddenly, a giant hand gently reached out and swatted away all of Xiao Yifeng's hidden weapons. Before he could even react, he was pushed back by the force from that hand. The 3 girls immediately became frightened and terrified, and thought to themselves, "How could this be? Wasn't Elder Mo not supposed to be here? Someone else is still protecting Chu Xiu? Didn't Xiao Yifeng say that there was no one protecting him right now?" At this moment, the giant arm struck out again, instantly sending Xiao Yifeng and the 3 female assassins flying backward, followed by a chorus of screams, causing Chu Xiu, the 7th princess, and the 2 maids Chunhua and Qiuyu to notice the commotion outside. They stuck their heads out and exclaimed in surprise. Below were Xiao Yifeng and the 3 female assassins lying sprawled on the grass. Mengdie stood in the air, looking down at the 4 people below. Her cold voice rang out, "Xiao Yifeng, are you teaming up with these rats from the Yixianlong Society to take Chu Xiu's life?" Hearing Mengdie's voice and seeing her familiar figure, Xiao Yifeng's expression immediately changed drastically. At this moment his heart fell into the deepest abyss. He struggled to get up, his head bowed, and his voice trembled as he said, "Shifu, this disciple knows his mistake. Please forgive me." Mengdie cast a cold glance at Xiao Yifeng, sighed slightly, and her cold voice rang out, "Do you think I don't know about you targeting Chu Xiao and causing troubles? First you incited Jian Lingyun to cripple Chu Xiu's Lunhai realm. Then you sent people to hunt down Chu Xiu in the desolate Yao secret realm. And now you're teaming up with the rats of the Yixianlong Society to kill him." Hearing this, Xiao Yifeng's body trembled uncontrollably. He fell silent, fearfully shrinking back into a corner. Mengdie glared at Chu Yifeng, continuing in a light tone, "It's not that I didn't give you a chance, but you didn't know how to seize it yourself." Chu Yifeng raised his head, sweat pouring down like a shower, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Mengdie. His lips trembled as he said, "Shifu, are you going to kill me for Chu Xiu?" Mengdie's clear eyes showed no emotion. She just quietly looked at him. Chu Yifeng's face turned from white to green, gradually becoming ferocious. He glared at Mengdie, resentfully questioning, "Why,
His eyes were full of anger. His hands clawed at his chest, revealing the thoughts he had hidden for so long. Why could that good-for-nothing Chu Xiu be the senior brother for over 30 years? Why could he be the Holy Son? Shifu, you're so good to him, even willing to lower yourself and protect him in the shadows. I am the most outstanding direct disciple of Xianxia Peak. Shifu, can't you see that?
Normally, towards his Shifu, Mengdie, Chu Yifeng only had respect and fear, being cautious in every move, not even daring to look directly into her eyes. How could he dare to question her in this tone? But at this moment, the pressure and resentment of decades in Chu Yifeng's heart broke out, erupting and releasing everything. Hearing Chu Yifeng's words, a strange feeling arose in Mengdie's heart. Looking at Chu Yifeng, who was going crazy on the ground like a vengeful ghost, she remembered that he was, after all, her second disciple, whom she had raised. A hint of pain flashed in Mengdie's eyes as she faintly asked, "Is the position of senior brother so important to you?" Chu Yifeng's tears and snot dripped onto the grass, his hair disheveled, his hands pounding the ground. He shouted, "How could it not be important? Only when I become the senior brother, become the Holy Son, can I possess more power and avenge my parents." Finishing speaking, Chu Yifeng looked directly at Mengdie, his eyes filled with tears. "Why are you so good to Chu Xiu? Even if he's a good-for-nothing, you still have to give him the position of senior brother." Mengdie lowered her eyes and sighed. "Back then, when I went to guard the Tianqi kingdom, when I was in secluded cultivation, the Yao barbarians suddenly invaded Qishan County. The county governor and his wife, Chu Xiu's parents, died in battle to cover the escape of mortals. That was my responsibility. My failure to arrive at the battlefield in time, that was my dereliction of duty. Fortunately, I found Chu Xiu in the ruins.
He was only a few years old, so I took him in as a disciple.
To repay the debt to the Qishan County governor and his wife, I made him a direct disciple of Xianxia Peak."
Hearing this, Chu Yifeng looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! So that's how it is. So I only lost to the favor Chu Xiu's parents left behind." "I didn't lose to Chu Xiu, Mengdie," interrupted Chu Yifeng. "You lost to your own state of mind. No matter what, it's wrong for you to harm others for your own gain." Mengdie sighed inwardly, thinking that perhaps she was not suited to be a Shifu.
She had taken in 5 disciples.
The eldest disciple became a traitor, the second disciple became a demon, the third disciple was drifting like duckweed, the fourth disciple only knew how to seclude himself and bury himself in cultivation, and the fifth disciple feared neither heaven nor earth and was a devil woman. What a karmic burden. Chu Yifeng suddenly looked at Mengdie with a sinister expression and smiled. "Shifu, I was wrong to Chu Xiu before. Assassinating the Holy Son is an unforgivable crime, and I wouldn't be able to atone for it even if I died 10,000 times. Shifu, please pass on a message to Chu Xiu for me. Let's erase the grudges between him and me in this life. And by the way, tell him some news. The Ouyang family of Dongzhao possesses the fake word secret, one of the 9 secrets and legends."
"Shifu, I'm sorry I disappointed you."
"I'm so sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yifeng struck his chest with both hands, severing his own heart meridian. Instantly, fresh blood spurted from his mouth.
Just like that, Chu Yifeng collapsed onto the grass, staining it with the bright red color of blood. Everything happened too quickly, and Mengdie didn't have time to stop him. At this moment, Mengdie's mood was extremely complicated. Chu Yifeng didn't give her a difficult choice, cut off his own life, and before his death, he handed over the blood feud of his family, using her as a medium to exchange it for Chu Xiu. Standing not far from Mengdie and seeing this scene, Chu Xiu thought to himself, "He's dead. Did Shifu make a move? That's not Shifu's style. She wouldn't kill Chu Yifeng. Perhaps something unexpected happened. I'll ask Shifu about it tonight."
At Qingmeng town, Chu Xiu and his group stopped to rest at an inn in the town. At this moment, 7th Princess Zhu Ziwei and her 2 little maids, Chunhua and Chiwayu, were sitting and laughing happily at the crowing of the chicken.
Chu Xiu sat alone in his room, enjoying tea.
Lifting the teacup to take a sip, the young man thought to himself, "I met Elder Mo in Qingmeng town earlier. There was no large-scale Yao barbarian activity at all. It was just a low-level fox demon who came to cause trouble."
People in the town misheard and spread rumors, and things became more and more strange. These things are probably a trap set by Chu Yifeng. The main purpose is to lead Elder Mo beside me away.
It's just that he didn't expect Shifu to follow behind and protect me secretly the whole way. Suddenly, Chu Lioma sensed Mengdie's aura. The young man glanced at the door and muttered, "Oh, Shifu's here." Immediately, a beautiful, graceful, slender, and delicate figure appeared before Chu Lioma. Chu Lioma acted as if he didn't know anything. Walking to Mengdie's side, the young man naturally took her small hand and asked, "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?"
Mengdie glanced at Chu Xiu with a sad expression and replied, "Chu Yifeng is dead." Hearing this, Chu Xiu feigned urgency and looked at her, worriedly asking, "Why did second brother suddenly die? What happened?" The system displayed a notification at this time. "Kacha? Host is truly an old green tea." Mengdie withdrew her hand and sadly walked to the tea table. She sighed and replied, "It's a long story, I'll tell you later, please. But let me tell you this first. Before he died, Chu Yifeng wanted me to pass a message to you. The fake word secret, one of the 9 secrets and legends, is now in the hands of his enemy, the Ouyang family of Dongzhao."
Hearing this, Chu Xiu smiled kindly and stroked his chin, thinking to himself, "Chu Yifeng, that little rascal, still trying to trap me before he dies. But I must jump into this pit." Chu Lioma had no resistance to the 9 secrets, especially knowing the powerful effects of half of the fake word secret.
Mengdie poured a cup of tea and casually asked, "Chu Xiu, are you preparing to go to the Ouyang family to steal the fake word secret?" Chu Xiu moved closer to the beautiful fairy Mengdie. The young man suddenly tilted his head and kissed her on the cheek, causing Mengdie to freeze instantly, her cheeks flushing red. Chu Lioma put on a serious expression, his words full of justice, and said firmly to Mengdie, "Why do you say, steal the fake word secret? The disciple is just going to avenge second brother. The Ouyang family of Dongzhou are his enemies, and therefore, they are also the enemies of Chu Xiu. Now that second brother is gone, of course this senior brother will avenge him. Who told us to be such close fellow disciples?" Mengdie knew what the rebellious disciple was thinking. She glared at Chu Xiu with her phoenix eyes and said, "Coming from your mouth, I can't find even one truthful sentence out of 10. Hearing this, Chu Lioma immediately took Mengdie's hand with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her waist, gazing at the beautiful face of his fairy Shifu. The young man smiled evilly and replied, "How could that be? Everything I say is true. When I said I wanted you before, didn't I want you right away? Could that be fake?" Mengdie's face flushed red instantly. She glared at him and angrily scolded, "HMPH, rebellious disciple, shut your mouth. Be careful I suppress you right now." "Is it suppressing like this?"
As he spoke, Chu Lioma's mischievous hand loosened her belt.
Mengdie was a bit startled and scolded, "Insolent disciple, don't talk nonsense." Seeing her beautiful Shifu looking flustered, Chu Lioma found Mengdie quite adorable, making him grin with amusement. Mengdie crossed her arms, a hint of annoyance on her face, and seriously asked, "Do you really want to go to Eastern Continent? The Ouyang family of Eastern Continent isn't to be trifled with. There are already 2 peak lesser saints guarding the family. If you don't borrow the power of the Holy Land, it will be very difficult to deal with them. You don't plan on using the Holy Land's power, do you?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, No need. I have my own ways. Shifu, don't worry."
As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lioma took out a golden cultivation manual from his robes.
The cheerful and confident young man wrapped his arm around Mengdie's waist and started walking. As they walked, Chu Lioma said, "My good Shifu, it's getting late. You should impart some cultivation guidance to your disciple. Too familiar with this trick of Chu Xiu's." Mengdie snapped, "Get lost. Don't touch me."
Not letting Mengdie say another word, Chu Lioma quickly pinned his beautiful immortal Shifu face down on the bed, followed by continuous milim sounds. Mengdie's face was flushed, her hands gripping the bedsheets tightly. She gritted her teeth, enduring Chu's rebellious disciple's novel techniques, while Chu Lioma smiled contentedly and snapped his fingers lightly.
Instantly, the bed curtains slowly descended, obscuring the figures of the 2 Shifu and disciple inside.
In the hazy atmosphere, Chu Lioma continuously exchanged many new techniques with his Shifu. Learning from her, this was followed by sounds of ah, echoing throughout the night.
Early the next morning, outside Chu Xiu's inn room, the morning sunlight shone across the porch, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, sending them dancing in the air.
At this moment, Chu Lioma opened the door, the young man taking a deep breath with a joyful expression. In his heart, Chu Lioma smiled to himself, thinking, "Unlocked a few more new skills with Shifu again. This life is truly endless joy." Just then, outside in the garden, the 7th princess, Chu Ziwei, was all smiles. Seeing Chu Xiu standing by the window, she waved her hand and called out loudly, "Holy Sun, your highness! Let's get ready to go. One more day and we'll reach Great Ming." Chu Xiu smiled and waved back at Chu Ziwei, replying, "All right." A day later, Chu Xiu's group arrived at the border of Great Ming. Around the city walls, tens of thousands of soldiers stood in neat rows, on guard. They were all clad in gleaming armor, their expressions cold and unblinking, spears in hand, their bloodlust soaring. As the carriage carrying Chu Xiu's group approached the city gate, a handsome young man emerged from within. He wore a bright red robe and rode out on horseback to greet them. This young man was Chu Yunfei, the eldest son of the king who defends the north of Great Ming. Sitting coldly atop his horse, he said loudly, "Chu Yunfei, eldest son of the king who defends the north of Great Ming, on behalf of my father and the Great Ming imperial family, welcomes the esteemed holy son, your highness." Inside the carriage, the 7th Princess Chu Ziwei frowned upon hearing this. She thought to herself, second brother didn't send a member of the imperial family to welcome the holy son, but instead sent the eldest son of the king who defends the north to represent them. How dare he be so audacious? At this moment, Chu Xiu's group got out of the carriage. Seeing this, Chu Yunfei immediately dismounted and respectfully bowed his head with clasped hands towards Chu Xiu and Elder Mo. Greetings holy son, your highness. Greetings Elder Mo. The soldiers, seeing Chu Yunfei respectfully greeting Chu Xiu, were surprised and whispered amongst themselves, "That handsome young man is the holy son of the Kaisu Holy Land, worthy of being a prodigy nurtured by the immortal Holy Land. His aura is truly extraordinary." Over here, Chu Yunfei said politely to everyone, "Please, holy son, your highness, let us move forward." Seeing Chu Yunfei brazenly trying to snatch the person she had gone to great lengths to invite, Chu Ziwei immediately frowned. She angrily cursed under her breath, "Is this guy trying to steal him right in front of me? That won't do." With that thought, the 7th Princess Chu Ziwei reached out and tugged at Chu Xiu's sleeve. Her eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at Chu Xiu, hoping that the holy son wouldn't go with Chu Yunfei. After all, on the way here, the holy son had said they were good friends. But Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan, without any hesitation, left with Chu Yunfei. This left Princess Chu Ziwei stunned. Her face showed clear disappointment as she watched Chu Xiu's back, questioning in her heart, "Didn't we say we were all good friends? Didn't we say we'd go together?" Suddenly, the voice of the transmission chicken reached her, saying, "Ziwei, little girl, don't be nervous." The chicken, now perched on Chu Lioma's shoulder, turned to look at Chu Ziwei and continued, "Rest assured, everything that old Chu does has his reasons." The carriage quickly departed, followed closely by a dozen soldiers protecting it. Inside the carriage, besides Chu Xiu and Chu Yunfei, there were 2 more people, a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was stunning. At a glance, one could tell they were young talents. Chu Yunfei introduced the two to Chu Xiu. "Holy son, your highness, allow me to introduce them to you. This is brother Yang Chen, the only son of the sect leader of the Songyun Sword sect, with a mid-stage spirit-severing cultivation. He is a talent of our southern domain." Yang Chen immediately clasped his hands in salute. "Holy son, your highness, this is Immortal Bijiao, the senior martial sister of the Yueqiong Palace, with a mid-stage spirit-severing cultivation. Although she looks weak, her combat strength is not low." Immortal Bijiao gently bowed, her movements graceful and filled with immortal aura. "Greetings, holy son of the Kaisu Holy Land, your highness." Chu Xiao nodded and smiled, saying, "You two don't need to be so polite. Just call me by my name." On the surface, he showed no emotion, but a strange glint flashed in the depths of Chu Xiao's eyes. "The world is big, yet small. Today I've met 2 acquaintances." Chu Xiao knew that these 2 were none other than his tool people. The system, seeing the young man Zhu Xiu chatting softly with a girl whose assets were, shall we say, generously proportioned, couldn't resist a sarcastic jab. "Ahem, when did host become acquainted with them? I'm completely in the dark here." Zhu Xiu explained. "Chu Lioma, back in the day, cultivated the soul seed technique. It's a nasty piece of work created by the quasi-emperor Hong, a demonic cultivator from the ancient era. In his later years, cultivating this demonic art could enhance his divine soul to the late stage. He could also divide his soul seed and graft it into the divine souls of cultivators who hadn't reached the divine bridge realm. As their cultivation increased, the soul seed would slowly develop. Eventually, it would engrave the caster's soul imprint within the cultivator's soul. The cultivator's body would even gradually resemble the caster, becoming like a clone specifically for nurturing the caster's body. This imprint is incredibly hidden, almost impossible to detect without the power of a great emperor. I fondly refer to these people as tools. He can seize their bodies at any time without any rejection, because their bodies have already grown to resemble him. Of course, if a tool dares to cross him, he can just make a hand seal and poof, their soul turns to ash. This technique is ridiculously cruel, perfectly suited to Chu Lioma's tastes. What, you're asking if Chu Lioma doesn't even spare the ladies? Does he want to seize a woman's body? Of course. To him, male or female doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is survival and becoming the strongest. The system chimed in, again, teasingly. Chu Xiu. I didn't know Host was such a schemer. Truly a born villain, you've got backup plans for your backup plans. But I really didn't expect Host to even consider taking over a woman's body, Hihei. That's taking it to a whole new level. Yang Chen also chimed in with praise. The human race's peerless holy body. Come, let's drink, holy son. You absolutely have to try this peach blossom wine. Chu Yunfei produced a bottle of liquor with a shimmering, jewel-like light and began pouring drinks for the three of them. As the wine flowed, its fragrance spread, filling the carriage. Chu Xiu picked up the glass, sniffed, and sighed appreciatively. Truly fine wine. Just wondering what these three want from me. Chu Xiu tilted his head back and drained the glass, the rich aroma of the wine filling his mouth, carrying the distinct medicinal fragrance of ancient peach blossom trees. There was even a lingering sweetness after swallowing. The wine really isn't bad. Back in the day, I heard about a rare peach blossom wine that piqued my interest. I went to borrow 2 bottles from the Jiaoqi Holy Maiden and ended up being chased by those harpies for a month. Good thing they didn't catch me.
Holy son, what do you think of the current Ming imperial family? Chu Xiu smiled gently. Not too familiar. I only know that little Chu Ziwei. Chu Yunfei smiled. The resources the Ming imperial family provides annually are worth about 700,000 spirit stones. It's too little. Hearing the Chu name, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, surprised. Oh, what are your thoughts, Chu Xiang? I believe that the Kai Suzi Holy Land, guarding the southern domain, is our divine protector. The mundane empire governs hundreds of millions of people, and Ming Empire is landabounds. It should provide 1 or 2 million to show respect. 100,000 or so can be given to the Holy Son to show filial piety. Chu Xiu pressed. You're asking me to help you plot a rebellion? Chu Yunfei replied. It can't be called rebellion. It is mainly for the Holy Land and the bright future of Ming. The young Chu Xiu chuckled. This deal is negotiable. Everyone benefits. Immortal Qi Mengdie, hiding in the void, heard everything clearly, her lips twitching. This wayward disciple is brazen, shameless, and righteous as he demands bribes. And he's discussing with the eldest son of the Zhenbei king how to usurp the throne. Looking at his cunning smile, enthusiastically devising plans for Chu Yunfei, Immortal Qi Mengdie just wanted to appear immediately, grab his ear, and beat him black and blue. If Chu Ziyue saw this scene, she'd probably vomit blood. Immortal Qi Mengdie thought about it and wanted to laugh, but immediately composed herself. No, I'm a professional. I can't laugh. I must remain detached. This seat, will quietly observe what this wayward disciple is ultimately up to. After everything was discussed, they had arrived at their destination. Everyone got out of the carriage. Chu Yunfei smiled brightly. Holy son, please rest assured. When we reach the capital, I will certainly get the tea into his hands. He was secretly delighted, so happy he wanted to shout. His father, the Zhenbei king, was the Ming Empire's only great saint realm powerhouse, leading 2/3 of Ming's military forces. Whether it was the army or the people's hearts, his prestige was extremely high. With such strength, such prestige, if he gave the word, he could change the face of the Ming Empire. Now, with the support of the Kai Suzi Holy Son, Ming would soon become Chu. The thought alone was exciting. Chu Yunfei turned to Fairy Bijiao. When we arrive at the capital, my and Brother Yang's identities won't allow us to associate too closely with the Holy Son. In the future, we'll have to trouble Fairy Bijiao to entertain the Holy Son. The girl smiled brightly. Young Master Chu is too kind. Afterwards, Chu Xiu continued onto Chu Ziwei's carriage. After traveling a short distance, Chu Xiu said, Change the route. I want to go to Yunyai and take a look. The 7th princess agreed. All right. The 7th princess asked Chu Xiu curiously, Holy Son, what did Chu Yunfei say to you? Chu Xiu chuckled. Oh, nothing much. We were discussing how to seize the throne. 7th princess Chu Ziwei heard that she was startled. Chu Ziwei, Chunhua, Chu Shui simultaneously had a row of question marks appear over their heads. Even Mo Feiyan was dumbfounded. Qi Mengdie, who was hidden in the void, almost revealed herself. The little chicken beside her couldn't help but mutter sarcastically, Oh my God, this guy. You can talk about usurping the throne in such a fresh and refined way. Returning to her senses, Chu Ziwei's face immediately turned pale. Her big eyes filled with tears. About to cry. She bit her red lip. Holy Son. Are you going to help Chu Yunfei and the others? No. Chu Xiu shook his head, suppressing the urge to laugh cunningly, keeping a serious expression. Even without me, they were planning to seize the throne during the new king's ascension. To them, I'm just someone to back them up. Consider it icing on the cake. Hearing this, Chu Xiu, Chunhua, and Chu Xiu all became anxious. Seize the throne? Why? If they succeed, the fate of the Chu family can be imagined. They'll be executed to the 9th degree. Even servants like Chunhua and Chu Xiu will die. Thump. 7th Princess Chu Xiu even directly knelt before Chu Xiu, tears welling up in her eyes, choking with emotion. Holy Sun, please save our Daming. Chunhua and Chu Yu immediately knelt beside the princess. Holy Sun, the Zhenbei king's strength is immense. Our Chu family cannot resist. Only you can save us, now that he wants to rebel. Chu Xiu smirked and said, Ziwei, I really do have a way to help you out of this predicament, even to permanently eliminate the thorn that is the Chu family. But I have a habit of not suffering losses. I like fair deals. I'm helping you, so what can you offer me in return? The system, hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim, damn, host is too damn cunning. He's playing both sides. He eats from this house, and also wants to eat from that house. So shameless, that there are no words to describe it. Received 200 breakthrough points. Chu Ziwei's face immediately flushed red. Her delicate hands also tinged with a rosy hue. She lowered her head. Are you saying it's alright if I agree to you? Mengdie, hidden in the void nearby, was speechless. The little chicken also burst out laughing. Haha, how amazing, amazing. Even if you gave it to him, he wouldn't dare. The young Chu Xiu turned to flick Chu Ziwei's forehead. What are you thinking about, Chu Ziwei? Her face flushed, muttered. I am willing to marry you. Don't you want to? The youth continued to yell. Little girl, what are you thinking? Chu Ziwei's head was smoking, but she still didn't understand Chu Xiu's meaning. I don't mean that. What I mean is, what can your imperial family give me in return? Chu Ziwei continued to draw a line with question marks. Just spit it out already. Chu Xiu waved his hand to explain. Like cultivation resources, spirit herbs, miraculous medicines, things like that. Chu Ziwei wiped away the tears caused by the too painful flick, and replied, Holy Sun, rest assured. As long as you can help us secure our empire, whatever the imperial family has, I am willing to offer. Chu Xiu frowned. You say that now, but who knows what the future holds? Chu Ziwei clasped her hands respectfully. Holy Sun, I swear to heaven that if I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning and suffer eternal damnation. Chu Xiu glanced at her, smirked, and said, All right, I'll believe you this once. Anyway, I'm pretty confident. Chu Ziwei joyfully thanked him. Thank you, Holy Sun. Chu Xiu sweats and reflects. Chu Xiu, how shameless I am, even would not lay my hands on that woman's younger generation. What's more, her aunt died for me. Mengdie thinks to herself, how can this little girl be not self-respecting at such a young age? Can't you learn from my modesty? Very quickly, they arrived at Yunyai-feng. Your Highness, we've arrived at Yunyai-feng. Everyone please disembark from the carriage. The young woman, Chu Ziwei, still blushing with embarrassment, said, Holy Sun, please take a stroll on your own. Ziwei will take her leave first. Please send word to my royal father or royal brothers, and we can discuss the price. Chu Ziwei turned her head back, full of gratitude, and said, Thank you, Holy Sun, for agreeing to help our royal family. The young man gave a very cunning smile and said, No need for thanks, it's just exchanging one thing for another. After that, the young man went to the peak of Yunfeng Cliff. Seeing the different-looking rock in front of him compared to the surrounding rocks, the young man muttered in analysis. This green rock doesn't have any rough texture at all. Only if people frequently sit here for meditation and cultivation could it become like this. He stepped forward, reached out above the green rock, drew a mark, and a familiar voice spoke. A mature, soft voice entered Chu Xiu's head. Little man, this big sister knew you wouldn't fall. Chu Xiu was surprised. This voice is Chu Biyue. A figure slowly emerged from within the green rock. A moment later, Chu Biyue seemed to appear in front of Chu Xiu. Chu Biyue sent a message. After all, you're more afraid of death than anyone, more cunning and sinister than anyone. It's a pity that when you received the divine sense mark, I was no longer in this star field. Otherwise, I would have definitely given you a beating. You made me wait 43 years, 7 months, 5 days, 8 hours. Don't ask me where I went. I only know that I'm going to a place called Honghuang. That place is very far away, and we probably won't have a chance to meet again in this lifetime. If there's a chance,
Please take care of the Chu family for this big sister. That's a debt I owe them. Finally, you bad thing. This big sister loves you." As soon as the last sentence was said, the divine sense mark disappeared, and that figure gradually vanished into the void. Chu Xiu stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the sky and clouds, thinking to himself, "Hong Huang. It's Hong Huang again. What kind of place is that? How did Chu Biyue get to that place? Could it be she also obtained a treasure like the stone mirror? No. According to the information the stone mirror gave me, if I travel through the stone mirror to Hong Huang, there's a time limit of, at most, 3 months. I must return to the Heavenly Vault continent. With my cultivation, I can only go for 3 months. How could Chu Biyu not return? Could it be she perished in Hong Huang? Chu Xiu had countless questions in his heart. The real world was becoming more and more interesting. Shizun's voice transmission rang in Chu Xiu's head. "You just read the divine sense mark?" Chu Xiu immediately turned around, and Shizun Shi Mengdie was right behind him. Chu Xiu replied with an M. Shi Mengdie asked curiously. Even this old one didn't detect it. "How did you know there was a divine sense mark hidden in that green rock? You didn't go to Upper Capital City, but went to Yunyai Feng first." She completely didn't understand her disciple's intentions, to the point that her immortal Shizun kept asking questions. After a series of events before, she was now very confused. The young man sat down on the rock, smiling lightly, and replied, "I felt it after touching it." "What do you think?" Shi Mengdie didn't believe it and continued to ask. "Then why did you come to Yunyai Feng?" Chu Xiu frowned, and then gave a mischievous smile. "Why do women ask so many questions? Do you want to be taught a lesson?" Shi Mengdie was so angry she almost coughed up blood. You rebellious disciple." The young man Chu Xiu grabbed Shi Mengdie's hand and pulled her down, sitting on his lap. "This position is very strange," Chu Xiu said domineeringly. "Good day, beautiful scenery. This moment is very suitable for you to lecture this disciple." That very familiar line, Shi Mengdie panicked, her face turning red. "Rebellious disciple, what do you intend to do in broad daylight? You shameless thing." Chu Xiu grabbed his Shizun's crotch, then he thrust his leg against Shi Mengdie's, shouting, "Ah, rebellious disciple, you're shameless." After a while of practicing martial arts poses with Shizun, the young man grinned and said, "Tonight, I'll teach you again. Come with me to a place." Even though she had been cursing rebellious disciple this, rebellious disciple that, shameless thing all this time, when she heard Chu Xiu say that, Shi Mengdie asked, "Oh, where are we going?" Then Chu Xiu led Shi Mengdie to a Taoist temple at the foot of the mountain. This was the place where Chu Biyu had once lived. In a small room of the Taoist temple, opposite the main hall's entrance, there was a half-meter-tall statue of the Xianxia Heavenly Lord. Shi Mengdie's face was full of doubt as she said, "Rebellious disciple, what did you bring me here for?" She thought to herself, could it be that rebellious Chu also wants to worship the Xianxia Heavenly Lord? Chu Xiu didn't answer. The young man took a few steps forward, stood in front of the statue, and pointed his index finger at the forehead of the Xianxia Heavenly Lord. Immediately, a 5-colored light mark appeared. Bloodlight flickered from the forehead of the statue, shooting out a stone box. The young man Chu Xiu reached out and caught it. Inside the box was a type of curse poison, an extremely vicious trap and restriction. A normal lesser saint would die instantly if hit, and a great saint would have a high chance of being severely injured. Only Chu Lioma and Chu Biyue knew how to remove this. If someone else touched this stone box, in less than 5 breaths, that person's body would turn into a thick liquid, and their divine soul would also be completely eroded and buried. Shi Mengdie, behind him, her eyes full of shock, asked, "How did you know there was this thing inside the Xianxia Heavenly Lord? When did you come here?" Chu Xiu replied casually. "You can tell just by looking. Why do you ask so many questions?" Curiosity killed the cat. "Let's go to Upper Capital City." After saying that, old Devil Chu gave a cunning smile, put the box inside his storage ring, and walked away, leaving Shi Mengdie behind, silently watching Chu Xiu's departing back with curious eyes. A day later, the carriage of the 7th Princess Chu Ziwei had taken everyone to the Great Ming Kingdom's capital, Upper Capital City. This place was extremely prosperous and bustling, with a population of several hundred million. Large and small crisscrossing streets divided the vast area of the capital into 99 districts. Each district was a node of a formation, forming the 99-star Great Formation, an 8th-grade protecting formation. This Great Formation was personally arranged by Quasi-Emperor Bai Su. Even a top-tier Yao Venerable launching a surprise attack from the outside, attacking the Great Formation, would probably have to spend a day to break through a single hole. This was because the protective formation was too large. If it were a smaller formation, only protecting the imperial palace, Unless a quasi-emperor came out, this formation could not be broken.
Inside the carriage, the 7th Princess Chu Xiu gave a cheerful smile and said to Chu Xiu, "Holy Son, please wait for Grand Eunuch Chen to bring the people and Elder Mo to the Taisu Holy Land Embassy. We'll take our leave first," Chu Xiu replied. "All right, see you later."
A while later, Chu Xiu and Elder Mo Feiyan arrived at the entrance of the Kai-Suzi Holy Land's embassy. These Kai-Suzi Holy Land embassies were set up in all 23 kingdoms and 2 empires, mainly as a precaution against sudden attacks from the Yao race's powerhouses. In an emergency, they could contact the Holy Land, and the Holy Land would dispatch powerhouses at top speed to suppress the foreign enemies. The person in charge here was also a lesser saint, with peak cultivation, a true powerhouse even in the eyes of Da Ming.
The young Chu Xiu, with a chick perched on his shoulder, strode into the embassy with a swagger.
Immediately, he attracted the adoring gazes of a group of female disciples nearby. The short-haired female disciple said, "They all say the Holy Son is never arrogant and is always friendly with his fellow disciples. It's true, they didn't lie to me." The female disciple in the middle covered her mouth and smiled. "The Holy Son is so handsome." The pink-haired female disciple chimed in, "Especially when he smiles. My heart is about to melt."
Chu Xiu walked up to the pink-haired female disciple, gave her a friendly look, smiled, and said, "Hey there, senior sister. Could you trouble the kitchen to make me some dishes? I have a guest coming tonight." Suddenly being approached by the Holy Son caught the girl by surprise. Her face instantly flushed red, and she shyly replied, She thought to herself, "The Holy Son actually spoke to me, and he called me senior sister." Okay, that evening, Chu Yunfei proactively came to the Kai-Suzi Holy Land's embassy to meet Chu Xiu. At this time, in a large living room, Chu Laoma and Chu Yunfei were clinking glasses, having a blast. While Chu Laoma was happily hosting his guest, in a distant corner, the chick held a skewer of grilled meat in its wing, munching away. It turned its head to look at the two talking, thinking to itself, "Little Chu was right on the money. There really is a guest. Little Chu's got a sharp mind, huh?"
Chu Xiu looked at Chu Yunfei with a smile and said, "Brother Chu, don't worry, I know what to do." Chu Xiu thought to himself, "Chu Yunfei is so generous, giving me 30,000 divine origin stones."
Chu Yunfei, already tipsy, happily replied, "Of course, I trust the Holy Son. My father is still in seclusion, so he told me to say hello in his stead. He will definitely come to apologize after he comes out of seclusion." The two chatted for a while, then Chu Yunfei stood up to take his leave. Chu Xiu personally escorted Chu Yunfei outside. As they walked, Chu Yunfei said, "The Holy Son's wine is something else, so delicious." Chu Laoma replied with a sly smile, "Of course it's good. This wine was specially prepared to entertain Brother Chu. Also, tell your father, he's too kind. What's with the apologizing? After things are done, we'll celebrate." Right. The Holy Son is absolutely right. Mengdie, who had been hiding behind a painting, had heard the entire conversation between Chu Nidi and Chu Yunfei. When Chu Xiu returned to the room, Mengdie came out of the void and directly asked, "What you gave Chu Yunfei to drink wasn't wine, it was poison, wasn't it?"
One minute you're calling him brother. The next you're poisoning him. You're too wicked. Chu Xiu ignored Mengdie's words. The young man calmly pulled up a chair and sat down,
pouring tea as he smiled at his beautiful immortal master. "Since I've decided to help Chu Ziwei, then that Chu Yunfei is naturally my enemy. Not being wicked to enemies is being cruel to oneself. Master, you've cultivated for so many years, how can you not see that?" Mengdie coldly snorted and replied, "Do I need you to remind me of that? It's just that I think your methods are too underhanded. You're a holy son, yet you use poison. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if word gets out?" Suddenly, Chu Xiu grabbed his immortal master's arm and brazenly pulled Mengdie onto his lap. With a mischievous look, he gazed at his beautiful master with the heavenly fragrance physique and teased, "Black cat, white cat, the one that catches the mouse is the good cat. As far as I'm concerned, the process isn't important, the result is what matters." Mengdie's cheeks flushed red as she struggled on Chu Xiu's lap and scolded, "You rebellious disciple, don't get grabby." Suddenly, Mengdie looked towards the entrance and hurriedly said, "Someone's coming." Outside Chu Xiu's room, the person who came was none other than Immortal Bijao, carrying a bottle of wine and a glass. She gently knocked on the door and softly said, "Holy Son, I'm here." Inside the room, Mengdie immediately frowned. She glared at Chunidi and asked with jealousy in her voice, In the middle of the night, you're still calling female cultivators to meet you? Mengdie was extremely angry and thought, Chu really doesn't take me seriously, doesn't even put me in his eyes. Chu Xiu wrapped his arms around Mengdie's waist, looked at her with a smile, and replied, hide for a moment, and I'll keep you company later. Mengdie was furious, but she still did, as Chu Xiu said. Her body shifted slightly, and she disappeared, hiding in the void. The door opened, and immortal Bijou, wearing a light green dress that clung to her body, gracefully walked to Chu Xiao's side, carrying a bottle of wine and a glass. Her alluring voice rang out, Holy son, I brought some osmanthus flower wine. I don't know if you'd be interested in trying some. Chu Xiu stood up and happily replied with a smile. Of course. Just put it on the table first. Mengdie, seeing immortal Bijou in the void, felt uncomfortable and thought, Bijou, the immortal of Yuqiang Palace, actually brought aphrodisiacs to bewitch my rebellious disciple. I'll just see if this rebellious disciple's will is firm or not. While Mengdie was lost in thought, Chu Xiu directly pulled immortal Bijou into his arms. The young man gently lifted Bijou's chin, his finger lightly brushing her luscious red lips. The two were face to face. Very close to each other, Chu Xiu whispered Bijou's name. With a soft voice she replied, Holy son, let me help you. Seeing this scene, Mengdie's jealousy flared. She clenched her fists and angrily muttered, You rebellious disciple, what, do you really think I'm air or something? Suddenly, Mengdie noticed that something was wrong. Bijou's eyes suddenly changed strangely, Mengdie thought. What kind of evil art is this? Why are Bijou's eyes exactly the same as that rebellious disciple's? At this moment, Chu Xiu, through the soul seed technique he had planted within Bijou's body earlier, successfully manipulated and controlled her will. Chu Xiu then took out a black jade bottle and presented it to Bijou, gently patting her shoulder and coldly saying, Take this back. Find an opportunity to let Chu smell the flowers inside, and absolutely don't get caught. Return after an hour, and tell Chu Yunfei that you were successful, Bijou obediently replied. Okay. Just like that, Bijou took Chu Xiu's jade bottle, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the night. Mengdie immediately asked Chu Xiu, What did you do to her? Chu Xiu crossed his arms, calmly replying, A soul-controlling trick, that's all. Mengdie curiously asked, When did you strike her? Chu Xiu frankly replied, It was the last time we were drinking together. This type of soul-controlling technique doesn't forcibly control a person's soul, but rather creates suggestion for the soul. This technique is extremely subtle and must be used in conjunction with a soul seed. Otherwise, there's no way to do it. The poison that Chu Xiu gave Bijou to deal with Chulong was called Three Flowers Converging Peak, formed by combining three types of poisons with different components. One part of it was what Chu Yunfei drank tonight, another part was given to Bijou to give to Chulong, and the final part was in Chu Xiao's hands. When these three types of poisons are separated, they pose no harm to the poisoned person. But if all three appear within 1,000 meters of each other, the three parts will immediately explode, transforming into three flowers converging peak. The poison is extremely overbearing. Even a great saint like Chulong would have his cultivation weakened by 40%. A lesser saint would be weakened by 90%. And someone at the divine ability realm would instantly lose all cultivation upon being hit, then transforming into a mortal with a slightly stronger physique. The effect lasts for 3 days. Of course, if the body is strong, the poisoned person may recover sooner. Mengdie was startled upon hearing this. Her eyes widened as she looked at Chu Xiu. She didn't expect her rebellious disciple to have such a deep mind. Even she herself had been controlled by him, so such methods were commonplace. With that thought, Mengdie calmly sat on the bed, speaking coldly. You're too ruthless, already thinking about how to destroy your opponent just after meeting them. However, even if Daisheng City has had its strength greatly reduced, it's not someone you can deal with alone. Saying this, Mengdie chuckled coldly, tilting her head. Don't tell me you want your Shifu to help you. Keep dreaming, I won't help you. Hearing his beautiful fairy Shifu say that, Chu Xiu smiled, then took out the stone box he had obtained inside the statue earlier. The confident youth looked at Mengdie Fairy and said, I didn't say I wanted you to take action. Inside this stone box is a 7th grade trapped killing formation array. As long as there are enough divine origin stones, it can be activated in an instant. At that time, do you think Chulong, having lost 40% of his strength, will still have a chance of surviving? Mengdie looked at Chu Nitu with a doubtful gaze. You have divine origin stones, she asked. Chu Xiu smiled amiably and replied, Have you forgotten? Chu Yunfei gave me a lot of divine origin stones. Friends should help each other, haha. As he spoke,
Chu Lioma secretly poured some Mengdie Chongjiang wine into a glass.
Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Mengdie's face was filled with existential doubt. She closed her eyes and sighed. Being your friend is truly a disaster. Chu Lioma smiled wickedly, casually picked up the glass of wine, and handed it to his beautiful fairy Shifu, saying, Shifu, please have some tea. Mengdie took the glass without hesitation. She brought the glass to her mouth and drank it all in one gulp.
Immediately, Mengdie felt that something was wrong. Her body instantly heated up, and she looked at Chu Xiu in shock, asking quickly, Wait, what did you just give this seat to drink?
Chu Xiu picked up the wine jug and casually smiled slyly, replying, Mengdie Chongjiang wine that Fairy Bijou just brought over, Mengdie exclaimed in panic. Do you know what this is?
Chu Xiu leaned close to the blushing face of his beautiful fairy Shifu and replied, Of course, Disciple knows. Disciple is also afraid that he won't be able to defeat Chulong in a fight, so he must prepare in advance. Please help Disciple upgrade his cultivation a little bit. Shifu doesn't want Disciple to lose to that Chulong, does she?
As Chu Xiu spoke, he pushed Mengdie down. Despite her weak resistance, Shifu, please lie down. Chu Xiu didn't forget to pat the fairy Shifu's peach, causing Mengdie to let out a soft groan. Ugh! Seeing Mengdie lying still and accepting her fate, Chu Lioma smiled triumphantly and teased, Shifu is so well behaved. Disciple is preparing to draw his sword and unleash his moves.
As soon as he finished speaking, Mengdie's hands immediately clenched the bedsheets, her eyes closed tightly, and then, she cried out. And so, Chu Lioma and Mengdie exchanged moves all night long, with sounds of echoing throughout the room. After 2 hours of continuously exchanging new moves, the beautiful fairy Shifu, Mengdie, was lying exhausted on the bed, while Chu Xiu, with a refreshed spirit, adjusted his clothes and walked towards the door.
Before leaving, the youth didn't forget to say to Mengdie, Shifu, you've worked hard, go to sleep.
But as soon as Chu Xiu stepped out of the bedroom, his whole body trembled, his steps faltered, and he desperately grabbed the doorframe to prevent his body from falling due to the overwhelming fight with Mengdie. The youth thought to himself, This drug is a bit too strong. I'll remember to use less next time.
Suddenly, Chu Xiu saw 3 dark figures standing outside the door. The youth glanced at them, filled with doubt, and thought to himself, It's so late, who would be looking for me? Chu Xiu then pushed the door open and stepped out. Appearing before Chu Xiu were 3 people wearing cloaks that covered their faces. The youth then spoke up and asked, What business do you have with me? As soon as he saw Chu Xiu, the person in the middle hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Chu Xiu's hand, his voice a bit rushed, sincerely saying, Your Highness Holy Son, please save my Chu family. Finishing his words, this person also pulled down his cloak to reveal a tired and worried face. This person was none other than the Emperor of the Great Ming Empire, Chu Yang. After hearing Xinyu speak, learning that Chu Long and Chu Yunfei had rebelled, Emperor Chu Yang immediately, along with Chu Ziyong and Chu Xinyu, secretly left the imperial palace in the night to come here and discuss important matters with Chu Xiu. After seeing Chu Yang's face, the youth immediately recognized Chu Yang's identity as the Emperor of the Great Ming Empire. Chu Xiu didn't say much, speaking in a faint voice. Please follow me to the living room. 2. Chu Lioma thought to himself. It's been decades since I've seen him, but my uncle has aged so much. His hair is streaked with gray, and the corners of his eyes have many wrinkles. To think, he used to have the heroic posture of a tiger. It seems that being the emperor of the Great Ming these past few years hasn't been easy. Chu Xiu led the 3 Chu Yang father and children to the living room. The 4 of them sat down together at the tea table. Chu Xiu took the initiative to speak to Chu Yang, who was sitting opposite him. To be honest, whoever is the emperor of the Great Ming doesn't affect me or the Kaisu Holy Land in any way. I'm sure the little girl Ziyu has already told you, right? If you want me to help you, it's not free. I have 2 conditions. Emperor Chu Yang heard Chu Xiu's words and replied, Your Highness Holy Son, please speak. As long as my Chu family can do it.
Don't say just 2 conditions, even more conditions are fine.
Chu Xiu looked at Chu Yang and raised 2 fingers, his voice full of determination, saying, I don't need that many, I only need 2 conditions. 1 is the items in your imperial family's treasury. I want to take 2 items. 2 is that after the matter is completed, all the assets of the Zhenbei king will belong to me. Originally, there were many good things in the imperial family's treasury. If the whole family was wiped out, everything would be lost. And the assets of the Zhenbei king weren't originally theirs anyway, so Emperor Chu Yang didn't hesitate at all, and directly nodded in agreement. No problem. Chu Xiu closed his eyes and nodded, saying faintly, All right, you guys can go back.
At this time, Chu Ziwei and Chu Ziyu hurriedly stood up and said to Chu Xiu with sincere expressions, "I don't know if your Highness Holy Son needs us to do anything."
Chu Xiu heard this and smiled slightly. The youth replied with a confident expression,
"You guys just need to act normal. You can rest assured and leave everything else to me."
Half a hour later, the three Chu Yong father and children, Chu Ziwei and Chu Xiu, also left. Chu Xiu also immediately returned to his room to rest.
The next morning, at the Kaisu Holy Lands Association Inn in Shangjing City, Chu Xiu had just opened the door and stepped outside when he saw his fairy Shifu lying sunbathing in front of his room. At this time, Mengdie was enjoying a bright red cherry when she noticed Chu Nitu walking towards her.
"Shifu, didn't you say you had things to do?" Mengdie sat up straight, acting cold, closing her eyes, lazily looking at Chu Nitu, replying with a bit of anger, "What, do you think this old one is getting in your way?" Chunju didn't hesitate at all and seriously replied right away, "Yes." Mengdie calmly held the cherry up to her eyes to admire it and then retorted, "This is Shangjing City, not your turf, you rebellious disciple. This old one can stay wherever she wants. Can you control me?" Chu Xiu crossed his arms, slightly lowered his head to look at Mengdie, and teased with a smile, "Shifu, don't play the rogue. Your image as a pure and aloof fairy is about to collapse." Mengdie waved her hand and shouted loudly, "Rebellious disciple, get lost! Too lazy to bother with you." At the same time, Mengdie put the cherry in her mouth and ate it ravenously. Chu Xiu forced a smile, silently sweating, and thought to himself, "This woman is really too clingy. I hope Huajiji won't be like this in the future." Suddenly, Chu Lioma placed his hand on Mengdie's shoulder, pressing her down on the chair, causing her to be startled and panicked. The youth brought his face close to admire Mengdie's beautiful face, and then smiled slyly, saying, "I'm going out for a trip now. You're not allowed to follow me, otherwise, you understand." Forced into a difficult position, Mengdie could only remain silent. Chu Niu, getting bolder, pressed on, "You not saying anything means you agree. Don't follow me, all right, I can sense your aura." Mengdie frowned, turning her face away in annoyance. "Who'd want to follow you anyway?" she huffed. After that, Chu Xiu left the Kaisuzi Holy Ground Embassy. The young man quickly headed to Area 79 of Shangjing City. This place was a real mixed bag, a total slum. The roads were filthy, and the air was thick with a nasty stench. Beggars in rags lined the streets, but lurking among them was the occasional aura of a cultivator. This was where the poor folks gathered. After zigging and zagging for half an hour, Chu Xiu finally stopped in front of a gambling den. As soon as Chu Xiu showed up, a woman was already there waiting, gesturing for him to follow her. "Esteemed guest, please come with me." Chu Xiu followed the woman upstairs to the second floor. Then they entered a pitch-black room. As Chu Xiu stepped inside, blue flames suddenly ignited, lighting up half the room. Sitting at the end of a black stone table was the same woman Chu Xiu had dealt with before. As soon as Chu Lioma saw her, he asked, "Is what I needed ready?" The woman smiled and replied, "I've been waiting for you. The rare treasures you requested are all in here." With that, she tossed out a storage pouch, which landed on the table in front of Chu Xiu. Chu Lioma probed it with his divine sense, and sure enough, it contained everything he'd asked for. Chu Xiu also took out a memory jade slip. The young man casually stuffed it between the woman's ample chest and said, "This contains the whereabouts of the Moonflower Emperor scripture." The woman froze for a few seconds at Chu Xiu's nonchalant move, but she didn't say much. She simply scanned the jade slip with her divine sense and confirmed the information inside. Her face instantly lit up with excitement, and a smile bloomed. She thought to herself, "Who knew the strongest deity transformation realm emperor scripture in the world was in the hands of the Yaoguang Holy Son?" That night, in Shangjing City, in the Zhenbei Prince's mansion, deep within a dark underground chamber, thousand-faced True Lord, dressed in bizarre attire, stood opposite Chu Long, who was suspended upside down in shackles. Chu Long spoke. "I'll give you some good news. Last night, someone tried to poison me." "Ha! Too bad for them, they failed." Chu Long's voice was hoarse as he asked, "Thousand-faced True Lord, what exactly do you want?" Thousand-faced True Lord sneered, "What I want? Naturally, I want to become the Emperor of Great Ming, ha ha ha. Did you know your precious son dreams of becoming the Crown Prince? Tell me, shouldn't I help him fulfill his dream?" Hearing this, Chu Long angrily snarled. "That unfilial son," Thousand-faced True Lord grinned, his eyes glinting wickedly, and continued, "Once I become the Emperor of Great Ming, I can use the blood of countless Great Ming citizens to refine the soul-extinguishing banner, this Saint King artifact, and awaken the artifact spirit within it." Chu Long gritted his teeth and said, "The Kai Suzi Holy Ground won't let you succeed." Facing Thousand-faced True Lord,
Chu Long wished he could leap forward and fight him to the death. He helplessly thought, Chu Long, I've spent my entire life fighting for Great Ming, doing my best without any delay. For hundreds of years, I've protected countless Great Ming mortals. Who would have thought that I'd be replaced by a Yao race member who wants to rebel and even use the people of Great Ming as a blood sacrifice to fuel his demonic artifact? My reputation will be ruined in an instant. Even if I die, I won't have the face to meet the late emperor. At this moment, thousand-faced True Lord transformed to look like Chu Long and laughed loudly. Ha ha, Chu Long, I bet you don't know, but your precious son has invited the Kai Suzi Holy Sun to Floating Snow Isle for a gathering. I'm planning to discuss the matter of seizing the throne with him. I really want to see what kind of stuff that Kai Suzi Holy Sun is made of. Chu Long was shocked and exclaimed, What? The Kai Suzi Holy Sun is supporting your plot to usurp the throne? Impossible. Before leaving, Thousand-Faced True Lord didn't forget to give a cunning smile and taunt. Don't worry, I'll take care of your wife and children. Chu Yunfei is very obedient, a good son. Your princess is also very docile. Hearing this, Chu Long struggled violently, his eyes bleeding, almost going mad. He roared furiously, Thousand-Faced, I'll kill you, you won't die peacefully.
Cut to Floating Snow Isle in Shangjing City. This place is the property of the Floating Snow sect and one of the top entertainment venues in the southern domain where it snows all year round.
At this moment, inside the tallest pavilion, the atmosphere was incredibly lively.
Two women were chatting about recent major events in the Heavenly Sky continent.
I heard that Shi Wuheng, the old senior of the Qi God sect, will come to Great Ming in half a month to borrow the purple light of the Divine Flame, sects, Divine Flame, to refine a saint artifact. They're also organizing a competition in Shangjing at that time, and all invited young talents can participate.
I heard that too. It seems like the old senior Qi Wuheng promised to personally refine artifacts for the strongest cultivator. Chu Xiu, who was sitting not far away drinking tea with Chu Yunfei, asked curiously, Chu, is this Qi Wuheng the same guy who refined the returning origin pill before? That's right, the method for refining the returning origin pill was indeed created by the old senior to deal with the Yao race. Hearing this, Chu Xiu nodded and smiled. In his heart he thought, I've wanted to refine this artifact for a long time. I didn't expect this refining grandmaster to come to the southern domain. I also didn't expect that Chu Long was so vigilant that Azure Flood Dragon Fairy failed to poison him. But fortunately, Azure Flood Dragon Fairy wasn't discovered by Chu Long.
At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the door. The Zhenbei prince has arrived. Hearing this, Chu Xiu turned his head to look outside. The young man thought to himself, He's here just in time for me to personally test him. At this moment, Thousand-Faced True Lord, disguised as Chu Long, appeared like a god of war, dressed in a robe, with deep eyes and a cold face full of dignity, making people feel awed and afraid to look directly at him. Chu Long went straight to where Chu Yunfei and Chu Xiu were sitting. Seeing his father approaching, Chu Yunfei immediately stood up. He happily smiled, reached out towards Chu Xiu, and introduced, Father, this is the holy son of the Kai Suzi Holy Ground, His Highness Chu Xiu. The Zhenbei prince immediately bowed and clasped his hands in greeting, smiling at Chu Xiu.
Greetings, Your Highness the Kai Suzi Holy Sun.
Chu Xiao also smiled and clasped his hands in return. Zhenbei prince. The three of them quickly sat down at the table. The Zhenbei prince picked up a glass of wine and smiled at Chu Xiu. Your Highness the Holy Sun, let me toast you. Chu Xiu also picked up his glass of wine. The young man smiled politely and replied, The Zhenbei prince has made outstanding contributions. I should be the one to toast you. Chu Xiu raised his glass. The young man glanced at the Zhenbei prince in front of him and thought, Why do I sense Yao Qi on this Zhenbei prince's body? No wonder Azure Flood Dragon Fairy failed to poison him. Has this Zhenbei prince been replaced by a Yao beast?
At this moment, the Zhenbei prince asked Chu Xiu, Your Highness the Holy Sun, has anyone else learned about the matter my son discussed with you these past few days? Chu Xiu Lioma revealed a puzzled expression and replied, Zhenbei Prince, are you referring to the matter of seizing the throne? Elder Moma also knows about this. Has something happened? That's right. Someone tried to poison me a few days ago and failed. This matter is definitely not related to the Holy Sun, so I suspect it was caused by the royal family. Chu Lioma laughed and said, With your cultivation, what waves can the Chu family possibly make? Add my support, and you're sure to succeed. Haha, good. Your Highness the Holy Sun, let's drink together. Chu Xiu raised his glass, smiling and thinking, I'll act along with him for now, then find an opportunity to poison him unexpectedly. Chu Yunfei suddenly cried out and collapsed to the ground. The Zhenbei prince, sitting beside him, was startled and surprised, asking, "Yunfei, what's wrong?" Chu Xiu also pretended to be alarmed, and asked, "Chu, what's wrong?" In an instant, the scene fell silent. Then a woman screamed in horror when she saw Chu Yunfei's current appearance was terrifying. His eyes were rolled back, his whole body was trembling, and fresh blood was constantly pouring out of his mouth. Chu Yunfei suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Seeing this, Chu Long quickly sat down and supported Chu Yunfei's neck. Chu Xiao, innocent as ever, acted all flustered. "Chu Xiang, you've been poisoned." Chu Long sized up Chu Yunfei's face and figured it was some potent poison. If he didn't force it out quick, Chu Yunfei would kick the bucket within 30 breaths. Chu Long put on a worried face and said, "Yunfei, protect your meridians. I'll use my true essence to force the poison out for you." But inside, Chu Long was plotting, "Can't let him die now, or they'll suspect me. That wouldn't be good for my plan." So Chu Long laid Chu Yunfei down and, with his great saint-level strength, channeled a powerful stream of true essence. Light poured from his palms, seeping into Chu Yunfei's body, trying to brute force the poison out. A few minutes later, wisps of green smoke hissed from Chu Yunfei's body like a deflating balloon. Chu Xiu stepped back, warning, "That smoke's highly poisonous. Everyone, stay back." Hearing this, the crowd scattered, looking terrified of the poison oozing from Chu Yunfei. Chu Xiu covered his mouth, glancing at the Chu father and son. "Finally managed to poison him," he thought. "Now it's your turn to shine." "Who dared to poison him?" A girl in an orange dress exclaimed angrily. "So brave, poisoning Chu Xiang right in front of Zhenbei Wang." Suddenly, Bi Xianxia pushed open the window with her sword, charging in with a gust of icy wind. Chu Long jerked his head around, seeing a green lightning-laced sword flying towards him. Chu Long jumped to his feet, grabbing the sword Bi Xianxia was thrusting at him. He roared, "So it's you!" Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Could it be Bi Xianxia who poisoned him? Someone gasped. "No way! Bi Xianxia is Chu Xiang's good friend. She has no motive to do that." Chu Xiu formed hand seals, his eyes flashing, and smirked. "Bi Xianxia is going to self-destruct." A moment later, Bi Zhao's entire body erupted in true essence. BOM, Bi Xianxia vanished. Leaving only scraps of clothing fluttering around, Chu Long was blasted back by the explosion. Zhenbei Wang was shocked. He hadn't expected Bi Xianxia to self-detonate so decisively. Suddenly, the faint figure of an old woman appeared from thin air, gradually materializing. This hunched old woman in drab brown clothes had a wrinkled face and burning rage in her ancient eyes. Her white hair whipped around her as she stepped out of the void and roared, "Zhenbei Wang, why did you kill my grand disciple? Let me introduce you. This old woman is the previous palace master of Yueqiong Palace, named Xiang Yue." Zhenbei Wang's face darkened. He never expected Xiang Yue, the previous palace master of Yueqiong Palace, to show up here. Chu Long chimed in. "I didn't kill her, she self-destructed," Xiang Yue snapped. "I even supported you becoming emperor, but you harmed my precious grand disciple." "I must have been blind." The old woman's brow furrowed, and she screamed, "Kill!" Instantly, she formed a hand seal. A crescent-shaped ring of green light appeared around Xiang Yu, suppressing the aura below with the power of heaven and earth. Zhenbei Wan couldn't dodge Xiang Yu's attack. He had to meet it head-on. His body blazed with battle intent as he stood firm against Xiang Yu's pressure, unyielding. The clash of these two great saints shook 100,000 lias, and the entire island trembled violently. The girl next to Chu Xiu cried out in alarm, "Holy Sun, please, talk them out of this." Suddenly, a transmission talisman flew into Chu Xiu's mind. His Shifu's voice rang out. "Great saints are fighting in Shangjing City. Don't stir up more trouble. Come back at once." Chu Xiu turned and cupped his hands with a smile at the others. "Everyone, I've got urgent business at home. I must take my leave." In his head he was thinking, "Sweet, Shifu's calling me. This place is too hot for me. Gotta bolt." Back at the Kaisuzi embassy, Mengdie was muttering, "That rascal. He never lets me rest easy. So much energy, it's like he's asking for a beating. Where did he go causing trouble again?" Switching scenes back to the Kaisuzi embassy, Chu Xiu had returned and slowly walked towards the entrance. An old woman in charge of the embassy, leaning on a cane, approached Chu Xiu. Seeing her, Chu Xiu turned to ask, "You're going to stop them from fighting?" The old woman turned to answer, "Yes, Your Highness. Protecting Shangjing City is my duty." Chu Xiu didn't say anything, and continued walking, thinking to himself, "Forget it. I won't stop her. It's not convenient to interfere with other people's karma." Mengdie, who was sitting and playing the zither, scolded Chu Xiu as soon as she saw him return. "You rascal, you don't care that something so big happened in Shangjing City? All you know is where to go cause trouble." Chu Xiu turned around and closed the doors with both hands, replying, "I just went to see Zhenbei Wang. Then I heard Shifu was looking for me, so I came back." Mengdie asked in surprise, You met Zhenbei Wang? He was fighting with Qiangyue, the previous palace master of Yueqiong Palace. Chu Xiu sat down right next to her, put his arm around Mengdie's waist, and whispered with a slight smile. That's not important. The important thing is that I suspect Zhenbei Wang has been replaced by a Yao monster, and that Yao monster's cultivation is very deep, very difficult to deal with. In my opinion, the water in Shangjing City is a bit deep. How about we run away? Mengdie turned to ask in surprise. Didn't you promise Chu Xiu that you wanted to help Chu? You want to run away after only a little danger? Chu Xiu glanced at his main wife, sarcastically saying, I'm being a little careful. What do you women know? If you don't know, then don't speak. Mengdie was startled. Her face flushed red, and she turned around angrily to shout, Rebellious woman, you're really bold. How dare you speak to this old one like that?
Are you asking for a beating? Chu Xiu spread his right palm, a golden light appearing, and glanced mischievously at Mengdie, saying, Shizun, don't forget, I can seal your cultivation at any time. In the palm of his hand, Chu Xiu took out a piece of black and gold cloth. He leaned close to Mengdie and continued, Shizun, you've been very arrogant lately. Have you forgotten what it was like to be suppressed by me? How about I let you relive it today? Mengdie looked at Chu Xiu in panic, then exclaimed, No way! It's the middle of the day.
Chu Xiu held the black cloth, his chest pressed against Mengdie's, his eyes gazing passionately at her, and continued, Oh, since when did we differentiate between daytime and nighttime? Besides, closing your eyes makes it darker than nighttime. After that, Chu Xiu used the black cloth to blindfold Mengdie, and his mischievous hands began to caress her thighs. Mengdie shouted with a hint of anger, If you're a man, then quickly release this old one's seal. Chu Xiu lay on top of Mengdie and said gently, Absolutely not.
And so, he pressed his Shizun down again, and made her learn to spell my little bird's back in its cage, causing Mengdie to moan uncontrollably,
After finishing, while Mengdie still lay there, continuing to sleep, following a prolonged period of bliss, Chu Xiu stepped out the door and ran into Chu Ziwei, who was carrying something in her hands. Chu Xiu asked, Ziwei, how's the investigation? Have you brought the materials on Chulong? Chu Ziwei replied gently, I've brought them. Seeing a lipstick mark on Chu Xiu's cheek, Ziwei was surprised. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and she asked curiously, That? Holy Sun, why do you have a lipstick mark on your face? Chu Xiu hurriedly wiped off the lipstick mark with his hand, his face embarrassed as he smiled. Oh no, it's not a lipstick mark. I was bitten by a cat. Suddenly, a young woman ran over in a panic, exclaiming, It's terrible, Holy Sun. Chu Xiu calmly asked, What happened?
The girl stammered in panic. Shizun's divine soul life tablet is broken. Chu Xiu's face showed surprise, and he thought, The person in charge of the embassy is dead.
Scene changed to the void above Upper Capital City.
Two men were standing and talking to each other, one of whom was Zhenbei Prince Chu Long. Zhenbei Prince spoke. Why did you have to kill her? Don't you know she's the person in charge of the Taisu embassy? The other person replied, She saw you use the Yao race divine ability. If we didn't kill her to silence her, is there another way? Zhenbei Prince touched his forehead and continued, It would have been better to capture her alive than to kill her. The Taisu Holy Land will definitely send people to investigate.
Our plan to destroy humans with the imperial power blood sacrifice is about to fail. The cloaked person replied, Don't worry. Before taking action, I sealed the space of Upper Capital City for 12 hours. They can't send any news out. The only great saint in Upper Capital City, Chu Long, is controlled by you. Xianxia, who just ran over, was also killed by us. Now, who in Upper Capital City can stop us?
Zhenbei Prince continued worriedly. But the Taisu Holy Sun is also in Upper Capital City, the cloaked person replied. A Holy Sun, who hasn't even grown up yet. What's there to fear? We can crush him with a flick of our hand. Then he turned to look at Zhenbei Prince and continued. All right, don't waste any more time. You go to the Imperial Palace to destroy the formation nodes of the Great Star Formation, and I'll go prepare the Blood Sacrifice Formation.
This is an image of the mysterious cloaked person. He used one hand to strangle the old woman in charge of the Taisu embassy. In Chu Xiu's room at the Taisu embassy, Chu Xiu and Mengdie were reviewing the culprit who caused the death of the person in charge through the image recording stone. Mengdie frowned, her face serious, and said, This person's strength is very strong, probably in the mid-stage of the Great Saint realm. Adding Zhenbei Prince,
There are probably 2 great saints in Upper Capital City. Chu Xiu propped his chin with his hand, his face pensive, and said,
I originally intended to find someone to send a message to the Holy Land, but the space of Upper Capital City is sealed, and no message can be sent out. After speaking, Chu Xiu turned his head towards Mengdie and asked tentatively, Shizun, it seems the other party's ambition is not small. Are they preparing to swallow the entire Upper Capital City, or should we run away? Taking the Chu family's people with us, ensuring they don't die, doesn't count as us breaking our promise. If we leave, what will happen to the hundreds of millions of mortals here? You can leave, I can't. Chu Xiu looked at Mengdie seriously and said, Aren't you afraid of death? Hearing Chu Xiu's question,
Mengdie gently hugged the child in her belly with both hands, her eyes full of fighting spirit, and she replied decisively,
I am afraid. But protecting the peace of one region is the duty of a Holy Land cultivator. Moreover, I don't want the tragedy that happened in Xishan County that year to be repeated in the capital.
Suddenly, Chu Xiu reached out and took Mengdie's hand. The young man smiled and said, If that's the case, then you immediately go to the Imperial Palace. No matter what the other party wants to do, they still have to destroy the formation nodes of the 99-star Great Formation first. Looking at Chu Xiu, Mengdie asked worriedly, What about you? Holding Mengdie's hand with both hands, Chu Xiu looked at his immortal Shizun affectionately and reassured her happily.
My life is very precious. I won't do anything saintly. I'm naturally going to hide in the embassy and wait for you to come back. Be careful. Absolutely nothing must happen.
Do you hear? Chu Rebellious's words and actions towards her made Mengdie a little embarrassed and shy. She immediately turned around and walked away, raising her voice and saying, Considering that you, rebellious disciple, still have a little conscience, then you stay here and don't run around.
Seeing his Shizun's adorable appearance, Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes and smiled gently. Shizun, please rest assured. I will wait for you to return in the room. You must also be careful.
A moment later, there were continuous loud explosions in the sky above the Imperial Palace, and smoke and fire enveloped the entire space. At this moment, Heavenly-faced True Lord revealed his true form. A 9-tailed fox, extremely cunning and shrewd, Heavenly-faced True Lord said angrily, Mengdie, you're actually in Upper Capital City, that's really surprising. Mengdie held an ice crystal longsword in her hand, the illusion of a flower snow world floating behind her, her imposing manner extremely powerful. She said in surprise, Heavenly-faced True Lord, it was you who impersonated Zenbei Prince. Heavenly-faced True Lord laughed smugly. It's me, so what? Mengdie's face was expressionless, and she held her longsword, lunging her figure towards Heavenly-faced True Lord. She shouted, Ice Snow Annihilation Realm 3 Swords. As soon as the move was unleashed, snowflakes floated in the air, freezing into circles, the annihilating snow cutting off all sword intent, crisscrossing and intersecting, slashing towards the Heavenly-faced fox in front of her. Heavenly-faced True Lord's pupils immediately contracted. He snorted and said, You're using a great divine ability sword formula on me right from the start. As soon as he finished speaking, Heavenly-faced True Lord held a long saber, his white hair flying, and swung the saber with all his might. He shouted, Break for me, boom! The saber light cut through space,
breaking through Mengdie's ice and snow domain. The shattered ice and snow floated in the air. Mengdie immediately tilted her body to avoid the slash that could cut through everything with immortal-grade sword intent. Mengdie's willow brows stood straight up, extremely angry, and she cast a sharp gaze towards Heavenly-faced True Lord. She descended from the flying boat, once again raising her sword to unleash a second sword, the great divine ability Ice-Snow Annihilation World. The ice and snow illusion behind her suddenly contracted into a freezing point, slowly flying upwards. Crack, crack, crack. The temperature in the void began to drop, and the surrounding space began to freeze. The freezing point grew larger and larger, finally forming a frozen world that enveloped the two of them. Seeing this scene, Heavenly-faced True Lord's face immediately changed, and he shouted loudly, This crazy woman, Black Soul, stop watching the show and come help me, I'm no match for her. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Soul appeared, standing in front of Heavenly-faced True Lord. He struck out with a palm, and a giant black hand struck towards Mengdie's ice and snow world. Boom! Mengdie's ice and snow world was immediately broken through with a hole. After helping Heavenly-faced True Lord block Mengdie's attack, Black Soul sneered, his voice mocking, Haha, Heavenly-faced True Lord, you're really losing face. Heavenly-faced True Lord, still in a panic, explained, I don't know why, but after this woman broke through to the mid-stage of the Great Saint Realm, she became unbelievably strong. On this side, Mengdie stood inside the ice and snow world,
her face gloomy and silent, staring intently at the two of them. Glancing at Mengdie, Black Soul gave a sinister smile. "Let's attack together, 2 against 1. No matter how strong she is, she'll have to die." After saying that, he raised his head and provoked Mengdie loudly. "Mengdie, even if you can stop us, you can't do anything about the Chu Heavenly 8 trigrams blood sacrifice formation. In just a moment, it will activate. All the mortals in Upper Capital City will turn into a blood mist, absorbed by the Chu Heavenly 8 trigrams blood sacrifice formation. At that time, our plan will succeed." Suddenly, at this moment, a red wave of pressure soared up from below, startling heavenly-faced True Lord. Immediately, his face changed as he looked towards the prison where Chu Long was imprisoned. He exclaimed in panic, "Oh no! The restriction in the prison that imprisoned Chu Long has been broken. Someone wants to release Chu Long. Perhaps I should have killed Chu Long earlier to prevent future trouble." Hearing this, Black Soul immediately said, "No! You go deal with Chu Long first. We can't let him recover, otherwise it will be troublesome if he and Mengdie join forces." Heavenly-faced True Lord nodded and lunged toward the Zhenbei Prince's residence, grinding his teeth and cursing, "Damn it! Who is ruining my good work?" Mengdie immediately shouted, "Don't even think about running." Holding the ice crystal longsword, she chased after heavenly-faced True Lord. Immediately she was blocked and stopped by Black Soul. "Don't be in a hurry, we haven't finished fighting yet." Mengdie was full of worry. She naturally knew who it was that went to the Zhenbei Prince's residence to break the prison's restriction and rescue Zhenbei Prince. She immediately used voice transmission to angrily scold, "Rebellious disciple, didn't you say you wanted to hide in the embassy? You rebellious brat tricked me again. Heavenly-faced True Lord is going to find you. You must be careful. If you can't win, then run." Hearing the voice transmission from his hidden love Shizun, Chu Xiu raised his head and looked at the sky. The young man smirked confidently and replied via voice transmission, "Shizun, rest assured. Old Devil Chu isn't a saint. He's never liked playing the hero. But old Devil Chu can't just stand by and watch his woman be harmed, so he risked his life to run to the prison to rescue Zhenbei Prince. If that's the case, our side will have one more great saint combat power, helping Mengdie turn a losing battle around. Perhaps we can break the stalemate, and we can also lure the fake Zhenbei Prince back." In the sky, at this moment, Mengdie looked coldly at Black Soul, and her voice rang out coldly, "Get out!" She wanted to deal with Black Soul as quickly as possible. She only hoped that rebellious Chu, with the 7th grade trap formation and the 3 flowers gather at the crown poison, could stall heavenly-faced True Lord, waiting for her to rush to the rescue. Contrary to Mengdie's mood, Black Soul calmly gazed at Mengdie's hot body. He smiled wickedly and said, "I heard you have the heavenly fragrance physique. Dual cultivation with, you can greatly increase cultivation. Immortal Mengdie, things have come to this point, there's no need for meaningless resistance. Look at what's behind me. Ha ha." Immediately, the human slaughter banner was summoned by Black Soul. The concentration of blood chi radiating from the human slaughter banner was extremely terrifying. Countless civilians were absorbed and eroded by the human slaughter banner. They couldn't resist and could only watch helplessly as their bodies dissipated. The rising blood mist dyed the entire sky red. Witnessing this scene, Mengdie's face immediately changed. "It's the human slaughter banner. You've activated the blood sacrifice great formation." Below Upper Capital City at this moment, everywhere was dyed a bright red color from the blood mist. The scene became desolate, and tragic cries echoed, "No, I don't want to die." A man with a terrified face turned back to look at the child he was holding, who was being eroded by the human slaughter banner. My son, my son." Mengdie's face became solemn. She silently brought her fingertips to her abdomen, aiming to increase the protection for her and Chu Xiu's child. She prepared to burn her essence blood, wanting to collapse the frozen space, fighting Black Soul to the death. Knowing Mengdie's intention, Black Soul smiled wickedly, his voice confident. "Mengdie, there's no need for you to do this. You simply have no way to get past the corpse puppet to attack me. I'm already in an invincible position." Suddenly, at this moment, a voice came from afar. "Yun Haifeng Peak Lord, I've come to help you deal with Black Soul." As soon as the words fell, a figure wearing battle armor appeared behind Mengdie. It was none other than Zhenbei Prince, holding a long spear, his demeanor majestic. Seeing Zhenbei Prince in front of her, Mengdie immediately lunged her figure in front of Zhenbei Prince. She asked quickly, "Is Chu Xiu all right?" Zhenbei Prince replied, "Holy Son is fine. He said he wanted me to hold off heavenly-faced True Lord, and he asked me to come here to help Yun Haifeng Peak Lord." Mengdie's eyes couldn't hide her worry. "Good, quickly deal with Black Soul." Black Soul, seeing Zhenbei Prince appear here, gnashed his teeth in anger and cursed, Heavenly-faced true lord, that idiot. He actually didn't kill the person.
Facing the two great saint powerhouses, Black Soul had no choice but to turn around and flee, all the while cursing heavenly-faced true lord non-stop. Mengdie was relentless in her pursuit of He Hun. Unleashing her full power, she continuously conjured sharp ice crystals and launched them at He Hun. He Hun's body was now riddled with holes from Mengdie's ice crystals, and ice gradually formed around the pierced wounds. He Hun, in agonizing panic, roared at Mengdie, "Damn you, Mengdie! Release me!" At that same moment, Zhenbei Wang seized the opportunity and lunged, closing in on He Hun. He thrust his long spear forcefully into He Hun's abdomen. The dark energy around him mixed with immortal blood and splattered everywhere, officially sending him to meet King Yama. Mengdie and Zhenbei Wang stood watching He Hun's body fall below. Zhenbei Wang hurriedly spoke. "Yuxia Peak Lord, we must quickly assist the Holy Sun." Mengdie immediately formed a hand seal, tearing open a spatial rift. Her face was pale, whether from the battle or for Chu Xiu. Mengdie thought to herself, "That rebellious disciple is at the Beyond Realm? Can he withstand an attack from the Great Saint Realm? Nothing must happen to that rebellious disciple, I must hurry." Outside the Zhenbei Wang Manor, many cultivators and commoners who survived the Great Blood Sacrifice formation were drawn by the sounds echoing from within the manor. "Little Zhenjun, you can't escape." Inside the Zhenbei Wang Manor, Chu Xiu, wielding the domineering sword Kanglong, was gleefully playing tag with Tianmian Zhenjun. He looked incredibly frightened, running and yelling, "You perverted freak, don't come any closer. If you're so tough, stop chasing me. If you keep chasing me, I won't escape." Tianmian Zhenjun struggled to flee outside the Zhenbei Wang Manor, but unfortunately, he slipped and fell face first onto the ground. The surrounding rocks and earth shattered. The crowd outside quickly gathered, and someone immediately recognized him. "It's Tianmian Zhenjun. Isn't Tianmian Zhenjun at the Great Saint Realm? What happened to make him so miserable?" Just then, a figure stepped on red Davio patterns, carrying the domineering sword Kanglong on his shoulder, and stood on the rooftop. The shirtless young man, with tanned skin, was eye-catching. Defined features, 8-pack abs neatly arranged, long black hair fluttered in the wind, a demeanor full of grace, fierce and handsome, made the women below swoon and become mesmerized. The young man smiled confidently, glanced at everyone below, and finally fixed his gaze on Tianmian Zhenjun. Someone recognized him and shouted, "It's the Kai-Su Holy Son, Chu Xiu, Your Highness." Could it really be Chu Xiu, Your Highness, who made Tianmian Zhenjun so miserable? The Holy Sun is so awesome. At this moment, Mengdie, after opening the void, rushed to Chu Xiu, but when she witnessed this scene, Mengdie was a bit annoyed, thinking, "This rebellious disciple actually managed to force a great saint into such a miserable state, as expected of him, HMPH. All my worries were for nothing, he's just here showing off for the women below." A moment later, Chu Xiu jumped down from the rooftop, raised the domineering sword Kanglong, and slashed directly at the prone Tianmian Zhenjun. Chu Lioma smiled and shouted, "Tianmian Zhenjun, I'll send you on your way." Suddenly, the Diren fan appeared out of nowhere, and blocked Chu Xiu's sword strike. Unexpectedly, the artifact spirit inside the Diren fan released a trace of the Yao Emperor's aura. A terrifying aura swept through everything. The aura suppressed the heavens. The surrounding cultivators were terrified, all unable to withstand the pressure, and collapsed to the ground, trembling. Even the little saints couldn't bear it, and had to kneel. A little saint exclaimed in panic, "This is the aura of the ancient great emperor." On Chu Xiu's side, he still firmly held the domineering sword Kanglong, and slashed downwards. His eyes flashed with blood tears. The young man gave a cold, disdainful smile, and said confidently, "Don't even mention that you're just an artifact spirit, tainted with a bit of the Yao Emperor's aura. Even if the Yao Emperor himself descended, so what? If I, Chu Xiu, don't want to kneel, then no one in this world can force me to kneel." Tianmian Zhenjun was stunned by this scene, and then overjoyed. He originally thought he was sure to die today, never expecting the Diren fan's artifact spirit would recover and save him. Tianmian Zhenjun looked at Chu Xiu and said smugly, "Ha, Chu Xiu, I admit your methods are heaven-defying, and even I almost lost to you. Even my natal sacred artifact had to self-detonate because of you. No matter what tricks you have, no matter how meticulously you plan, you really didn't give me even a sliver of a chance to retaliate. But what's the final result? You still can't do anything to me. Now that I have the Diren fan protecting me, not only can you not kill me, but no one here can kill me. Ha." Just as he finished speaking, a voice from Tai Suzy echoed from the void. "This old one will try killing you." Tai Suzy, in a fluttering green dress, stepped out. She was like an immortal, standing on the ninth heaven observing the mortal realm. Her skin was like jade,
without any blemish, slender thighs, a graceful figure, a petite waist, the cold and icy face of a powerhouse, and beautiful eyes as deep as an abyss, azure hair falling over her shoulders, all creating a stunning beauty in terms of spirit, appearance, and strength.
Seeing the Holy Master Your Highness arrive, Chu Xiu was smug, the corners of his mouth turned up in secret joy. Elder Mu is indeed efficient. As soon as the restriction disappeared, he brought Tai Suzi here.
Tianmian Zhenjun was terrified to see Tai Suzi appear, because Tai Suzi's appearance was his death sentence. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from the void.
Tai Suzi, why bother using your power to bully the weak?
As soon as the voice faded, golden light flashed, and a golden-furred figure leaped out of the void. He wore black armor and held a giant golden iron rod in his hand. His aura was extremely powerful. Also a Yao-honored lord, overlord of the Yao race. He was the Jinyuan Yao-honored lord. Tai Suzi had already raised a murderous intent in her right hand. She wanted to kill Tianmian Zhenjun.
Seeing Jinyuan Yao-honored lord appear, Tai Suzi stopped her hand
and said to Jinyuan Yao-honored lord in a clear voice, "The Jinyuan Yao race are really good at planning. Dare to come to the human Kang territory to slaughter my clansmen and secretly refine the Diren fan and instead say that I am using my power to bully the weak." Hearing Tai Suzi say this, Jinyuan Yao-honored lord's face immediately twitched. He didn't want to fight Tai Suzi now, mainly because he wasn't her opponent, so he had to force a smile and looked at Tai Suzi and replied,
"This matter can be considered, that we are in the wrong.
You state your price. What will it take to forgive this Baihu?"
Chu Xiu, standing below, unexpectedly spoke to Jinyuan Yao. "Honored Lord, it was I who defeated Tianmian Zhenjun. I want his storage ring, and a Lapo Jinlian flower. I, Chu Xiu, don't work for free."
Hearing Chu Xiu say this, Jinyuan Yao, honored lord's face, immediately twisted and cursed. "The storage ring is fine, but you still want a rare treasure of the world. Do you really think our Yao race is that rich?"
Seeing Jinyuan Yao, honored lord, hesitating and unwilling to agree to Chu Xiao's demands, she immediately reminded him, "Don't forget you still owe this old one 3 kinds of rare treasures of the world." Jinyuan Yao, honored lord, was extremely angry when he heard this, almost spitting out a mouthful of immortal blood. Jinyuan said to Tai Suzi, with a reluctant voice, "Okay, I agree, that's it. It's just that the Lapo Jinlian flower normally grows in the Taigu Yuze. This thing is very difficult to find. Give this old one 3 days.
I'll bring the stuff from last time in 3 days."
Kai Suzi, stone-faced as ever, said to the Demi banner floating in the air, "Today, I, this venerable one, will seal this demonic energy for 300 years to apologize to the deceased commoners. Jinyuan, take this fox demon and scram. Don't let it cause any more trouble in the mortal realm."
Jinyuan Yaozun was seething inside, but he had no choice but to silently grab Tianmian Zhenjun and leave. Before leaving, he couldn't help but sneer, "Kai Suzi, you're so ruthless." In the blink of an eye, Jinyuan Yaozun vanished into the void, with Tianmian Zhenjun in tow. Kai Suzi just stood there, gazing towards the distant north, a flash of killing intent appearing and disappearing in her eyes.
That evening, back in Shangjing City, life returned to normal. In some random tea house in Shangjing, everyone was buzzing about Chu Xiu.
That holy son is seriously OP. And to think he's only at the Beyond realm, Taisu Holy Land really lives up to its reputation as a hegemonic power.
Back in the Emperor Fall era 3,000 years ago, they had a Kai Suzi who was practically invincible. And now, 3,000 years later, they've got a monster like Chu Xiu. That luck is seriously enviable. Chu Xiu's probably going to be the next Kai Suzi, huh? Chu Xiu, sitting behind a screen, quietly sipped his tea, listening to the cultivators' chatter, a wider smile spreading across his face.
In the back hall of the Kai Suzi embassy in Shangjing City, Qi Mengdie and Hua Luofei were chatting. "Hua Jiji," she asked curiously, "where's your disciple Mengdie gone off to?" Qi Mengdie casually replied, "Who knows where that kid's running around now? Probably off meeting with the royal family, saying he wants to grab something from the vault or whatever. I can't be bothered to keep track of him. You looking for him?" she added. "Want me to call him back for you?" Hua Jiji chuckled, her eyes studying Qi Mengdie. Her lips pursed to reveal her red lips. "Mengdie, didn't you say you wanted to get away from it all? Why come to Shangjing City to relax? You're not secretly protecting your disciple, are you?"
Mengdie's heart skipped a beat.
She cocked her hips slightly, putting on an aloof expression, and half closed her eyes. "I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. I just happened to be passing by. Who knew I would happen upon a Yao race blood sacrifice here?" Hua Jiji smiled in response, replying reluctantly, "Yes, Yes, you're right, Shi Mengdie asked curiously. Speaking of which, haven't you returned to the Holy Land yet?
There's nothing for me to do when I return, so I'd rather wander around here, Shi Mengdie exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this.
Huh. Hua Jiji spoke in confusion. What do you mean, huh? Aren't you welcoming me? Shi Mengdie was flustered, flashing a reluctant smile, and said quickly, Ha ha, welcoming. Of course I'm welcoming you. Just then, Chu Xiu pushed the door open from the outside, startling them both. The moment she saw Chu Xiu, Hua Jiji immediately stood up and smiled. Approaching Chu Xiu, she said, Chu Xiu, you're back. Chu Xiu was surprised to see Kai Suzi and responded, Hua Jiji, why are you in Shangjing City?
Chu Xiu brazenly grabbed Hua Jiji's hand, excitedly saying, Good Jiji, let me treat you to some tea. Hua Luofei's face immediately flushed red. She looked at Chu Xiu and said, Behave yourself, your Shifu is watching us. Seeing this scene, Shi Mengdie was overcome with a wave of emotions, jealousy, surprise, and suspicion. When did those two get to know each other, she wondered.
At that moment, Chu Xiu casually faced the seated Shi Mengdie, squinting his eyes and happily asking, Shifu, I'm going to treat Hua Jiji to tea. Want to come? Shi Mengdie's face was filled with a jealous pout as she replied, Too tired today. I'm not going. Okay, Shifu, get some rest. Shi Mengdie was immediately dumbfounded. She was basically just throwing a little jealous fit, hoping for Chu Nitu to pay attention to her, but who knew Chu Nitu would just blatantly ignore her?
Shi Mengdie's blood instantly boiled, veins popping out on her forehead, gritting her teeth, her eyes filled with jealous rage as she cursed inwardly. That unfilial disciple. He actually dares to hit on the holy maiden, and Hua Luofei, you aren't even letting go of my disciple. Dimly lit and ambiguous, Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei were leisurely strolling down the street hand in hand. Halting at a roadside hairpin stall, holding a floral hairpin in his hand, Chu Xiu turned to Hua Luofei and said, Hua Jiji, I think this hairpin suits you. Hua Jiji was somewhat bashful, and her face flushed. Don't fool around, your Shifu is watching. Hua Luofei forced a smile, thinking to herself, It's so embarrassing to be seen in this scene by my close sisters. Doesn't Shi Mengdie think of herself as an old cow eating young grass? Chu Xiu glanced at Hua Jiji, a smile in his eyes as he calmly replied, It's all right, we are not doing anything excessively wrong. There's nothing for Shifu to say.
With the Zimu seal to sense, Chu Xiu naturally knew that his Shifu was hiding behind him, secretly watching the whole way. The youth smiled as he glanced at his immortal teacher and thought to himself, Shifu has been following us the whole way. Does she want to join the fun too? Hidden in the back, Shi Mengdie was exceedingly angry when she saw this scene, and her proud face frowned. She thought to herself, Your face is all red. Does this unfilial disciple not know who Hua Luofei is?
Hua Luofei didn't reveal her identity, so Chu Xiu probably doesn't know.
If he knew Hua Luofei was the holy maiden,
Chu Nitu wouldn't dare to be so playful,
touching, and acting like that already.
Seeing Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei holding hands and walking along the street, laughing and talking happily,
Shi Mengdie asked herself, Why do I feel so uncomfortable seeing Nitu and Hua Luofei together?
Could it be that? Shi Mengdie placed her hand on her pregnant stomach, her eyes dazed. Impossible. How could I be jealous of that unfilial disciple? Absolutely impossible. Shi Mengdie was so angry that she fumed. She clenched her fists tightly, trying to suppress her emotions, and followed behind Chu Xiu and Kai Suzi. I'm doing this for Hua Luofei. It's enough that I, this venerable one, bear the suffering of being bullied by the unfilial disciple.
Over on this side, Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei encountered a little girl carrying a basket of flowers as they strolled down the street.
The girl looked at Chu Xiu with big, bright, and lovable eyes and said, Gije, Gije, buy a flower for your Jiji.
Chu Xiu then bought the entire basket of flowers, took one, and clipped it into Hua Jiji's hair. The youth smiled radiantly and said, Jiji is so beautiful. This flower looks very ordinary. But when it is worn in Hua Jiji's hair, it becomes beautiful, just like Jiji. This is what is called, the person is more beautiful than the flower.
Hua Luofei's face blushed and her lips opened. So glib.
Your mouth is so sweet. Standing not far away, Shi Mengdie couldn't help but scold, TCH, disgusting. You can even say such nauseating words, you unfilial disciple. Why have you never said that to me?
So it turns out that the reason your cultivation hasn't progressed is because you haven't understood this principle. Afterward, Chu Xiu and Hua Jiji entered a tea house, and and went directly to the second floor.
Hua Luofei knew Qi Mengdie was always following behind, so she glanced at Qi Mengdie and transmitted a message. Mengdie, don't misunderstand, we just address each other as brother and sister. It's nothing, you go back. With me here, who can hurt Chu Xiu? Hearing Kai Suzi's words, Qi Mengdie got even angrier, grinding her teeth. This is an explanation? Brother and sister? Holding hands, putting arms around each other, even strolling around the city together. Ha ha! And she says it's nothing? Does she think I'll believe that? This rebellious disciple is really hateful. Clearly, he can sense my presence but pretends not to see me. In his words, this is a scumbag move. If I'd known this would happen, I would have found a chance to slap him to death. Seeing that Qi Mengdie hadn't replied for a long time, Hua Jiji couldn't help but ask, Mengdie, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Qi Mengdie startled. I'm fine. We're good sisters, of course. I believe you. You go ahead and hang out with Chu Xiu. I'll go back first.
Immediately, Qi Mengdie vanished into the void.
A few breaths later, Qi Mengdie appeared upstairs, sitting behind the screen, looking at Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei.
Angrily, she grabbed the teacup in her hand. Qi Mengdie frowned slightly, thinking to herself, you want me to leave, so I'll leave? I want to see what tricks these brother and sister are going to play next. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu politely held up a cup of tea to Hua Jiji. Sister, please have some tea. Hua Luofei smiled at Chu Xiu and replied, don't just pour tea for me, you drink some too.
At this moment, Chu Xiu went to sit next to Hua Jiji. The young man casually put his arm around her shoulder and turned on romance mode. Sister, look how beautiful the scenery outside is. Sister came all the way to Shangjing City, so please relax today.
After Chu Xiu's whispering and a bit of massage, Kai Suzi's face flushed red. She half closed her eyes, leaning her head comfortably on Chu Xiu's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Lioma got closer to Hua Jiji's face, his hand starting to feel her up after so many days apart. The young man whispered, Hua Jiji. Hua Luofei gave a faint smile, letting out a soft, their eyes meeting with tenderness. Witnessing the affectionate scene between the Chu rebellious disciple and Kai Suzi, Qi Mengdie's jealousy instantly peaked. She clenched her fists, grinding her teeth. Where is that rebellious disciple's hand touching? Shameless. And Hua Luofei, can't she be more careful? Her skin is so thick, putting on that kind of act. She's a holy ruler, for goodness sake, please pay attention to her status. The more she watched, the more Qi Mengdie's anger flared, wanting to rush down and catch them in the act. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu, who was being affectionate with Kai Suzi, suddenly sensed an unusual aura from Qi Mengdie's maternal seal. The young man glanced at Qi Mengdie, thinking to himself, what's wrong with Shifu? I can sense unease in Shifu's heart. At this moment, someone outside the tea house was banging a gong and shouting loudly, don't miss it. As you pass by, the auction with the highest gold content in decades is about to open in Shangjing City. Everyone, take a look, take a look. These are the treasures that will be auctioned off. After finishing speaking, a young man held a memory quartz stone and placed it neatly on the table. The young man touched the memory quartz stone lightly with his index finger. Immediately, the memory quartz stone shot out a blue light, and the memory converged into items for auction. Everyone crowded around, watching and discussing excitedly. Upstairs, Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei held hands, watching the live broadcast throughout Shangjing City. After glancing at the items in the upcoming auction, Hua Luofei smiled and said, not bad. A piece of star iron ore this big is worth no less than 300,000 divine origin stones. Chu Xiu carefully observed each auction item that appeared. Suddenly, Chu Xiu's pupils stopped at Kaiqing copper, his heart full of excitement. Chu Xiu put his hand on his chin. The young man smirked, thinking to himself, the flaw on this item, along with the fragment in my hand that contains the aura of the innate sword embryo, completely matches. This auction item is related to the innate sword embryo. I must buy it. Hua Luofei is Kai Suzi. With such high cultivation, of course, she noticed Chu Xiu's smile. She smiled and asked, Chu Xiu, so happy. Is there an item you need at the auction? Hearing Hua Jiji's question, Chu Xiu regained his senses, raised Hua Jiji's hand, and gently placed a sweet kiss on the back of her hand. Hua Jiji is truly my lucky star. Kai Suzi was surprised by Chu Xiu's actions, but she remained silent and just smiled while witnessing this scene. Qi Mengdie was shocked. Her eyes widened and she almost cried out, he's even kissing her! Qi Mengdie had originally thought that her good bestie would react, not letting Chu rebellious disciple do whatever he wanted, but she was surprised that her good bestie just smiled, showing no reaction at all, even blushing shyly. Hua Luofei wasn't like this before. She was clearly an extremely arrogant, cold, domineering, and strict person. How did she become like this now? Meanwhile, Chu Xiu smiled and looked at Huajiji affectionately, saying, "If you're free tomorrow, sister, let's go see the auction together." Hua Luofei immediately agreed. "Okay, I'll go with you." Half an hour later, Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei left the tea house. "Then I'll take you to see a movie," Hua Luofei asked in confusion. "What's a movie?" Chu Xiu replied. "You'll find out later." At this moment, across the street from the two of them, about 200 meters away, at a small pottery shop, Shifu Chi Mengdie was holding a cup in her hand, her face full of seriousness, carefully and thoughtfully choosing porcelain. Chu Xiu asked in confusion, "Shifu, what are you doing?" Chi Mengdie turned her head and pretended to smile, replying, "The teacup at home broke, so this Benzao came out to buy a few." Hua Luofei spoke up. "Such a trivial matter can be handled by sending a disciple. Why did the Yun Haifeng Lord have to do it herself?" Hearing this, Chi Mengdie was angry, her head full of questions. Why does she call me Mengdie when that rebellious disciple isn't here, but calls me Yun Haifeng Lord when the rebellious disciple is here? Seeing Shifu's expression, Chu Lioma immediately sensed a killing intent that made the young man break out in cold sweat. Using an excuse to sneak away and avoid the disaster, Chu Lioma forced a smile and pretended to be happy, saying, "Huajiji, Shifu, let me go buy drinks for you two." Wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lioma immediately took off running as fast as he could. Seeing Chu Xiu leave, Hua Luofei explained, "Mengdie, Chu Xiu doesn't know my identity. Right now, I'm just an elder of Dao Yunfeng. Don't reveal it, or it will be very difficult." Chi Mengdie angrily questioned, "Holy ruler, first of all, let's not talk about other things. Why are you so intimate with Chu Xiu? You are a holy ruler. Please pay attention to your status. Don't lose all decorum." Hua Luofei looked embarrassed and smiled weakly, replying, "Chu Xiu doesn't know my identity. Don't misunderstand. My relationship with Chu Xiu is completely innocent. It's just that he keeps calling me Gigi, and there's nothing I can do." Chi Mengdie laughed coldly. "Is brother and sister holding hands? Or is brother and sister embracing each other intimately?" Hearing this, Hua Luofei looked at Chi Mengdie somewhat shyly and replied, "You're misunderstanding," Chi Mengdie said sadly in a low voice. "I saw it with my own eyes." Huajiji gave Chi Mengdie a serious look and asked, "Mengdie, are you jealous? It's not a good look on you. He's your disciple, and you're pregnant." Chi Mengdie's face instantly flushed red. She closed her eyes, avoiding the question. "What are you thinking? Why would I be jealous? It's just that I don't think you two are a good match, plus the age gap is too big." Hua Luofei blushed, smiling gently. "Don't worry. He once said that women over 3,000 years old are considered heavenly fairies, but I haven't agreed yet." The Immortal Master's phoenix eyes widened in anger. "What? He said that to you too?" Glancing at Chi Mengdie, Hua Luofei said truthfully, "Don't get so worked up. So what if Chu Xiu and I have something going on? We're all cultivators. Age differences aren't a problem. He's not married. I'm not betrothed. What's the big deal?" Chi Mengdie's eyes immediately darkened, and she gritted her teeth. "Luofei, you've changed. I thought of you as my confidant, but you want to be my disciple's wife?" As Chi Mengdie and Hua Luofei stared intensely at each other, Chu Xiu appeared, holding 2 cups of tea. The young man said, "Shifu, Huajiji, I bought 2 cups of osmanthus oolong tea, a Shangjing city specialty. Try it, cool down." After Chu Xiu returned, Hua Luofei acted as if nothing had happened. She smiled at Chu Xiu and said softly, "Chu Xiu, since we've run into the Yun Haifeng Peak Master here, why don't we go see a movie together?" Chu Xiu saw that his beloved Shifu had no objections, and he replied happily, "Okay." Chu Laoma was inwardly ecstatic. What could be better than going to the movies with 2 beautiful women? Huajiji really understands me. She's such a good sister, he thought. On the way to the cinema, Chu Xiu brazenly took Chi Mengdie's hand with one hand, and with the other hand, he pinched Hua Luofei's butt teasingly, causing Hua Luofei to jump. Her cheeks flushed red instantly, and she clenched her hands, quickly averting her gaze. Seeing Huajiji's reaction, Chu Xiu smirked with satisfaction. Chi Mengdie also sensed that something was happening between the two, but she remained silent, only looking sadly at Chu Nitu. And so, the 3 of them, each with their own mood and feelings, arrived at the cinema. A little later, the 3 arrived at the cinema. On the stage at this time was playing a play called Kai Suzi's Descent from the Mountain. In fact, this is a kind of shadow puppet opera, using the principle of ray projection and pulling good paper figures to play the shadow play in the stage screen. Chu Xiu, Chi Mengdie, and Hua Luofei were sitting below, watching the play intently. Chu Xiu thought to himself, "This play is about when Kai Suzi went down the mountain as a holy maiden to travel and cultivate. I wonder what Huajiji thinks about the events of that year.
Suddenly, a little boy nearby pointed to the stage and asked, "Mom, is Kai Suzy the Holy Maiden the same as Kai Suzy the Holy Lord?" The mother smiled and replied, "Yes, it's the same fairy from the sky yesterday. When you grow up as strong as the fairy, you can protect Mom." Seeing this scene, Hua Luofei's heart stirred slightly, and her eyes showed a bit more killing intent. She could be described as astonishingly talented, defying the ancient and modern. Her talent was already that of a quasi-emperor,
Suppressing everything, but just now, she let the Yao race show off in the territory of my human race. She sighed softly, Chu Xiu exclaimed. The Holy Lord was truly invincible back then.
Indeed, Chu Laoma rarely admired anyone, but Huajiji was a different case. She didn't have any special physique, just relied on her own talent to cultivate all the way to the top, rising up and defeating every major Holy Land, ancient family, and monstrous genius in the human race. They couldn't raise their heads in her presence, were suppressed by her. The Yao and human races of the same generation couldn't breathe. Legend has it that when Kai Suzy traveled the world, the Yao race's powerful figures instructed their descendants in this way.
In the Tianyuan battlefield, if you encounter Kai Suzy, you can choose to run away directly. The clan will not blame you for it. Therefore, it's hard to imagine how powerful Huajiji was back then. Qi Mengdie heard this and glanced at Hua Luofei, thinking, Nitu definitely doesn't know that the Holy Lord he's talking about is right here, does he? After watching the play, Chu Xiu said, I feel like this kind of play doesn't really count as a movie. Hua Luofei looked at Chu Xiu and asked, How so? The immortal master also cast a curious gaze. Chu Xiu replied, On the distant blue star, movies are also called moving pictures or dynamic paintings. Obviously, the images recorded by the shadow recording stone are closer to movies. Hua Luofei heard this and was full of doubt about the definition. He said, I have never heard of it in the Heavenly Vault continent. Chu Xiu looked at Hua Luofei and said, For example, writing down the story of the Holy Lord, and then having people act according to the plot inside the story, and then using the shadow crystal to record everything, and finally projecting it. Wouldn't this be better and more interesting than watching this shadow play? Qi Mengdie, who was listening to Chu Xiu, her pupils immediately contracted, her cheeks flushed red, and she glanced at Chu Nitu. In her mind at this time appeared the image of him holding a shadow recording stone in his hand, frightening her. If he revealed that he used the mother-child seal to control her and exchange moves, he would spread these images throughout the Heavenly Vault continent. Thinking of this, Qi Mengdie broke out in a cold sweat, and she sighed softly. Over here, Huajiji found this idea of Chu Xiu's quite interesting. She smiled and said, Your idea is good, you can really try it. Suddenly at this moment a voice came, Chu Xiong is really talented. Following that, a person walked towards Chu Xiu. Appearing in front of Chu Xiu at this time was a man wearing red clothes. He was the third young master of the ancient Ye family, Ye Hongyu. Ye Hongyu's face was full of excitement, and he cupped his hands towards Chu Xiu, smiling happily. Brother, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I just happened to hear it, and I think your idea is just too talented, so I couldn't help myself. I hope Chu Xiong will forgive me. Chu Xiu tilted his head and glanced up, asking, I am Ye Hongyu. Chu Xiong probably knows the Yi family of Central Continent, right? Hearing this, Chu Xiu also stood up, cupped his hands in salute to Ye Hongyu, and the young man smiled. So it's the young master of the ancient Yi family. I don't know what brings Ye Xiong here to find me today, Chu Xiu thought to himself. This person's cultivation is not low, already at the spirit-severing realm. Ye Hongyu heard Chu Xiao ask this, then leaned closer to Chu Xiao and whispered, Chu Xiong, can you tell me the details of this project of yours? I feel like it can make a lot of money. Chu Xiao's pupils flickered slightly. Ye Xiong is really interested? Ye Hongyu nodded repeatedly and replied, That's for sure, Li. We'll cooperate to make money. Chu Xiong only needs to come up with a method, and you can earn 30% of the profits. What do you think? Chu Xiong shouldn't feel that 30% profit is too little. You just have to point out the method, and I will provide manpower, material resources, and financial resources. Then, the two sat down at the table. Chu Xiu explained the details of his idea, and Ye Hongyu took out paper and pen to record it. Finally, Ye Hongyu took out a contract, and they signed it together, both cooperating very happily. Witnessing this scene, Hua Luofei was curious. She turned to Qi Mengdie and asked softly, What are they signing? Qi Mengdie replied, I don't know either. It looks very mysterious. The three of them returned to the Kaisu embassy together, and it was already late at night. Chu Lioma basically still wanted to date and talk to Huajiji after so many days of separation, and the young man wanted to return to the room with Huajiji to chat and exchange moves all night. But the immortal Shifu was standing right next to him, making Chu Lioma not dare to open his mouth. Holding Huajiji's hand, the young man hesitated and said, "Huajiji." Kai Suzy, startled and turned to look at Chu Laishu, hummed slightly.
Witnessing this scene, Mengdie went crazy immediately, transmitting her voice and shouting loudly, "Reverse disciple, what else do you want to do? Quickly return with this seat."
Feeling the pressure and killing intent on Shifu's body, Chu Lioma immediately smiled embarrassedly and said, "Huajiji is tired today, right? Go to bed early." "Okay, then you should rest early too." Kai Suzy returned to her room, cheeks flushed red. She was daydreaming about the future, wondering how she should address Mengdie if things really went that way with Chu Xiu. Should she call her Mengdie or Shifu? How embarrassing. Inside Mengdie's room, she directly cast a soundproof barrier. The fairy Shifu Mengdie stood with her arms crossed, her phoenix eyes glaring at Chu Xiu, scolding, "You've got some nerve, huh? Daring to flirt with an elder from another peak? And even eating candied hawthorn together?" As soon as Mengdie finished speaking, Chu Lioma immediately took out a skewer of candied hawthorn from his ring, and the young Chu Xiu gave a bright smile, saying, "Actually, I bought one for you too, but it wasn't convenient to give it to you then. You wouldn't want Huajiji to find out about us, would you?" Holding the candied hawthorn, Mengdie snorted lightly. "What relationship is there between us? Aren't we just a master and disciple with a pure and innocent relationship? Besides, you little rascal, keep calling her Huajiji, sounding so intimate."
With that, Mengdie chomped down on several hawthorns at once, chewing them fiercely to vent her anger, grumbling as she ate, "Don't think you're going to get away with this. You even gave her flowers, and said something like, 'She's more beautiful than the flowers.' Aren't you embarrassed? I want to feel embarrassed for Elder Hua."
Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the candied hawthorn in her hand, because it was so delicious, so sweet.
Mentioning flowers, Chu Lioma then took out a light pink flower.
The young man then approached Mengdie, directly offering it to her.
"Here's your flower. Actually, the person I wanted to give a flower to was Shifu. Look at this flower. Doesn't it resemble the sunset glow of the solar star on the horizon? It's so beautiful it moves the heart. It's just a pity that it's still not beautiful enough, still a few parts inferior compared to my precious Shifu." When Mengdie saw the flower Chu Xiu gave her, she was stunned, and a beautiful blush appeared on her face. Although she was very touched in her heart, she still sulked on the outside. She snorted and scolded, "You silver-tongued devil, stop making people feel sick." Chu Lioma shamelessly continued, "Haha, my woman is beautiful. Isn't it only natural that I praise her a few times? Others can't even admire her enough. How could they feel sick?" Mengdie was furious when she heard this, and shouted loudly, "Outrageous! Who is your woman? Don't talk nonsense. We are innocent. Don't even think about seducing me. Do you think I'm so easily fooled? Tell the truth. What is your relationship with Elder Hua anyway?"
Casting a wicked glance at her fairy Shifu, Chu Lioma taunted, "Shifu, tell me the truth. Are you jealous, right?" Mengdie felt a guilty conscience and shouted angrily, "Nonsense!
"How could I be jealous of you?"
Chu Xiu sneered. "If you're not jealous, then why do you care what I do?"
Mengdie glared with her phoenix eyes. "I am your Shifu. It's only natural that I manage you. No, if you manage me as your woman, then of course I will accept. But if you manage me in the name of Shifu, then you really can't manage me." The fairy Shifu felt that Chu Xiao's words made some sense, but she still stubbornly didn't accept it. "I don't care, stay away from Elder Hua." Chu Xiao's face was full of helplessness, secretly thinking that this woman was too arrogant, but very cute.
Chu Xiu put his arms around Mengdie's waist, then leaned close to her ear and said softly, "Promise me, okay? You are both my wings. Why bother separating us?" As soon as these words were spoken, Mengdie swung her hand and punched Chu Lioma, sending him flying backwards onto the floor with a distorted face.
Mengdie erupted with the pressure of a great saint realm to the outside.
Suppressing Chu Natudo, she scolded angrily, "Naughty disciple, you are so shameless. It seems you haven't been improving your aptitude recently, and your energy is overflowing. I warn you, don't mess around. I am your Shifu. Can't I suppress you?" As she spoke, Mengdie took a whip and walked over to Chu Lioma's face twisted in panic, and he called out, "Mengdie, if you have the guts, don't use pressure to suppress me. Huajiji will hear you." "It's okay, there is a soundproof barrier. Even if you scream until your throat is broken, no one will come to save you," Mengdie sneered. "Go easy on me." Chu Xiu and Mengdie exchanged moves until morning. Of course, Mengdie used the pressure of the Great Saint Realm to beat Chu Natudo until he was lying flat on the bed. Early the next morning, unlike usual, today it was the fairy Shifu Mengdie who opened the door and walked out. Her mood was extremely good, and her face was rosy and full of vitality. Not far away was Hua Jiji. As soon as she saw Chi Mengdie, Hua Jiji walked over. She smiled, and looked at Chi Mengdie and said, "Mengdie, did you drink some kind of treasure medicine? Your complexion looks really good." Chi Mengdie put her hand on her face, which was a little hot, and she smiled and replied, "Really? Maybe my cultivation has improved." Hua Jiji nodded in response. "Your cultivation has improved very quickly recently. I think your aura is afraid that you will break through the 5th level of the Great Saint soon. The Great Saint realm is all about enlightenment. It seems that after leaving the Holy Land your state of mind is more stable. Not bad, not bad." Hearing this, Chi Mengdie naturally knew the reason for the improvement in her cultivation. She secretly thought that it was all thanks to that naughty disciple's 8-trigram co-cultivation magic. It must be said that it was of great help to the perception of heaven and earth. Kai Suzy looked around and then said, "Mengdie, where's Chu Xiu? Why can't I see him? Is he still in closed-door cultivation?" Chi Mengdie forced a smile and hesitated. Maybe so. She secretly thought, after staying up all night last night, the naughty disciple was probably so tired that he hadn't woken up yet. Chi Mengdie looked a little worried, took Hua Lufei's hand and asked, "Lufei, why haven't you gone back? Could it be that you are worried?" Kai Suzy nodded and sighed lightly. Although Chu Xiu has broken the curse of the ancient desolate holy body, that it cannot be cultivated, that is only the first hurdle. Mengdie, you have read the ancient books related to the holy body, right? Chi Mengdie. Her pupils showed anxiety and replied, "The day of minor completion is the day of the holy body's greatest calamity. Heaven does not allow the ancient desolate holy body to be born again, and will descend a very terrifying calamity. If you can't get through it, you will definitely die. Yes, wait for the Yao race's heavenly earth wonder to be delivered, and his holy body will soon reach minor completion." Chi Mengdie was startled when she heard this, and quickly grabbed Kai Suzy's arm, and said urgently, "What do you want to do? Don't do anything stupid." Hua Jiji looked at Mengdie with eyes full of determination and replied, "At the crucial moment, maybe I can save him." The gathering treasure tower appeared before our eyes. It was a tower-shaped architectural structure about 3,000 meters high. The gathering treasure tower was larger and more majestic than the royal palace. This place was worthy of being a chamber of commerce under the command of Kai Su Holy Land. At the main entrance of the gathering treasure tower, there was now a continuous stream of people lined up to enter inside. This auction was of extremely high standard, and those who were qualified to participate were important figures of great forces, people with money, or people with high enough strength, holding invitations in their hands. The young Chu Xiu thought as he walked, originally planning to go with Shifu and Hua Jiji, but he couldn't find them after searching around the embassy, so he had to come here alone. While he was thinking, a voice came from the front, "Your Highness Holy Son, please follow me." Facing Chu Xiu was the little saint elder Dong Tian, who was stationed at the gathering treasure tower. He smiled happily, and welcomed the Holy Son, Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's face showed a smile, and he cupped his hands and bowed to pay his respects. "Thank you, elder." Then the young man followed the old man directly into the auction. Seeing this scene, a young man with an arrogant face spoke out in dissatisfaction. "Why doesn't he have to queue up?" A young man standing in front sneered. "Ha! If you were also the Kaisu Holy Son, you could also not queue up." The woman standing next to him looked at Chu Xiu with an admiring gaze, worthy of being a peerless master cultivated by the Kaisu Holy Land. Deng Tian, the manager of Treasure Pavilion, led Chu Xiao into room number 1. He respectfully said to Chu Xiao, "Your Highness, the Holy Son, the auction is about to begin. Please take a seat here. I will have the maidservants bring you some spiritual tea and fruits." Chu Xiu waved his hand, and replied with a smile, "Elder Deng Tian, please go ahead with your work. Don't worry about me." A moment later, 3 shapely maidservants approached Chu Xiu, carrying tea and fruits. "Your Highness, Holy Son, please enjoy your tea and fruits." Meanwhile, in the corridor on the 2nd floor, a young man stood opposite manager Dong Tian with a gloomy expression, angrily questioning, "What did you say? Room number 1 is gone. My brother is Chu Yi, and he's about to become the Holy Son of the Taiyi Holy Land. Who is this shameless person who dared to steal my spot?" This young man was none other than Chu Yu, Chu Yi's younger brother. Manager Deng Tian replied with a helpless expression to Chu Yu, "Young Master Chu Yu, the person in room number 1 is the Kai Suzy Holy Son." Upon hearing the name Kai Suzy Holy Son, Chu Yu still acted arrogantly and shouted, "So what if he's the Kai Suzy Holy Son? Isn't he just at the other shore realm? Are we from the Taiyi Holy Land afraid of him? Tell him to give up the spot right now." Hearing Chu Yu's words, the old manager cursed inwardly. "Why can't this second-generation ancestor learn some of your brother's temperament? Just because you have some talent, you think you're all that?"
Do you have any idea who that Kai Suzy Holy Son is? He's definitely a killing star. He's not even afraid of great saints. You dare provoke him here? He'll dare to kill you right here." Just thinking about it made the old manager break out in a cold sweat. He had no choice but to persuade Chu Xiu. "Young Master Chu Xiu, it's best not to offend the Kai Suzy Holy Son. Let's take a step back. Which other room would you like?" Chu Xiu remained stubborn and insisted on having room number 1.
Seeing Chu Yu's aggressive attitude, Chu Xiu simply curled his lips into a smile. A young man gave a cold hum. "How interesting." At this moment, Ye Hongyu walked over, and seeing Chu Yu, the young man said with a sneer,
"I was wondering, who was acting so high and mighty? So it's just you, little brat. What are you yelling about? Just because you have a powerful brother, you think you're all that."
Chu Yu was furious. He gritted his teeth and pointed directly at Ye Hongyu. "Damn it, show me some respect."
As soon as Chu Yu finished speaking, Ye Hongyu threw a punch like a thunderbolt, sending Chu Yu flying backward,
crashing into the wall, causing cracks to appear. Standing to the side, the old manager, Dong Tian, didn't dare to intervene. He thought to himself, "It's good for this guy to get a little lesson so he doesn't provoke the Kai Suzy Holy Son later and get killed with a single punch." Ye Hongyu turned around, looked at the old manager, and revealed a smile, then took out an invitation and handed it to the old manager. "Get me room number 2. Don't let this brat bother Chuchong. Or if Chuchong gets angry..."
"This brat is definitely dead." Hearing this, the old manager replied with a smile, "All right, please follow me." In room number 1, Chu Xiu and Ye Hongyu sat opposite each other, chatting happily. Chu Xiu spoke first. "Thank you, Ye Xiong, for diffusing the situation." Ye Hongyu replied with a smile. "You're too polite, Chu Xiu."
2 young men downstairs saw Chu Xiu and Ye Hongyu laughing and talking happily, and couldn't help but discuss. The young man on the left said, "Could that young master Hong Yi be the 3rd young master of the Huanggu Ye family?" The young man next to him continued, "Judging by his tone, his relationship with the Kai Suzy Holy Son is extraordinary. Could it be that the Kai Suzy Holy Land and the Yi family have..." Just then, a woman with a curvaceous figure and a charming, flower-like face happily stepped out. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Treasure Pavilion. I will be hosting this auction. The first item for auction in my hands is a minor armor, formed naturally after absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and enduring billions of years of wind and rain. Once worn, it is impervious to all poisons and invulnerable to blades and spears." After the introduction, the female host invited, "Please, everyone, place your bids." Upstairs, Chu Xiu sat leisurely and proactively raised his sign. 10,000 God Essence stones. The young man thought to himself, "I'll test the waters with this price and see what level everyone here is at." On the other side, Chu Yu revealed a smug expression and immediately raised his sign to close the price. 1,000,000 God Essence stones. He thought to himself, "Only 10,000 God Essence stones. The Kai Suzy Holy Son is nothing more than that." On the auction stage, the female host raised the second auction item, the Dilan Immortal Herb. Consuming this herb can increase your cultivation by 15 times. Chu Xiu looked lazy, propping his chin with one hand and raising his sign with the other. 20,000 God Essence stones. Immediately, Chu Yu in room number 2 closed the price. 2,000,000 God Essence stones. The young man cracked an evil smile, thinking to himself, "I'll step on you, room number 1. Today I won't let you have a good time." Seeing this, everyone in the auction house began to whisper, "Who is that in room number 2? Is he openly going against the Kai Suzy Holy Son? It's Chu Yu from the Taiyi Holy Land. This guy even wanted to steal the Kai Suzy Holy Son's room. At the beginning, someone even mocked. He's just a 2nd-generation ancestor, relying on his brother's reputation to stir up trouble. He's not worth mentioning." At this moment, the female host of the auction took out the item that Chu Xiu was most looking forward to. As you can all see, this is a piece of star-patterned meteorite iron ore. The bronze round table underneath has an unknown use, but the material is special and very sturdy. It is also an extraordinary item, and we will now proceed with the auction. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the hall below eagerly placed their bids. 5,000 God Essence stones, 5,000, 10,000. This star-patterned meteorite iron ore is something that can be encountered but not sought. It's a material for refining great saint-level artifacts. If a large amount of meteorite iron is added, the power of the holy weapon can be significantly increased. Therefore, the bidding was very fierce. In room number 1, Chu Xiu looked serious, sitting up straight, his eyes fixed on the treasure. The young man raised his sign and bid, 120,000 God Essence stones.
Chu Xiu, in room number 2, frowned and fiercely bid
1,200,000 god-essence stones. Chu Xiu stared at the aesthetically flawed star-patterned meteorite iron ore on the bronze round table. It was exactly like the bronze fragment that his grandfather had given him before his death. It must have a significant origin.
Chu Xiu frowned and said in a cold voice, 1,300,000. The young man thought to himself, sensing that Chu Xiu's behavior was a bit abnormal. Everything else can be yielded to that second-generation ancestor, but this bronze fragment cannot be yielded.
Chu Xiu glanced at Chu Xiu and loudly bid 1,400,000. The young man thought to himself, he's competing with me. If you have the ability, then keep raising the price and see what happens, Chu Xiu said with a straight face. 2 million, Chu Lioma thought to himself. I obtained 3 million from Tianmian Zhenjun, of which 1 million was used to buy top-grade materials for refining Giwan, and these 2 million are all of my assets. Chu Xiu next door turned dark, and he angrily raised his index finger and loudly bid 2,001,000 god-essence stones. The young man thought to himself, these are all the god-essence stones I took from my Shifu. I'm definitely going to get scolded, but for the bronze round table, everything is worth it. Seeing the auction hall fall silent for a long time, the female host spoke up and asked, 2,001,000 god-essence stones. Is there anyone else who would like to bid?
At this moment, Chu Lioma sat silently without speaking, his eyes flashing with black patches. All eyes turned towards the Kai Suzy Holy Sun. Seeing the Holy Sun remain silent, the entire venue began to murmur.
Is the Kai Suzy Holy Sun not going to bid anymore?
Someone sneered. Ha! The Taiyi Holy Land is not easy to provoke either. Chu Yu has truly offended the Kai Suzy Holy Sun this time. Seeing that no one else was bidding, the female auctioneer raised her voice.
Sold.
Congratulations to young master Chu Yu for purchasing the Azure Bronze Round Table and Starsteel Iron Ore for 201 million Divine Origin Stones.
As soon as the female auctioneer finished speaking, Chu Yu immediately stood up and said, let's go get the goods. His subordinate behind him looked at Chu Yu blankly, but the auction still had an hour left. Other auction items are not valuable, no need to stay any longer. Over here, Chu Xiu also stood up, preparing to leave. I'm gonna take care of something, yay bro, suit yourself. Ye Hongyu could roughly guess what Chu Xiu wanted to do. The youth raised his hand and smiled. Need my help? Don't look at me like this, I'm actually a pretty good fighter.
Chu Xiu replied expressionlessly.
Thanks.
I can handle it myself. As night fell over northern capital city, a flying ship sped across the sea.
Standing on the flying ship, Chu Yu smiled triumphantly to himself. Judging from Chu Xiu's attitude towards the Azure Bronze Round Table, he might also have a piece of the bronze fragment. Better safe than sorry, leaving before the auction ends is the wisest choice. Just then, another flying ship appeared beside them, and a voice rang out. Kai Suzy, Chu Xiu seeks an audience with young master Chu Yu to borrow something. I hope young master will give Chu a bit of face. Hearing these words, Chu Yu and his subordinate turned their heads to look. Appearing before their eyes was Chu Xiu, clad in black robes, handsome and extraordinary, with a radiant smile. Beside him was a woman with a graceful figure, beautiful appearance, and a cold but alluring aura. Chu Yu was shocked inwardly. He really chased after us. Chu Yu's subordinate immediately questioned. Auctions are for the highest bidder. Why must you force the issue, holy son? Blocking someone's path like this, Chu Xiu replied coldly. Force the issue. I only want to ask your young master to borrow something. Why must you make it sound so unpleasant? Chu Yu frowned at Chu Xiu, cursing inwardly. Shameless bastard. If I lend it to you, I'll never get it back. Chu Yu's subordinate angrily retorted. Is what Holy Sun Chu is doing any different from banditry? Chu Xiu waved his hand with an annoyed expression. TCH. If you're not going to give me face, fine, but you're calling me a bandit. Finishing his sentence, Chu Xiu drew the Tyrant Sword Azure Dragon. You guys are going too far. Resting the Tyrant Sword Azure Dragon on his shoulder, Chu Xiu turned to Mo Feiyan and said, Elder Mo, you hold back that little saint. I'll take care of the rest, Mo Feiyan replied. Understood, Your Highness, be careful. With that, Mo Feiyan immediately conjured 2 treasured swords in her hands and flew towards the little saint. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yu panicked. I didn't expect Chu Xiu to be so decisive. He attacks as soon as he speaks, not giving me any time to prepare. Chu Yu's subordinate, holding a Bagua-shaped Dharma artifact in his hand, turned to Chu Yu and instructed, Young Master Chu Yu, I'll deal with that woman, please be careful. After speaking, he summoned a golden formation and launched himself toward Mo Feiyan to meet her. The two collided, generating intense energy waves, stirring up turbulent waves on the sea below. Chu Lioma, holding the Tyrant Sword Azure Dragon, stepped on the traveler's secret. densely packed with runes under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Chu Yu's head. Chu Yu's pupils immediately contracted, and he exclaimed in shock, "So fast!" Not one to be trifled with, Chu Xiu immediately formed a Dharma seal with his hand. Azure flames surged from behind him, then condensed into a vermilion bird, which raised its head and charged towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's pupils were deep and mysterious, reflecting a circle of eerie crimson. Facing the azure flame vermilion bird, Chu Xiu was completely fearless. Immediately above Chu Lioma's head, from within the chaotic void, an aura surged, and a naturally formed black lotus, born from chaos, materialized a sacred body phenomenon. The chaos-born azure lotus suppressed the azure flame vermilion bird. The two sides collided with a deafening roar. The vermilion bird was blasted apart, turning into fragments of flame that shot in all directions, smoke and fire obscuring the surroundings. At this moment, Chu Xiao's voice rang out in the smoke. "I didn't plan to fight you, but you just had to say such nasty things." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Laoma appeared right behind Chu Yu, lightning crackling around him, his aura surging, his eyes flashing with brilliant golden light like a demonic Buddha observing the cycle of rebirth. Turning his head, Chu Yu was terrified, and he only had time to cry out, Before Chu Laoma unleashed his ultimate move, 10,000 affairs add worry. The air howled and twisted in terror as he struck Chu Yu on the back with his sword. Chu Yu was also sent flying off the flying ship, spurting out a torrent of blood from his back. Eventually, his entire body plunged into the water below, creating an explosion that sent the water spraying everywhere. After a while, Chu Yu's body slowly floated to the surface of the water. Chu Laoma stood in the air, his robe billowing in the wind, the tyrant sword azure dragon resting on his shoulder. Silently looking at Chu Yu below, Chu Laoma unconsciously curled the corners of his mouth, and then coldly snorted. Suddenly, a female voice was transmitted. "Holy Sun Chu, leave people a way out. Why must you be so ruthless?" As she spoke, she infused her true essence into her arm, gently pulling Chu Yu out of the water. Chu Xiu still had a smile on his face. He glanced at the woman in front of him, Oed, and then asked, "Who are you?" Appearing before Chu Xiu was a beauty in a green dress, with a graceful figure. She didn't answer, but just looked at Chu Xiu with a smile. At this time, Chu Yu was struggling to sit up. If it weren't for the protective armor he had bid on earlier, his spine would have been severed by Chu Xiao. Chu Yu was terrified, his face pale. He coughed incessantly, forcing himself to speak. "Cough, cough, thank you, Miss Ji Jiaoyi, for your timely rescue." Over here, Chu Xiu, the tyrant sword azure dragon, slowly disappeared. The teenager's pupils contracted. Looking at Jin Jiaoyi once, carefully assessing the opponent. Ji Jiaoyi is also in the Dao Palace realm. Perhaps she has not yet reached the stage of conceiving a supernatural seed, so Chu Laoma can still suppress her. Carefully examining his prey, Chu Laoma said coldly, "Ji Jia's person, Ji Jiaoyi," gently nodded, her red lips slightly parted. She looked at Chu Xiu and said, "I wonder if Chu Xiu Holy Sun can give me some face and spare Zhu Yu's life." Chu Xiu stood in the sky, spread his arms wide, and smiled lightly, answering, "Since a beauty wants to ask, I'm not someone without a sense of righteousness. As long as Zhu Yu hands over the goods, I can spare his life." Hearing these words from Chu Xiu, Zhu Yu, sitting beside him, didn't dare to speak up. His face was pale, sweat dotted his forehead, and he only knew to transmit the matter to Ji Jiaoyi. At this moment, Ji Jiaoyi was his last straw. Faced with Chu Xiu's words, Ji Jiaoyi's face immediately turned gloomy, her willow brows furrowed, and she coldly questioned Chu Xiu. That item was obtained by Zhu Yu through auction. Doing this is just bullying people too much. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes became dim, and a strange blood color gradually appeared in his pupils. The young man slightly curled his lips and smiled at Ji Jiaoyi. "Since you want to protect him, then the two of you can die together," Chu Laoma thought to himself. "No matter the cost, I must get the bronze round table today." Ji Jiaoyi raised her head to look at Chu Xiu, her bright eyes filled with coldness. "Chu Xiu, are you trying to provoke a war between Kai Suzi and the Ji family with your overbearing attitude?" She thought to herself, "I heard that the Kai Suzi's holy son is humble, but I didn't expect him to be so cruel." Chu Laoma sneered. "Then let's fight." As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved like a ghost, lightning erupted from his entire body, golden light flashed in his eyes, and he used the Xing Zmi at full power. In an instant he teleported in front of Ji Jiaoyi. Her pupils contracted, startled and frightened, unable to react in time, she murmured, "Too fast." Immediately, Chu Laoma's arm grabbed Ji Jiaoyi's throat and cruelly lifted her into the air. For Chu Laoma, as long as a woman isn't someone he approves of, no matter how beautiful she is, she's just a pretty skeleton. "Kill them if you want, I'm ruthless and merciless." Ji Jiaoyi looked at Chu Xiu with angry eyes.
Let go of me! Ji Jiaoyi looked at Chu Xiu. There wasn't a hint of pity or affection in the other party's eyes, only indifference and ruthlessness.
He was like a demon king.
At this moment, Ji Jiaoyi's figure turned into cold ice,
disappearing on the spot, and once again, her beautiful figure reassembled behind Chu Xiu. She released a chain. Wanting to bind Chu Xiu, Chu Laoma immediately used the Xianxia Mi to move his figure elsewhere, disappearing right in front of Ji Jiaoyi. Then, the young man continued to use the Xianxia Mi to move his figure, appearing again right in front of Ji Jiaoyi. Chu Laoma then used the human emperor first. Throwing a punch, the emperor's might surged, unstoppable, able to break all laws. Ji Jiaoyi was immediately sent flying backwards.
Her body slammed heavily into the flying boat next to Zhu Yu. Chu Xiu said coldly, I originally intended to cherish you, but you forced me to take action against you.
Ji Jiaoyi struggled to sit up. She squinted at Chu Xiu, and angrily shouted, Chu Xiu, you crazy bastard. Just then,
from within the void, an old voice rang out, Your Highness, Holy Sun, please calm your anger. The next moment, space twisted, and an old man with white hair and beard walked out. Chu Xiao's pupils flickered slightly. He looked at the old man, and asked coldly, What, does this great saint senior also want to make a move against me? The great saint old man immediately shook his head. He clasped his hands and bowed towards Chu Xiu. This old man doesn't dare to make a move against you, but I can't just stand by and watch the second miss of my family be beaten to death, so I had no choice but to step forward to stop you. And here, this old man apologizes to the Holy Sun on behalf of the second miss. We shouldn't have been meddling in other people's business. Please don't blame us, Holy Sun. Hearing this, Jin Jiaoyi's face was full of grievance. She bit her red lips and said, Lao Mo. Chu Xiu was extremely surprised by the actions of this great saint powerhouse, that he would actually bow down and apologize so decisively,
which was something Chu Laoma would never have dared to imagine.
Chu Xiu thought to himself, the Lao Mo that Ji Jiaoyi mentioned is that great saint, but he actually bowed his head and apologized to me like this. That's really quite interesting.
Chu Xiu said, Since the great saint has opened his mouth to intercede, I'm not in a position to say anything more. Take this little girl who's full of justice away. Her strength isn't enough, yet she wants to learn from others and act righteously, and as a result she can't save others, and even puts herself in danger. Chu Xiu thought to himself, People have already made concessions to this extent. I don't want to make things too difficult. Shizun Baobao and Hua Jiji are not by my side. There is no one to support me, so it is not convenient to play too much. If I anger the other party, who will I cry to then? If they give me a way out, then hurry up and leave. Hearing Chu Xiu say this, the saintly old man smiled and thanked him. Thank you, Kaisuzi, Holy Sun. As soon as he finished speaking, he tore open the void, grabbed Ji Jiaoyi's arm, and pulled her away. Ji Jiaoyi couldn't hold back, she said with a grievance. Lao Mo, why did you apologize to him? Are you also afraid of him? Second miss. Please say a few less words. This is the southern region, the territory of the Kaisuzi Holy Land. It's not convenient for us to take action here. It's better to turn big problems into small ones, and small problems into none. After that, Lao Mo pulled Ji Jiaoyi into the void, and the two of them immediately disappeared on the spot. With no one to stop him, Chu Xiu slowly walked up to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu's face was pale. Cold sweat dripped from his face. He glanced at Chu Xiu, only to see that Chu Xiu in front of him was like a devil. His appearance extremely frightening. Zhu Yu was extremely frightened. Not daring to say much, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Chu Xiu non-stop. Big brother, please give face to my elder brother. Please spare my life. Just think of me as a fart, and let me go. Chu Xiu didn't say a word. The young man took out formation flags from his ring, and threw them in all directions, quickly setting up a temporary space-sealing formation. Zhu Yu was planning to take advantage of Chu Xiu's carelessness to activate a space transmission talisman and escape. But the space-sealing formation set up by Chu Xiu made Zhu Yu utterly despair. The corners of Zhu Yu's mouth trembled, afraid. Big brother, I'll give you the item. Can you spare my life? Please say something. I'm too scared of you not talking. Hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately revealed a smile, reached out his hand, and said coldly, Then quickly take it out. But whether you can live or not depends on my mood. Zhu Yu then took out the bronze round table, smiled awkwardly, held it with both hands, and offered it to Chu Xiu, sighing in his heart, Zhu Yu, my brilliant life has finally lost. Chu Xiu used his divine sense to carefully sense the bronze round table in Zhu Yu's hand, and indeed it had the aura of an innate sword embryo. Chu Laoma put the bronze round table into his pocket. His eyes once again fell on Zhu Yu, and the young man continued to speak. Zhu Yu's body immediately trembled. What, big brother, I've already given you everything. Chu Laoma stretched out his hand, coldly. Then I'll take it myself. Facing Chu Xiu's killing intent, Chu Xiu had no choice but to compromise. He sweated on his forehead and tried to force a smile, speaking to Chu Xiu. No, let me do it myself. As he spoke, Chu Xiu reached into his pocket. In just a moment, he took out a small piece of bronze and then offered it to Chu Xiu with both hands. Big brother Chu, this is what you want, isn't it? Chu Xiu casually took the small piece of bronze and examined it. He nodded and smiled, answering Chu Xiu. That's right, you're still considered a smart person, Chu Xiu thought to himself. The remaining innate sword embryo is indeed in his hands. I didn't guess wrong. This time it's a big win. A complete set of bronze roundtable fragments can definitely discover the secrets of the innate sword embryo. If I can find it in the future and nurture it into my life-bound great saint weapon, saint king weapon, or even a quasi-emperor artifact, just thinking about it makes me feel very comfortable.
Chu Yu's face was ashen. He had spent 11 million high-grade divine origin stones to buy the bronze round plate, but in the end he lost both his money and the item. Even the small piece of bronze his grandfather gave him was taken away. It was truly a case of losing both ways. Not only that, but now even his life was in someone else's hands. Chu Xiu was extremely bitter, but he didn't dare to curse him. He still tried his best to force a smile and stammered to Chu Xiu, Brother Su, I've given you all the items. Can you let me go? Chu Xiu smiled and shook his head, replying calmly, Can't. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew the tyrant sword, Kang Long, and pointed it at Chu Yu's neck, startling the young man. Chu Yu couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes widened as he stared at Chu Xiao, and he shouted angrily, Why can't you? Chu Xiao, you shouldn't go too far. Don't be too excessive as a person. Brother Chu's pupils flashed with blood-colored light. He smiled leisurely at Chu Yu and replied, If you don't eradicate the weeds at the root, the spring breeze will blow them back to life. So, I like to eradicate the weeds at the root. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu, holding the tyrant sword Kang Long, swung it backward, preparing to cut down this young man Chu Yu. Chu Yu's whole body trembled. He knelt on the ground, so scared that he couldn't stand up. He had only bullied others before, but he never expected to have this day. Chu Yu cried with tears streaming down his face. Father, mother, forgive your unfilial son. Remember to avenge me. Suddenly, at this moment, a round plate flew in from somewhere, helping Chu Yu block Chu Xiu's sword. The person who came was none other than Chu Yi. Chu Yu's eyes were filled with tears. He was overjoyed, turned back to look at Chu Yi, and said happily, Big brother has finally come to save me. Sob, Chu Yi slowly descended behind Chu Yu. He smiled at Chu Xiu and said, Brother Su, can you spare his life for my sake? Chu Xiu smiled faintly at Chu Yi and replied, I thought you were going to continue watching. Chu Yi just smiled and said nothing. He then unexpectedly kicked Chu Yu's butt, causing the little brother to cry out in pain. Chu Yi said angrily, Come home with me, you shameless thing! You're really useless! Big brother, I know I was wrong, can you be a little gentler? Ouch, don't move around so much, I'm setting your bones! Haha, Brother Su, you must be laughing at us. Chu Xiu, who was witnessing this scene, only smiled slightly. He had known all along that Chu Yi had arrived, but he still deliberately attacked to force him to appear. In reality, old brother Chu wanted to deliberately force Chu Yi to fight him, wanting to see how strong he was, and also wanting to probe Chu Yi's skills. Last time at the Holy Sun Grand Ceremony on the Stairway to Heaven, Chu Yi also wanted to duel with Chu Yi once, but this guy refused to show himself. Now he still couldn't force him to fight. At this moment, old brother Chu turned and smiled slightly at Chu Yi, asking, Brother Chu, I beat your little brother like this, aren't you going to avenge him? Chu Yi, while using his foot to set Chu Yu's bones, smiled at Chu Xiu and replied, Brother Su is too kind. It's all his fault that his skills are inferior to others, even if he's beaten to a pulp. It's deserved. Hearing this, Chu Xiu nodded and smiled, replying, All right, see you later. After saying that, he immediately jumped onto the tyrant's sword Kang Long and flew away on his sword. Chu Yi also took Chu Yu and jumped onto his Dharma artifact and left. Old brother Chu thought happily to himself, I'm tired today. The harvest wasn't bad. Take what you can get, retreat if you can't. There's still a great saint watching from the sky. I couldn't attack Chu Yu anyway. But from now on, he probably won't dare to provoke me anymore. A moment later, inside the flying boat carrying Chu Xiu and Elder Ma back to the Taisu embassy, old Devil Chu was leisurely closing his eyes. Without his two wives around, this young man brazenly lay down in Elder Mor's arms. Not only that, but he also boldly and comfortably rested his head inside Elder Mor's bosom. This scene made the brothers' eyes red with envy. Chu Xiu, with a relaxed expression on his face, opened his mouth and said, "Thank you for your help today, Elder Mo." Elder Mo's face showed a layer of red. Her gentle arms were helping him massage the acupoints at his temples. Fei Yan's voice was shy as she replied, "Holy Son, you're too polite. Escorting you and protecting you is my duty. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why didn't your Highness kill Chu Xiu to eradicate the root of the problem? Aren't you afraid he'll take revenge later?"
"He was defeated by me once,
"So he can be defeated by me a second time. Why should I be afraid of him? He's just a defeated general under my hand. I'm just throwing him away as far as possible, until he can't even see my shadow. At that time, even if he wants to take revenge, he won't have the strength." Chu Xiao's tone was indifferent and full of dominance. As he spoke, he turned his head to the side, causing Elder Moa's face to become even redder.
Chu Xiu suddenly raised his head to look at Fei Yan. Although he could only see the two mountains and not her face, he still made a mischievous face and said, "Elder Mo, Shizun isn't here. How about you come to my room tonight, and we can discuss cultivation matters together?"
Fei Yan was stunned for 5 seconds upon hearing this. Her eyes widened, not daring to look directly at Chu Xiu, so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She didn't know why the Holy Sun was being so bold today. Fei Yan's voice was shy and stammering as she asked, "Your Highness, are you sure we're only discussing cultivation matters?" Chu Xiu looked at her with a grin and replied, "Haha. What else do you think we're discussing?
Or has Elder Mo thought of something else?" Mo Fei Yan, who was usually cold and aloof, was now teased by Chu Xiu into a weak and shy state, like a young woman in her 20s. After thinking for a while, Fei Yan's face became even redder. She didn't dare to look him directly in the eyes, and her voice was weak as she said, "Your Highness, please don't be like this. If the Holy Lord and Yun Haifeng Peak Lord find out, how will I face anyone?"
"Then don't let them know, And so what had to come, came. Elder Mon was completely defeated by old Devil Chu's depravity.
It goes without saying that tonight she would definitely go to his room to discuss cultivation matters. As for what kind of martial arts they would be cultivating, it's not convenient to say, hee.
At the same time, scene changed to the northern wilderness Jiaoqi Holy Land. The mountain gate of the Jiaoqi Holy Land was vast, majestic, and extremely beautiful. A waterfall thousands of zang high flowed down from the cliff, and spirit beasts and phoenixes flew freely around, singing melodiously.
At this moment, inside the Jiaoqi Palace, the Jiaoqi Holy Lord and the Holy Maiden were sitting to receive Tai Suzi and Shi Mengdie. Tai Suzi said, "I didn't expect you to come to Jiaoqi in person. This old one has something to discuss with you. I don't want to beat around the bush.
Let's get straight to the point." Mengdie, sitting next to Tai Suzi, opened her red lips slightly and said, "Your Jiaoqi Palace wants the legendary physique to reappear in the world. Everyone on the Heavenly Vault continent knows that. Our Taisu Holy Sun is the key to that." Hearing this, the Jiaoqi Holy Maiden, Feng Jiao, who had been sitting quietly next to the Holy Lord, trembled slightly. Even her Dao heart, which was as calm as water, was now stirred.
She glanced at the Jiaoqi Holy Lord as if wanting to say something, but then stopped herself.
The Jiaoqi Holy Lord still sat motionless, her eyes slightly closed. It wasn't until a moment later that she opened her mouth and said, "But Chu Xiu is still not fully formed." Mengdie, hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed in her pupils. Her tone was firm as she replied, "If the Holy Sun was already fully formed, would we still need to come find you? You want to reap without sowing? Wanting to sit back and wait for the peaches to fall into your lap? That's just wishful thinking." The Jiaoqi Holy Lord wasn't angry upon hearing this.
She only smiled and replied, "Yun Haifeng Peak Lord, you shouldn't be so impatient." After saying that, she looked at Tai Suzi and asked, "Is Chu Xiu's holy body about to be fully formed?"
The wife of Tai Suzi showed a hint of worry in her pupils. Her voice was leisurely as she replied,
"Otherwise, this old one wouldn't be sitting here drinking tea with you." This old one has read through ancient texts, and after some deliberation, concluded that even if the holy body is fully formed, Chu Xiu will encounter a great tribulation. If he doesn't survive, his body will die, and his Dakeo will perish. Even if he does survive, he will be injured by the Dafo, and his lifespan will wither, not living for more than a year. At that time, if the innate Dao physique helps Chu Xiu with dual cultivation, everything can be turned around. Feng Jiao, hearing this, shyly lowered her head. A hint of confusion was clearly visible in her eyes, and her earlobes had turned red. Obviously, mentioning dual cultivation to a pure beauty like her was quite embarrassing. Sitting opposite them, Tai Suzi and Shi Mengdie were both looking towards Feng Jiao. Both of them smiled kindly at Feng Jiao with expectant eyes. Tai Suzi spoke again. This time we came here hoping that the Jiaoqi Holy Maiden can dual cultivate with Chu Xiu to help him overcome this tribulation."
Hearing this, the Jiaoqi Holy Lord turned to Tai Suzi and asked, "Tai Suzi, can you guarantee that he can overcome this great tribulation?" "This doesn't need you to worry. If the Holy Sun successfully passes the tribulation, the Jiaoqi Holy Land, with the Tai Su Holy Sun as the foundation, the legendary physique will reappear in the world. If the Holy Sun doesn't successfully pass the tribulation, our Tai Su Holy Land will only lose a Holy Sun. What does the Jiaoqi Holy Land have to lose?" After thinking for a moment, the Jiaoqi Holy Lord turned to look at Feng Jiao again. Her voice was gentle as she asked, "Feng Jiao, what do you think?" Feng Jiao was silent for a long time. She lowered her head, and a layer of red appeared on her face. Feng Jiao's voice was soft as she replied, "Whether it's for the Holy Land or for Shizun, I have no choice." "I agree." Hearing this, both Tai Suzi and the Jiaoqi Holy Lord let out a gentle sigh of relief. But our immortal Shizun was not like that. At this moment, her heart was filled with all kinds of indescribable feelings, because she had a feeling that something that belonged to her was about to be snatched away by another woman, and she naturally felt extremely uncomfortable. Mengdie cursed inwardly. "TCH, that hateful rebellious disciple has taken advantage again. Such a cute little junior sister is about to be sullied by him. It's really infuriating. Why am I the heavenly fragrance physique and not the innate Dabio physique? It's enough that only I am being bullied by that rebellious disciple. Ugh, that's not right. How could I think like this? If that rebellious disciple perishes, then he perishes. This old one is free. After that, I won't have to worry about him anymore." At this moment, the Jiaoqi Holy Lord suddenly spoke. "Tai Suzi, let's discuss the marriage arrangements. We women of the Jiaoqi Holy Land don't marry out." Mengdie, hearing this, said sternly,
"What? You still want the Holy Son of our Tai Su Holy Land to live in your sect? You're going too far." "Mengdie, calm down. I certainly don't have that intention. The two of them can become docile companions, but each will live in their own Holy Land. If the legendary physique is born, the child will belong to our Jiaoqi for nurturing." Hearing this, Tai Suzi and Mengdie replied in unison, "All right, let's do it that way." Both of them thought to themselves, as long as they could protect Chu Xiu and help him pass the tribulation, other things didn't matter. After discussing and settling everything, both sides carefully agreed on the time. After that, the Jiaoqi Holy Lord and the Holy Maiden saw Tai Suzi and Mengdie off. After the two of them left, the Jiaoqi Holy Lord turned to Feng Jiao and asked, "Feng Jiao, are you dissatisfied with this teacher's decision?" Feng Jiao shook her head slightly, and a gentle smile appeared beneath the white veil covering her face. Her clear, dust-free pupils were so beautiful that they captivated people. Feng Jiao's voice was calm as she replied, "This disciple is not dissatisfied. In the near future the world will undergo great changes. Now, the Jiaoqi Holy Land is in a weak position. If we can give birth to a heavenly holy body Dao embryo, when it grows up, Jiaoqi will have nothing to worry about." Feng Jiao was too understanding. The more understanding she was, the more heartbroken the Jiaoqi Holy Lord became. "Alas, Feng Jiao, you've suffered. You have to sacrifice for the Holy Land. Do you know that if you dual cultivate with him, your lesser saint cultivation will drop to the level equivalent to Chu Xiao's?" Feng Jiao didn't mind. She comforted gently. "Chu Xiao's foundation is extremely strong. After dual cultivation, I can copy a portion of his Dao embryo foundation. So even if my cultivation drops, it's not entirely without benefit for me. And later, with that child, my cultivation won't stop here. In the future, the limit of the Holy King will be lifted. Becoming a quasi-emperor won't be impossible for me." Feng Jiao's eyes looked into the distance with anticipation, and thinking of Chu Xiu made her cheeks flush. The next day, in the morning at the Tai Su embassy, Mengdie returned to Upper Capital City alone. Sister Hua, because she wanted to prepare to help Chu Xiu pass the tribulation, had quickly returned to the Holy Land to get some things, so she didn't return to Upper Capital City with Mengdie. Mengdie, as soon as she returned, went straight to Chu Xiu's room. She thought to herself, "I wonder what that rebellious disciple is doing. This old one has been busy for his tribulation passing. If he doesn't thank me properly, I'll definitely let him have it." Mengdie had just stepped to the door of Chu Xiu's room when, unexpectedly, the door was pushed open from the inside. The person who came out was Elder Mo, only to see that Elder Mo's face at this moment was full of blush, her black hair was disheveled, and her clothes were messy and untidy. Elder Mo looked very flustered. She was in a hurry, and her body was surrounded by the aura of the Great Dabo, obviously about to pass the Great Saint Tribulation, about to break through to the Great Saint realm. Witnessing this scene, a million question marks appeared in the immortal Shizun's mind.
She had only left for a day, and what kind of things had that rebellious disciple done?
Fei Yan and Mengdie looked at each other. Mengdie was astonished, while Mo Fei Yan was extremely embarrassed. A red flush appeared on her beautiful face. Before she could even ask what had happened, Fei Yan was already preparing to turn and run away. She hurriedly stammered to Mengdie, "I was because I'm passing the great Saint Tribulation that with the Holy Sun. Yun Haifeng Peak Lord, please don't blame His Highness, it's all my fault. I'm about to break through to the great Saint Tribulation.
I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Fei Yan quickly flew out of Upper Capital City. At this moment, Mengdie's jealousy flared. Her forehead was full of bulging veins. Mengdie glared at Chu Xiu and shouted, "Rebellious disciple, what good thing did you do?" Inside the room, as soon as Chu Xiu saw Mengdie, he hurriedly sat up. He quickly straightened his clothes and exclaimed in a panic, "Shizun, please listen to my sophistry. No, please listen to my explanation." A moment later, the sky above Upper Capital City was continuously covered by rolling dark clouds, covering an area of more than 100 miles with mist and thunder. Lightning snakes roamed, and the heavenly might was vast. Obviously, Elder Fei Yan had begun her tribulation. At this moment, inside Chu Xiu's room, Mengdie's shouts occasionally rang out. "Shameless! Shameless! Doesn't know shame! Doesn't know shame! This old one has only been gone for less than a day, and you've already been with Elder Mo, rebellious disciple. Do you know shame?" Chu Xiu was now humbly kneeling on the floor, with 2 durians under his knees.
This was Mengdie's punishment for his adultery. Although he was caught red-handed by his wife, this young man was still thick-skinned and argued, "Elder Mo and I were just discussing some cultivation issues."
Old brother Chu cursed inwardly. Why is Shizun so jealous today? If I had known, I would have discussed cultivation methods with Elder Mo in the forest. Alas, I was careless. Mengdie suddenly reached out and grabbed old brother Chu's ear. She twisted it hard without mercy, pulling him closer to her. The more she looked at this husband, the more she felt annoyed and irritated. Mengdie put one hand on her cold hip, her sour voice shouting into Chu Xiao's ear, angrily saying, "Your holy body is about to be fully formed. Have you finished preparing for the tribulation?" Ouch, ouch, ouch. Shizun, please be gentle.
2 days later, the Holy Lord will set up a great formation outside Upper Capital City to help you pass the tribulation. These 2 days you must adjust your state well for me. Don't do shameless things anymore, otherwise it will be deserved if you die in the lightning tribulation. Old brother Chu nodded repeatedly like a puppy, replying, "Yes, yes, 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 this disciple will carefully follow Shizun's teachings." Time flew by like a dog running in the fields. 2 days later, scene changed to 10,000 miles outside Upper Capital City. Chu Xiu was now sitting all by his lonesome right in the middle of this huge formation. His tribulation transcendence was a massive deal for everyone in the Kaisu Holy Land, top to bottom. His wife, Big Sister Hua, personally took charge, leading out the dragon vein of the great Ming dynasty, gathering all the spiritual qia in the area, and not even batting an eye at using tens of millions of divine spirit stones. She converted it all into pure liquid spiritual qia, forming a little pond for Chu Xiu to soak up. Big Sister Hua making such a spectacle naturally caught the attention of all sorts of big shots. On this very day, the 3 ancient families, the Yi family, the Ji family, and the Jiang family, along with the 4 great holy lands, Jiaoqi, Taiyi, Yaoguang, and the limitless sword domain, plus all the VIPs from every major sect, all had their eyes glued to the capital city of the great Ming dynasty in the southern domain. Meanwhile, down in the center of the grand formation, Chu Xiu had his eyes half closed, chilling out and getting himself into tip-top shape. His immortal Shifu stood outside, all worried, and sent him a voice transmission. "Rebellious disciple? You ready for this?" Chu Xiu just replied, "Relax, I got this." Ma Feiyan's face was also etched with worry, and she also sent Chu Xiu a voice transmission. "Your Highness, please be extra careful," Old Man Chu just replied with a simple, Standing way off, Big Sister Hua also sent Chu Xiu a voice transmission. "Don't you worry your little head, I'll make sure you're completely safe. I'm sending you the Dao Palace chapter of the Kaisu Emperor Scripture right now. With this Emperor Scripture, your chances of surviving this tribulation transcendence will skyrocket. Thanks a million, Holy Lord." Big Sister Hua's eyes lit up like stars, and golden characters flowed from her fingertips. They streamed like spiritual ki right into the grand formation and then straight into Chu Xiu's brain. Instantly, a bright light flashed in his eyes. He knew why Big Sister Hua was sending him the Emperor Scripture now. It was all about boosting his survival rate. The Kaisu Emperor Scripture is known as the Emperor Scripture, with the strongest life force for a reason. It's totally different from those fake self-healing techniques. Those just patch you up, but they can't restore your life's essence. The Kaisu Emperor scripture, on the other hand, goes right to the core of a cultivator's life.
That's why cultivators who practice the Kaisu Emperor scripture naturally have a way stronger life force than others at the same level, like way stronger, sometimes even several times stronger.
Just then, Chu Xiu suddenly pulled out a wooden box and said aloud, "System, show me my personal interface." The system immediately popped up a notification. Host: Chu Xiu, Cultivation Realm. Ancient Sacred Body Aptitude. Ancient Sacred Body. Immortal Grade. Changzhu Qi Fa. 4 Chu Qi. Upper Kai Su Emperor Scripture. Chang Dao. Scripture, Zhang's Re Points. Achievement Secret Technique Entry-Level Human Emperor First Perfected. Remaining. All things lead to immortality. 1674 Faint Purple. 5890 Faint Purple. Evaluation. Overall combat power is 35 times that of opponents at the same level. Reaching the 8 forbidden zones of the domain, Chu Xiu then reached out and opened the wooden box.
Inside, he pulled out a Dako fruit that was snow white all over, looking like a pear, but with Dako aura swirling around it. A super intense fragrance immediately filled the entire area. Without a second thought, Chu Xiu popped the Dao fruit into his mouth and chomped it down. While he was munching, he said, "System, help me cultivate the Dao scripture."
The system immediately gave him a notification. Detected that the host is the ancient sacred body. Cultivating the Dabio scripture to break through the extreme boundary of the divine bridge will greatly increase consumption. It is estimated that this breakthrough will require 5 minor heavenly cycles, with each minor heavenly cycle consuming 500,000 breakthrough points. In the sky, terrifying natural phenomena started to appear. A massive energy vortex slowly formed right above Chu Xiu's head, surrounded by flickering purple lightning that looked seriously deadly. Now, about this Dao Palace thing, it's a super special realm with no levels. It's split into 2 phases. First, you condense the seeds of your divine abilities, and then you nurture them. Think of the Dao Palace as a womb where these seeds grow.
If the life force of your Dao Palace is strong, you can naturally grow higher quality divine ability seeds. That's why they say the Kaisu Emperor scripture is the strongest one recognized by the Dao Palace realm.
At this moment,
countless insights into the Dao scripture flooded into Chu Xiu's mind, and his whole body was completely covered in golden ancient characters from the scripture. Golden light filled the entire spiritual platform, and all sorts of crazy natural phenomena started happening. A phantom image of a Dao ancestor even showed up behind him, giving a sermon, and ancient characters flew out, imprinting themselves on the spiritual platform inside, making Chu Xiu look all majestic, like a god descending to earth.
A little while later, the system announced,
"Breakthrough complete. Total consumption, 25 million breakthrough points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the extreme boundary of the other shore realm. The system is issuing a special reward due to the host's breakthrough to the extreme boundary. The extreme boundary lightning tribulation will descend after 5 breaths. Host, please prepare carefully." Old man Chu looked totally confident as he tilted his head back, watching the extreme boundary heavenly tribulation above him getting bigger and badder. He chuckled to himself, thinking, with Big Sister Hua's help, reaching the 10th level extreme boundary of the other shore realm will be a piece of cake. The tribulation transcendence started right away. A bolt of purple lightning tore through the sky with a deafening roar, slamming down right where Chu Xiu was sitting. This terrifying scene made the onlookers outside absolutely lose it. Usually, only folks breaking through to the Lesser Saint realm face lightning tribulations, and even those are way smaller than what Chu Xiu was dealing with for his other shore extreme boundary breakthrough. This lightning tribulation was so intense, it even made some great saint spirits tremble a little. Down below, Chu Xiu's eyes flashed with light as he tilted his head back and roared angrily at the sky. "Come on, boom boom boom." A terrifying bolt of purplish gold lightning tribulation instantly crashed down on Chu Xiu's head,
creating an earth-shattering explosion that made the whole place tremble. Standing outside the grand formation, Chu Xiu's 3 wives were intently watching his tribulation. "Transcendence inside?" Mo Feiyan asked, with a worried tone. "Has the sacred body tribulation started?"
The aura of this lightning tribulation is insane. Mengdie and Kaisuzi didn't say anything, but you could see the worry in their eyes. They both thought to themselves, "Rebellious disciple, you better not die on us, little brat. Don't you dare have anything happen to you."
Switching back to inside the grand formation, Chu Xiu's entire body was now enveloped in a layer of purplish gold lightning. The robe he was wearing had been blasted to bits by the previous lightning, revealing a body of rippling muscles that had all the ladies swooning.
The purplish gold lightning continued to strike down wave after wave, never stopping. This scene horrified everyone in all directions, including the human race, the Yao race, and the barbarian races. In the Ji family's territory, where they were watching the tribulation transcendence, Ji Jiaoyi had a completely blank face. She looked at Chu Xiu undergoing tribulation with deep, thoughtful eyes, and said, "Father, do you think the Kai Su Holy Son can successfully transcend this tribulation?" "I'm not sure," her father replied. "But if his ancient sacred body achieves minor completion, he'll soar to the heavens in one go. It's just a shame the heavens won't allow such a person to live. He definitely won't make it." Switching the scene to the Taiyi Holy Land's territory, Chu Yu was still his usual self, looking super excited as he pointed at Chu Xiu undergoing tribulation and said, "Ha ha! Heaven has eyes! Hurry up and send down a few more lightning bolts to finish him off. Brother, if Chu Xiu kicks the bucket later, come with me. I need to find that treasure I won at the auction." Chu Yi replied nonchalantly, "I'm afraid you won't get the chance." In the Ye family, Ye Hongyu stood on a flying boat, clasping her hands together in silent prayer. "Brother Chu, oh brother Chu, I believe you'll be alright. You absolutely have to survive. And come back. We still need your guidance for filming the Sky Continent drama." Hidden in another region of space, Yao Venerable Jinyuan and a bunch of Yao race venerables were secretly watching Kai Suzi and Chu Xiu. "The sacred body's tribulation transcendence is a big deal," Jinyuan said. "If he's about to fail, Kai Suzi will definitely step in to help, and when that happens, she'll suffer the backlash of the Great Dao, definitely getting seriously injured. That will be a perfect opportunity for our Yao race to defeat the human race. If we can take this chance to get rid of Kai Suzi, the human race will be like a bird with a broken wing, no longer posing any threat to our Yao race." An hour later, the final wave of the Other Shore Extreme Boundary Lightning Tribulation finally dissipated. The dark clouds parted, and the first rays of dawn light peeked through. "Brother Chu, did he actually make it through?" someone exclaimed. "He managed to survive such a terrifying lightning tribulation. Brother Chu is a true man." "Hold on a minute," another person said. "Legend says that when the sacred body achieves minor completion, all sorts of natural phenomena will appear. But we haven't seen a single one in the past hour." Although this lightning tribulation was strong, it didn't reach the level of the sacred body tribulation in the legends. This wasn't even the body tribulation yet. It's probably just Chu Xiu's realm-breaking lightning tribulation. "Brother, what are you talking about?" someone else asked. "Wasn't that the sacred body tribulation?" Heavens! If that was just his realm-breaking lightning tribulation, and it was already this strong, then how powerful will his sacred body tribulation be? Didn't they say only cultivators who reach the lesser saint realm encounter lightning tribulation when breaking through? Here he is, just at the Other Shore realm, and he's got lightning tribulation coming down when breaking through to the Dao Palace, and it's this strong. What in the world is going on? This is defying the heavens. Even the previous Kai Su Holy Lord didn't have anything this monstrous happen. The Other Shore Extreme Boundary Lightning Tribulation had just passed. And not even that long ago, but now in the sky, terrifying lightning was starting to gather again. In just a blink, the world suddenly lost its color. Even the light of the sun star in the outer universe dimmed a bit at this moment, affecting an area of several hundred miles. Around Ji Jiaoyi, everyone's faces turned pale, and she exclaimed in a frightened voice, "Is the true Holy Sun tribulation about to arrive?" Down below, Chu Xiu's entire body was rippling with muscles. After surviving the Other Shore Extreme Boundary Lightning Tribulation, the strength of his sacred body had reached 28. He was just 2 points away from minor completion of his sacred body. This lightning tribulation was for the Dao Palace realm. Old Man Chu tilted his head back and roared at the sky. "Bring it on!" Mengdie, who was beside him, became even more worried. Her hands clenched tightly, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Mengdie's eyes were glued to Chu Xiu, and she secretly encouraged him. "Rebellious disciple, you can't die on me. Fine, fine, this venerable one won't use pressure to suppress you anymore. You can do whatever you want." Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying purplish gold lightning struck down, and the capital city and the surrounding area within 1,000 miles immediately shook violently. Inside the grand formation, Chu Xiu was sitting cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed, looking inward at himself. At this moment, in the center of the Other Shore realm, beneath the highest mountain peak, an empty Dao Palace space in the middle was rapidly taking shape. It was a small courtyard house with a green tiled roof, wooden walls enclosed by a fence, a stone table in the front yard, 2 reclining chairs beside it, and a garden full of lush green flowers and plants in the back. Chu Xiao thought to himself, every cultivator's Dao Palace of Wonders is different. You could say the Dao Palace is a reflection of the cultivator's inner self. It's been 100 years. I thought time could fade everything, but it seems I was still too naive.
I really didn't expect that after 100 years, my daimyo is still like this.
Boom, boom, boom. A purplish gold lightning dragon struck down from the 9 heavens onto Chu Xiu's head, engulfing his entire body. The extreme temperature rapidly increased, causing all the flesh and blood on his body to turn golden in almost an instant.
Chu Xiu immediately formed a hand seal and activated the fake self-secret technique, rapidly reforming the flesh and blood around his body. His face was now full of excitement, so thrilled he could barely contain himself, a smirk playing on his lips as he thought to himself, "My 5 elements 9 origins have all been conceived. This is defying the heavens, defying the heavens. If I nurture all of this into form and then fuse it together, what grade of divine ability seed will I get? At least top grade, maybe even reaching the legendary emperor grade. It's just a pity I don't have many breakthrough points left, otherwise I could quickly nurture the divine ability core." Seeing Chu Xiu undergo dual lightning tribulations, the Yao race people anxiously asked, "Big brother Jin Yuan, aren't we going to make a move yet?" Jin Yuan calmly replied, "The time isn't right yet. The Holy Sun hasn't finished his sacred body tribulation." Over in the Taiyi Holy Land, Chu Yu's elder brother sighed. He's continuously breaking through the sacred body tribulation. This is unprecedented, something that hasn't happened in all of history. Hearing his elder brother say that Chu Xiu hadn't finished his sacred body tribulation yet, Chu Xiu exclaimed in shock, Brother, what did you say? That lightning tribulation was so strong, and he's not done yet?" Chu Yi looked at his foolish younger brother, feeling like he couldn't make something out of iron, and said with a pout, "You better thank Chu Xiu for not taking your dog life back then. Otherwise, you'd just be embarrassing our holy land if you went out into the world." Just at this moment, the heavens and earth changed, and the entire area within tens of thousands of miles was covered in blood-colored lightning tribulation. A bolt of blood-colored lightning struck and exploded a flying ship, causing the nearby people to scatter in fear. Holy Lord Hua Luofei looked towards the blood-colored lightning tribulation, saying with a serious voice, "The true sacred body tribulation has begun." Down below, facing the true sacred body tribulation, Chu Xiu could only clench his butt cheeks, tighten his glutes, and try his best to resist. Suddenly, a supermassive blood-colored lightning tribulation descended upon him. Holy Lord Hua Luofei couldn't bear to watch her beloved die, so she hurriedly flew over. Beside her, Mengdie and Elder Mo said with worried faces, "Holy Lord, you must be careful." Then, the Holy Lord teleported to Chu Xiu's side, using her body as a shield. Seeing this, Jin Yuan laughed loudly. "Haha, Kaisu couldn't sit still after all. Our Yao race's once-in-a-millennium opportunity has arrived." Down below, Kaisu Holy Lord Hua Luofei took the full brunt of that lightning tribulation, her face contorted in pain, her clothes tattered and disheveled. Seeing that Kaisu was seriously injured, Jin Yuan sneered to himself, HMPH, forcibly interfering with the sacred body's tribulation transcendence. "Kai Suzi, you're bound to suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao.
As long as we can eliminate you, the Yao race will definitely rule the world and unify the Sky Continent."
Thinking this, he pointed at Kaisu Holy Lord and coldly shouted, "Attack!" Hearing this, the Yao race people were filled with murderous intent, especially the 8 Yao venerables, who took out their Dharma artifacts and surrounded Kai Suzi. Seeing the Yao race getting closer and closer, down below, Kai Suzi's eyes turned sharp, and she thought to herself, as expected, the Yao race is really making a move. Then, her hands formed a hand seal.
Kai Suzi transmitted her voice to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, listen carefully. I'm placing 5 drops of my origin essence blood above your head. These 5 drops of essence blood can form a defense to help you transcend the sacred body tribulations. Having said that, she formed a hand seal with one hand, and 5 drops of origin essence blood flew out, hovering above Chu Xiu's head. Seeing the Holy Lord willing to expend 5 drops of her essence blood for him, Chu Xiu was extremely moved and said, "Many thanks, Holy Lord. Leave the rest to me." Holy Lord, you can now focus on the battle.
Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Kaisu Holy Lord felt like a weight had been lifted from her heart. She looked towards the Yao race, her hands forming a hand seal, and countless golden flower petals appeared around her. She said coldly, "If you want to surround and kill this venerable one, then follow me into the barrier. Don't involve innocent people."
As soon as she finished speaking, countless flower petals merged together to form a barrier, enclosing Kai Suzi and the Yao race people. Seeing their morale drop, the winged Yao venerable spoke up. "Kai Suzi has forced out her essence blood. She's just an arrow at the end of its flight now. We must seize this opportunity. Kill her for me." Meanwhile, on the other side, the people from the Ji family, Ye family, and Kaisu Holy Land also rushed to help. Although some of them had grievances or were enemies of Kaisuzi, they couldn't just stand by and watch her die, because if Kaisuzi died, the human race would be like losing an arm, making it difficult to resist the Yao race. And so, the battle between the human race and the Yao race officially began. Down below, Chu Xiu was personally enduring each wave of the blood-colored lightning tribulation, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Elder Mo intended to help, but Li Zihe informed her that this was Chu Xiu's tribulation, and only he could overcome it, so she could only pray for his safety.
Mengdie clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and said, "Rebellious disciple, you absolutely must try your best." Down below, that trashy system chimed in, "Ding! Host has been linked to the human race's blood chi luck. The climax of the holy body tribulation is about to erupt. Please prepare yourself." Chu Xiu raised a fist, staring at that bloody chi luck, and asked doubtfully, "System, what the heck is the human race's blood chi luck?" The system replied, "Bro, did you see those corpses in the river of blood?" Just then, a crimson picture flashed before him. Chu Xiu looked at the scene in the picture. Countless corpses floating in a river of blood. He couldn't help but ask, "What are these images? Don't tell me that river of blood is actually made of human blood? Just how many people had to die to reach this level?" The system replied, "Bro, you're not wrong. The human race has had it rough since ancient times."
Why is it all scenes of people eating each other, killing each other? Why is the human race's resentment so strong? What place is shown in this picture? Why are humans slaughtering each other like wild beasts? System, why am I seeing these images? The mysterious system said, "Bro, there must be a reason for their appearance. But the heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." Looks like I can't rely on the system at all. Then, Chu Xiu concentrated and began chanting the incantation, "A pure heart like water, clear water like the heart, a gentle breeze without a ripple, not a single tremor." On the other side, Mo Feiyan couldn't help but ask, "Is the holy body about to successfully transcend the tribulation?" Mengdie thought to herself. "You rebellious disciple, you're doing great. This is the final hurdle, you must persevere."
Suddenly, the lightning tribulation formed a crimson-colored Dharma image, holding a spear in its hand, muscles bulging, wearing a string of large prayer beads like the Buddhas, with hair like Son Goku, its entire being radiating a heaven-shaking aura.
It stared at Chu Xiu on the other side. Chu Xiu wasn't one to be outdone. He created a Dharma image of himself, its size seemingly equal to the crimson humanoid formed by the lightning tribulation.
In an instant, Chu Xiu's Dharma body unleashed a human emperor first, smashing the Dharma image created by the heavenly Tao to pieces.
After that, the sky cleared, and the clouds dispersed.
Chu Xiu stood tall and majestic, sensing the power of the lesser accomplishment holy body. The crowd of extras cheered wildly upon seeing Chu Xiu successfully transcend the tribulation. He succeeded. The holy body passed the tribulation. Ye Hongyi shouted, "Chu bro, you're the #1 idol in my heart." The Yao race looked at Chu Xiu in a panic and angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, he didn't die." Next, Mengdie stepped through the air, followed by Mo Feiyan. Chu Xiu happily greeted his Shifu, "I've successfully transcended the tribulation." Mengdie sized up Chu Xiu and said in surprise, "How is this possible? You're not even injured." Hearing this,
Chu Xiu said in a flattering tone, "Isn't it because Shifu taught me well?" Mengdie tossed Chu Xiu a bottle of medicinal pills and said petulantly, "HMPH, don't get cocky, quickly take a pill to heal your injuries and recover your energy." Chu Xiu caught the bottle of medicinal pills and said excitedly, "Thank you, Shifu."
Mengdie looked at Chu Xiu, her expression immediately turning serious. She said earnestly, "This time, the holy maiden was seriously injured because of you, and is currently battling the Yao race within the barrier. You must find a way to repay this kindness in the future."
Chu Xiao patted his chest and replied, "Don't worry, Shifu. I will definitely repay the holy maiden's life-saving grace handsomely." Afterward, Chu Lioma turned his head away, his eyes gleaming, and a devilish smile appeared on his face. The system knew what Chu Xiu was thinking, and chuckled evilly. "Little host, if there's nothing to repay, you can only repay the holy maiden with your body." What a shameless face, but I like it. Immediately following that was a massive explosion that startled Chu Xiu's group, causing them to look up. Countless Yao corpses fell from the explosion, forming mounds like graves. Next, a golden barrier appeared, and a pair of jade-like and familiar legs emerged from within. Mengdie exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. "A holy king has fallen." Then, holy maiden Hua Luofei walked out of the barrier, her clothes tattered, her hair disheveled. But this did not diminish her captivating beauty, but instead created a heroic aura. Hua Luofei focused her mental energy into her voice and declared,
The Yao race has been defeated. You foreign races must immediately leave the territory of my human race.
Chu Xiu looked up at Kaisuzi's back and thought, Huaji is probably seriously injured.
Mengdie stood behind the male lead and took out a crystal ball, saying, "By the way, I'm announcing that Elder Hua has returned to the Holy Land. This is a shadow recording stone that she asked me to pass on to you.
If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Kaisuzi is probably injured, and I need to return to the Holy Land to assess the situation."
Chu Xiu received the shadow recording stone and hurriedly spoke up. "Shifu, wait a moment." He took out paper and a pen and hurriedly scribbled something. The male lead smiled as he wrote, "Shifu, can you help me pass this letter to Huaji? Oh man, this guy's acting is top-notch. Huaji is right there, but he's acting without a hint of insincerity." Mengdie took the letter from his hand, her face looking displeased, and replied, "Fine, I'll help you this time." Then, she angrily turned around and left with the letter, while that old goat Chu Xiu smiled and cupped his hands in thanks. Cut to Kaisuzi's cave residence on Kaisu Peak. Kaisuzi is sitting on the bed, recovering from her injuries.
Mengdie's also showed up. She's sitting by the bed with her arms crossed, saying, "Is he really worth you going this far?"
Of course he is.
Isn't that right, fellow Taoists? Just look at Kaisuzi's face. Grinning ear to ear, she is enjoying the sacrifice for her lover Chu Xiu. Kaisuzi retorts, "Are you jealous?" Mengdie crosses her arms, turns her face away, and says dismissively, "HMPH, I'm not that bored." Mengdie takes the letter that Chu Xiu asked her to deliver to Huashiji and gives it to Kaisuzi, saying, "A letter from your beloved disciple." After handing it over, Mengdie turns away abruptly, thinking unhappily, "Wonder what that disobedient brat wrote." The letter reads, "Don't worry, Huashiji. Luckily, with the Holy Maiden's help, I successfully transcended the tribulation. I'll come visit you soon." Reading it, Kaisuzi giggles. She's definitely feeling smug. Poor original wife Mengdie, sitting beside the bed, feeling annoyed and uncomfortable, wondering what the letter says that makes her so happy. In her head, she thinks irritably, "Damn it! That ungrateful brat didn't even think to write a thank you note to his Shifu. Ugh, what else would you call it if it's not a mistress, huh, Mengdie?"
Kaisuzi giggles, saying, "Chu Xiu usually looks like a genius, but this handwriting looks like a dog gnawed on it." Mengdie explains, "That's because you don't understand him, he's never studied properly." Seeing the Holy Maiden put the letter on the head of the bed, an important place, easy to reach, easy to see, easy to look at, Mengdie thinks angrily.
Why even let that troublemaker write on the head of the bed?
Kaisuzi coughed a few times because she was too excited. Seeing this, Mengdie asked worriedly, "You've injured your great Davo." Kaisuzi coughed and replied,
"It's okay," Mengdie said grumpily. "How can it be okay? Unless you can find the purest original Great Dabo, it will be difficult to repair the cracks in the Great Dabo." Kaisuzi calmed down, looked at Mengdie with affectionate eyes, and replied, "Don't worry. Although it is not easy to find the pure original Great Dao, it is not impossible to find. Take your time to find it. Patience is a virtue."
After speaking, Kaisuzi turned to ask about her lover's information. "What is Chu Xiu's condition now?" Mengdie said annoyedly. "You are injured like this, and you still have the mood to care about your good junior brother?" Afterwards, Mengdie helped Kaisuzi sit down, pulled the blanket over her legs, and reassured her, "Don't worry, maybe because of your essence blood's protection, he wasn't injured at all." Kaisuzi breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "It's good that he's okay. I don't know what the Holy Maiden of Jiaoqi will look like after knowing this news." Mengdie looked at Kaisuzi with joy and asked, "Then can the marriage contract between Chu Xiu and Jiaoqi be cancelled?" Mengdie's attitude surprised Kaisuzi very much. She spoke, "Mengdie, why are you so expectant?" Mengdie was startled, and quickly adjusted her mood, replying, "Cough cough, I just feel that if we really get married, the child will not be from our Kaisu Holy Land. Wouldn't that be too cheap for them?" Kaisuzi pondered for a moment and then replied, "That's right, but the Holy Maiden of Jiaoqi will definitely not give up. They will take the initiative to find Chu Xiu. Then let's see how Chu Xiu chooses. What a lucky young man. This matter also makes many people headache." Hearing the Holy Maiden say this, Mengdie's eyes turned red with anger. "If he dares to come back, I'll cut him." Kaisuzi was a little sweaty when she heard this, and looked at Mengdie and coughed in surprise. Cut back to Shangjing City, the Kaisu branch. Sitting alone in the room, Chu Xiu muttered and calculated. "Recently I've been preparing for the Tribulation Transcendence, and after the Tribulation Transcendence I went into seclusion to heal my injuries. I haven't had time to study that bronze disc yet." The young man took out the bronze disc to study. On the bronze disc, a map was reflected, with a red dot marked on it, probably an important place. Looking at the map, Chu Xiu thought,
What exactly is this bronze disc? Such a magical thing. Could this be the place to find the innate sword embryo? But the Sky Dome continent is so vast.
Where should I go to find it? Suddenly, a bronze plate flew out of Chu Xiu's ring, surprising him.
He let out an O of surprise. It displayed the information. Sequence 6, Welcome to Hong Huang, Chat Channel, Starry Sky Plaza, Secret Realm, Personal Trading Space, Skill Arena, Cultivation Treasure Land. 10,000 Races Battlefield.
Chu Xiu thought for a while, then pointed his finger and selected the Secret Realm. The system displayed information. Secret Realm. The number of people who can enter the Secret Realm is 1. Taiji Ancient Star is opening. Countdown. 7 months, 3 days, 3 hours, 7 quarters. Note: after the opening of Taiji Ancient Star, the world will be blocked. Consuming Spirit Stones or Divine Origin Stones will open the transmission channel to Taiji Ancient Star. Chu Xiu pondered for a while, then said to the system, "Don't tell me the innate sword embryo is on that Taiji Ancient Star. That's a great saint-level battlefield. A Dao Palace Realm cultivator like me mixing in there is just asking for death." Speaking of this, the young man suddenly realized something exciting and thought, "Wait a minute. The Taiji Ancient Star doesn't have a transmission array. Other cultivators need to use their bodies to cross the void to reach it. But I'm different. I can transmit through the stone mirror, convenient and fast, seizing the initiative. But no matter what, the innate sword embryo must be obtained. Don't say it's a great saint-level battlefield. Even if it's a holy king-level battlefield, I have to bet. Now my cultivation has reached the Dao Palace realm. I can go to Hong Huang and have a look.
Maybe I can find Zhu Biyu. And I can also try the transmission function to see if it works well."
Thinking it, doing it, Chu Xiu pointed to the system.
Starry Sky Plaza. Chu Xiu's body was suddenly flickering, and then blurred and disappeared, as if being teleported somewhere. In outer space, endless darkness. Far away are planets and sparkling star clusters. Chu Xiu's figure flickered and teleported in the air, in front of a city only somewhere. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Chu Xiu thought, "Is this the Starry Sky Plaza of Hong Huang?" Looking up at the sky, the stars are sparkling. I don't know which sky the Sky Dome continent is in. Suddenly, a person with 4 eyes, muscular body, and green skin appeared behind the male lead. He crossed his arms and smiled happily, saying, "Oh, another human slave running around." Chu Xiu carefully observed this strange man and thought in surprise, "Human slave? Is he talking about me?" Suddenly, a star shone brightly in the sky, and behind Chu Xiu there was a shadow of a dog, 2 girls and a horse. They were talking to each other.
"You can cultivate." Turns out it's not a horse, bros. It looks more like a green dragon's head. A blonde, pointy-eared woman who looks like an elf, and another one with her is wearing red armor like Iron Man, holding a trident like Aquaman. Seeing these guys, the main character's like, "Whoa, they look so bizarre. Could they be Yao Man?" Yao Man showing up here? Just got here? Don't want to make trouble? Gotta get inside the city and find out what's going on first. Chu Xiu was about to leave when suddenly a spear came out and blocked his way. Turns out it's that tall, 4-eyed dude. He shows up in front of the main character, holding the spear, and says, "Batai is very interested in you. Come with me, I'll treat you well." That blonde, elf-looking girl chimes in. Batai can be considered a master in the Hong Huang world. Among the billions of Dao Palace realm cultivators, he's ranked 1088th. The trident-wielding girl next to her replies, "Even though humans who can come to Starry Sky Plaza must be extraordinary, from what I can see, this guy is also in the Dao Palace realm." The blonde girl continues, "This little human bro will definitely lose in a fight against Buplanatai." Without saying much, with his impulsive nature, Chu Xiu suddenly rushes forward and punches Batai hard in the stomach. Nani, surprise, grandma, Batai takes Chu Xiu's punch, and his body shrinks as he flies backward. The 2 chicks and the green dragon from earlier who were looking down on Chu Xiu see this and are utterly shocked and terrified. After taking that punch, Batai's body gradually dissipates in midair. Chu Xiu just stands there coldly as shocked voices rise around him. "How is that possible?" The blonde chick smiles ingratiatingly and says, "This Dao brother, human friend." Please wait a moment. Chu Xiu turns his face slightly and smiles. "Is there anything else?" The blonde girl is startled and hurriedly says, "Dao brother, don't misunderstand. I see that Dao brother is new to Starry Sky Plaza and must have many questions. This little girl can answer them for you." Chu Xiu turns back, surprised, and asks the girl, "Answer my questions. Speak. What's your damn motive?" The blonde girl gently replies, "If you want to talk about motives, I just want to form a good relationship with a strong person like you. Is Dao brother willing to come into the city with me and talk?" Chu Xiu thinks for a moment and replies, "All right,
Lead the way quickly. Scene change to Spirit Tea Pavilion of Starry Sky Plaza. This place is filled with all sorts of bizarre-looking creatures, like the aliens AID has seen in movies, except the scenery and buildings are like those of humans. Sitting on the second floor drinking tea, the blonde girl introduces herself. Dio brother, I am Dogula of the Wind Spirit race. May I know Dio brother's name? The main character starts getting horny again and replies, I am the Warm Man. Below, various creatures of all colors and shapes are walking around. Looking around, the main character thinks. In Starry Sky Plaza, there are many shops selling human souls and human meat. What exactly is this place? Why is the status of humans here so low? Dogula raises her teacup, looks at the main character, and says, Dao brother, you came here alone, don't you know the situation of the human race? Chu Xiu laughs it off and replies, I've always been cultivating in seclusion in a secret realm, so I really don't understand much. Dogula slowly explains. Then you definitely don't know that humans are also called the Sin race, a race cursed by the heavenly Dako. Humans are born unable to cultivate. Not only that, but if other races stop killing humans, their race's luck will decline, even leading to extinction. Conversely, if they can kill humans with cultivation, they can receive rewards from heaven and earth. Chu Xiu isn't surprised, and looks at Dogula, replying, Oh, so slaughtering humans is your mission, you're so kind, especially telling me something like this, Dogula worriedly replies. I see that Dao brother is quite talented, and I really can't bear to see Dao brother get killed, so I told you this in the hopes of helping you. Chu Xiu slowly stands up, sighs, and replies, Thank you, it's getting late, I should go back, Dogula exclaims in surprise. Dao brother wants to leave already. In the main character's heart he already has a plan. Hoping to help me, I wouldn't believe you for the world. I'm lucky you're not taking me to be dried meat. Dogula takes out something green, presents it to Chu Xiu with both hands, and says with a smile, This is my communication jade pendant. If you need teammates in a secret realm, Dao brother can contact me. Chu Xiu gently takes the token with both hands, and replies with a smile, No problem. Afterwards, the main character confidently walks through the crowd of strange creatures, and leaves. After walking for a while, Chu Xiu throws away the green token and thinks, Only an idiot would bring this thing back. If the Tianqiang continent gets located, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then, the main character opens the system and selects Tianqiang continent. Immediately, Chu Xiu's body flickers, and he's transported away by the system. However, Dogula has been secretly following Chu Xiu's actions, hiding behind a wall, she thinks, quite cautious. But it also proves from another angle that it might not just be him who can cultivate. I have to hurry and report this news to the clan. Scene change. Back to Tianqiang continent, Shengjing City, Kai Suzi's embassy. Chu Xiu has now been teleported back to the place, still holding the bronze disc in his hand. Looking closely at the bronze, Chu Xiu thinks, Never thought that humans in the universe would be so looked down upon. Starry Sky Plaza and Tianqiang continent. What kind of relationship do they have? While he's thinking, suddenly Elder Mo opens the door and enters, saying, Your Highness, someone from Jiaoqi Holy Land is requesting an audience. Chu Xiu turns to look and asks, Fei Yan, what does someone from Jiaoqi want with me? Mo Fei Yan confusedly replies, I'm not sure. They suddenly said something about your highness needing their help. The horny goat, Chu Xiu, runs to her side, gazing at Mo Fei Yan with affection, and then makes a sound. Mo Fei Yan's face flushes red, and she replies, Your Highness, it's daytime and there are many people around. It wouldn't be good if we were seen. But Chu Xiu's wandering hand has already snaked around to her rear and pinched Mo Fei Yan's butt. Chu Xiao replies, All right then, tell the people from Jiaoqi to come see me. Mo Fei Yan looks at Chu Xiao adoringly and replies, Okay. Scene change to inside Chu Xiu's room at the Kai Suzi envoy. Pouring tea for his guests, the main character starts, So, what brings the Jiaoqi Holy Maiden and Elder Qi Mengdie all the way here? Qi Mengdie takes Chu Xiu in, and thinks to herself, Hold up, he doesn't look injured at all. Then, she speaks up, Is Holy Sun aware that the Kai Suzi Holy Ruler went to the Jiaoqi Holy Land a few days ago to propose a marriage? Chu Xiu thinks. No wonder I didn't see Hua Luofei and Shifu at the auction. They were off doing big things. Looking at the girl with the veil, Chu Xiu wonders, Could this be the one they're trying to hook me up with? Not bad, Chu Xiu says, eyes crinkling into a smile as he holds his teacup. Sure, I'm in. In his head, he's all, Meat's been delivered right to my door, gotta eat it. Elder Qi Mengdie smiles. Then we'll stick to the agreement. If Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden have a child, they'll be raised by the Jiaoqi Holy Land. Chu Xiu sighs dramatically, then shouts, Absolutely not, Elder Mo, see them out.
Just as he finishes, Mo Feiyan walks in.
The Jiaoqi Holy Land master and disciple are shocked, eyes wide, as they stare at the main character. Chu Xiu thinks angrily, "Oh great, so they think I'm just a stud horse. My, Chu Laoma's kid needs you guys to raise, no way."
Mo Feiyan escorts the two to the courtyard, then says politely, "Elder Qi Mengdie, Jiaoqi Holy Maiden, our holy son still needs to meditate in seclusion." "I'll see you out," Qi Mengdie replies angrily.
Much obliged. As they turn to leave, the Jiaoqi Holy Maiden transmits her voice. Today was too passive. The Kai Suzi Holy Son isn't injured at all, and there wasn't much room to negotiate. Maybe we should talk another day. Qi Mengdie responds, "No way! I saw Chu Xiu eyeing you up and down. He's totally hooked. We gotta strike while the iron is hot." The Jiaoqi Holy Maiden clutches her skirt tightly, saying shyly,
"Don't be so blunt."
Qi Mengdie continues, "I think this can still be salvaged. Let's go back to the Holy Land, and we'll try again in a couple of days." The Jiaoqi Holy Maiden glances at Qi Mengdie pleadingly and says, "Holy ruler, you go back first. I want to stay. I'll make him fall for me."
Scene change back to Chu Xiu's place.
Sitting alone, the main character muses, "Hong Huang is a bit too dangerous. Let's see if there's any trace of Zhao Bi Yue in the chat channel." While he's pondering, his first wife suddenly returns, startling the old goat Chu Xiu. "I heard the Jiaoqi Holy Ruler and Holy Maiden came by." The old goat wonders, "Shifu, why are you here now?"
Mengdie stands with her arms crossed, looking at Chu Xiu, and continues.
This seat thinks that Jiaoqi Holy Maiden's personality is gentle. Looking at the entire Tianxiang continent, her appearance and physique are top-notch, and it's a big bargain for you, you rebellious disciple. The main character pours tea, smiling and replying, The Jiaoqi Holy Maiden is indeed not bad. Thank you Shifu and Hua Jiji for your love and matchmaking for me." But in the main character's head he thinks, Shifu is going to be jealous again. Mengdie turns to look at the main character and asks, "Hearing your tone, you're agreeing to this marriage." Chu Xiu resorts to flattery again. "How can that be? How can that do Qi Holy Maiden compare to my dear Shifu Bao Bao?"
Sitting down next to Mengdie, pushing Chu Xiu away, with a resentful voice,
"Since when did this seat become yours?"
"Don't talk nonsense."
Chu Xiu smiles and replies, "You guys hid it from me and went to Jiaoqi to purify my body. Did you ask for my opinion?"
"You dare to question me,"
Mengdie still says resentfully.
"Wasn't it because of the completion body tribulation? You can only heal your Daoyo injuries by dual cultivating with the Jiaoqi Holy Maiden." Chu Xiu hugs Mengdie's waist, causing her to stiffen, and says, "So that's how it is. Thank you two big sisters for your concern. By the way, how is the Holy Ruler's injury?"
Mengdie Thuk Thao replied,
"Not very good. Only Dao energy can help her recover."
The main character took out a round bronze fragment. "Surprising, Mengdie," Chu Xiu said. "This bronze mirror is a treasure I found in the ancient wilderness secret realm. Through it I can enter a place called Hong Huang. Maybe there is a Taoist source inside." At this time, Chu Xiu looked pensive at the bronze round table. In his heart he secretly thought, "I remember someone on the chat channel seemed to have mentioned Dao source. Although that place is very dangerous, but in order to repay Hua Jiji, I must go, even if it is 9 deaths 1 life." Seeing Chu Xiu silent, Shifu Bao Bao next to him asked curiously, "What is Hong Huang?" Hearing Shifu Bao Bao asking him about Hong Huang, Chu Xiu's expression became more and more serious. Unpleasant memories of Hong Huang appeared in his head, and he began to explain, "I don't know everything about Hong Huang either. I only know that the status of the human race in Hong Huang is very low.
You can say that it is not as good as robbing a dog. There are many races inside who are hunting the human race, especially the human race cultivators like us. They treat the human race as livestock, waiting for them to fatten up and then slaughter us. The human race there is unimaginably miserable." Shifu Bao Bao was very moved by Chu Xiu's explanation. She looked at Chu Xiu with a trembling voice and said, "So the human race in the universe is so miserable. Why haven't I ever heard of it before? If I didn't hear it from your own mouth, I really couldn't believe this was true." Chu Xiu nodded in agreement with Qi Mengdie. He sighed and said, "Yes, I never thought that the human race in the universe would be so miserable, but if there is really a source of Dao in Hong Huang, in order to repay the kindness of the Holy Ruler for helping me to overcome the tribulation, no matter how dangerous it is,
I must enter." On the side, Qi Mengdie said firmly, "I will go with you. It is just right that I want to see what Hong Huang is like." Chu Xiu was very happy to hear this. Having a great saint to follow is also considered to increase the chances of survival. Chu Xiu nodded and agreed.
"Okay, it's just right that I want to try if I can bring other people in." After speaking, Chu Xiu threw out tens of millions of God Source stones and activated the Dao pattern on the bronze round table. A spatial vortex appeared. Chu Xiu
and Mengdie headed towards the spatial vortex together, but the spatial vortex was repelling Mengdie, not letting her in. At this time, the Bronze Round Table popped up a reminder. Order 6 is currently not authorized to bring others into Honghuang. When Mengdie and Chu Xiu saw it, they couldn't help but blurt out, "Why is this happening?" After thinking for a while, Chu Xiu turned to look at Mengdie. "It seems that only I can enter, Shifu. If other races really come to the Tianqiang continent, the human race will suffer a disaster. You must tell the Holy Ruler about this. Our Kai Suzi Holy Land must prepare for the worst." But on the side, Mengdie said seriously, "No way." Chu Xiu asked with a puzzled face. "Why?" Mengdie said in a low voice, "It's too dangerous for you to go alone."
Chu Xiu smiled when he heard this. He raised his right hand to his Shifu's chin and said in a humorous voice, "Is Bao Bao worried about me?" Being molested by Chu Xiu, Mengdie's face turned red, and she scolded arrogantly, "HMPH, stop being so self-righteous. This seat is afraid that you will die in there and no one will collect your body, that's why I said that." Chu Xiu knew that his Shifu was worried about him, but she was too embarrassed to say it, so he took the initiative to get closer to his Shifu, and said happily, "My good Shifu, why are you so cute? Don't worry. My current ability is not enough, so now is not the time to go in." Seeing Chu Xiu slowly approaching, Mengdie blushed and shouted, "Rebellious disciple, stay away from this seat." Before she could finish speaking, the old leecher Chu Xiu had already pressed down on Mengdie. He smelled the fragrance emanating from his Shifu, and his face was as good as a calf. With a lewd smile on his face, "Shifu, it's getting late. Why don't we play a puzzle game, so that this disciple can increase my cultivation, and save the Holy Ruler as soon as possible?" Haha. Mengdie secretly cursed in her heart when she heard Chu Xiu's shameless words. "Damn rebellious disciple, you're already addicted, and you're still pretending to be weak and want to play puzzles, and you're using the excuse of saving the Holy Ruler again. What karma did I create that I have such an immoral disciple? No way, Mengdie, you can't let him do whatever he wants." Thinking it over, Mengdie yelled angrily, "Get lost, or I'll—" "Huh? Or what, Shifu? I can't hear you tilled hee. Shifu's skin is so white and soft, I never get tired of playing with it. You just relax and enjoy. I'll make you feel like you're in heaven, haha." So Mengdie was left helpless, tormented by Chu Xiu's salty pig hands. But instead of feeling tormented, her face was all blissed out, eyes squinting, moaning non-stop. How boring. Scene changed to 7 days later. Everyone's buzzing about a qi refining grandmaster. Rumor has it that qi refining grandmaster Wu Heng is heading to Shangjing. Word is this grandmaster hasn't refined anything in ages, so his reappearance is causing a total whirlwind in the heavens. All the big shot overlords on the Tianqiang continent are sending their prodigies, hoping the old geezer will refine something for them. Yeah, the world is scrambling for profit, the world is bustling all for profit. "Hey, did you guys hear about this?" one young dude asked. "Curious. What's up?" Another dude said smugly, "Apparently the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi is chasing after the Kai Suzi Holy Son." Scene changed to the second floor. Inside a viewing box, the peeps are chatting lively. Hearing the crowd gossiping about Chu Xiu, Ji Jiaoyi's little sister, Ji Jiaoxu, said angrily, Chu Xiu, all I ever hear is that name. I gotta avenge Brother Hao. If it weren't for Chu Xiu, Brother Hao wouldn't be so badly injured. I must kill Chu Xiu." "Kill him?" Ji Jiaoyi frowned even harder, muttering, "Sanmei, third younger sister. Shangwan Hao is gone. Let it go." Then, Ji Jiaoyi turned her gaze to the blue-clad man and ordered, "Ai Wu, take my sister back, and lock her up. No one is allowed to release her without my order." Wu looked troubled. "What if third miss commits suicide?" Ji Jiaoyi cut him off, "Then seal her cultivation. Tie her up for me, I'll take responsibility for whatever happens." Hearing this, Wu was relieved, and led Ji Jiaoxu away. Ji Jiaoxu, her cultivation sealed, screamed like a banshee. "No, Ji Jiaoyi, you have no right to treat me like this. Let me go! Let me go!" Ji Jiaoyi sighed as she watched Ji Jiaoxu struggling madly. In her heart she thought, "Sanmei, don't blame elder sister. That Chu Xiu is like a madman to be his enemy." Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Xiu, who was doing some dual cultivation with Mo Feiyan, suddenly sneezed. Chu Xiu cursed under his breath, "Who's badmouthing me?" Then he looked at Mo Feiyan's face, all high as a kite, and still in the reverse cowgirl position. Chu Xiu sighed and said, "If only Shifu was as obedient as Elder Mo." A moment later, both of them were dressed. Mo Feiyan massaged Chu Xiao's shoulders, whispering, "Your Highness, the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi arrived early this morning." Chu Xiao's face didn't change a bit as he said, "Let her be." Just then,
A voice rang out from outside the door. Chu bro, open the door. Something big happened.
Chu Xiu knew who it was by the voice. He ordered Elder Mo, "You go down first." Hearing this, Elder Mo nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Seeing Ye Hongyu, Chu Xiu asked suspiciously, "Ye bro, what's up?" Ye Hongyu laughed and said, "That third miss of the Jian family came to Shangjing, declaring she'll marry anyone who can kill you. What a crazy woman." Chu Xiu stroked his chin, pondering, then asked, "Third miss of the Ji family? Who is that? Did I offend her?" Ye Hongyu gave Chu Xiu a strange look and explained, "Remember Shangguan Hao? The third miss of the Ji family and him are childhood sweethearts."
An image of a smug face holding a fan popped up in Chu Xiu's head. Chu Xiu exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now. That show-off." As if remembering something, Chu Xiu looked at Ye Hongyu with a devious look and said, "Yeah bro, wanna make some money, Chu bro, you're my soulmate, we're thinking the same thing." Their eyes met, and their smiles slowly became twisted. Chu Xiu then revealed his plan. "You go set up a fighting arena and open a betting table. No killing allowed in the Ji family. Then you use your invincible skills to beat them all, so that these extreme simps can't win money from the house, which is me. Finally, you find someone you know to come and beat me, winning back both capital and profit."
Chu Xiu patted Ye Hongyu on the shoulder. "Ye bro, no problem with your operation, right?" Hearing the money-making plan, Ye Hongyu puffed out his chest confidently and gave a thumbs up. "When your bro does the work, just sit back and wait to collect the money." Faced with Chu Xiu's dominating plan, Ye Hongyu exclaimed, "If that Ji Jiaoxu knew that the man who killed her husband was even using her revenge to make a fortune, she'd probably go crazy. Haha, interesting, very interesting. Let's go, bro, let's celebrate our victory."
Soon after, at Peach Blossom Bamboo Island, the rogue cultivators were chatting lively. One of them took the lead and said loudly, "That Chu Xiu is cruel and heartless. Everyone wants to kill him." Another dude agreed. "That's right, Ma brother is absolutely right. Even if it wasn't for Miss Jiaoxu's matter, I would also challenge him." The third miss of the Ji family spoke up. "Then I'll have to trouble you all. If anyone can kill Chu Xiu, Ji Jiaoxu will definitely keep her promise." In her heart, she thought, "You're all just tools for me to use, still daydreaming about marrying me. Humph, keep dreaming. Over there are two men and one woman sitting opposite each other. The one holding the fan is Yang Linen, nicknamed Hellfire Lotus, is the #1 genius of the Southern Territory Divine Flame Sect, Cultivation at the peak of Spirit Severing Realm, on the Tianji Pavilion's Spirit Severing list. The one in the middle is Shi Xingyu, the younger brother of Zhao Guang Holy Sun. And finally, the pink-haired girl named Qin Zhao, a disciple of Yao Qi Holy Land. At this time, Shi Xingyu spoke. "Everyone knows that my elder brother likes the Yao Qi Holy Maiden, but recently, people have been saying that the Yao Qi Holy Maiden is chasing after the Kai Suzi Holy Son, Xin Zhao. Do you know about this?" Xin Zhao replied. "That's right, this matter is no longer a secret in Shangjing City." Elsewhere, in Shangjing City, Chu Xiu and Ye Hongyu are heavily advertising. "Newbies, come and play. Don't miss the opportunity to change your life."
Seeing more and more people coming, Ye Hongyu continued to advertise. "The Kai Suzi Holy Sun is about to fight someone at the biggest arena in Shangjing City. Who wins and who loses depends on whose head is stronger. One person initiates, and another echoes on the side." Chu Xiu said smartly, "Heaven has the virtue of loving life. Shangjing City has gone through a blood sacrifice. I am unwilling to create more evil." Hearing that Chu Xiu didn't want to kill people anymore, those people were all smiles and said, "What does the Kai Suzi Holy Sun mean? Is he promising not to kill people? Let's go challenge the Kai Suzi Holy Sun later. Anyway, he won't kill people and can still create a sense of presence in front of Ms. Ji family." Inside the pavilion, Yang Lian of the Southern Territory Divine Flame Sect spoke. "What does the Kai Suzi Holy Sun want to do? I don't believe he would do such a boring thing. Are the two of you interested in going to see?" The two immediately shouted in unison, "Sure, how can we be missing when there is something lively? Let's go." Hearing the information that Chu Xiu didn't want to kill people, a crowd of people rushed to the arena. Inside, the receptionist kept greeting. Regular seats under the stage are 100 top-grade spirit stones. Regular rooms are 10 divine spirit stones. First-class rooms are 1,000 divine spirit stones. Yang Lian. And the two people went to ask, "Do you have to buy tickets to get in?" The receptionist looked at the people of Yang Lian. "May I ask which kind of ticket you want to buy? The first-class rooms are selling fast, first come, first serve." Opposite, Yang Lian immediately settled, "I want a first-class room." Receiving 3,000 divine spirit stones, the receptionist happily replied, "Okay, please come in." Next, the three went to their seats. There they could see a panoramic view. Looking at the inside, which was very spacious, Qin Zhao couldn't help but exclaim, "Just the outdoor stands alone, I'm afraid there are no less than 10,000 people." Chu Yang was already crunching the numbers. 100 high-grade spirit stones per person? That's like 10 million god essence stones. The regular rooms are 1 spirit stone each, and there's 10,000 of them, so that's 100,000 god essence stones. The VIP rooms? 1,000 rooms at 1,000 god essence stones each? Boom, another 10 million. Kai Suzy is totally a business genius, no joke. Just then, some babes walked in with these memory stones, all smiles and sales pitches. "Ladies, gentlemen, please enjoy some tea." And because young Master Yi thinks you might get bored, he's opened up betting tables. "You can bet on any fight you want." Qin Yi pointed at one of the stones. "What's that?" The girl perks up and grabs the memory stone. "This is what we call a movie. Young Master Yi made it himself. It's got all sorts of fun pictures and sounds. 4 god essence stones gets you a showing, or you can drop 30 to take one home." Qin Yi's curiosity was piqued. "Nah, I don't need to buy one, just want to see what it's all about." Hearing her curiosity, the girl fired up the memory stone. Bam! Straight into some spicy bedroom scenes with positions that would make your eyes pop out. Down below, things were definitely popping up. Qin Yi's face went red as a tomato, and she covered her face. There. Chu Yang took one look and had a nosebleed, blurting out, "Holy crap, memory stones can do that? This is freaking amazing." In the center of the newly built arena, Ji Jiaoxu stepped up and made a huge announcement to the world. "I am Ji Jiaoxu, and I have a blood feud with Kai Suzy Chu Xiu. Today I vow here that whoever kills Chu Xiu will become the Ji family's son-in-law, my husband." The crowd was a bunch of young studs who had never even seen the light of day, so they got super hyped at Ji Jiaoxu's words. Confidence overflowed, and they shouted, "Marrying into the Ji family? That's like a carp turning into a dragon. Saves me a few hundred, maybe a few thousand years of effort." The dude next to him was just as excited, saying, "Yeah! This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance." A bald dude down below cracked a creepy smile and sneered, "Chu Xiu, you're so dead, haha." Seriously, these guys were way too confident. Little did they know, they were walking right into a trap. They think they're going to get Chu Xiu and Ji Jiaoxu? Good luck, dudes, it's not going to be easy. A second later, Ye Hongyu appeared at the foot of the stage, with our main man Chu Xiu right behind him. Ye Hongyu launched into his marketing spiel, "Haha, ladies and gentlemen, next up is the highly anticipated Saint Son Challenge. Let's give it up, with the most thunderous applause, and welcome our first contestant." No sooner had he finished speaking than some cocky dude used his cue to leap into the air, landing on the stage with confidence. "Kai Suzy, opposing Jiaoxu is opposing me." Just as he jumped onto the stage, the main character flew up. Chu Zhong coldly looked at the one who rushed forward. The crowd was screaming and cheering. He finally showed up. "Place your bets." "I'm betting on Kai Suzy to win. The human race's sacred body is undefeated. In the same realm, I'm also betting on Kai Suzy to win." Sparks of lightning crackled around that dude, and he lunged like a starving tiger, roaring, "Today I'll avenge Miss Jiaoxu." And with that, he blindly threw a punch with all his might. A punch. But what could these 3 small cat paws do to our Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu raised his left hand and grabbed the guy's fist. His body didn't move at all, just like standing still and catching a table tennis ball. Chu Xiu coldly looked at the guy in front of him. "Good thing we're on the stage, or you'd be sent flying." Immediately after, Chu Xiu let go of his left hand and slapped the cocky dude back about 10 meters with his right palm. The dude's body plowed through the ground, creating a trench. The final position where he stopped created a crack with a radius of about 2 meters outside the arena. Ye Hongyu loudly announced, "First match, Kai Suzy wins." Sitting in the VIP room, Chu Yu pointed with his hand and turned to his big brother, as if he had noticed something unusual, and said, "Big brother, do you feel that Chu Xiu looks strange today?" The Ning singing guy next to him sat with his arms crossed, and replied in a deep voice, "It is a bit strange, but I can't tell what's wrong." Immediately after, Chu Yu's big brother smiled slightly, and muttered, "So that's how it is." Chu Yu turned around in surprise, and asked in confusion, "Did you see the problem?" Chu Yu's big brother closed his eyes and sighed softly, analyzing, "Yeah, Kai Suzy's strength is getting stronger and stronger. The one fighting on the arena is just a puppet controlled by Chu Xiu with his divine sense." Chu Yu was shocked and asked in surprise, "Huh?" He was extremely puzzled in his head, thinking, Chu Xiu didn't personally go on stage. What is he doing? What is he ultimately aiming for? In short, there are tens of thousands of why questions appearing in Chu Yu's head. At the same time, the main character was having fun and enjoying himself, holding a girl's leg in both hands, while 3 or 4 other girls massaged him,
letting the young man enjoy himself, and said, "Yes, that's right, that's comfortable, use a little more strength."
The main character was having fun and enjoying himself when the saintess Feng Jiao of the Yaoqi Holy Land came looking for him. Seeing this scene, Feng Jiao said in surprise, "I thought you would personally go down to the arena in the audience, but I didn't expect you to be here enjoying yourself." The young Chu Xiu replied calmly while lying down and enjoying himself, "It's enough to control the puppet. If I personally went down to compete, it would be too much of a bullying." Outside the arena, the referee continued to announce, "Fourth match, Kai Suzy wins." Feng Jiao continued, "I heard from Elder Mo that you wanted to invite the Grandmaster of Qi Wuhen to refine your weapon, but you were rejected. Senior Qi knows me. I can help you, but I can't help you for nothing. Give and take is the only way to be happy. The prerequisite is that you have to be with me for a day so that we can understand each other better." Holy crap, did any of you guys feel choked up when you heard this part?
A fat sheep is being offered to his mouth, and it's even a saintess asking to be with him.
The young Chu Xiu jumped up and agreed immediately. He replied, "This is not a problem." Feng Jiao's face turned red, excited as if she had achieved her goal. Outside the arena, Ye Hongyu's voice came in again. Seventh match, Kai Suzy wins.
At this moment, Chu Xiu took a piece of cloth and wrapped it around his waist just to cover his little bird. He walked to the side, put his hands on Feng Jiao's shoulders, and smiled slightly and said, "You are the strongest among the little saints. You won't lie to me and take me to a deserted place and use force on me, right?"
Feng Jiao felt numb, her face flushed red, and she said softly, "Saint Son, don't talk nonsense. Why do you always talk nonsense?" At this time, outside the arena, Ye Hongyu was acting very enthusiastically. He laughed loudly, raised his hands, and said, "Ha ha! The Saint Son is indeed worthy of being the Saint Son. He is really too strong. Welcome everyone to continue betting." Continue. If you want to earn money, you must earn a lot. Double the amount where you fell, and if anyone is winning, feel free to bet 10 times as much.
Ye Hongyu secretly calculated in his head. Almost enough. Ready to close the net.
"Brother," the young man continued his role, he said. "Now please invite the next challenger. Fellow Taoist Dongdu is on stage, looking like a fat toad. This Dongdu has a very strange appearance."
After accepting the deal with Feng Jiao, Chu Xiu continued to relax with the maids. Ye Hongyu used the sound transmission technique and said, "Chu Xiu, the person they are looking for has arrived. This person cultivates poison skills. Because he has been in contact with poisonous gas for a long time, so his face and neck are covered with poisonous sores." The young Chu Xiu was not worried, and while enjoying himself, he transmitted his voice back to Ye Hongyu. "Brother Ye, the person you are looking for is indeed a good match for Miss Ji Jiaoxu."
Ye Hongyu continued to smile wryly and transmitted his voice back to Chu Xiu. "This person has more grudges against the Jiao family than anyone else, and he wants to disgust Ji Jiaoxu. If he is made to do disgusting things, Ji Jiaoxu will definitely feel even more uncomfortable than death for the rest of her life. Brother Chu, are you satisfied with my arrangement this time?" In response to Ye Hongyu's question, Chu Xiu replied calmly, "What does this have to do with me?" Ye Hongyu transmitted his voice back, Yes, this has nothing to do with us."
Outside the arena, the audience was having a field day, roasting and making fun. "Who's this ugly dude? Seriously, doesn't matter. Just look at him. No way he's beating our holy son. Hurry up and place your bets. More Kai Suzy wins. This is awesome. I've already made almost 50,000 divine spirit stones."
Down in the arena, Deng Due jumped into the air, right hand swinging a palm strike full of poisonous qi toward Chu Xiu's puppet. The puppet couldn't block it, and went flying backward. The crowd murmured. "Okay, he's kinda ugly, but he's got some power," someone else retorted. "Relax. The Holy Sun can't lose." Right after that, the main character's puppet rushed in, throwing a counterattack at Dongdu. Dude had to lean back to dodge. In a flash, Dongdu's poison qi enveloped both him and the puppet. Inside that cloud of poison, Chu Xiu's puppet was getting played like a fiddle. Dongdu zipped around, the poison constantly spreading, and it was clearly corrosive. The streams of poison qi slowly ate away at the puppet. Before long, its outer layer was gone, revealing the iron frame underneath. The audience was shocked, and a little pissed, yelling, "What the hell, why isn't Kai Suzy fighting himself? Is there something else going on? How's this fight going to be decided? Kai Suzy wins? Or Dongdu wins? Where's my money going to go? What's the result, damn it?" The two misses from the Ji family were frozen, totally confused by the scene. Suddenly, a familiar figure leaped from a VIP room up top right down into the arena. The crowd went wild, screaming, "It's Kai Suzy! That aura is intense." As Chu Xiu landed, his aura exploded like a crimson flame. The ground beneath his feet shattered from the impact. The crowd went even crazier. "He's not looking good. Seems like he can't control his own power.
and he just broke a floor made of Xuan iron.
Chu Xiu calmly raised his hands, explaining to the audience. As you can see, I've been in seclusion ever since surviving the holy body tribulation. The reason is simple. I can't control this sudden surge in power. The audience totally bought Chu Xiu's performance. They were filled with admiration and shouted, "The Holy Sun was worried about accidentally killing us with his power, so he used a puppet. He's even risking defeat for our sakes. Holy Sun is so noble." They chanted in unison, "Holy Sun is so noble, Holy Sun is so noble." Everyone was blinded by hype, except for some guy in red who was all about his cash, Kai Suzy. "I just want to know who won." Chu Xiu gestured toward Dongdu, saying, "My strength, fellow Taoist Dongdu, was able to defeat my puppet, which proves he's really strong. Miss Ji Jiaoxu has some misunderstandings with me, and the Ji family helped me when I was crossing the tribulation." The main character sighed, continuing, "If only to repay this kindness, forget it. Anyway, I lost this match. The winner is fellow Taoist Dongdu." Dongdu was stunned, thinking, the FCK. The girls in the audience were swooning over Chu Xiu, gushing, "Kai Suzy is such a rare man. Knowing right from wrong, Holy Sun, you don't have to do this to return a favor." Chu Xiu kept up his act, turning to Ji Jiaoxu and saying, "Miss Ji Jiaoxu, I, Chu, hope you can let go of your hatred. If possible, I really want to be friends with you." The audience didn't care about any of that. They were just worried about their bets, yelling, "Damn it, this isn't right. How are the bets for the last round going to be settled? If Kai Suzy loses, I'm going to lose 70,000 divine spirit stones. No way. We got to make Ye San Xiao pay us back." Meanwhile, the two Ji sisters were fuming. Ji Jiaoxu gritted her teeth, thinking, "He not only used me to make money, but he also put all the blame on me in the end." Ji Shu's sister glared and cursed, "What a shameless bastard." Next, Ye Hongyu recovered and announced to the audience, "Now please welcome the victor, Taoist Dongdu, to the stage." Over there, Dongdu puffed out his chest and confidently walked up. He cupped his fist at Ji Jiaoxu and asked loudly, "Since the Holy Sun admits I won, does Miss Ji Jiaoxu still stand by her vow? Can I become your husband?" Over at the Ji family's side, seeing the short, ugly dude on the stage who was about to become her future husband, Ji Jiaoxu felt nauseous. She pointed at Dongdu, grinding her teeth, and shouted, "You and Chu Xiu are in cahoots. You're all scheming to fool people. Do you really think everyone's an idiot?" She thought everyone would take her side. But instead, a group of female disciples from the Kaisu Holy Ground stood up and started scolding her. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Miss Ji Jiaoxu, what proof do you have to slander our Holy Sun? Our Holy Sun deliberately lost the match to resolve the hatred with the Jichia family, even if he's ridiculed." Some others chimed in, "Yeah, Miss Ji's is going too far. How dare she speak to the Holy Sun like that? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? That's right, the Holy Sun already lost. Why won't you let it go?" Someone else sneered, "Don't you guys know, Kai Suzy killed her lover before, so she vowed to get revenge for him. I think his name was Shangguan Hao. I heard that Shangguan Hao wanted to challenge Kai Suzy to a fight on the main hall. He wanted to use the Holy Sun as a stepping stone, but he got killed instead. Not only that, but it even led to the extermination of the Shangguan family. HMPH, that jinx doesn't deserve any sympathy." Hearing the curses all around, Ji Jiaoxu's face turned paler and paler. She muttered, "It's not like that. You don't know his true face." Next to her, Ji Jiaoyi saw that the situation was getting out of hand. She stepped forward to comfort her younger sister, and then raised her voice to the audience. Jiaoxu misspoke earlier. The Ji family will naturally not go back on their word. If Taoist Dongdu is interested, he can visit the Ji family's headquarters to discuss the marriage. Hearing this from her sister's own mouth, Ji Jiaoxu could only say two words in grievance, "Sister?" Not letting her finish, Ji Jiaoyi patted her shoulder and whispered, "We've lost this round. If we stay here any longer, we'll just be a laughingstock. Let's go home and plan for the future." A murderous intent flashed in her eyes, and then disappeared. She smiled, and continued, "That Dongdu, if he dares to come, he'll only leave in a coffin." Ji Jiaoxu nodded in agreement, and then looked at Chu Xiu with an increasingly resentful gaze, wishing she could kill him on the spot. Dongdu, thinking it was true, cupped his fist and laughed loudly at the Jia family. "Ha ha, then it's settled. I'll definitely bring the betrothal gifts to welcome her home." Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but imagine the intense scene on the bed between the beautiful Jiaoxu and the short, fat Dongdu. Just thinking about it made their skin crawl. Some people felt nauseous and wanted to go to the bathroom ASAP. Inside the Kaisu envoy, Chu Xiu was crossing his legs and enjoying tea with a carefree expression, while facing him was the Jiaoqi Holy Sun. With a transcendent aura,
Mo Feiyan stood behind him, constantly massaging his shoulders, and spoke up. Hee, I bet the two G-sisters want to eat you alive, Fei.
Chu Xiu snorted coldly. So what? She dares to declare that she'll get revenge on me at all costs. If she dares to say that in front of me, I'll dare to slap her to death right there and then. A thick, murderous intent filled the room, causing the female disciples to tremble and almost fall to the ground. Fortunately, he immediately retracted it. Right then, Ye Hongyu kicked open the door, bursting in with a huge grin. Haha, Chu bro, we're rolling in at this time. Chu Xiao smirked, unable to resist asking, how much we talking?
Ye Hongyu waggled a thumb in front of him, saying, after East Poison's cut, a grand total of 60 million God Origin Stones. Mo Feiyan's eyes nearly popped out of her head, heart doing backflips. 60 million! His Highness is amazing! That's some seriously scary earning power. Even with her great saint cultivation, it'd take her over 1,000 years to make that kind of dough.
Ye Hongyu winked. My people will bring the God Origin Stones soon. Just then, one of Ye Hongyu's underlings rushed in, face ashen, lips trembling. Young master, bad news. The God Origin Stones, they've been robbed. It was like a thunderbolt. Ye Hongyu and Chu Xiu stared at him, the smiles on their faces slowly freezing over. Ye Hongyu, totally losing it, grabbed the guy by the collar, eyes bloodshot. What the hell happened? Did you see who it was? The underling stammered. We were following the manager's lead, escorting the God Origin Stones to the Kaisuzi holy ground. But halfway there we were ambushed. He made a surprise attack, critically injuring the manager, and then snatched all the God Origin Stones. All I know is he was wearing a black cloak. Meanwhile, on the other side of that earth-shattering battle, even the upper capital city felt the shockwaves from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Two figures emerged from the explosion. The white-haired old woman shouted at the cloaked figure, "Hand over the storage ring, and I might spare your life." The guy turned his head, replying, "You can't hold me, and you definitely can't kill me." Quick intro. This old lady's name is Yi Ning. She's Ye Hongyu's protector, a third-level great saint, super strong. Sadly, she's old and weak, her blood's drying up, so she can't advance further, and became Ye Hongyu's protector. Sensing someone nicked the God Origin Stones, she chased after him through space distortions for hundreds of thousands of miles, finally cutting him off. The other guy just hit Great Saint, so normally he'd be toast, but he was good at hiding. She couldn't even tell if he was human or Yao, and his body was tough as nails. Yi Ning threw some seriously nasty moves, but he tanked them all. The cloaked dude was thinking, time to play it safe, and sent the storage ring off using a teleportation. Seeing he wouldn't cough it up, Ye Ning snorted. She stepped through the void, covering 10,000 miles in a single stride. Hands forming incantations, she unleashed the Ye family's ultimate secret technique, the Reincarnation, Vangsheng Feast. Stealing all life force, everything must reincarnate. All energy returns to one fist. The power was so intense, it shook the very fabric of space, heaven and earth trembling and collapsing. The cloaked figure felt the power of that fist. Knowing he couldn't block it, he formed hand seals and burned his essence blood, unleashing the blood escape divine ability, creating a blood-colored afterimage as he dodged the reincarnation fist at the speed of light. Ye Ning's punch slammed into empty space thousands of miles away, causing a catastrophic collapse. But before the fist landed, the cloaked figure had fled. Just then, Mo Feiyan emerged from the void. She shouted, "Think you can run? Leave the storage ring behind." Then she launched a divine ability at him. The force pierced through his body. They could only hear a miserable scream from the black-clothed man. He gnashed his teeth. Damn crazy woman. A thought flashed in his mind. Fighting them is pointless. Running is the best option. Immediately he used the blood escape divine ability, and ran. Mo Feiyan could only watch him disappear, unable to stop herself from cursing. Damn it, he still got away. Next, Ye Ning came out of the void. The old lady cupped her hands towards Mo Feiyan and said, "Many thanks for your help, Elder Mo." Mo Feiyan embarrassedly replied, "Sorry, he has a blood escape divine ability, and his speed is too fast. I wanted to chase after him, but I couldn't." Ye Ning nodded. "Don't worry, I have used a secret technique to mark his aura. Even if he goes to heaven and earth, he will not escape my grasp." Next, at the Kaisuzi embassy, Mo Feiyan continued to massage Chu Xiu's head. Chu Xiu lay on her lap and delightfully asked, "Feiyan, do you mean that the man in black clothes used the divine power of Jia Zibi?" Mo Feiyan gently rubbed Chu Xiu's head. She nodded and said, "Yes, I am absolutely sure. When he fought with Elder Ye Ning, 8 parts of the technique he used were similar to that of your Highness, the Holy Sun." Chu Xiu stroked his chin and pondered for a while.
He knew he was marked by Ye Ning, so he chose to teleport the storage ring away.
From that, I can be sure that there are helpers, or perhaps forces behind him, and they are the forces that have Jiazib. Chu Xiu couldn't help but think of his second junior sister's enemy, and it was most likely the Ouyang family. Haha, unexpectedly, I haven't gone looking for you yet, but you have taken the initiative to provoke me, and even sent a great saint. Very good, very good, Mo Feiyan worriedly asked. Does your highness need to report to the Holy Land? With just a small Ouyang family, it can be destroyed with a flick of a finger, and they will definitely be left with nothing. Chu Xiu sat up and replied. Things related to Jiazib should not cause too much disturbance. This matter should not be notified to the Holy Land for now. Especially not to let the Yed family know. The movement of the powerhouses of Kaisuzi Holy Land can easily lead to other forces, even demons peeking into it. There are too many variables, and, in the end, it is hard to say whether Jiazib will fall into my hands. I will go to Dongzhou. You tell the outside world that I am in seclusion, Mo Feiyan said. Your Highness, I will go with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Lioma hugged Mo Feiyan into his arms. He nodded and agreed. Of course, he was about to take action when he suddenly remembered that he had to solve the Ouyang family before the Ye family arrived, get Jiazib, and take back the god origin stones that belonged to him. Transition to another place. Outside the upper capital city, Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan disguised themselves as an ordinary couple of Dao companions. They bought tickets to Dongzhou on a super-huge airship. Mo Feiyan, with her curvy figure, looked at the clouds and said, Your Highness, according to this speed, we can arrive in Dongzhou in about 7 days. On the side, Chu Xiu disguised himself as a sad-looking man, holding the railing with his right hand, and asked, How is the situation of the Ouyang family investigated? Well, a little clue has been found. This family has been extremely low-key for nearly 100 years, and has not formed any enemies with any forces. But no one dares to underestimate the Ouyang family. After all, they have 2 pinnacle lesser saints guarding them on the outside. And those 2 old men are each other's Dao companions. The black-clothed man desperately robbed the god origin stone. According to my speculation, the Ouyang family may have another lesser saint ancestor who wants to strike the great saint realm. Speaking of this, Mo Feiyan looked at the people around her and saw that no one was paying attention. She continued to ask, How is your highness preparing? Chu Xiu nodded and replied, Stealing my peaches, and wanting to use them to break through. How can there be such a good thing? If I can't act in the name of Kaisuzi Holy Land, then I will act in the name of my dead second junior sister. Mo Feiyan curiously asked, Second junior sister? When did the Holy Sun have a second junior sister that I don't know about? Chu Xiu smiled and said, I was wrong. He is the second junior brother. As soon as he entered the room, when Mo Feiyan was not paying attention, the beast in Chu Xiu's body was aroused. He hurriedly hugged her, his hands slowly undressing her, causing her face to turn as red as a tomato. When Chu Xiu saw that Mo Feiyan did not resist but took the initiative, he became even more rampant. He thought to himself, Junior brother is okay, junior sister is okay, anyway, Xiao Yifeng, I will avenge you. Remember to watch carefully in Reincarnation. He. Everyone knows what happened next? Mo Feiyan continued to groan. Holy Sun. A little lighter. When Chu Xiu heard this, he worked harder and hit her round butt. Thus, Mengdie's dream of playing jigsaw puzzles with Chu Xiu alone has one more person to bear it. At dawn on the second day, Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan were strolling around on the airship. They stopped at a jewelry stall. Mo Feiyan picked up a bracelet. The stall owner introduced it. This dragon and phoenix bracelet is Xuan grade, a symbol of good fortune, and it's the most exquisite item in our stall. Mo Feiyan's face bloomed with a smile as she turned to Chu Xiu and asked, Hubby, what do you think of this bracelet? Chu Xiu noticed the bracelet could provide protection in danger, and nodded. If the wifey likes it, then it's good. He then walked over to the owner and asked, Boss, how much is this bracelet? He took out spirit stones and handed them over. Mo Feiyan was very happy by his side. For the past few days, she didn't have to care about other people's opinions. The 2 of them looked like the Condor heroes, traveling and enjoying the scenery. So ordinary and blissful. Just then, a poorly dressed little girl bumped into Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu saw the girl trying to steal his money pouch. He quickly grabbed her hand and asked, So young and not studying properly, but your pickpocketing skills are quite refined, huh? Caught red-handed, the little girl repeatedly pleaded, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Chu Xiao saw the sincerity in her eyes and couldn't bring himself to scold her. Suddenly, Chu Xiao took a closer look at the girl, incredibly shocked. No way, why do I feel like I've seen this little girl somewhere before? Chu Xiu stroked the little girl's head, gently comforting her. Little girl, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. "Tell me, what's your name?" The little girl stammered, "Sir, my name is Qin Yi."
Upon hearing that, a wave of indescribable loneliness washed over Chu Xiu. No wonder she looks so familiar, so she's that person's daughter. Back then, when he was weak and small, he was once chased by enemies, facing imminent death. He and Hong Yi were severely injured. Fortunately, heaven didn't abandon them. While fleeing, they encountered the old master of the Qin family, who saved their lives. The Qin family was originally a large clan in Xianxia city, but they offended some big shot and had to dismiss their servants. The family of 3 fled to Dongzhou to hide from disaster. The time he spent with the Qin family was the warmest memory for him and Liu Hongyi. But unexpectedly, the enemies found them. The old master sacrificed himself to cover their escape, luring the enemies away.
Many years later, after Chu Xiu advanced to the Great Saint Realm, he avenged the Qin family.
He then learned from them that the Qin couple had been killed, and their bodies were displayed on the city gates to humiliate them in public. It was a tragic sight. He felt extremely guilty towards them. After learning that their daughter was still alive, he tried again to find her, but unfortunately, there were too many enemies, and he couldn't find her no matter how hard he searched.
Since then, the Qin family's affair had become one of the regrets in his heart. He didn't expect to meet their daughter on this flying ship after his rebirth. Chu Xiu looked at the daughter of his old friend before him, his emotions complex. "Why are you on this ship?" Sensing that Chu Xiu didn't intend to harm her, Qin Yi was no longer as afraid as before. She carefully lowered her head and replied, "Qin Yi misses her parents. I heard from Grandpa Huang that this ship travels between Dongju and Nanyu,
so I thought I could find my parents."
Chu Xiu sighed upon hearing this. "The matter of Qin Tianjun's death, I shouldn't tell her for now, lest she become impulsive." Chu Xiu couldn't help but stroke Qin Yi's head. Then he put his hand behind his back.
In a domineering tone, he said, "Girl, follow me. I'll teach you how to cultivate. After you have cultivation, you can find your parents yourself. With me here, I won't let you go hungry, and no one can bully you." Qin Yi should have been moved by Chu Xiu's words, but instead, she became even more frightened. "Excuse me, are you Uncle Chu Xiu?" Chu Xiu nodded and said, "That's right. How do you know?" Qin Yi replied, "Before my father left, he said that if someone found me and wanted to take me away, and if they didn't have bad intentions, then that person would be Uncle Chu Xiu and Aunt Hongyi."
Chu Xiu pointed to himself and said, "It's me. I am Chu Xiu. Your father is Qin Tianjun, your mother is Chen Muyu, and your grandfather is Qin Mo. They are all my old friends, but this is a secret. You must keep it a secret for me now, because if anyone finds out, they will be disadvantageous to me."
Next, the ship landed in Dongzhou, Snow Ridge City.
Stepping out of the flying ship, Chu Xiu held Qin Yi's hand. He instructed her, "A little later when we get off the flying ship, from now on, you are the daughter of me and Aunt Feiyan, understand?" Qin Yi looked at Chu Xiu with sparkling eyes and happily replied, "Understood, father." They hadn't walked far when some people, not knowing whether to live or die, shouted towards Chu Xiu, "Where do you think you're going?" Then, 2 people quickly rushed in front of them. A moment later, dozens of subordinates surrounded Chu Xiu at the foot of Snow Ridge City in Dongzhou. Chu Xiu looked at the crowd and chuckled to himself. "Haha, I didn't expect to encounter some blind fools as soon as I arrived in Dongzhou, daring to block Chu Laoma's path." Just then Qin Yi pointed at the crowd and spoke up,
"Uncle Chu Xiu, it was them who told me to steal. They are all bad people, uncle, be careful." Chu Xiu patted Qin Yi's shoulder and said confidently, "Don't be afraid." A deformed guy stepped forward, cracked his knuckles, and grinned, shouting, "You guys have some nerve, daring to openly take away our people. Are you tired of living? Today, we'll teach you a lesson. Brothers, go, kill the men, and leave the women behind."
"Hee, Big Brother is so wise. We haven't touched any beauties in a long time."
"That's right, Big Brother. We can't wait anymore." Mo Feiyan saw the lecherous looks they were giving her and was furious. She transmitted her voice to Chu Xiu and asked, "Your Highness, should we make a move?" Chu Xiu immediately replied, "A swift victory is best." Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Feiyan immediately rushed forward. "You guys blocked our path first, so don't blame this seat for being impolite. Go to hell." Her left hand pointed at the void, and an enormous black hole appeared. The powerful suction force made it impossible for the crowd to resist. They could only scream miserably, "Save me, sir! Spare us! We know we were wrong." But Mo Feiyan didn't bother listening to their pleas. A moment later, the black hole closed, and the crowd disappeared on the spot. "This place isn't suitable to stay for long. Quickly follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu activated a teleportation formation. The location they teleported to was Dongzhou, Hongdong City. Chu Xiu looked ahead and said, Hongdong City, we've finally arrived at the Ouyang family's nest.
Fei Yan, who is the most talented disciple of the Ouyang family, Mo Fei Yan confidently said, Ouyang Tianse, if the Ouyang family really has the reverse Zai secret, he must have cultivated it. Capture him here to search his soul, and remember not to reveal your identity. Yes, holy son, I'll go do it right away. Shifting the scene tonight, Chu Xiu was hiding on the rooftop opposite the Ouyang family's residence. Observing that they had many soldiers guarding every corner, Chu Xiu thought to himself, I didn't expect the Ouyang family's defenses to be so tight.
A moment later, Mo Feiyan emerged from the void, holding a man in her hand. She respectfully said, Your Highness, I've captured Ouyang Tianse. Chu Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, Feiyan, you've worked hard.
Seeing Ouyang Tianse's unconscious state, Mo Feiyan reported to Chu Xiu.
He has indeed cultivated a fake self-secret, but it's incomplete. At most a tenth of the full version.
Chu Xiu pondered for a moment and said, Even someone as favored as him doesn't get to cultivate the complete, fake self-secret, so the complete version must be in the hands of the Ouyang family's old ancestor. This is going to be tricky. Mo Feiyan sneered, a murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Your Highness, how about I go and capture their old ancestor for you to super soul?
Chu Xiu quickly shook his head at her suggestion. That person has already touched the threshold of the great saint realm. They're not as easy to catch as this Ouyang Tianse. And it might cause a big commotion, attracting the attention of other forces. Then our plan to get the fake self-secret and the divine source stones will be completely ruined. Mo Feiyan frowned, feeling that this matter was extremely difficult.
Your Highness, do you have any plans? Chu Xiu pondered for a moment, a light flashing in his eyes. You keep an eye on Ouyang Tianse, don't let him escape. I'll transform into his appearance, infiltrate the Ouyang family, then approach their old ancestor, and then, hey.
Next, Chu Xiu, in Ouyang Tianse's guise, walked through the main entrance.
The guards, seeing the young master arrive, hurriedly bowed. Young Master Tianse, you're back. Chu Xiu, in Ouyang Tianse's form, coldly nodded, then ignored the crowd and went straight inside.
Chu Xiu arrived at the end of the path, which was Ouyang Tianse's courtyard. In front of him was a blonde woman with a graceful figure, sitting on a stone chair pruning flowers. This woman was Ouyang Tianse's wife, Xu Wanrong. Noticing Ouyang Tianse's return, Xu Wanrong immediately stood up and bowed. Husband, father came by earlier and said that when you returned you should immediately go to the ancestral hall. The old ancestor wants to see you. Chu Xiu saw a strange, complex and difficult to describe expression in Xu Wanrong's eyes. He calmly replied, Okay, I know, Chu Xiu thought to himself. Why does she have that expression? It's strange, Xu Wanrong continued to ask. Husband, will you be back tonight? Chu Xiu became even more suspicious. Why would she ask that? Does Ouyang Tianse often not return at night, leaving her alone day and night? Oh well, I should go see what the Ouyang old ancestor wants to see her descendant for first. As Chu Xiu walked, he coldly said to Xu Wanrong, That depends on my mood. Next, Chu Xiu arrived at the Ouyang old ancestor's palace. As soon as he opened the door, Chu Xiu thought, I didn't expect that I wouldn't actively look for her, but she's already actively looking for me to come here, temporarily conceal my aura to avoid being detected by that old hag. Chu Xiu opened the door and walked in, seeing the surrounding splendor and the fragrance filling the air. With incense sticks everywhere, he couldn't help but sigh. This Ouyang family's old ancestor really knows how to enjoy life. Sensing his arrival, the old hag turned to look at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu thought that next he would see an old face of 80 or 90 years old. But unexpectedly, it was a great beauty with a beautiful soul. Seeing that the Ouyang old ancestor was a great beauty with a fiery figure, Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel his mouth was a little dry. He bent down and respectfully asked, Old ancestor, why did you call me here? The Ouyang old ancestor was sitting gracefully. She gave a charming smile and replied, Tianse Guer, it's been a month since we last met. Old ancestor misses you so much. Immediately, she pressed her large, round breasts against Chu Xiu and caressed his chin with her tender white hands. Darling, why are you so indifferent to me? Although we don't have a husband-wife relationship, we've assembled countless times together. You understand my heart. Come here, while your old ancestor isn't back. Let old ancestor Mama properly love you. Chu Laoma couldn't help but feel excited. His eyes couldn't help but light up. He thought to himself, as expected, it's very promising. No wonder Ouyang Tianse doesn't return day and night, leaving his wife waiting alone in the room. If it were me, I'd have a great battle for 3 days and 3 nights. Hey. After thinking about it, Chu Xiu cooperated in the performance. He looked straight into her eyes, his mischievous hand moving to her waist. Chu Xiu mimicked Ouyang Tianse's appearance, asking in a cold tone, Old ancestor, I've learned the fake self-secret recently.
I don't know when you will pass on the complete fake self-secret to me." She loved his cold but passionate nature. She lifted Chu Xiu's chin and replied enthusiastically, "Tianse,
what's the rush? Your cultivation is still too low. Cultivating a part is enough." Next, she excitedly pulled Chu Xiu over, her face flushed with an abnormal look. "Come here quickly, old ancestor can't wait any longer. Hurry up, that old man is about to return." Beside him, Chu Xiu saw that every time she was excited, her big, beautiful breasts would shake, making him almost forget her true age and pounce on her. He pretended to be calm and said, "Ahem, old ancestor. Actually, I really want to do that with you. But every time I do that with old ancestor, my body feels tired and weak, without any strength. If I have the complete, fake self-secret, I think I can have a great battle with you for 3 days and 3 nights.
Suddenly, she took out a thick, long chain from the void, her eyes coldly looking at him and humming, "Tianse, you naughty boy. You cannot like it, but the more stubborn you are, the more I like your stubbornness. Come here, or do you want me to use strong methods?" Chu Xiu couldn't help but jump back when he saw the chain.
Is this going to be some kind of dismemberment play? The Ouyang old ancestor's taste is really salty. Hee. I must play this game with Shifu Baobao sometime. While he was lost in thought, she had already tightly tied Chu Xiu up and said that this was a prop that the old ancestor had painstakingly refined, and it had the effect of sealing cultivation. In other words, you will be no different from an ordinary mortal. This will be a new experience for both of us. It will be very exciting to watch. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed herself against Chu Xiu. Haha, Tianse, be good, listen to me, let old ancestor kiss you. Old ancestor is about to enter seclusion to break through to the great saint realm. As she spoke, she squinted her eyes in fascination. Lips. Into his face, Chu Xiu saw his lips getting closer and closer, and his goosebumps all over him. He broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. Damn it. It's always been Chu Lioma who takes the initiative to flirt. This time it's good. Now that his cultivation is sealed by her. If he doesn't take action now, I'm afraid his eyebrows will be broken by her later. Instinctively, he took out 3 bottles of 3 flowers gathering on top. He thought to himself, now that my cultivation is sealed, I must use the 3 flowers gathering on top to forcibly suppress her cultivation. Thinking about it, Chu Xiu smashed 3 bottles of 3 flowers gathering on top at her hard. The 3 bottles shattered at the same time. A red color covered her eyes and made her unable to see, followed by a scream of horror. While she was wiping her face, Chu Xiu couldn't help but imagine her old and ugly face, and he suddenly felt nauseous. He tried to hold back and thought to himself, fortunately, I didn't fall for her trick, otherwise wouldn't I have to play a assembling scene with her? Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. On the other side, she covered her face with one hand. She looked at Chu Xiu angrily and roared, You are not Tianse. Who are you coming to the clan with? Chu Xiu didn't know when he untied the chain. He patted his clothes and looked at her with contempt. You ask who I am. You can call me Yangguang Nanhai. Hearing that, the old hag screeched, You little brat, you dare lie to me. Who would have such a name? Chu Xiu just shrugged and spread his hands, replying calmly, I didn't want to do this, but you're just too damn disgusting. I couldn't resist. Finally figuring out Chu Xiu's goal, she asked, Your aim is the Jia secret. Who are you? How do you know about this secret? Over there, Chu Xiu smirked, muttering, Oh, little Shime, whoops, little Shidi, my bad. Guess you're taking one for the team again for Xianxia. Ha ha, you old bat. Don't you remember who I am? Do you remember the Xiao family? The old woman seemed familiar with the Xiao family's name. Suddenly her eyes widened, and she exclaimed in shock, You are the remnant of the Xiao family, Xiao Tianhong's son, Xiao Yifeng. Damn it, I knew it. You have to eradicate the grass and roots. When the spring breeze blows, flowers bloom. Sooner or later, they will come back for revenge. Chu Xiu nodded and said, That's right, I am Xiao Tianchong's son, Xiao Yifeng of the past. Your Ouyang family learned that the Xiao family had the Jia secret and launched an attack to destroy the Xiao family. Did I ever think that this day would come? The Ouyang family's ancestor coldly replied, It is the fault of the treasure holder. Your Xiao family has treasures in their hands, but not the strength to protect them. Annihilation is only a matter of time. You are lucky to die at the hands of our Ouyang family. Hearing this, Chu Xiu felt that she was hopeless.
To prevent long nights and many dreams, Chu Xiu manipulated the chain to trap her and completely suppress her, so that she lost all ability to resist.
Then, the chains pierced her shoulder blades, bones, and collarbones, completely sealing her meridians.
Being pierced by the chains, she couldn't help but scream in pain, "Zhao family remnant, you will not die in peace. My husband is a great saint. When he returns he will chop you into 100 pieces." Chu Xiu curled his lips into a faint smile, then disdainfully asked, "Are you talking about that old dog who stole the divine origin stone from the Ye family? You just wait in hell, he'll be joining you soon enough."
Ha ha. The Ouyang old ancestor heard Chu Xiu's devilish laughter and felt a chill down her spine. She looked at Chu Xiu and stammered, "How do you know about this? Who exactly are you?"
Chu Xiu walked towards her step by step, and he bent down to stroke her outwardly beautiful and youthful chin, and then gave her a cold shower. "If you don't want people to know, don't do it. You've wasted a lot of my time, old woman. Hand over the complete Jiazi secret obediently, or I'll do it myself."
After saying that, Chu Xiu raised his right hand. The golden holy flame burned on his index finger, and the immortal king Lin Jutian's vision appeared above his head. The movements are the same as Chu Xiu's. Seeing Chu Xiu use the ultimate move, the Ouyang old ancestor struggled crazily, and she shouted in horror, "What do you want to do to me?" Chu Xiu smiled coldly, and then he looked at her with cold eyes and replied, "If you don't take the initiative to hand over the Jiazi secret to me, of course I have to search for your soul."
Chu Xiao closed his eyes. His divine sense was like a knife. He didn't show the slightest mercy, and he raised his finger with the holy flame to her brow, while using a formation to trap and lock her soul, and using the immortal King Zhuxian's vision to suppress her soul, not giving her a chance to explode her soul. The old demon woman screamed, blood spewing out from between her eyebrows, being searched for her soul by Chu Xiao. The excruciating pain made the old demon woman's face even more distorted. "You will not die in peace. My husband will avenge me." Chu Xiu's face was expressionless, and he pretended not to hear, and kept reading the old demon woman's memory. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and Chu Xiu was full of joy. "Found it!" The golden holy fire wrapped the old demon woman. Chu Xiu wanted to refine the Jiazi secret from her soul. The pain was like billions of ants on her body, causing the old demon woman to keep struggling. Half an hour later, a ray of light flew out of her soul. Then it twisted and flew into Chu Xiu's soul.
Chu Xiu said happily, "This is the power of the Jiazi secret. With this secret technique, my survival rate when I go to Tai Chi Ancient Star will increase a lot. But before that, I have to reach the divine ability realm, and it would be even better if I could break through to the little saint."
Chu Xiu stroked his chin and looked at her with greedy eyes. "Old ancestor, where is the divine origin stone stolen from the Yeg family?" The old demon woman tried to suppress the pain and replied coldly, "Ha ha, do you think I will tell you?"
When Chu Xiu heard those words, the smile on his face gradually brightened up. He took out a porcelain bottle, and then poured the whole bottle of blue dead poison into her mouth. "Very well, I want to see if your mouth is hard, or the poison in my hand is stronger." Half an hour later, the old demon woman's crazy laughter echoed in the palace. "Ha ha ha, you! Ha ha! You, this thief, what have you done to me? Ha ha ha!" Chu Xiu stroked his chin and replied, "This is called the yin and yang harmony powder. No matter how high your cultivation is, it will gradually dissipate until it turns into nothingness."
Hey, old woman, how is this taste?"
The old woman lay on the ground, groaning madly. Ugh, ugh, ah. After 3 hours, the old demon woman couldn't help but surrender to Chu Xiu. "Ugh, ugh, thief, you are so vicious, quickly give me the antidote." Then, the old woman said where she hid the divine origin stone. According to her, she hid it near the head of the bed. Chu Xiu walked over, then turned a mechanism, and a compartment popped up containing countless treasures and divine origin stones. Chu Xiu pointed to the pile of treasures and asked, "Is this the place?" The old demon woman's head was smoking, and she hurriedly replied, "Yes, the divine origin stone you want is in there."
Chu Xiu counted it over and over again, and found that there were only 40 million divine origin stones, so he turned to ask, "Why are there only 40 million divine origin stones?" According to Ye Hongyu, there should be 60 million divine origin stones. Where are the rest? The old demon woman tried to hold her neck up and said breathlessly, The rest were taken to buy precious medicine. My husband wants to help me break through to the great saint." Chu Xiu was angry when he heard that they used his money to buy treasures for himself, and clenched his fists, and shouted, "Shameless old woman, you dare to use my money to buy treasures for yourself, you guys deserve to die." The old woman next to her gasped and replied, I've already told you about the Divine Origin Stone, now you quickly give me the antidote, I can make up for the Divine Origin Stone. Chu Xiu knew how she was going to make up for it, so he unhesitatingly punched her in the face and said contemptuously, "Put it away, I thought you were so good, what time is it, and you still want an old cow to eat young grass, it's so disgusting. Bay, you figure out how to solve it yourself, I'll go first. See you tonight, there's a good show waiting for you to watch." After a while, Chu Xiu, dressed as Ouyang Tianze, met Ouyanghua, Ouyang Tianze's father, the head of the Ouyang family. Seeing Chu Xiu coming out, Ouyanghua happily asked, "Tianze, did the old ancestor say when she would break through?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, "Father, the family banquet will be held tonight. The old ancestor wants to meet everyone before breaking through." Ouyanghua was overjoyed when he heard this and said, Good, I know, I'll go and inform you right away." "That's great. Our Ouyang family is about to have another great saint ancestor, haha." Chu Xiu looked at his lottery-like appearance and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself, "You just laugh. Wait until tonight when all of your Ouyang family are here. Then it will be time to catch the whole family." Time passed quickly, and all the children and grandchildren scattered everywhere returned, and they saw a very lively atmosphere. Chu Xiu held a small porcelain bottle in his hand and asked, "Almost all of your Ouyang family have arrived. Next it's our turn." Then Chu Xiu stepped on the threshold with one foot and turned to instruct Elder Moi Feiyan, "Tonight, if there is an accident, I will throw the glass as a signal." Beside him, Mai Feiyan nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Highness the Sun." Night fell, and the Ouyang family's mansion was extremely lively. The main line was divided into a total of 14 lines. Almost all of them arrived, and there were even more collateral branches. The melodious sound of strings and flutes and laughter continued, and the banquet was ready. Thousands of people gathered together, and several hot-bodied girls kept dancing, making the atmosphere as lively as a carnival. The younger generation of the family sat around talking, and one of them sitting next to the property asked, "Tianze Gi, I heard that the old ancestor recently found a batch of resources, is this true?" Several people sitting next to him also looked at the young man with expectant eyes. Chu Xiu was drinking wine in a daze and said, "Does the 13th brother want to share a part? It's a small matter. I'll talk to the old ancestor in a moment, and take out a share to share with everyone." As soon as they heard this, everyone invited Chu Xiu. "It's still Tianze Ge who is generous. Come, let's all toast Tianze glass. Tianze Ge must rely on Tianze Ge tonight." That 13th bro of mine chimed in again, "Tianze, why isn't the old ancestor out yet? You two go drag her out." Chu Xiu chuckled and nodded. "All right, sounds good." A moment later, the young man was back, hauling Granny Li by the collar. She's here, your old ancestor is here." The Ouyang clan freaked out when they saw her. They jumped up and yelled, old ancestor, what happened to you? Tianze, what are you doing? Let the old ancestor go. Ouyang Tianze, how dare you disrespect the old ancestor like that? Are you planning a rebellion? Ouyang Tianze, the old ancestor treated you well. How dare you repay kindness with evil? The Ouyang clan couldn't take it anymore. They drew their weapons, unleashed their moves, and charged at Ouyang Tianze, ready to kill. "Ouyang Tianze, you forced our hand." Chu Xiu remained calm, reached into his robe, pulled out a jar, and tossed it into the middle of the room. Boom! The porcelain jar shattered, releasing a purple liquid. As soon as the liquid hit the air, it turned into purple smoke, engulfing everything in an instant. The Ouyang clan immediately recognized it as poison smoke. "Quick, use your cultivation to block the poison smoke," Chu Xiu smirked. "This poison isn't something you can block with cultivation." This poison smoke was super weird, like it was alive. It seeped into their bodies through their pores. Tianze, 13th bro managed to croak out, but it was too late. The pupils of the Ouyang clan gradually turned red. A moment later, everyone froze in place, as if they'd been hit with a body-fixing spell. Chu Xiu cast another spell and commanded, "Kill each other." As time went on, they were slowly consumed by murderous intent, gradually losing their minds. They started hacking and slashing at each other. Chu Xiu waved his hand, and hundreds of array flags flew out, forcibly activating the Ouyang clan's protective formation, sealing off the entire courtyard so no one could escape. Chu Xiu hoisted the old woman up by the collar and asked, "Old hag, is this show entertaining? You guys could have lived a little longer, but you didn't appreciate it. You had to go and steal my godly origin stone. You brought this on yourselves." Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow shot out of nowhere. Chu Xiu casually lifted the old woman to block it. Thwack! Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the arrow pierced through the old woman. "Oops, my bad," reflex. Chu Xiu grinned. "Does it hurt?" He pulled the arrow out and shamelessly said, "It's too dangerous here. I've decided to take a stroll through your treasure vault. You don't mind, do you? But I won't be taking you with me. The show's not over yet, and you're a VIP, so you can't be absent. I'll arrange a VIP seat for you. So how does that sound, you?" Chu Xiu true to his word, grabbed a rope, strung the old woman up, and turned to leave.
The massacre continued. The old woman, hanging high above, watched the scene below in despair. Why? Why did the Ouyang clan provoke this lunatic?
Chu Xiu strolled leisurely through the Ouyang clan's estate. As he walked down a corridor, he suddenly ran into Ouyang Xianxia's wife. She approached him and asked,
"Husband, are you heading to the treasure vault?"
Chu Xiu stared straight at her and coldly said, "You probably realized it already, but I'm not your husband."
"I noticed it yesterday. Although Ouyang Tianxia's eyes are arrogant, they're filled with despair deep down. But in your eyes, I see dominance. Only I am supreme."
The young man stroked his chin and chuckled.
"Only I am supreme, huh? I didn't even realize it myself. If you saw that I'm not Ouyang Tianxia, why didn't you expose me?"
"Why would I expose you?
I'd rather see the Ouyang clan wiped out. I was planning to cooperate with you, but you acted too fast." She paused. "Do you know why I'm waiting for you here?" Without hesitation, Chu Xiu asked.
"Why, I want to enter the Ouyang clan's treasure vault to retrieve something.
If you want to kill me then, I'll gladly end my own life."
Chu Xiu frowned and asked, "What is it?" Tao Wanrong replied calmly. "The remains of my younger sister."
"You must be wondering why there's a corpse in the treasure vault." Chu Xiu shook his head. "I don't want to know."
Chu Xiu raised his right hand and clenched his fist, releasing a wave of murderous intent. Seeing this, Tao Wanrong thought to herself, "What kind of person is this? I've already made my position clear, yet he's still preparing to kill me." She quickly blurted out, "Wait, don't act yet. I have a big secret, something you'll definitely be interested in."
"Do you know about the legendary 9 secrets?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu chuckled inwardly.
"She wants to tell me about the fake Z secret. Haha, I already have it. This woman is indeed smart, but doesn't she know the more intelligent you are, the faster you die?"
Seeing the young man approaching, Tao Wanrong desperately grabbed Chu Xiu's hand to plead, "It's the Dao secret! The Ouyang clan has clues about the Dao secret. I hope to use this information to buy my life, at least until I can move my sister's remains. Then, it won't be too late for you to take my life." Chu Xiu looked at her anxious expression, which didn't seem like she was lying. He finally showed some interest. "Tell me about it. If you make me happy, I might spare you. After all, I'm naturally kind-hearted and hate killing. Thank you for sparing my life." Tao Wanrong breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to herself, "He wanted to kill me just now. And he slaughtered everyone in the backyard like a madman. And this is the kind of person who dares to say he's naturally kind-hearted and hates killing?" Sigh. Tao Wanrong recounted how the Ouyang clan had been searching for the 9 secrets for years. Once, while Ouyang Tianxia was drinking with his father, he vaguely mentioned the Dao secret. Chu Xiu frowned. "I soul-searched the Ouyang old ancestor, so why didn't I find out that Ouyang Ye ever mentioned the Dao secret to her?" Tao Wanrong explained. Ouyang Ye was ambitious, and planned to go against the old ancestor after he obtained the Dao secret, but his talent wasn't enough. And his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the spirit-severing realm.
He was able to become the family head thanks to Ouyang Tianxia. The others in the main bloodline wanted to seize the position of family head. To consolidate his position, he tried everything to become stronger, so when he learned about the clues to the Dao secret, he naturally wouldn't share them. Hearing this, Chu Xiu raised his hand, pointed, and sent a wisp of red smoke into Tao Wanrong's body. "I hope you're not lying to me. If I find the clues to the Dao secret, I'll naturally give you the antidote. If not, you'll turn into a puddle of blood in 3 days." Tao Wanrong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Damn, this dude's playing it way too safe." Soon after, they arrived at the Ouyang family's vault. Inside was a crazy amount of treasure. Top-grade primeval crystals and divine essence stones piled high like mountains. All sorts of medicinal pills, tonics, spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits were displayed on shelves, protected by restrictions. Seeing the massive hoard before him, Chu Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder the Ouyang family is a freaking superpower around here. Their treasure stash is ridiculously rich." Thinking about the massive hoard in front of him, Chu Xiu practically drooled. "Damn right I came to the right place. Alright, let's get to it." The dude then started stuffing all the treasures in the vault into his storage ring. Watching Chu Xiu's looting, Shu Wanrong was speechless, not knowing what to say. 3 hours later, Chu Xiu had completely emptied the vault into his storage ring. Seeing the way this guy was taking stuff, Shu Wanrong thought to herself, "Judging by the way he is, he probably wants to dig up all the jade tiles on the floor and stuff them in too, but letting him clear it out is good, so he won't suspect that I want to split the treasure with him." After Chu Xiu finished collecting the loot, Shu Wanrong went to the side of a wall to check. The young man then asked curiously, "Are you looking for a mechanism? According to my investigation, there's a secret chamber behind the wall of this vault." Hearing this, Chu Xiu went over and kicked. With one kick, the iron door was smashed open by the young man, immediately causing dust to fly everywhere. Xu Wanrong and Chu Xiu covered their mouths and noses with their hands. Why does it smell like dead rats? This stinks. The two of them looked into the secret room and were stunned. The space inside was even larger than the vault outside. Inside were many iron cages, and each cage held a dried-up corpse. Looking at their figures and clothes, they had no doubt that they were all women. Looking at the scene inside, Xu Wanrong couldn't hold back her tears. They slowly flowed down as she called out, "Little sister, I'm sorry, I'm late. Sister is here to take you home." Chu Xiu's powerful divine sense swept out to check, and discovered that there were still living people imprisoned in the cages. Their clothes were tattered, and their skin was sallow and thin. All of them were young girls of 17 or 18 years old. This method is the Blood Yao's slow heaven demon art. No wonder those two old dogs of the Ouyang family broke through to the great saint realm. Hearing this, Xu Wanrong asked curiously, "Does Gongzi know this kind of demonic art?" The young man then explained. The Blood Yao's slow heaven demon art is the unequaled secret art of the Blood Yao lineage. It uses the blood of maidens to wash away the old blood in the body, thereby slowing down decline, enhancing cultivation aptitude, and accelerating enlightenment. Chu Xiu frowned, pondering in confusion. How did the Ouyang family come into contact with this kind of secret art? I remember that this kind of secret art must be personally taught by the Blood Yao lineage. You must drink their blood to cultivate this art. Chu Xiu turned around and walked away, then instructed Xu Wanrong to go find the body of her younger sister. Seeing the young man leaving in a hurry, she asked curiously, "Why is Gongzi in such a hurry?" The Ouyang family has secretly colluded with the Yao race for a long time. The water here is very deep. It's not convenient to stay here for long. I must hurry up and find clues to the Daozi secret, then leave Hongdong City. Switching the scene to Ouyangye's residence, Chu Xiu was rummaging around looking for clues to the Daozi secret when Mo Feiyan came. "Your Highness, the bodies of the Ouyang family have been disposed of. Are you not injured?" "I'm fine. I need to find something. After I find it, we'll leave here immediately." I suspect that the Ouyang family has colluded with the Blood Yao. Hearing Chu Xiu say this, Mo Feiyan angrily shouted, "They're really too bold." This is just one of their methods of pursuing strength. What does selling out their race matter? After searching for a while without finding clues to the Daozi secret, Chu Xiu thought to himself, "Could it be that Xu Wanrong lied to me?" Seeing the young man sighing in frustration, Mo Feiyan worriedly called out, "Your Highness." Chu Xiu reached out and patted her butt, then said, "Don't worry, I'm aiming for greater power, but I'm not so devoid of conscience that I'd raise my cultivation by killing mortals. Moreover, compared to foreign races, I prefer the human race." Mo Feiyan's face turned slightly red, and she nodded softly. The young man got emboldened and leaned over. His mischievous hand kept caressing her. Suddenly, Mo Feiyan noticed something, and softly called out, "Your Highness?" At this time, her foot had stepped on a mechanism. Suddenly, a box appeared from the floor, surprising the two of them. "Oh, no wonder I couldn't find it. So there's a mechanism." The box opened, and inside was a small rectangular piece of jade. The back of the jade was transparent and had no patterns. The front was different, with the image of a majestic mountain and 3 ancient characters below it. 9 Secrets Dao. Chu Xiu picked up the jade and used his divine sense to probe it, but he didn't find anything unusual, so he put it away. The young man turned to look at Mo Feiyan and said, "Feiyan, we must leave Hongdong City immediately." "Yes. Your Highness." Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan had just left Hongdong City for less than half an hour when a spatial distortion appeared above the Ouyang family. 2 figures stepped out of the void. The one behind said, "Fellow Taoist Ouyangzi, it seems we're one step late." The old man Ouyangzi looked at the scene below, then clutched his chest and roared, "Who is it? Who destroyed my Ouyang family?" The old man then turned and clasped his hands, saying to the great saint of the Blood Yao, Taoist Piaxu, "I wonder if we could ask that great adult to come and perform time reversal. If I can't dismember that murderer, I won't be content." That person is very smart. Before acting, he disguised himself as Ouyang Tianse of your family. It's very difficult to distinguish his true identity. Not only that, he also used the 7th grade Kun killing formation to disrupt space-time. Suddenly, Piaxu thought of something. "Wait, disrupt space-time, fellow Taoist Ouyangzi? It seems the secret between us has been exposed. That person must have entered that secret chamber. Seeing those corpses, he would have guessed that your Ouyang family has a connection with the Blood Yao lineage." As soon as Ouyangzi heard this, he became frightened. "Then what should we do, Taoist? Don't panic.
Perhaps it can still be salvaged. The bodies of many people have disappeared. They must have been thrown into the void.
This shows that the opponent has at least one great saint. We could track the spatial fluctuations from the Hongdong City incident. Maybe follow the trail and catch those sneaky bastards. First, let's tell the other families to move out together, set up an inescapable net, see if they can slip out Mita Dongjiao.
Old man Ouyang-zi heard that, and his killer intent was all over the place. Got it, he growled. Watching Ouyang-zi tear through the void and leave, Piao Shi thought to himself, Ouyang-zi's healing up real quick. Makes you wonder about that long-lost secret art of the human race.
Scene change. 2 days later, in Yinyui City, Dongjiao.
Inside a tavern. Everyone was buzzing, have you heard? The Ouyang family of Hongdong City got wiped out overnight. Their ancestors freaking out.
Spotting a group of people approaching, one guy hushed.
Shh! The Mu family's here. A dozen or so divine power realm cultivators passed by.
Sitting nearby, Chu Xiu muttered to himself as he watched them. Mu family, huh? Once the Mu family cultivators were gone, Chu Xiu stood up and left. The tavern chatter resumed. Those guys were from the Mu family. The Mus and Ouyangs are practically family. No way they just sit by while the Ouyangs got hit. They were helping with the search. No wonder they look so fierce.
At the same time, in some random inn, Mo Feiyan was disguising Qin Yi. She asked, Yi, do you like this outfit? The little girl grinned and nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I do. Right then, Chu Xiu opened the door and walked in. Mo Feiyan asked, Your Highness? What's the situation? Chu Xiu took off his hat and sighed. It's complicated. The Ouyang family isn't the only power colluding with the Blood Yao. A little later, Mo Feiyan, after hearing Chu Xiu explain the outside situation, frowned. How about this? I'll lure them away. Your Highness, you and Yi can use the chance to take a skyship back to the southern domain.
Chu Xiu sighed. Feiyan, do you know what the consequences of that are? Mo Feiyan nodded. I might die. Of course, I won't be stupid enough to fight them head on. I'll find a way to run back to the Kaisu Holy Land. Once I'm there, I'm safe. Bonk. Chu Xiu tapped Mo Feiyan on the forehead. You silly woman, you think others haven't thought of that? Right now, you're just a great saint-stage cultivator. Any cultivator heading towards the Kaisu Holy Land will be suspicious. Mo Feiyan pouted and rubbed her forehead. Your Highness, I was wrong. If we can't contact the Holy Land remotely to call for help, and we can't leave Dongjiao, we can't just hide here forever. Of course not. They want to play games. I'll play games with them. Slowly, Chu Xiu leaned close to Mo Feiyan's ear and instructed, Feiyan, go buy me some stuff.
Mo Feiyan, curious, asked, Your Highness, these are all materials for making poison. Are you planning? Chu Xiu nodded. Yep. In some secret chamber, two people were talking. Old man Ouyang-zi anxiously asked, Piao Xie, it's been so many days, and we still haven't found the culprit. Could they have left Dongjiao already?
Piao Xie, sitting at the table, calmly picked up some food with his chopsticks and reassured him. Ouyang-zi, you're overthinking it. Dongjiao's borders are heavily guarded. Not even a great saint could get out, let alone a fly. Besides, we're not without leads. This is intel that fellow Taoist Tan sent over a couple of weeks ago. This couple brought a little girl from the southern domain, arrived in Dongjiao via skyship. They fought someone in Jueling City. The woman's cultivation is high, probably a great saint expert.
So just 2 days after arriving in Dongjiao, your family was wiped out. Isn't that a little too coincidental? Old man Ouyang-zi pondered. From the southern domain, the only powers I've offended in the southern domain are the Ye family and the Kaisu Holy Land. If it really is someone from those two, then we're in trouble. Not just you, but the Tan family, the Mu family, the Yang family, the Qi family. Anyone connected to our Blood Yao lineage. We might all be exposed. If we can't eliminate the threat, your families will have no choice but to abandon the human race and flee to Yao territory.
Hearing Piao Xi's analysis, old man Ouyang-zi slammed his fist on the table. Agitated, Piao Xi, I can't sit still any longer. I'm going to find these three. Saying goodbye and watching the headache-ridden Ouyang-zi leave, the sinister Piao Xi thought to himself, I need to figure out Ouyang-zi's secret first. If it really is that secret art, then I've hit the jackpot.
Suddenly, the void cracked open, and a clear voice rang out. Piao Xi, what are you plotting again? Piao Xi turned his head and exclaimed,
True monarch, Qian Mian. Qian Mian. This guy reconstructed his body this fast. Not simple. Luckily, Lord Daizun lent a hand. If not, it'd take me 7 or 8 years to recover. You're such a disgrace. Heard you got Yin to self-detonate by a beyond realm ant. Almost died in his hands. Ignoring Piao Xi's mockery, Qian Mian grabbed a wine cup and poured himself some. Don't laugh at me. You wouldn't fare any better than I did if you met him, Piao Xi scoffed. His cultivation's probably just at the Dao Palace realm by now. I could slap him to death with one hand. Then you should try it. Qian Mian drank his wine, remembering the scene of being chased by Chu Xiu with lingering fear. Scene change.
Dongju, Lingfeng City, Chu Xiu, held up a memory stone, standing in the most crowded plaza in Lingfeng City, and shouted,
"Fellow Taoists, you've probably heard about the Ouyang family being wiped out, right? That's right, I did it."
The crowd in the plaza erupted in discussion. What? He wiped out the Ouyang family? Doesn't he know that the big families are searching for him everywhere? He actually dares to show himself now? Is he insane?
Hearing everyone's chatter, Chu Xiu explained, "Fellow cultivators, you probably don't know why I had to wipe out the Ouyang family, right? Well, let me tell you all here." Chu Xiu began channeling true essence into the image stone, activating a massive projection that appeared in the sky. Inside were images of emaciated women in tattered clothes locked in iron cages. The crowd in the square was shocked. "What is this? Why are there so many dried-up female corpses?" Chu Xiu continued. These images were recorded from within the secret chambers of the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family colluded with the Yao fiends of the Blood Yao lineage, cultivating the Blood Yao world-turning demonic art. These poor girls are the catalyst. The reason I came to Lingfeng City to announce this information is because the Tan family, just like the Ouyang family, is also in cahoots with the Blood Yao, secretly slaughtering people of our race. A cultivator in the square stood up and asked, "You can't just say that. What's the proof?" Chu Xiu raised his head and sneered, "Proof. Everyone, follow me to slaughter our way into the Tan family, and then everything will be clear." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, "Slaughter your way into the Tan family? You've got quite the big mouth."
The one who spoke was Tan Rushuang, a little saint-level powerhouse stationed in Lingfeng City. She floated in the void, brandishing her longsword, and shouted, "You little punk, we haven't even come looking for you yet, and you dare to jump out yourself, you've got guts." As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Feiyan suddenly appeared behind her and snapped her neck, killing her instantly. The young Chu Xiu below looked up and pretended to clasp his fist in salute, saying,
"Many thanks to this senior for acting righteously."
Everyone in the square was drenched in sweat. "What? Tan Rushuang is dead?" Snapped her neck. "Is this senior at least a great saint?" Ahem, ahem. Chu Xiu pretended to cough, and then shouted loudly, "The Tan family's stationed little saint is dead. Everyone follow me to slaughter our way into the Tan family to rescue the poor, innocent human girls."
Several young men, imagining themselves as heroes rescuing damsels in distress, were practically drooling.
Chu Xiu led the group of cultivators to the front gate of the Tan family. "Kill, kill, kill." The Tan family guards drew their weapons and shouted, "What do you want? This is the Tan family. You're not allowed to act recklessly here." Both sides charged into a chaotic battle.
Chu Xiu floated in the air, adding fuel to the fire. The Tan family commits heinous acts, colluding with the Blood Yao, traitors to our human race. Everyone, quickly slaughter your way in to rescue our fellow humans. The cultivators below also shouted, "Kill them all." The cultivators looked at each other, their eyes gleaming with greed, and then surged into the Tan family like a tide. "Kill them all, kill, kill, kill." Chu Xiu floated in the air, looking down with an expressionless face, but in his heart he thought, "I knew it would be like this. These cultivators have been oppressed by the Tan family for too long. Just give them a little confidence, and they'll slaughter their way into the Tan family without hesitation." A moment later, Ma Feiyan flew over to report, "Your Highness, the secret chamber has been found." The young man's perverted hand, out of habit, patted Mo Feiyan's butt and said, "Take action." Mo Feiyan blushed and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Chu Xiu continued to fly inside and shouted, "Fellow cultivators, please follow me. I'll lead you to see the true face of the Tan family." Rumble, rumble. Under the combined attack of the crowd, a gigantic mountain in the middle of the Tan family's mansion was blasted apart. As the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone clearly saw the scene inside. A stench filled the air, and corpses were piled up like mountains, even more than in the Ouyang family. Some cultivators couldn't stand the smell and vomited. Beasts. Are they even human? At this time, even some cultivators who had only come with the intention of looting had cold looks in their eyes. "Damn it, everyone from the Tan family must die." Chu Xiu continued to shout loudly, "Everyone, it's not just the Tan family. The Yang family, the Mu family, the Qi family are all the same. They can't even be called human anymore, betraying our fellow humans, devoid of conscience." Everyone shouted for blood. A cultivator stood in front of Chu Xiu, angrily cursing in agreement. "Young master is right. These beastly families deserve to die. We'll kill them one by one." Suddenly the void cracked open, and a gigantic hand descended. The crowd below was horrified. Someone suddenly yelled, "Oh no! The Tan family's old ancestor is back." Rumble, rumble. The smoke and dust dissipated, leaving behind a gigantic handprint on the ground. Countless cultivators died tragically under the Tan family's old ancestor's palm. The old ancestor angrily roared, "You little punks! If I don't kill you all, I swear I won't be human."
He was so angry that he almost lost his mind. The surviving cultivators screamed for help. Help! Run! Meanwhile, Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan had already fled outside. The two turned back to look at Lingfeng City. Chu Xiu exclaimed. The Tan family's old ancestor has activated the restriction, Mo Feiyan said with a solemn expression. Your Highness, what you did was too risky. I'm worried something might happen to you, Chu Xiu reassured her. Don't worry, even the thousand-faced true monarch, a fifth-level great saint, was tricked by me to the point of vomiting blood. The Tan family's old ancestor is only a third-level great saint. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's perverted hand casually groped her butt again. Mo Feiyan blushed shyly, and then mumbled an agreement. After annihilating the crowd below, the Tan family's old ancestor angrily shouted, Who dares to oppose my Tan family? Stand out now, and perhaps this old man will let you die a little more comfortably. Suddenly, he was shocked and horrified when he saw a purple mist enveloping him. What is this? A spatial barrier surrounded him, and countless poisonous fumes surged towards the Tan family's old ancestor. Realizing it was poison, he covered his nose with his sleeve. Chu Xiu grinned triumphantly. It's just a few hundred types of poison. Like 3 flowers converging on the crown, half a step to mad laughter, 10 fragrances, soft bone powder, love poison, and many other kinds. Chu Xiu, mid-casting a spell, was like, Alright, I'm gonna use the 6th rank imprisoning kill formation to tie him down. Feiyan, go finish him off. Mo Feiyan, straight up charged in. Unleashing the Heavenly Realm True Hand technique, countless hand imprints came crashing from all directions, targeting the Tan family's old ancestor. Dude's face went pale. No time to dodge, he had to defend, but since he got poisoned, his cultivation level was suppressed. Boom boom, Mo Feiyan's hand imprints slammed into him, and after a few breaths, the Tan family's old ancestor was pulverized into dust, soul and all. Chu Xiu, super impressed, exclaimed, Not even half an incense stick's worth of time, and the Tan family's ancestor is already gone. As expected of my woman, Mo Feiyan, all sweet-talkin', replied. It's all thanks to your Highness's good teaching. Your Highness, the news of the Tan family's annihilation will spread fast. Other families will probably freak out and hide, scared of getting involved. Let's take this chance to head back to the southern domain. The young man moved in close to Mo Feiyan, flashing a wicked grin. Sure thing. I'll give you a reward when we get back. Cut to the Chilean mountains of the eastern continent. Towering peaks stretched as far as the eye could see, tens of thousands of miles. The old Ouyang family dude was running for his life, face white as a sheet, looking super pathetic. He roared, Piao Shui, you dare attack me. Behind him, Piao Shui and heavenly-faced True Lord were casually tailing him. He grinned wickedly and said, Ouyang friend, why not just let us search your soul? It'd be so much easier. We just want to see your secret art. Why run so fast? The old guy's expression changed slightly. What secret art? I don't have any secret art. Then, both of them quickly closed in and caught the old Ouyang dude. You can't escape. Give up, the stubborn old man retorted. Even if I can't escape, I won't let you get the fake self-secret. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the area. The old Ouyang dude was nowhere to be seen. Heavenly-faced True Lord was pissed. He self-destructed. Piao Shu snorted coldly. Forget it. The one who wiped out the Ouyang family must have gotten the fake self-secret from the old woman. Even if I have to turn the entire human domain upside down, I'm gonna find that person. Cut to 2 days later, the border region between the eastern and southern continents, in a picturesque valley, birds chirping, flowers blooming, and a babbling brook, little Qin Yi was meditating peacefully. Meanwhile, the young Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan were playing a little game of stacking blocks. Seeing the young man going at it, making a racket, Mo Feiyan reminded him, Shh! Your Highness, keep it down. Yi is cultivating outside. The young man flashed a devilish grin and said, Then she'll just have to endure it. Don't make a sound. Mo Feiyan could only clench her fists and grit her teeth. Her face was flushed, and she covered her mouth, muttering, Your Highness, you're so annoying, the young man replied. Don't like it. Should I let go? Mo Feiyan pleaded. Your Highness, help me. I'm about to break through to the 3rd level of Great Saint. Chu Xiu started playing hard to get and changed positions. Alright, sit on me, and I'll help you break through. She obediently changed positions and sat down, moans and groans. After a while she yelled, I broke through. After breaking through, Mo Feiyan was exhausted. Chu Xiu, lying next to her, teased, Congratulations, Elder Mo, on another breakthrough. A moment later, Chu Xiu took out something and said, Let me show you something. Mo Feiyan was shocked. Your Highness, you actually formed a divine seed. Only the ancient great emperors could form a divine seed when they were young. Your Highness's divine ability is also divine grade. The system displayed information. 1 origin Daio seed, type, divine ability seed, grade, emperor grade, Stage, nascent. Stages, nascent. Growing, mature, perfect. Note:
When the Dao seed reaches the perfect stage, it can sprout and break through to the divine ability realm.
Mo Feiyan opened the door and said, "I'll go find some beast meat to nourish your highness. You're working hard."
After Mo Feiyan left, the young man smirked and thought to himself,
"The sun's shining bright today. Why not find a place to comprehend the energy of the divine seed?"
Chu Xiu found a mountain cave, sat on a large rock, and started cultivating. This place is overflowing with spiritual energy. It's a good place to cultivate.
Just as he took out the seed to comprehend, the system displayed information, detected the first comprehension of seed energy, descending rootless divine water. Chu Xiu held out his hand and wondered. Rootless divine water. Suddenly, the rock he was sitting on split in two. Chu Xiu jumped up to dodge, confused. What's going on? A figure emerged from the dust. Taking the form of a girl, Chu Xiu was stunned and asked, "You?
Who are you?"
The busty chick looked around and muttered to herself, "How long have I been asleep? What era is this? Is this the desolate ancient times?" Chu Xiu saw her ample bosom, and his nose started bleeding. The young man quickly closed his eyes, cupped his fist in salute, and was about to speak, but she cut him off. "Do I look that old?" Chu Xiu kept staring at her, drooling, and said, "Then can I call you little sis?"
She was stunned, surprised, and asked,
"Why little sis? Why add little?"
The quick-witted young man hurriedly explained, "Not little. Oops, no. The word little just shows how young and beautiful sis is." She was very happy to hear that. "Good, you're a smooth talker. I'll reward you with a drumstick of a great saint-level azure dragon."
"Too bad I don't have a Saint King level 1 here. You can have this one for now." As she spoke, she handed the azure dragon drumstick to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu was sweating when he saw the azure dragon drumstick. The young man thought, "Is she even speaking human language? She wants me to eat Saint King level meat right off the bat."
"What's her background?"
The young man kept staring at her from head to toe. She also looked at Chu Xiu and spoke. "Minor success with the desolate ancient sacred body. Not bad. What's your name, kid?" Chu Xiu smiled brightly, cupped his fists and said, "My name is Chu Xiu. May I have the honor of knowing little sis's name?"
Hearing the young man ask her name, she coldly said, "Luo Qingyu." Knowing the beauty's name, the young man continued smoothly, "Sis Luo, I can feel that you're very strong, but I can't find the words to describe how strong you are. Could it be that you're a quasi-emperor?"
Luo Qingyu covered her mouth and giggled in response. "You've got good eyes, kid. My cultivation is indeed quasi-emperor, but my strength is suppressed by the heavenly Dagyo, so at most I'm only considered a half-step quasi-emperor realm right now." Chu Xiu's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists in excitement.
"Sure enough, I wasn't wrong. She's really a quasi-emperor. What a thick thigh. I have to find a way to latch on." Chu Xiu went to the base of a tree, sat down, and patted the spot next to him, signaling Luo Qingyu to sit down. "Sis Luo, to be able to become a quasi-emperor in this era is really amazing." Luo Qingyu sat down and said, "Kid, stop probing. I'm really not from this era." "Which era are you from, sis? Why did you appear at this time?" "I sealed myself in the desolate ancient times and woke up because of the energy from your rootless divine water." Chu Xiu was stunned when he heard the desolate ancient times, thinking, "That's an era from 1,000,000 years ago." Seeing Chu Xiu was distracted, Luo Qingyu smugly continued, "HMPH. Before I sealed myself, I was only 5,000 years old. I can be considered the youngest quasi-emperor." The young man's mind was racing, thinking, "Sealed because of me and awakened by me, this is called fate. How wonderful." The young man asked curiously, "Why did sis have to seal herself?" Luo Qingyu thought for a moment and explained. "During the desolate ancient times, a great emperor used his divine powers to deduce the path forward and discovered a secret." "What secret?" "Beyond the heavens, there is a greater heaven. If we can reach the sky beyond the heavens, our Dabio will be continued, and we can break the limits of our lifespan and achieve eternal life." Unfortunately, in the desolate ancient times, even the great emperor couldn't find the path to the heaven beyond the heavens, so some powerhouses sealed themselves, hoping to find the opportunity for eternal life in later generations. "Sis Luo, it sounds like there were a lot of quasi-emperor level powerhouses who sealed themselves like you, right?" Hearing Chu Xiu ask, Luo Qingyu nodded. "I don't know the exact number, but there's definitely more than just me. What about the great emperors? Did they seal themselves too?" "The great emperor's Tao harmonizes with heaven and earth, vast and powerful, so they can't seal themselves.
As for where they went in the end, no one knows for now. Aside from emperor weapons, no one has seen the appearance of a great emperor after death."
Luo Qingyu took out a jade token and gave it to Chu Xiu. "Little brother, you helped me break the seal, so Sis owes you a favor.
There's a wisp of my divine sense avatar sealed in this jade token. When you're in mortal danger, you can crush this jade token, and it can help you resolve the crisis. Of course, if you encounter an enemy that even my divine sense avatar can't deal with, I'll personally take care of it for you. Thank you, Sis Luo. Are you leaving already? Lupo Qingyu didn't understand Chu Xiu's meaning and asked, "Why do you ask that?" Chu Xiu then explained, "Normally, after you give me the jade token, wouldn't you turn around, raise your hand to tear through the void, and leave, leaving behind only a silhouette that people can't forget?" Luo Qingyu smiled. "Little brother, you're really interesting. A million years is too long. The ever-changing world has become unfamiliar. Things have changed and people have gone. The world is bustling, but no one knows me, and I don't know where to go to see the prosperity." Chu Xiu was overjoyed when he heard this. "Sis, if you have nowhere to go, why don't you come with me?" Luo Qingyu nodded, gave a charming smile, and then grabbed Chu Xiu's arm, saying, "Little brother, you really understand Sis's heart." She blushed as she stared at Chu Xiu and continued, "How should Sin teach you the Tao? But I can sense your aura, and I feel like you have a lot of women around you." The young man was sweating from Luo Qingyu's intimate actions. Are people from a million years ago this enthusiastic? This woman is really the type of demon that sucks people dry. Luo Qingyu rubbed her melons against the young man and asked, "You're already shy before I've even done anything." The young man froze, speechless. After a moment, Chu Xiu hurriedly said, No, sis, I really can't take it anymore if you keep doing that." The young man Chu Xiu hurriedly backed away, sweating, and thought that he had absolutely no information on this person. If he really took her words to heart, he was afraid that he would be slapped to death by her. Seeing Chu Xiu back away, Luo Qingyu covered her mouth and giggled. "You're scared?" Chu Xiu gave a wry smile and raised his hands in surrender. I'm scared, Sis Luo, please spare me." Luo Qingyu turned to look into the distance and suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, little brother. When I appear in white, you absolutely mustn't be as bold as you are today. It's easy to die." Chu Xiu was stunned and confused when he heard this. "Appear in white? Why?" Luo Qingyu raised her hand and made a spitting gesture. "You'll know when you meet her." Hearing this, Chu Xiu was even more confused. What does she mean? Can she switch personalities? Could it be multiple personality disorder? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? Luo Qingyu patted the young man on the shoulder and smiled lightly. "Don't worry. As long as you don't provoke her, she won't kill indiscriminately." Chu Xiu looked at Luo Qingyu's slightly evasive eyes and thought, what does her smile mean? It doesn't seem very certain. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu grabbed her head and shouted, "Not good, she's about to appear." Chu Xiu looked at Luo Qingyu's clothes that were turning white and shouted in panic, "That, Luo Gurge?" The dude was clutching his head but still managed to choke out, "Luo Gurge, I really don't like that address." The young man was trembling, sweat pouring off him, and fearfully asked, "Then, what should I call you, girl? Senior?" As soon as Chu Xiu finished speaking, a sharp ice shard zipped right in front of the youth's brow. The girl controlled the ice shard to stop and said coldly, "Miss Luo, this deity isn't as young as you think, and Senior Luo feels a bit off. Can't call me this, can't call me that. So what should you call me then, Luo?" She didn't know what she was thinking, then destroyed the ice blade and said, "I like that call." Chu Xiu immediately agreed. "All right, from now on I'll call you Luo Tong, okay?" Though he said that, the youth secretly thought, seriously, there's still someone who likes to be people's something else. Qing Nyu waved her hand, dissolving the ice shard, and said coldly, "You carry bloody luck on you. No wonder she followed you." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's expression changed slightly. "This is the first time I've seen someone besides myself who can see luck. Luo Di, how do you know about bloody luck?" "The reason I know about bloody luck is that I know the art of Qi observation. The Heavenly Emperor's art of Qi observation. The Heavenly Emperor's art of Qi observation can observe the change of dynasties, can observe the luck of cultivators, and can peek into the heavenly Tao, and can also turn danger into safety." Chu Xiu stroked his chin, pondered, and thought about the art of Qi observation, the Heavenly Emperor's art of Qi observation. "So that's it. I once saw this secret art in an ancient book. It's incredibly magical. But it's been lost for a long time. I didn't expect Luo Dai to know it." "Luo Dai, you said before that Luo Gage decided to follow me because I carry bloody luck. What's the deal with that?" "Bloody luck is related to the secrets of the extraterrestrial heavens, but I'm not sure what the specifics are." Hearing Luo Qing Nyu say that, Chu Xiu frowned and thought, the bloody luck of the human race. I only got connected to it when I was undergoing the tribulation of the holy body, recalling the vast, boundless river of blood, countless corpses of the human race floating and sinking. and the majestic figure on the other side of the river of blood.
So, how is bloody luck related to the extraterrestrial heavens? Chu Xiu snapped back to reality, startled. Where's Luo Di? Where did she go? Oh, well, forget it. Let's go meet up with Fei Yan and Yi, and then get ready to head back to Shangjing.
So this part of our story ends here. Thanks to all of you for watching my video. Bye-bye, everyone. And see you in the next videos. Scene change to Black Rock City, where there are crowded people coming and going. Luo Qing Nyu was walking on the street, looking around. An old man was selling candied haws.
Big knife candied haws.
Selling candied haws here. She was attracted by the delivery sound, and went over to take a look. An old man with white hair was holding a bundle of straw, with candied haws inserted on it. Luo Qing Nyu pointed and said, "Grandpa, I want a skewer of candied haws."
Luo Qing Nyu carried the candied haws skewer and went to a place with few people.
She smelled it and licked it. Her blue eyes immediately curved into crescent moons, covering her cheeks with her small hands. And a happy smile broke out. Suddenly, Luo Qing Nyu noticed something, and turned her head to look. Her expression changed greatly.
Her eyes met Chu Xiu, Mo Feiyan, and Qin Yi, who were looking for her. Mo Feiyan asked, "Your Highness, is this the very powerful senior you were talking about?" Suddenly, a bone-chilling killing intent shrouded the three of them. Luo Qing Nyu frowned, gritting her teeth in anger. All three of them shivered at the same time. Chu Xiu quickly pulled the two of them back and hurriedly changed the subject. "The sun is really strong today." Luo Qing Nyu snorted coldly, quickly put the candied haws away and asked, "Where are you guys going? Show me the way."
Chu Xiu replied, "Shangjing City." "Then let's go." As soon as the words left her mouth, Luo Qing Nyu closed her eyes, and her quasi-emperor-level divine sense explored through the void, locking on to Shangjing City. With a wave of her hand, she tore it once. The void seemed like paper being torn apart, and then she rolled the three of them into it. Opening their eyes again, Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan were shocked to find that they had arrived at the Kai Suzi envoy in Shangjing City. Chu Xiu called out outside, "Shifu, I'm back." Qi Mengdie and Yao Qi Saintus were sitting in the room. Seeing the three of them enter, they stood up, and their eyes glanced at Chu Xiu, then Mo Feiyan and Qin Yi, and finally stopped on Luo Qing Nyu. "You ungrateful disciple, don't you want to introduce me?" she said, but in her head she was burning with anger. This ungrateful disciple is out having fun, and even dares to bring women back. Chu Xiu raised his hand to introduce. "Aunt Luko, this is my Shifu, and this is the Yao Qi Saintus."
"Shifu, this is Luo Qing Nyu. Her cultivation is very high." Hearing the introduction, Qi Mengdie looked at Luo Qing Nyu carefully and thought to herself, "I can tell. This woman is not simple. Relying on my strength, I can't see through her cultivation. At least she is a holy king." She took the initiative to salute. Qi Mengdie has met fellow Taoist Luo Qing Nyu. Luo Qing Nyu looked at Qi Mengdie and said, "Not bad physique. You can call me the same as Chu Xiu." "Call me what?" Qi Mengdie's expression became strange when she heard this. "It's not good to call you that. My ungrateful disciple calls you Aunt Luo, and I call you that. Wouldn't it be a mess of levels?" A corner of Luo Qingnyu's mouth twitched. She thought to herself, "You and your disciple are done. You even have children. What are you still pretending for? You really think I can't see it?" Qi Mengdie looked at Luo Qing Nyu with a strange expression. Her eyes dodged slightly, and her cheeks flushed slightly, and she thought to herself, "Why is she looking at me like that? Could it be that she has seen through that relationship between me and my ungrateful disciple?" Chu Xiu hurriedly took out Qin Yi to reduce the embarrassment. "Shifu, this little girl's name is Qin Yi. She is a disciple I just accepted. Yi, quickly call Shimu." As soon as the young man finished speaking, he was shocked to realize that he had said something wrong. "No, not right. Call Shinal." Everyone was speechless with Chu Xiu. Qin Yi came to Qi Mengdie, obediently folded her hands in salute, and said hello to Shinal. Qi Mengdie gave a stiff smile and praised. "Not bad aptitude." She took out a jade bracelet and put it on Qin Yi's hand. "Here, I'm giving you this bracelet." Qin Yi obediently replied, "Thank you, Shinal." At this time, Luo Qing Nyu spoke. "Chu Xiu, I need to restore my cultivation. Give me a place to retreat." Mo Feiyan heard this and said, "Follow me. I'll take you to your place of residence." Yao Qi Saintes saw the three leave, and knew that Chu Xiu and Qi Mengdie had something to say. She said, "Holy Sun, His Highness, I will come to you again tonight." Qi Mengdie was angry and jealous when she heard this. "What are you looking for my ungrateful disciple for at night?" "All right, you little fox spirit," Qi Mengdie finally spoke up after everyone left. "Spill it.
Where'd you run off to this past month, you disobedient disciple? Moshanglao's cultivation got a serious boost, all thanks to you, isn't it?
Chu Xiu grinned, sidling up to Mengdie to butter her up. Aya, you're all my precious assets, don't get jealous now. Mengdie put on a stern face. Don't you get any ideas with me? What do you mean, your precious assets? And I don't need to be jealous of anyone.
The young man immediately started massaging her shoulders, trying to flatter her. Aya, don't be like that. Mengdie turned her head away. Go find your Fei Yan. She's all gentle and obedient. Okay. As soon as Mengdie finished speaking, the young man's wandering hands were already sneaking in somewhere. Let me see if my precious has gotten plumper lately. Mengdie blushed and scolded. You naughty disciple, what are you up to again? Chu Xiu shamelessly replied. Let me recite a poem for Shifu.
The winding path leads to a secluded place, with hills and streams. The streams in the cave trickles, and the grass outside the valley is lush, Mengdie said shyly. Naughty disciple, quickly take your hand out.
As soon as she said that, she grimaced and moaned. So you can imagine what happened next. An hour later, Mengdie, exhausted, stroked Chu Xiu's head, resting on his thighs, and noticed the abnormality while he was building bricks. She then asked,
Naughty disciple, I felt like I sensed the energy of a divine-grade seed in your body earlier.
Chu Xiu immediately said, It's emperor grade. Do you know what emperor grade means? I heard only great emperors can cultivate an emperor-grade divine ability seed.
Chu Xiu sat up, looking confident. So you're saying, I have the potential of a great emperor, Mengdie said. If you're so sure the divine ability seed you cultivated is emperor grade, why don't you let me take a look?
Let my divine sense enter your Doppio Palace, and I'll know for sure. But when my divine sense enters your Doppio Palace, I can not only see your secrets, but also destroy your Doppio Palace at any time. After speaking frankly, Mengdie gnawed and asked,
Dare you let me in? Chu Xiu calmly said.
Silly woman, would you hurt me? If you don't want to come in, just come in.
I'm not afraid.
Mengdie placed her hand on Chu Xiu's abdomen and activated her technique.
Very quickly, her divine sense entered Chu Xiu's Dao Palace.
Mengdie was extremely surprised. Is this really the wheel sea? How is this possible? I have never seen such a vast and wide wheel sea before. No wonder his combat power is so strong, his foundation is so strong, it can be explained even if he is stronger. After a while, Mengdie found a small island, which was his Dao Palace. After looking around for a while, she was surprised again. Obviously, the wheel sea and the other shore are vast and magnificent, but why is his Dao Palace so ordinary?
Mengdie stepped over the barrier and entered inside, seeing a seed floating in the air.
Mengdie thought to herself, this naughty disciple didn't lie to me. It really is a divine-grade divine ability seed. Suddenly, Mengdie saw the back of a slightly familiar man next to him, and she called out,
Chu Xiu, Chu Lioma.
Slowly turning his head to look. After Chu Lioma turned his face, Mengdie looked at the person in front of her and felt that something was wrong. You are Chu Xiu. No, you are Chu Lioma. Wait, who are you? Who are you in the end?
Chu Lioma called out, Shifu. Seeing that the person in front of her was not Chu Xiu, Mengdie shouted, You are not my naughty disciple. Who are you in the end? Why do you have the same appearance as Chu Lioma? Chu Xiu thought to himself. When Shifu saw my divine ability seed, she could have taken it for her own use, but she didn't. If Shifu has seen my true appearance and still hasn't attacked me, then she is worth trusting. After thinking carefully for a while, Chu Xiu then spoke. I am Chu Xiu on Gihun Cliff, and I am also Chu Xiu, the holy son of Kaisu. Mengdie then asked in confusion. Then where is my disciple Chu Xiu? Did you seize his body? Impossible. If you seized his body, why would you still be able to come to the first origin land to search for sword intent? I have a secret method that can make the person who seizes the body no different from a reborn person. Speaking of which, you should thank me. If I hadn't saved him 30 years ago, he would have died in Qishan County. Now that he was seized by me, it's just returning a life to me. Where did the saying that I killed him come from? Hearing Chu Lioma's words, Mengdie was shocked. Does that mean that you started plotting against me 30 years ago? As expected of you. Chu Lioma. The two were silent for a while without saying anything. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Then Chu Lioma spoke first. I have calculated too many people in my life. It's just a coincidence that I was reborn in the Kaisu Holy Land and seized Chu Xiu. Maybe it's our fate. Hearing this,
Mengdie understood everything and questioned. Then you controlled me just to improve your aptitude and see me as a revenge tool. I chased you down. Yes, I admit that I only saw you as a tool at first, and I did have the intention of revenge, but as I gradually came into contact, I discovered the cuteness of Shifu and slowly fell in love with you. Don't say these sappy words. You are not my disciple, scheming, deceiving, playing with me. Do you think I will still let you go?
Seeing Mengdie so angry, Chu Laoma said, "This is my Dao palace. If you want to take action, I won't be able to stop you. If you want to do it quickly. I will definitely not resist." Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Mengdie raised her hand and was about to strike down to kill Chu Laoma. Chu Laoma closed his eyes and said, "Come on, Shifu." Mengdie was in a fierce internal struggle, but just couldn't bring herself to do it. Chu Laoma, anticipating Mengdie's hesitation, asked as she lowered her hand, "Why did you people hunt me down back then? You all call me Chu Laoma. But have I ever done anything evil or betrayed the human race? The people I killed were all my enemies. Did I ever slaughter innocents indiscriminately? If I didn't kill them, they would have killed me. But when I killed them, their elders would hunt me down. It's just an endless cycle. The hatred only deepens. If I don't wipe out the other side, the grudges won't disappear. I knew early on that if I killed too many, it wouldn't end well. Even ants cling to life, let alone me." Saying this, Chu Laoma grabbed Mengdie's hand and continued, "So, I prepared a little something for the future. You think I'm wrong because I seized your head disciple's body and used his identity to deceive you. But I don't feel like I've done anything wrong. First of all, in my opinion, my life is more precious than anyone else's. Secondly, his life was given to him by me. Letting him live for another 30 years was already extremely merciful." At this point, Chu Laoma lowered his voice gently. "Shifu, I ask you, after Chu Xiu became the head disciple of Xianxia Peak, became the holy son of the Kaisu Holy Land, did he ever do even one thing that was wrong to the Holy Land? You and I left the Holy Land together, day and night. Did you ever see me kill a single innocent person?" Hearing Chu Laoma's question, Mengdie lowered her head and mumbled, "It seems not." But she pondered to herself, "Everyone calls him Laoma, but he lives with more humanity than the vast majority of cultivators." Chu Laoma moved closer and looked directly into Mengdie's eyes, asking, "I'm willing to trust you, even telling you my greatest secret. Now I ask you one last time, in your heart, who is more important, your head disciple Chu Xiu or me?" Mengdie, feeling both pain and hatred, thought to herself, "He killed my head disciple. How could I possibly love him? I even had a child with him." Watching Mengdie gradually fade away, Chu Xiu thought to himself, "Shifu, what kind of answer will you give me?" Mengdie was recalling the happy days she had spent with Chu Xiu before. A little later, at the Kaisu envoy's residence, Chu Xiu was observing Mengdie from afar. Watching Mengdie's actions and absent-minded state, Chu Xiu thought to himself, "I'm seeing Shifu's reaction. Bao Bao is a little uneasy." Meanwhile, Mengdie was lost in thought, sadly thinking about Chu Xiu and Chu Laoma. "I've actually forgotten his mannerisms. Otherwise, how could I not have noticed he wasn't him anymore? So in my heart, my disciple Chu Xiu isn't that important. Am I, Mengdie, really this cold? Why don't I hate him? I even remember him and can't forget him. Why is that? When did he become so important to me?" Just then, Tao Yao arrived and saw Mengdie coming out in tears. Tao Yao immediately asked worriedly, "Shifu, why are you crying? Did something happen to Senior Marshal Brother?" "Don't scare me, Shifu. Is Senior Marshal Brother all right?" Hearing Mengdie's words, Tao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, that's good." Mengdie then instructed, "If anyone comes looking for me in the next few days, just tell them that I am in secluded cultivation." "Yes, Shifu." Switching scenes to Mengdie's inner chamber in the main hall, Mengdie took out a blue gourd and thought to herself, "This is the gourd that rebellious disciple gave me, saying it's rootless divine water. Let's see if it has any effect." As soon as she thought this, she opened the gourd and drank all the rootless divine water. Observing this scene, Chu Xiu thought to himself, "She drank the rootless divine water I gave her, so she's probably crossed that line in her heart. With Shifu handled, dealing with Hua Luofei is even easier." Suddenly, there was a voice from outside. "Chu Xiu, can you come out for a moment?" Hearing this voice, Chu Xiu immediately recognized it. "Oh, Holy Maiden Feng Zhao is looking for me." Chu Xiu opened the door and saw Holy Maiden Feng Zhao standing in front of him. The young man asked, "What's up?" The maiden nodded slightly and took out a box with a crucible on it. "This is the Qi returning elixir you needed. Its grade is heavenly. When Great Master Wu Heng refined it, I added some materials so that it has the potential to grow. In the future, it may become a natal treasure like a great saint artifact." Chu Xiu took the box and thanked her. "Many thanks. I was just about to go look for Wu Heng. I didn't expect you had already asked him to refine the Qi returning elixir." Holy Maiden Feng Zhao looked at Chu Xiu with clear eyes and asked, "So,
When are you free to take a stroll with me?
Chu Xiu scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I'm preparing to go into secluded cultivation. How about after I finish cultivating? He said this, but in his heart the young man was thinking, although I want to spend time with you, Shifu tormented me a bit much today. I really have the will, but not the strength.
Holy Maiden Feng Zhao nodded slightly. Okay, I'll wait for you. Holy Maiden Feng Zhao leisurely turned and left. Watching the beautiful woman's back, Chu Xiu sighed. A man can't be too outstanding. After that, Chu Xiu began to cultivate. Right then, the system panel pops up again. Ahem, host, are you ready to break through in sword intent? This daddy system is itching to pluck some feathers.
Cough, cough. Chu Xiao's forehead is bulging with veins. He angrily retorts, System, you know you're a feather-plucking fiend. The system immediately wiggles its way out. This daddy system swears to the heavens I'm not. If I'm lying, may the host's cultivation never improve. Hearing that, Chu Xiu's head is practically on fire. He shouts, enough with the nonsense. Quickly break through my sword intent for me. System announces. Beginning breakthrough, first breakthrough complete. Host's comprehension of heaven's killing sword intent has increased, one step closer to entry. Second breakthrough complete. Host's comprehension of heaven's killing sword intent has increased, only one step away from entry.
8 hours later, congratulations, host. Heaven's killing sword intent has completed the third breakthrough. Sword intent has achieved entry.
Chu Xiu happily opens his eyes.
Sword intent breakthrough. My spirit feels so refreshed. After finishing his cultivation, the young man leaves his room and strolls to the flower garden in the back courtyard. He spots Mo Feiyan and Luo Qingyu in purple robes sitting before a stone table. Oh, little junior has come out of seclusion.
Chu Xiu still isn't used to Luo Qingyu's change. The young man waves his hand with a forced smile. Today is old man. Don't you like elder sister out, or what is yours out?
No, I don't mean that. What are you two doing here? Chu Xiu quickly clarifies. Mo Feiyan smiles and replies, Your Highness, I've been advancing too quickly recently. I'm consulting Senior Luo about cultivation issues to stabilize myself.
So that's it.
Luo Qingyu takes out a chicken leg and hands it to Chu Xiu, then explains the realms. Cultivators breaking through the Great Saint Realm must comprehend the rules of heaven and earth and determine their own Davio. It's not until breaking through the Saint King Realm that a transformation occurs. The Saint King Realm continues to consolidate your Dao until finally you merge with the Dao and break through the Quasi-Emperor barrier.
Chu Xiu asks curiously, so what do Quasi-Emperors cultivate? Quasi-Emperors comprehend the heavenly Dao. If you can merge your own great Dao into the heavenly Dao, then you have successfully stepped onto the path to becoming an emperor. But this path is also very dangerous, and also extremely cruel. An era only produces one quasi-emperor who can become emperor. Success means becoming a great emperor, standing above the 9 heavens, invincible in the starry sky, looking down upon the mortal realm. Failure means death and the dissipation of your Dao, your great Dao becoming nourishment for the great Dao of the new emperor. Chu Xiu feels like he's lost in a fog, lamenting that his cultivation is too low to understand. Chu Xiu asks curiously, Senior Sister Luo, have you ever fought for it? Luo Qingyu is silent, then shakes her head with a bitter smile. My era had too many freaks of nature. Although I was strong, I was nothing special. I gave up fighting for the Daoguo, and directly sealed myself away. As for who ultimately became emperor, probably that demon butterfly from Silver Moon Butterfly Mountain. She was too strong, practically invincible. Back then there were fewer than 2 cultivators who could even exchange blows with her. I fought her, and I'd probably lose within 10 moves. Hearing this, Chu Xiu marvels. I wonder if anyone in such an era can nurture a divine power seed of emperor grade. Luo Qingyu covers her mouth and giggles. Hey, little junior, divine power seeds of emperor grade don't exist. Even that demon butterfly only nurtured a divine power seed of god grade.
Chu Xiu continues to ask. Then what if someone simultaneously nurtured the 5 elements and 9 origins and then merged them? Luo Qingyu is certain, still god grade. That butterfly did exactly what you said, which is why she was so powerful.
Luo Qingyu pinches Chu Xiu's cheek and teases, Little junior, although you aren't as good as those freaks of nature, don't be sad. In this era, you're definitely the most special. Becoming emperor in the future isn't impossible, you know. Chu Xiu grabs Luo Qingyu's hand and gives her a wicked smile. Senior sister is so insightful. You saw right away that I have the qualifications of an emperor.
Mo Feiyan glares in amazement. Oh, your highness, you're so daring.
You even dare to make a move on a quasi-emperor.
What Mo Feiyan doesn't expect is that Luo Qingyu isn't angry. Her index finger scratches Chu Xiu's palm. That's great. From now on I'll follow you, little junior. If we enter that place, then I'll strike it rich.
Chu Xiu cries inwardly. Crap!
Am I about to be topped? Not far away, Holy Maiden Feng Zhao sees Chu Xiu and Luo Qingyu being intimate, and feels a little sad and jealous. She sighs. Alas, he clearly said he'd keep me company after cultivating.
Chu Xiu's divine sense moves slightly. Sensing Holy Maiden Feng Zhao's aura, the Holy Maiden of Zhao Qi is right next door.
The young man waves his hand and says, Sisters, rest early. I have some things to do today.
Luo Qingyu raises a finger and teases.
All right then, tonight, try your best and give birth to a Dabio embryo innate sacred body soon.
Chu Xiu's face twists. Truly, nothing can be hidden from senior sister Luo. The girl Holy Maiden Feng Zhao standing by the tree next to them also blushed shyly.
A moment later, in the back garden of the Kaisuzi embassy, Chu Xiu and Holy Maiden Feng Zhao stroll under the moonlight. The young man speaks first. Holy Maiden, I've always had a wish. The Holy Maiden tilts her head and asks softly, What wish? Chu Xiu moves closer to her and gently says, To see what you look like without your veil, to see what you really look like. Holy Maiden Feng Zhao's face turns red. She replies tactfully, The rules of Zhao Qi state that the Holy Maiden's veil cannot be removed casually. Whoever removes it must become their Dao companion.
Hearing this, Chu Xiu furrows his brows and says, Oh, is that so? Then never mind, what a pity. The Zhao Qi Holy Maiden sadly asks,
Why? Chu Xiu is startled and asks back, What? Holy Maiden Feng Zhao gathers all her courage and asks directly, You clearly have many women by your side, but why don't you ever want to touch me?
Hearing Holy Maiden Feng Zhao say that, Chu Xiu is startled and forces a smile. Ah, that, mainly, the women of Zhao Qi are too much like immortals. I don't dare play around. Lacking a bit of fun, not knowing how to make postures. Hearing this, the Holy Maiden's face turns red, not knowing what to say. Chu Xiu was like, Yo, why don't I take you to Supreme Pleasure Tower to broaden your horizons and, explore a little. Supreme Pleasure Tower, it's good to go there, you gotta live a little. Be brave and try new stuff.
All right, Feng Zhao said, but I need to change my clothes first, Chu Xiu replied. Sure thing, I'll wait for you outside.
Just then, Ye Hongyu showed up. Chu bro, you finally came out of seclusion. I wanted to tell you. We still haven't found the guy who stole the Divine Origin Stone, but don't worry, I'll make up for the loss. Chu Xiu patted Ye Hongyu on the shoulder and sighed. Ye bro, no need to be like that. What's lost is lost. We'll just find more. Next time Ye Hongyu is touched. Chu bro, how can you be so cool about it?
Oh yeah, Ye Hongyu continued. I came to you for another thing. Heard that Zhao Guang Shengzi is chasing after Feng Zhao Sheng NV all the way to Shengjing City. Not only that, there's a rumor going around that Zhao Guang Shengzi found the Daozi secret in a space in Shihuang Mountain in Zhongzhou.
Chu Xiu stroked his chin, thinking, Oh snap, I just found a jade pendant related to the Duzi secret not long ago. Could it be my time to shine?
As the two dudes were chatting, Feng Zhao Sheng NV returned. Shengzi, Chu Xiu said, Let's bounce.
Ye Hongyu, seeing Feng Zhao Sheng NV in disguise, asked curiously, Who's this? Chu Xiu introduced her. Ah, this is Miss Yao Huang, an old friend of mine. We're heading to Supreme Pleasure Tower. Wanna join us, ye bro?
Ye Hongyu quickly declined. Nah, you two have fun. I don't want to get in the way. Watching them leave, Ye Hongyu thought to himself, Damn, Chu bro's got a diverse taste. He even likes playing with those ice-cold beauties. No wonder he's Chu bro. Scene changed to Supreme Pleasure Tower. The place is all decked out, lavish and extravagant. Hot dancers are doing their thing for the crowd.
Chu Xiu and Feng Zhao Sheng NV sat down at a spot in the middle, sipping tea, while some babes were taking care of the young masters. Chu Xiu glanced at Feng Zhao, who was pouring tea.
Digging this place. A young master beckoned. Come on, sit closer to me. Then, the young master casually put his arm around her shoulder.
Chu Xiu pressed on.
Sheng NV, can you dance? Feng Zhao bashfully replied. I know a little, but I'm not very good. As good as them, Feng Zhao glanced at the hotties dancing.
She didn't say anything. Seeing Feng Zhao always being shy, Chu Xiao grabbed her hand to feel it and asked, Sheng NV, why is your heart beating so fast? The young master thought. She probably hasn't even held a guy's hand before. Looks like she came to the right place. This Feng Zhao Sheng NV really needs to learn a thing or two in this department. Chu Xiu pointed at a room in front and whispered in Feng Zhao's ear, Sheng NV, check out what they're doing in the room across from us. Feng Zhao followed Chu Xiu's finger and saw a dude eating a grapefruit. She started to worry, shaking slightly. Chu Xiu saw this and smirked evilly.
Then, the dude's naughty hand started wandering. Chu Xiu consoled. Don't be nervous, just relax. Feng Zhaosheng's face turned as red as a tomato and fidgeted.
After a while, Chu Xiu and Feng Zhaosheng left Supreme Pleasure Tower.
As they walked out, Chu Xiu bumped into two people. Seeing a young master walking out of Supreme Pleasure Tower with a girl, one of them asked, "Chu Xiu Shengzi, what are you guys doing here?" Chu Xiu also curiously asked.
"Who are you?" The guy introduced himself.
"I'm Xianxia from Jiaoguang Holy Land. This is my elder brother, Jiaoguang Shengzi himself."
Chu Xiu pretended to cup his fist in greeting. "Ah, so you're Jiaoguang Shengzi. My apologies, my apologies." Jiaoguang Shengzi ignored Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu looked at Feng Zhaosheng and said, "Feng Zhao Fairy, it has been 2 years. The fairy is better than before." This Chu Xiu was a bit annoyed that this guy was ignoring him.
Then, Jiaoguang Shengzi directly asked, "Feng Zhao Fairy, what brings you here?" Feng Zhaosheng lowered her head shyly and replied, "Chu Xiu wanted to come, so I came with him." Jiaoguang Shengzi's face darkened, and he didn't know what to say.
Qianxia, upon hearing this, pointed his finger at Chu Xiu and berated him. "Well, well, Kai Suzi's holy son, you actually brought Zhao Qi's holy maiden to this filthy place. You're Kai Suzi's holy son, aren't you afraid of losing Kai Suzi's face?" Chu Xiao didn't even bother to respond to that guy. He just smirked and asked, "Zhao Guang's holy son, are you getting anxious?" The Zhao Guang holy son shook his head and said, "Kai Suzi's holy son must be misunderstanding. Qian Xinghai isn't so impatient yet." Then he changed the subject. "Fairy Feng Zhao, there's a gathering at Moon Lake tomorrow. Please do us the honor of attending." Feng Zhao holy maiden wrapped her arm around Chu Xiao and said, "If Chu Xiao goes, I'll go."
I listened to Chu Xiu. Zhao Guang holy son cupped his fist in respect and said, "Very well, Fairy Feng Zhao, I'll take my leave for today."
Zhao Guang holy son acted like nothing was wrong on the outside, but inside he was seething. "Chu Xiao, just you wait, I'll definitely make you pay." After those two left,
Feng Zhao holy maiden honestly admitted, "This is the first time I've been so intimate with a man. I'm a little unused to it."
The young Chu Xiu, hearing this, teased her.
"Then should I take responsibility for you?" Feng Zhao was speechless. Then she asked, "It seems you have a deep grudge against Zhao Guang. Holy son, is it because of me? Are you jealous?"
Chu Xiu, hearing this, placed his hand on Feng Zhao holy maiden's forehead and said, "No fever. Why are you talking nonsense?" Feng Zhao was so angry her head was about to explode.
Then she shyly asked, "When will you be willing to accept me?"
The youth gave a sly smile and said,
"When you've been fully explored, then I'll let nature take its course." The girl blushed and made a small sound of agreement. The youth happily turned and said, "Let's go, the sky's getting dark. Let's head back to the embassy." "So what are your plans for the next few days?" "Nothing much, just leisure."
"Of course, I'll be in closed-door cultivation." Scene change. 20 days later, at the Kai Suzi embassy, Chu Xiu had just finished his cultivation and stretched as he opened the door and stepped outside. The youth thought to himself, "Too much consumption. I need to find a way to make some more origin power crystals.
Or I could go to the Heavenly Abyss Great Wall and kill some Yao. That way I can openly collect and refine origin power crystals." At this time, a female disciple reported, "Your Highness, the Xianxia Peak Lord returned 3 days ago. You were in closed-door cultivation at the time, so I didn't dare disturb you."
"I understand."
A moment later, at the central tower of the Kai Suzi embassy, Mengdie appeared. The youth stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "You've come. You shouldn't have come."
Mengdie asked, "Why shouldn't I have come? Are you afraid this seat will kill you?" The youth observed Mengdie from afar and thought, "Still as beautiful as ever, but much thinner."
Then the youth said sweetly, "If Shifu wants to attack me, I definitely won't resist. I'm just afraid that you'll be sad when you see me, and if you're sad, I'll be even sadder."
Mengdie turned her face away and sneered,
"Ha ha, you even know how to be sad." She said that, but in her heart she thought, HMPH, so cheesy.
Chu Xiu grabbed Mengdie's shoulder and said, "If you're sad, of course I'll be sad."
Then the youth hugged her tightly. Mengdie said shyly, "Rebellious disciple, you." The youth whispered sweet nothings into her ear. "Disciple misses you." Then the youth's mischievous hand began to grope in all the right places.
Mengdie still stubbornly said, "This seat doesn't miss you at all. I wish I could tear you to pieces." Chu Xiu continued to stroke her cheek and called out, "Shifu." Mengdie gritted her teeth, her eyes darting around, and said, "Rebellious disciple, why are you calling this seat that again?" Suddenly, Chu Xiu pulled her close and kissed Mengdie passionately.
And she's fighting back. "You unfilial brat, let me go." The young man just keeps squeezing her goodies. Mengdie internally sighs, This is my karma. I guess I can't escape this scoundrel's clutches in this lifetime.
Chu Xiu keeps showering her with sweet nothings. Shifu, it's been so long, your disciple's cultivation is a bit rusty. How about you impart some more wisdom to your disciple, you unfilial brat?
And you know what happened next, right?
They started making out passionately, going at it non-stop. Little did they know, Sis Luo was watching everything from above. She watched and sighed. Chisk, my little bro Chu Xiu is really something. Just a few words and he's got Shifu blushing like crazy.
Wait a minute, why does it seem like all the women Chu Xiu likes are older than him? Luo Qingyu suddenly realized. Could it be? He's got his eyes on me too. The thought made her drool. What should I do now? So that night, Chu Xiu and Mengdie went at it all night long.
Afterwards, they both passed out, snoring like logs.
Even in his sleep, the young man didn't forget to put his arm around her. Mengdie snapped. You unfilial brat! Get your hand off me! The young man just turned around and hugged Mengdie, saying, What's the harm in having my hand here? Mengdie looked away and said, Are you taking advantage of me?
The young man continued with his sweet talk. How could I ever take advantage of you?
I respect you. I can't be filial enough. As he spoke, the young man took Mengdie's hand and kissed it. Mengdie snatched her hand back and said, So cheesy. Who wants you, you unfilial brat?
She likes me, Luo Qingyu thought from above, sighing. Damn, this kid is good at sweet-talking women.
Let's go. A moment later, the young man poured tea for Mengdie. Shifu, your cultivation has improved greatly, but you still haven't broken through the 5th level of Great Saint. Could it be that you missed your disciples so much that you came out of seclusion specifically to find me?
Mengdie took a sip of tea and said,
You're overthinking it. This time, I left the Holy Land on a mission, of course. You've probably heard of the Zhongzhu secret realm, right? It's about the Daozi secret, the legendary 9 secrets have appeared, and the Tianqiong continent is in turmoil again. Now, not only the human race territory, but even the Yao race forces are restless.
Could it be that even the great saints want to participate in the snatching?
Who knows, even Saint Kings might make a move. There's a lot going on this time. Our Holy Lord is still recovering from serious injuries, and the human race is weaker, facing the Yao race's pressure, unable to do anything but temporarily choose to surrender.
Which means the Yao race also wants to come to Qihuang Mountain, Chu Xiu thought to himself. Right now, I'm only at the Dao Palace realm, wanting to compete for the Daozi secret with the Yao race and the human race's great saints.
The difficulty is very high, and because of the 9 secrets, those people will do anything. Elder Mo said that Taoist Luo Qingyu is a quasi-emperor.
That's right, but she's suppressed by the heavenly Dao, so now she can be considered a half-step quasi-emperor.
If the Yao race attacks Kai Suzy, can you ask that person to help? Mengdie hesitated for a long time before making this suggestion. Although she didn't want to beg others, this matter concerned the safety of the human race. If they could have a quasi-emperor's help, they might be able to turn danger into safety. Nighttime, at the Grand Ancestral Hall's bell tower. Inside a room, Chu Xiu held Mengdie's hand, gazing at her with deep affection. Luo Jiji once promised that if I needed her, she'd act for me once. Mengdie wasn't happy hearing that. Luo Jiji, you sure have a lot of GGs, huh? Chu Xiu kept staring at her with deep affection without blinking. They are all my GGs. Only you are my woman. Mengdie frowned and pulled her hand away from Chu Xiu's. Tui. Shameless. Mengdie proactively changed the subject. She picked up her teacup and looked at Chu Xiu seriously. You little rascal? You said a half-step quasi-emperor could suppress a peak Wang holding an emperor artifact? Hearing that, Chu Xiu's eyes turned sly, giving a suggestion. How about we let Luo Jiji borrow the Grand Ancestral Tower? With her realm and an emperor artifact in hand, she'd definitely be able to defeat any enemy. Mengdie was a bit surprised to hear that. Didn't expect you to have such a plan. Chu Xiu nonchalantly replied, I'm even looking forward to the demon race coming. We need to plan this out. Maybe we can even trick a few demon Saint Kings.
Mengdie leaned in and pinched his cheek, her eyes softening a bit. You little rascal, tell me, what other plans do you have?
Chu Xiu, with a serious expression, mysteriously whispered into Mengdie's ear, Listen to what I have to say. Outside the tower, some time had passed. Who knows what those two were talking about? Inside the room, Mengdie and Chu Xiu kept talking back and forth. Mengdie asked with doubt, Does that mean we absolutely have to get the Daozi secret? Chu Xiu nodded. Yep, that's the ideal situation. But if we can't get it, I've got other plans too. As long as we leak the info that the mysterious figure who wiped out the Ouyang family in Eastern Continent is the Grand Ancestor Holy Son, The demon race definitely won't sit still. Mengdie immediately refused. No way, if you do that you'll become a target.
You've probably seen what happened to Yao Guang Holy Sun.
Chu Xiu clenched her hand tightly and seriously responded. That's a last resort. Besides, I still have other ways. Just relax. This trip to Central Continent is really dangerous. I'll pass on the fake Xiang secret to you, just in case. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat closer to Mengdie. Hearing this, she tilted her head and looked at him.
This supreme secret technique? You're willing to teach it to me?
Chu Xiu leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. You're the Shizun I respect the most. Of course I'm willing, Mengdie. Caught off guard by the stolen kiss, blankly blushed.
After realizing what happened, she quickly pushed Chu Xiu away and angrily scolded him. You little rascal! All you're good at is sweet-talking, Tui.
Hearing that, Chu Xiu's expression turned serious as he grabbed her shoulders. The 9 secrets are very unique. My cultivation is still too low right now to carve out this Dao rhythm. Let your soul enter my Dao palace, and I'll transmit it to you.
Mengdie softened and responded. Okay. Scene change. Inside Chu Xiu's Dao palace,
the two were standing in an open space. Chu Xiu looked at her. Let's begin, Mengdie replied. Okay. After half an hour, Chu Xiu and Mengdie sat opposite each other. He comforted her. Don't rush. Take it slow. Hearing that, Mengdie responded. Okay. Even though it's only half done, the effect of the fake Xiang secret is truly amazing. Let's go. We need to get out of here. One person walked first, another followed behind. Chu Xiu suddenly called out to her. Shizun Daren, what do you think of the environment here? Hearing his question, Mengdie stopped and looked back at him. Not bad, what's up? Hearing that, Chu Xiu approached and hugged her, his eyes carrying a hint of slyness. Can't let such a beautiful scene go to waste. Seeing him like that, Mengdie showed discontent and waved him off. Get lost.
Chu Xiu, not letting her react, turned her around and pinned her down. Mengdie's face turned red. You little rascal, let me go.
An hour passed. Then another 2 hours. Mengdie lay in Chu Xiu's arms panting, her face red. She thought to herself.
2 hours. Comparable to my enlightenment of the rules 100 years ago.
Mengdie suddenly sat up. Chu Xiu also sat up. Shizun, what's wrong? Mengdie hesitated. I broke through again. I'm gonna go transcend the tribulation first. We'll talk about the rest when I get back. Chu Xiu thought as he watched her get up and leave. So, turns out dual cultivation in my Dao palace. Is this ridiculously effective? Huh.
3 days later, a flying ship hovered in the sky. The people below looked up at it and started buzzing with discussion. Someone's here from the Kaisuzi Holy Land. What happened? Why all the fuss? The guy in the green robe said to the guy in the blue robe next to him, Don't you know? A secret realm appeared at Shihuang Mountain. It's related to the fake ZMI. The guy in the blue robe looked enlightened. So that's it. No wonder Kaisuzi is making such a big deal out of it. Outside the hall, people were lined up, entering in a continuous stream, incredibly crowded.
Chu Xiu stood at the door, greeting everyone. They respectfully greeted him. Holy Sun, Your Highness. Chu Xiu was polite, smiling as he invited them in. You've traveled far. Please, come in and rest. Rooms are all prepared. Liu Shu stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Your Highness, it's been a while. Your cultivation is getting more and more profound. Truly a blessing for our Kai Suzi. Chu Xiu gave a professional smile and replied, Sword Peak Master, you flatter me. Then he looked behind her. Brother Ye, long time no see. Yi Fan greeted him with a bright, respectful smile. Holy Sun, Your Highness, just call me Yi Fan. Chu Xiu refused. Please, Brother Ye, don't be so polite with me. How we were before is how we'll be now.
Over on the other side, Mengdie walked closer to Liu Shu and warned her. Liu Shu, you better stay away from my disciple.
Liu Shu turned around, her eyes sharp as she looked at Mengdie. Qi Mengdie, you think just because your cultivation has improved you can threaten me? I'll do what I want. Can you stop me? I'll go find your disciple for a private chat tonight, just to make you mad.
Hearing her arrogance, Mengdie frowned, her expression displeased, shameless.
The two women glared daggers at each other, and the war of words began. Livid. Liu Shu laughed twice upon hearing her scolding. In the first place, you killed my father because of that treasure, and you even know to feel ashamed. Mengdie knew she was in the wrong and explained. Back then, sect leader Liu Feng's spiritual platform was invaded by evil spirits. He begged me to kill him, otherwise he would have lost his body.
Liu Shu scoffed. That old story again? It's been so many years, can't you come up with something new? Suddenly, a white-haired man walked over, holding something in his hand, and bowed as he offered it to her. Junior sister Mengdie, I found some kind of beauty-preserving immortal fruit recently. It's for you. Mengdie glanced at Chu Xiu, who was standing nearby chatting. Then she looked at the man in front of her, raised her hand and refused. This kind of fruit is too precious, senior brother Tianxing. Please keep it. The man was stunned and dumbfounded upon hearing her refusal. He forced a smile and retracted his hand. That's right. Junior sister's natural grace and beauty don't need this kind of beauty-preserving immortal fruit at all. We should seize the time to discuss the matter of going to the secret realm. Mengdie lowered her eyes and replied indifferently. Then she turned to call Chu Xiu. You rebellious disciple, hurry up and come to the main hall to discuss business. Chu Xiu looked over when he heard her call. Then he said to Ye Fan, Brother Ye, we have a long future ahead. Let's talk later. After greeting him, he walked over to Mengdie. She spoke before he could. This time, going to Qihuang Mountain will gather heroes. You must be careful, don't let others trick you. Chu Xiu happily smiled when he heard this. Thank you for your concern, Shizun. Mengdie stubbornly turned her head away to avoid Chu Xiu's eyes. Don't get the wrong idea. Who cares about you? I'm just afraid you'll die out there, and then I'll have to carry your corpse back. Chu Xiu walked past her with a cheerful expression and pinched her butt. Got it! I'll be really careful this time at Qihuang Mountain. Mengdie was caught off guard and stunned by his actions. A few days later, in Zhongzhou Qihuang Mountain, ranges of towering mountains loomed behind clouds. At this moment, the entire human and demon races had gathered on a large, relatively flat, rocky mountain. An arrogant demon clan member stepped forward, flashing a grin that revealed sharp teeth, cockily saying, The doozy secret. My demon race is determined to have it. The major human clans were also present, yet these little demon whelps were being so outrageous. The guy, already hating demons, hearing them say that, burst out laughing mockingly. The demon race is getting more and more cocky. How could we, the human race, let the doozy secret fall into the hands of the demons? At this time, Chu Xiu, Yi Hongyu, and the Phoenix Paragon Maiden were arriving together on a flying boat. Chu Xiu stared intently at the jade pendant in his hand, thinking to himself, This jade pendant with the character Du inscribed on it really has a big use. I was wondering why I felt something as soon as I got close to this place. Turns out, it contains all the info of this secret realm. It's like a cheat sheet for the dungeon. Suddenly, a look of interest flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. He smirked. Nice. You guys rush in, and I'll hack. This is gonna be fun. Chu Xiu and the others stopped in front of a large stone slab shaped like a door, radiating a dazzling light. Chu Xiu, with an unreadable expression, looked at it. The secret realm is activating. The golden light dissipated, and a strange image appeared. Stone golems, and not just a few, but a whole bunch of them. Seeing this, a female demon confidently stepped forward and said, Let me give it a try. Finishing her sentence, she smirked and swung her staff with force. Immediately, golden lightning met her attack. A second later, she was sent flying, exclaiming, Too strong! The moment that female demon was blasted away, the crowd buzzed around. Wasn't she in the Great Saint realm? How come she couldn't get in? Does this secret realm not even allow great saints? Chu Xiu walked past a group of demons and casually explained, That Great Saint realm demon woman can't enter, of course, because this place has the Great Tao restriction. Only lesser saints or lower realms can enter. It's baffling, and I don't even know what you guys are rushing into the secret realm for. Chu Xiu's group of 3 strolled into the secret realm without any hindrance. Inside the secret realm, the stone golem warriors stood still, not making a single move. Chu Xiu stood there, muttering, So we're really inside. It really is. Because of the Great Tao restriction. Mengdie suddenly transmitted her voice to remind Chu Xiu, You rebellious disciple. You absolutely cannot reveal that jade pendant. There are many demons here. If they all attack you, I won't be able to protect you. Chu Xiu was happy to see her concern, and cheerfully replied, I know. I have instant movement, the fastest speed in the world. You don't need to worry. This place is extremely dangerous. I suggest the other disciples shouldn't risk joining me. Mengdie crossed her arms. Taking it for granted, I know. You don't need to remind me. I'll make it clear to them. Inside is extremely dangerous. Fate decides life and death. Everything will be up to their own choices. Scene change. Looks like they finally figured out how to enter the secret realm.
The demons, at this moment, were arrogantly yelling at each other to charge forward. Demons, charge with me! Charge! Charge!
They were full of enthusiasm, aggressively leading their group towards the front. The place they were aiming for was the location of the Stone Warrior Army. All of them were standing still, except for one at the top, who was probably the commander. It had long platinum hair and a 2-meter-long sword in its hand. Its eyes flashed a fiery red light. The next second, it jumped high, carrying its great sword, charging to meet the demon race. Just one attack sliced through the demon horde, leaving them all flat on the ground. The stone golem army behind them, who had been standing motionless, suddenly raised their heads in unison. Their eyes flashed with a fiery red light as they stared intently at the humans who had intruded into the secret realm. The remaining humans, as soon as they saw the stone golem army come to life, were terrified and wanted to turn back and leave. But alas, it was too late because the entrance to the secret realm had been locked. "We're screwed! Should have known better than to come!" The leader of the group cursed angrily. This damn secret realm is just a death trap. Over on Chu Xiu's side, he stood calmly in the distance, watching the chaotic rabble. The Phoenix Cry Holy Maiden stood observing beside him, and spoke up at this moment. "Your Highness, what should we do next? Do you have a way to get through?" Chu Xiu didn't hesitate, an expression of excitement on his face, and answered casually, "This time, we can only charge through." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them. "Phoenix Cry Fairy, come with us! We have more people than the guys from the Grand Beginning Holy Land." Chu Xiu glanced over. It turned out to be Tian Xingyu. He frowned slightly, thinking, "Why is this brat here too?" The Phoenix Cry Holy Maiden unexpectedly intertwined her fingers tightly with Chu Xiu's, her eyes fixed firmly on Tian Xingyu. "Thanks for the offer, Yaoguang Holy Sun. But I've already chosen the Grand Beginning Holy Sun, and naturally won't change my mind so easily." Tian Xingyu heard the beauty reject him for Chu Xiu. His eyebrows furrowed, his eyes darkened as he pursed his lips and glared sideways at Chu Xiu. Just then, a hoarse voice broke the silence. "Aren't I right to say that? What time is it? Why are you humans still worrying about your romantic affairs? Continuing like this is meaningless. How about we cooperate and charge through together? What do you say?" It turned out to be the people of the Man-God tribe. The one who spoke was the Man-Dragon Godchild. As soon as the Man-Dragon Godchild finished speaking, he took the initiative to lead his people to rush forward at extremely high speed. Chu Xiu's eyes showed some hesitation as he looked at the Man-God tribe rushing ahead, and immediately after that, he made his decision. Without turning his head, he said to the people behind him, "That's all we can do. Follow me!" The two of them locked eyes and swiftly darted off in the direction the Man-God tribe had gone. The stone figures were now fully awakened, their eyes focused intently on the people rushing towards them, as if waiting for them to arrive to engage in battle. Holy flames enveloped Chu Xiu's entire body, and a huge phantom of the human emperor appeared behind him. Surging with power, he charged straight towards the stone golem horde. A loud explosion rang out. Chu Xiu's one attack actually managed to destroy hundreds of stone golems. The shattered stone golems flew in all directions. The Phoenix Cry Holy Maiden wasn't idle either. She quickly used her divine arts to bind the stone people, preventing them from moving. Chu Xiu quickly shot forward, unleashing powerful holy flames with every punch, turning hundreds and thousands of stone golems into fragments. Outside the secret realm, Qi Meng approached Qi Mengdie and chuckled twice. "Cloud Peak Master, have you seen how well your holy son and our holy maiden are cooperating?" "Aeless, a wild, ancient holy body and an innate Tao body, truly a perfect combination." Qi Mengdie heard Qi Meng's words, her expression unchanged as she glanced at her, remaining silent. Knowing that Qi Meng was praising Chu Xiu, she revealed a faint smile, secretly feeling smug. "So, he suddenly got some skill, huh? Isn't it because this one taught him well?" Inside the secret realm, the Phoenix Cry Holy Maiden and Chu Xiu coordinated smoothly, cooperating perfectly, and had successfully eliminated a considerable number of stone figures. Chu Xiu then looked up at the Phoenix Cry Holy Maiden, asking worriedly, "Phoenix Cry, how are you? Can you still hold on?" The Phoenix Cry Holy Maiden answered without hesitation, "I'm fine, I can still fight. You can rest assured and kill the enemy. I will protect all the disciples." Hearing the Phoenix Cry Holy Maiden's words, Chu Xiu could feel somewhat relieved and continue fighting. "All right," then he shouted loudly, instructing the people behind him. Remember to preserve your strength, and guard against a surprise attack from the demon race." A look of madness appeared in Chu Xiu's eyes. Brilliant holy flames enveloped his entire body. With a resolute look, he shouted, "Kill!" Meanwhile, disciples from the different sects were totally moved, seeing Chu Xiu fight for them. Especially the peeps from Jiaoqi Holy Land and Kai Suzi Holy Land. Those two were standing shoulder to shoulder, eyes glued on Chu Xiu. "The Holy Child ain't afraid to get hurt, just to clear a path for us to live." The red-robed dude next to them was kinda regretting things, saying, "I wasn't happy with the Holy Maiden chasing after the Holy Child at first, but now I finally get it. His Highness the Holy Child is totally worth the Holy Maiden doing stuff like this for him. I was being so short-sighted." On the other side, Chu Xiu was surrounded by flames, throwing punches like crazy, smashing those stone figures into a million pieces. Outside the secret realm, all the humans watching Chu Xiu fight his heart out for the sect disciples couldn't help but pass judgment. A dude in a brown robe, staring intently into the secret realm, said, "Isn't His Highness the Holy Child being a bit too impulsive? He should have saved his strength for later." The guy next to him heard that and was like, "That's exactly what Kai Suzi Holy Child should be doing. Got guts, got responsibility." Somewhere else, a woman dressed super conservatively stood in the middle of a bunch of demon folk, expressionless, quietly observing and judging. "Something's off. This Chu Xiu guy is just an outsider, right? No way he'd have that sacrifice myself for others spirit. If it's weird, there's gotta be a problem. There's definitely a reason he can't let anyone know about." Thinking about it, she curled her lips, rested her chin on her hand, and wondered, what could it be? Inside the secret realm, Chu Xiu kept throwing those powerful, fiery punches, blasting away thousands of stone figures. The sky was gloomy, and beneath them was a pile of stone figures annihilated by Chu Xiu. They were currently at the edge of the statue plaza. Chu Xiu turned back and said to everyone, "Follow me. Let's rush through the plaza together." Hearing Chu Xiu's command, everyone lined up and followed his lead, charging forward. Ye Hongyu tilted her head, blankly staring at the stone figures that weren't chasing anymore. Chu Xiu saw that and spoke up, "We're out." Then he looked down at his arm. Chu Xiu got a wound during the fight. Expressionless, he started healing himself directly. "Too bad I still got hurt. Gotta use the Jia Zi Bai to restore my previous state." Just then, a beautiful, graceful young lady stepped forward, blushing, and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me. I would have lost my life if not for you. From now on, my life is yours." Hearing the noise, Chu Xiu turned around, startled. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Don't mention it. We're fellow disciples. All of this is what I should do." On one side, the demon folks were beaten to a pulp, covered in wounds, standing there panting amidst the rubble of stone figures. The white-haired guy in charge, with a sly look on his face, smirked and glanced in a certain direction. If I remember correctly, Chu Xiu is the human race's holy body, right? He probably knew this all along, so he already had a plan. If I eat the human race's holy body, my injuries will definitely heal super fast. He was the demon child of the demon race. Those demon folks were so cunning. The demon child grabbed his broadsword and stepped towards Chu Xiu, arrogantly shouting, "Chu Xiu, I'm injured. I've decided to eat you to recover. This is your honor. You won't refuse, will you?" Chu Xiu was kinda surprised that a background character like him dared to be so arrogant with him. Chu Xiu didn't hesitate and took a step forward. "Are you sure you want to attack me now?" The guy was radiating murderous intent, yelling, "Enough talk!" Feng Zhao, seeing that, was a little worried, softly concerned. "Chu Xiu, be careful." Contrary to her worry, Chu Xiu smiled confidently. He stepped forward and immediately used the Xingzi Bai, instantly flying to the demon child to meet his challenge. Chu Xiu ambushed him from above, catching the demon child off guard. He looked up and saw Chu Xiu like a demon descending into the world. All he could think was, "He's so fast!" Because his brain was lagging, the demon child took a direct hit from Chu Xiu. A loud explosion rang out, saying the demon child had just stood covered in smoke and dust. No one could see where he was. The smoke cleared, and the demon child was flattened under Chu Xiu's foot, looking pathetic and miserable. Chu Xiu stepped on him, sneered, "With your noob level, you dare threaten to eat me? What makes you think you can?" The demon child widened his eyes, struggling to glance at Chu Xiu, groaning in pain. Chu Xiu didn't show mercy, stomping repeatedly on his broken body, frowning. What What makes you think you can eat me? Fresh blood spurted out with each stomp from Chu Xiu, and the sounds became clearer.
The humans behind Chu Xiu, witnessing this scene, showed complete admiration. As expected of the Kai Suzy Holy Child, the demon folks on the other side were completely stunned, unconsciously stepping back.
After dealing with that chicken wanting to eat him, Chu Xiu said to Feng Jiao, let's bounce. No need to pay them any mind. Feng Jiao was like, you got it!
The demon peeps, seeing Tian Yaozi sprawled on the ground, started whispering, this dude's scary AF. Can't let him live. Elsewhere, a bloody vortex appeared. A demon dude leading his cronies waved his hand. All right, brothers, it's our turn to shine.
Barely a few steps in, Chu Xiu suddenly sensed something and put his hand up, stopping everyone. The ground shook like crazy, and 3 giant rocks linked up, making a bridge between the 2 sides of the secret realm. This huge stone bridge connected both sides across a bottomless abyss. According to the info on that jade pendant, the black part of the bridge is the safest bet. Once you hit the white part, it's danger city, traps, wild beasts, even assassins lurking around. If you're not careful, you're toast. The trickiest part, those 3 gray rocks at the end. The number of opponents you face depends on how many people climb onto the rock. More people, more enemies. After downloading all the info, Chu Xiu and Feng Jiao warned everyone. This giant stone bridge is even more dangerous than the first trial. Be extra careful. Take this time to heal up. Only by keeping your strength can you hope to survive. After a bit, the group finally started moving. Chu Xiu and Feng Jiao led the way. He glanced at all the disciples trailing behind, doing some mental calculations. In this situation, getting as many people as possible to the end of the second trial? Kinda tough, NGL. The group started stepping onto the first black stone of the bridge, one by one. Everyone urged each other on, following the 2 leaders closely. Hurry after His Highness. Don't fall behind. A girl in white got jumped by a massive black panther. Glowing eyes, fangs, and claws coming right at her. She screamed, totally freaked out. Just in the nick of time, Chu Xiu popped up and landed a punch straight on the panther. The black panther went down like a sack of potatoes. The sect disciples rushed over, worried. The white-clad girl, saved from certain doom, quickly thanked him. Thank you, Holy Son, Your Highness. Just after finishing up there, Chu Xiu managed to tell everyone, I'm gonna save the others. Be careful. Then he zoomed off to protect everyone else. The girls thought, wow, the Holy Son is so brave and strong. Their faces flushed, eyes glued to his retreating back. The white-clad girl Chu Xiu saved earlier murmured, the Holy Son is such a good person. The purple-haired girl next to her shyly lowered her head. He's saved me 3 times already. I'm getting a little embarrassed. Another giant black panther pounced on their group. The girl, terrified, just sat there on the ground, not knowing what to do. Chu Xiu managed to grab her in his arms, while simultaneously punching the panther, sending it flying with a mouthful of blood. Both of them landed safely. The girl Chu Xiu saved looked at him with sparkling eyes, full of admiration. Her face was bright red. Thank you, Holy Son. Outside the secret realm, Mengdie frowned, arms crossed, watching the whole thing. This rebellious disciple knows how to play the hero, huh? Mengdie glanced at the crowd behind them, constantly cheering and praising Chu Xiu like a god. Worthy of being the grand ancestor, our human race really needs young people with such upright hearts. We should all aim to have sons like Chu Xiu. Liu Shui, standing next to her, also looked at her with admiration. Peak Lord of Xianxia Peak, you've nurtured such a good disciple. But Mengdie didn't think so. She frowned in confusion. This rebellious disciple, what on earth does he want to do? This is completely out of character for him. He's acting like this. He definitely has other intentions. Inside the mystic realm, after fairly smoothly stepping over the first 2 stones, they finally reached the last one, the gray stone. The demon race crowd was all riled up, urging them on from behind. Which one of you is going up? Someone has to start, after all. Chu Xiu, hearing these little punks just shouting their mouths off without doing anything, just remained silent. He stepped forward, clenched his fists, and with a determined look, said to everyone, as well as to himself, let's go. As soon as they stepped inside the gray stone, it began to shake. A group of black-clad figures floated around Chu Xiu. The sect disciples outside also witnessed this scene. Everyone was shocked, and some even unconsciously took a few steps back. Tian Yaozi, still covered in wounds, sneered, pointing at Chu Xiu's group of black-clad figures. Haha. To protect these weaklings, you have to bring out so many black-clad figures. Is it worth it? Holy son of the Grand Ancestor, you're too confident. Let's see what you'll do this time. Tian Yaozi smiled slyly. A greedy look flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly in his heart. If Chu Xiu dies in this trial, nothing could be better. From afar, Manlong Shenzi crossed his arms, watching Chu Xiu's group, and predicted, "Looks like this section has to be passed bit by bit. That's the only way it'll be stable."
On this side, Chu Xiu made hand seals to construct an array. All the other disciples from the Holy Lands quickly stood in their designated positions, making hand seals to construct the array. Spiritual light from their foreheads shot straight into the sky. Immediately, a bagua, 8 trigrams, array was created, enveloping all the disciples of the Holy Lands.
Chu Xiu ordered, "Go, charge." Feng Jiao immediately accepted the command. Got it. Their fingers pointed forward, emitting 2 streams of white and black light. Wherever the 2 of them passed, the black-clad figures were annihilated. The group behind the Bagua array quickly glided forward like the wind without encountering any obstacles.
The demon race outside witnessed everything and their jaws dropped. Holy crap, that's way too fast! What kind of formation is this? The defense is so strong. Using people as array flags? This is a composite attack formation. To be able to set up a composite attack formation at this level, could Chu Xiu be a formation Dao master?
Chu Xiu successfully led all the disciples of the Holy Lands to the other side of the mystic realm. Without losing anyone, they happily rushed to the reward point. Each person ran to the stone slabs under the tree one by one. Chu Xiu and Feng Jiao, under Ye Hongyu's shocked eyes, successfully confirmed that they had passed the trial.
Ding! Congratulations on passing the second stage. You can now enter the stone tablet to receive your rewards, a robotic announcement echoed. Everyone was hyped, celebrating their victory and chattering excitedly. Who knew there'd be rewards for clearing the stage? Sweet. Finally, we can ditch this freaky place,
Chu Xiu told Feng Jiao through telepathy. If you get the chance to pick a divine skill, remember to choose the 36 forms of true martial arts. Feng Jiao, a bit puzzled, glanced at Chu Xiu but followed his advice anyway.
A stream of light seeped into every cell and invaded Chu Xiu's body. The Secret Realm's notification popped up. Combat Power Assessment 5789. Performance Assessment 8978. You protected a large number of companions, raising your overall assessment. Please select 2 rewards from the options below. 1. Divine Origin Stones. 2. Divine Skill. Choose any one of 17. The rewards appeared one by one on the notice.
Chu Xiu thought to himself, clenching his teeth. After busting my butt for so long, it's finally time to reap the rewards. He quickly spoke up, choosing what he wanted. I want the Divine Origin Stones and the 36 forms of true martial arts.
Selection complete. Your performance was outstanding. You received 30 million Divine Origin Stones. You protected a large number of companions, achieving an excellent performance, and obtained the complete true martial arts version of the divine skill.
Chu Xiu happily accepted all the rewards, feeling absolutely ecstatic inside. I hit the jackpot this time. Plus, the 36 forms of true martial arts were crucial for later. As true arts. With that, clearing the next stage would be a piece of cake.
Chu Xiu grinned, glancing at everyone else happily making their choices. Most picked boosts to their divine skills there. They were also grateful to him and Feng Jiao for helping them get this far. Hearing the compliments, Chu Xiu just smiled without saying anything.
The girl in the green dress, willing to give her life for Chu Xiu, now stood shyly before him. Your Highness, I won't be entering the next stage. I don't want to be a burden to. Chu Xiu didn't try to dissuade her, just advised. After you return, cultivate diligently. This experience will open up a bright future for you.
The girl lowered her head, gazing at Chu Xiu with affection. Your Highness, I wish you safe travels and good fortune on the road ahead. If you make it out of the secret realm and need me to repay you, I'll do anything for the Holy Sun. Outside the secret realm, Mengdie, still clueless, wondered to herself, is this wicked disciple really that kind? Have I been wrong about him all along? Then she quickly reassured herself, shaking her head vigorously. No way. Absolutely not. Back inside the secret realm, only 4 people were continuing. Chu Xiu was a bit surprised. I didn't expect it to be just a few of us left. Ye Hongyu replied, what can you do? Passing the second stage takes a lot of juice. I need to recover some HP. It'd be a loss to return like this. Feng Jiao looked at Chu Xiu, communicating through telepathy. I exchanged for the 36 forms of true martial arts, but only grasped 2/3 of it, a total of 26 forms.
Chu Xiu just grunted in response. Feng Jiao asked again, "Should we impart it to Ye Hongyu and Ye Fan?" He crossed his arms, looking at her gently.
The 36 forms of true martial arts are locked down by the secret realm's weird rules. You can't pass them on to others. You'll know as soon as you try.
Scene change. The four of them, Chu Xiu, Feng Jiao, Ye Hongyu, and Ye Fan, stood before a tree. Chu Xiu spoke up. "The second and third groups entering the secret realm are almost here. Let's hurry and move on." Suddenly, 2 huge Kes bees flew over. Aiming their long, poisonous stingers at them, Ye Hongyu looked at them in shock and fear. Immediately afterward, he reacted and jumped up, swatting the 2 huge bees away. But after such a surprise attack, Ye Hongyu couldn't help but curse. "Damn it! I knew there was something wrong with these leaves." Chu Xiu looked at the 2 bees that had been knocked down, his gaze landing on the substance on their stingers. He excitedly said, "This poison is potent. I want it." Ye Fan came forward, handing Chu Xiu a pouch. "This is bewitching incense. It doesn't work on cultivators, but it's super effective on wild beasts. They sniff this stuff and get drunk like they're on booze and just crash." Chu Xiu grabbed the item, excitedly responding, "Awesome! Ye Fan, I didn't know you had such a great item. Let's hurry and collect the poison sacks." After exploiting the 2 bees, they left their corpses behind and continued striding forward with their spoils in hand. Chu Xiu took the lead, saying, "Thanks for the help, everyone. Let's keep moving." The night sky tonight was special. The crescent moon and countless twinkling stars created a peaceful scene, like the sunny days before a rain. At the courtyard of the Ouyang family, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. Everyone was present, and the sounds of laughter, melodious music, and the graceful dances of beautiful girls created a festive atmosphere. The younger generation of the family sat together chatting. A young man in a golden robe smiled, looked towards Ouyang Tiansuo, and said, "Brother Tiansuo, I heard that the old ancestor recently acquired a large amount of resources. Is this true?" Holding a wine cup, Chu Xiu smiled slightly and replied, 13th brother wants to get some benefits, huh? It's a small matter. Live it. Later, I'll talk to the old ancestor and have him take out a portion to share with everyone." Ouyang Shisan, hearing Chu Xiu's words, exclaimed happily, "Brother Tiansuo is still the most generous. Come on everyone, let's raise a toast to Brother Tiansuo. We're counting on you tonight." After a while, Ouyang Shisan seemed unable to wait any longer. He eagerly turned to Ouyang Tiansuo and asked, "Tiansuo, why hasn't the old ancestor come out yet?" Why don't you go invite the old man out?" Chu Xiu smiled faintly and replied, "All right." A moment later, Chu Laoma returned, carrying the old crone into the courtyard. His voice was sarcastic and mocking. "He's here! He's here! Your old ancestor has arrived!" The Ouyang family descendants followed the sound and looked over. It was a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Before everyone's eyes, an invincible and powerful old ancestor was now in a miserable state. His body was withered, his complexion ashen, his pupils dilated. He was being carried like a pathetic dog. The Ouyang family descendants immediately stood up, their eyes filled with astonishment. They all shouted, "Old ancestor, why are you in this state? Tiansuo, what are you doing? Release the old ancestor immediately!" The shouts were like thunderclaps. "Ouyang Tiansuo, how dare you disrespect the old ancestor? Are you planning to rebel? The old ancestor treated you well, why are you repaying kindness with enmity?" The questioning was filled with uncontrollable anger. "What do you want to do? Release the old ancestor immediately?" Ouyang Tiansuo just smiled coldly, his face showing no concern. At this moment, Chu Laoma, without any expression, smirked slightly. He pulled out a large white porcelain bottle and threw it towards them. The porcelain bottle shattered immediately upon impact with the ground. From inside, strange purple smoke poured out, and in just a moment, this strange smoke had enveloped the entire Ouyang family hall. Seeing this bizarre scene, the Ouyang family descendants were horrified and exclaimed in unison, "What is this? No, it's poison gas. Quickly circulate your energy to block it." But Chu Xiu simply said calmly, This poison can't be avoided just by circulating your energy.
Dozens of people immediately stop circulating their energy